Madman of the Sword chapter 1056 to chapter 1139. This really shocked him. Moreover, from the looks of it, 7 billion did not seem to be the other party's limit. If he continued to bid, there would be an uncontrollable situation at that time. So what if I let you have it? The middle-aged man sneered. I'll let you be proud for a while. When the time comes, I'll personally take the king's tablet away. He had already decided not to bid anymore. Instead, he would wait for the auction to make a move and snatch the king's tablet. Anyway, both parties were already sworn enemies. They would not hesitate to kill and rob. Sure enough, 7 billion. This kind of heaven-defying price made everyone silent. No one bid anymore. In the end, the king's tablet was obtained by the green-robed old man. Hearing the final confirmation, the green-robed old man also heaved a sigh of relief. But fortunately, this thing was finally in his hands. Could it be that they gave up just like that? That shouldn't be. This doesn't seem to be their style. The beautiful girl also had a puzzled expression. This is indeed not their style. I'm guessing that they must be planning to snatch it halfway and take away the king's tablet without spending a single cent. The green-robed old man sneered. He could not be more familiar with the other party's methods. However, how could we not be prepared to deal with people like them? After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was all within his calculations. As the last king's tablet was auctioned off, the entire auction also came to an end. Some important figures stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the auctioneer elder said again, "Everyone, it's like this. That place is about to open again." Hearing this, the ordinary cultivators all revealed puzzled expressions because they did not understand at all. However, the elders of the major forces were stunned. Then, their pupils constricted and their faces revealed shocked expressions. They stopped and looked back. Is this true? The Shin family's elder asked. This is the news brought by the dean, the auctioneer elder said. However, the big shots furrowed their brows even more because they were now certain that this was most likely true. However, the ordinary workers around them became more and more confused as they listened. They were stunned on the spot with puzzled expressions. Lin Xian was also stunned. He frowned slightly because he did not understand. Where is that place? What could make so many big shots reveal such serious expressions? He was very curious and realized that there were too many things in this world that he did not know. Down below, the grand characters pondered for a moment, then began to walk again. However, this time, they were not walking toward the exit. Instead, they were walking toward the auction elder. Since it's true, it seems that we need to discuss this matter properly. The elder from the Shin family took the lead and left. Behind him, the elder from the Murong family, the elder in green, and the others also left. The experts from the rank 6 sects also followed behind them. These people could all understand. They naturally knew what that place represented. As for the others, they didn't understand. They all revealed puzzled expressions and were extremely surprised. However, they also knew that they were probably not qualified to know about this matter. With endless curiosity, everyone left the auction house unwillingly. They did not dare to behave atrociously in front of so many big shots. Lin Xian was also very curious and wanted to go down to listen, but he knew that it was impossible. Those who participated in this matter were all peerless experts. With his current status, he was still unable to participate. However, if there was an urgent matter, the Immortal Martial Academy would inform him. Thinking of this, he calmed down and patiently dealt with the matters of the auction. At this moment, apart from Lin Xian and those from his own family, there were also the younger generation of the major powers that stayed in the auction house. Lin Xian and Wang Li had just come out when they saw Shin Yulong and the others. Seeing Lin Xian come out, the gloomy young man from the Shin family laughed coldly. To think that you actually dare to appear in front of us? How audacious. I advise you to hide. With your level of alchemy, it's not enough to look at in front of us. The gloomy young man was extremely arrogant. You dare to be careful of our brother Xian? Wang Li coldly snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. I can't, but our brother Tianyu can crush him with a single hand. What big words. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow you up into the sky? Wang Li sneered. A loser still dares to say such big words. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. The two of them mocked each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. However, Lin Xian and the handsome young man didn't say anything, but the atmosphere in the air was getting colder and colder. However, the handsome young man had an arrogant expression. He turned to Xing Yulong and said, "Let's go. I came to Windseek City this time to see the Kingstone Tablet and find a few 7th grade alchemy grandmasters to exchange pointers with. I'm not interested in other things, and they don't have the qualifications to make me interested." He was extremely arrogant and didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. At this moment, Lin Xian also spoke in a low voice, "Exchange pointers? Why don't we exchange pointers?" He really couldn't stand the attitude of this group of people. They were all so arrogant. Those who didn't know would really think that they were pill kings. Coincidentally, Lin Xian had a new understanding of alchemy recently. He could use them as a whetstone. "Exchange pointers with you? Are you worthy?" The handsome young man, Shen Tianyu, showed disdain. "Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know once you try," Lin Xian said coldly. "What a joke. A fake 6th grade alchemist dares to compete with our big brother Tian? You're courting death. You have to know that our big brother Tianyu is a true 7th grade alchemist. He's a grandmaster. I can guarantee that if you dare to bet, I'll make you piss your pants in shame." The cold young man was very arrogant. Generally, when one's strength reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist, they would be called an alchemy grandmaster. In terms of alchemy, they would be superb and would be respected by the major forces. No one expected that this handsome young man was actually a true 7th grade alchemist, Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was a 7th grade alchemist? He now had the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and could refine 7th grade pills. Moreover, his success rate was higher than a true 7th grade alchemist. It could be said that he had reached the Grandmaster realm long ago. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't fear the other party at all. As long as the other party dared to provoke him, he was absolutely confident that he would ruthlessly beat them and let them know what a true alchemy grandmaster was. Oh? A battle between alchemy grandmasters? I won't miss such a good thing. Morong Qingqing floated over like a fairy with a faint smile on her lips. She naturally knew Shen Tianyu's strength, but she believed in Lin Xian more. In her opinion, if it was a real competition, Lin Xian would never lose. Brother Tianyu has made a move? At this time, the younger generation of the Divine Bird Palace also came over. They looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. It's just a clown. With Brother Tianyu's help, it'll be over quickly. So, fellow cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace must come and watch. The cold youth from the Shen family said. How dare you boast? Wang Li sneered. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when you lose. Did you know that the 3 purple spirit pills at the auction were personally refined by our brother Xian? I wonder if your brother Tianyu can refine them. Wang Li was really angry, so he released such a shocking news. What? Those 3 purple spirit pills were refined by him? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked because they didn't expect the strange purple spirit pills to be refined by Lin Xian. One had to know that the purple spirit pill was not only a 7th grade pill, but its effects were also very strange. Even the older generation went crazy for it. Not to mention the younger generation. Now, when they heard that this pill was actually refined by Lin Xian, they were all extremely shocked. However, the cold youth from the Shen family snorted. Stop boasting. It must have been refined by an elder in the sect. You're just a figurehead. Don't be fooled by him. Last time in the Crimson Crescent City, he was defeated by a purple spirit pill when he fought with Lin Xian. Moreover, he was completely defeated and was laughed at by everyone. Now that he heard the words purple spirit pill, he was infuriated. That was why he roared so crazily to vent the anger in his heart. However, Lin Xian sneered and looked at the cold youth in front of him with disdain. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown who wasn't worth mentioning. The real enemy was the handsome young man, Shen Tianyu. Hearing the cold youth's words, the surrounding people also looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't help it. The news was too shocking and they couldn't believe it. However, Lin Xian still looked calm and at ease. It seemed that he was very confident in his own strength. It didn't seem fake. Moreover, not only Lin Xian, but the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also looked confident. This shocked everyone even more. Could it be that the purple spirit pill was really refined by him? This thought quietly sprouted in everyone's hearts. Even Xianxia frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to refine such a pill. He turned to look at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew that Lin Xian was not a Tier 7 alchemist, but a Tier 6 alchemist. Therefore, he didn't believe that Ling Xian could concoct a Dan of the 7th realm. However, this news made him a little angry. As a 7th realm alchemist and a grandmaster, he had never heard of this Dan before. But now, a level 6 brat actually refined such a peculiar medicinal pill. This was intolerable to him. The corners of Shen Tianyu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It's not impossible for you to spar with me. However, I don't usually spar with others for no reason. If you can offer me something that moves my heart, I can spar with you. I might even give you some guidance. Shen Tianyu said proudly. Wager, wager. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that Shen Tianyu had a habit of making wagers with others. Whoever won in alchemy would win the other party's wager. Wager? What do you want? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's very simple. If you lose, give me the purple spirit pill formula in your hand. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They were extremely shocked. Sure enough, Shen Tianyu had set his sights on the formula. One should know that the purple spirit pill was a Tier 7 pill with a peculiar effect that made countless honorables go crazy. This formula was definitely extremely precious. If anyone could obtain it, it would definitely be a great fortune. That was why Shen Tianyu offered such a condition. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. How dare Shen Tianyu covet his formula? He was really courting death, however, he didn't refuse. Instead, he sneered in his heart. It's not impossible to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager, but it depends on what you can offer. Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager. After all, that was a magical treasure. How could he just take it out like that? Wasn't he afraid of losing? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. After hearing this, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. He didn't expect Shen Tianyu to agree so easily. This was beyond his expectations. However, this was also good. It seemed that Shen Tianyu was simple-minded and couldn't threaten him at all. This pill formula, I'm taking it. Shen Tianyu sneered in his heart with a smug smile. Then, he said, I won't bully you. I also have a Tier 7 pill formula with me. It's called the Jingyuan pill. After taking it, it can greatly increase a supreme martial artist's cultivation and spiritual power. I'll use this formula as a wager. What do you think? Increase one's cultivation. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Although a pill that could increase one's cultivation was good, it wasn't rare. Lin Xian's purple spirit pill could restore one's martial soul. There were only a few people in the entire Tianwu continent who could do this. Lin Xian sneered. Shen Tianyu took out an ordinary Tier 7 pill formula as a wager with his purple spirit pill. How ridiculous. I didn't expect the genius of the Shen family to be so insincere. How stingy. Since you can't offer anything good, I won't blame you. Maybe you're really poor and don't know how to compare notes. Let's end it here. Lin Xian shook his head and said with a trace of contempt. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Shen Tianyu shouted coldly. His face was a little pale. He didn't expect Shen Tianyu to reject him so directly. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to walk away. Shen Tianyu's face was livid. He said coldly, then I'll add another one. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. He didn't lack pill formulas. After all, he had the pill formulas left behind by Lord Alcohol and the alchemy inheritance left behind by King Pill Plume. Therefore, he didn't lack pill formulas at all. Seeing that Xianxia ignored him, Xianxia's face turned even uglier. What do you want as a wager? His voice was a little ferocious because he really wanted the purple spirit pill formula. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Xianxia had taken the bait. Then, Lin Xian stopped and turned around. He said, 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old. If you can take them out, I'll bet with you. If you can't, then don't waste my time. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shen family's disciples' faces darkened, especially the gloomy young man. He screamed. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shen family's disciples' faces darkened, especially the gloomy young man, who screamed. What? 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old? Are you crazy? You're robbing us. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a request? Do you have any idea how precious and valuable these things are? The gloomy young man was very agitated. Xianxia's face darkened, and his eyes were cold. Then do you know how precious my purple spirit pill is? Lin Xian said coldly. If you're not blind, you can see how much a purple spirit pill was sold at today's auction. What was the reaction of the older generation? Moreover, it's only a purple spirit pill. Now I'm betting on it. It can create a lot of wealth. I think you know who's taking advantage of who. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, although a 6,000-year-old spiritual herb was precious, it would be gone once it was used up. However, elixir recipes were different. They could be passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, the purple spirit pill was a magical elixir. If one had the elixir recipe, it was equivalent to obtaining a mountain of gold. It would bring a lot of wealth and attract the attention of the major forces. After Lin Xian's explanation, everyone felt that it made sense. Now that they thought about it, Xianxia was indeed too stingy. He had only taken out 2 ordinary 7th-grade elixir recipes as a bet. It was a bit of a bully. Xianxia was not an ordinary disciple. He was a genius disciple of a king family. Such ordinary elixir recipes were not worthy of his status. Xianxia's face darkened. He had thought that 2 elixir recipes could fool him. He did not expect Xianxia to be so cunning. Moreover, what shocked him even more was the conditions that Xianxia had proposed. 2 spiritual herbs that were 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that were 5,000 years old. These were the most precious things in his storage ring. He did not know how Xianxia knew about the things in his storage ring. However, he thought it was a coincidence. That's because looking into a storage ring requires soul power. With his strength as a 7th-tier alchemist, he'll be able to detect the slightest abnormality. Moreover, he did not think that the other party could hide from his senses, so in his opinion, this was a complete coincidence. Okay, I agree to your conditions. Xianxia said in a low voice. Although these spiritual herbs were extremely precious, they were nothing compared to the purple spirit pill's pill formula. Moreover, he was confident that he would not lose, so no matter what he took out, he was not worried. As long as he could make the other party compete with him, it would be fine. At that time, he would let the other party know what regret was. Lin Xian sneered inwardly when Xianxia agreed. As expected, the other party had taken the bait and agreed to participate in this competition. This was great. Plus, the spiritual medicine he wanted wasn't something he said casually. He really knew what it was. Of course, he didn't use his soul power to find out. It was the little white monkey who told him. The little white monkey had a special sense for these kinds of heaven and earth treasures, so it was very clear how many good things the other party had in their storage rings. If it weren't for the other party's powerful soul power, the little white monkey would have used the treasure bowl to rob them. However, it was the same now. As long as the other party dared to take out those spiritual herbs as a bet, Lin Xian was confident that he could win them back. Seeing that the 2 alchemy geniuses had reached an agreement, the crowd was shocked and then excited. Lin Xian and Xianxia were both very powerful, and they were both very advanced alchemists. Xianxia had reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that he was very talented. Lin Xian was even more amazing. He could refine a magical pill like the purple spirit pill, which made countless venerables crazy. It could be said that both of them were alchemy geniuses. Now that the two of them were going to compete, it was naturally very exciting. Okay, after 10 days, I'll wait for you at the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Xianxia said coldly and then left with the disciples of the Xin family. We, the Divine Bird Palace, will not miss this competition. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace glared at Lin Xian with cold eyes and then left with laughter. They knew Xianxia's reputation. In their opinion, it would be easy for Xianxia to defeat Lin Xian. Although they couldn't fight in person, it was great for them to see Lin Xian fail with their own eyes. A competition between geniuses is really not to be missed. The disciples of the deity Sword Villa nodded slightly and then left quickly. The young disciples around were all shocked and said that they absolutely couldn't miss this exciting battle. Very quickly, the news spread out, and the entire wind-seeking city was shaken by it. They didn't expect that the auction had just ended and there would be such explosive news. This was definitely going to be a shocking battle. The crowd was excited and they all stopped in Windy City to wait for the battle between the two. Lin Xian chuckled as he watched the departing figures of those people. He knew what those people were thinking. Most of them didn't believe that he could refine the purple spirit pill. However, he didn't care about their doubts and didn't explain too much. When he refined the pill on the spot, it would naturally shut their mouths. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that the Xin family dared to covet his elixir recipe. Elixir recipes were the lifeblood of an alchemist, especially such a precious elixir recipe. Ordinary alchemists wouldn't hand it over even if they had to risk their lives. Now that they wanted his elixir recipe, it was a disguised attempt to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't sit still and wait for death. Alas, it's a pity that he only has so many spiritual herbs in his storage ring. It would be great if he had more. Lin Xian sighed and looked regretful. What he lacked most now were spiritual herbs, especially precious ones. In his opinion, Xianxia was just an elixir boy, just as Lin Xian decided on the battle. On the other side, the big shots had finished their discussion. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss. They just wanted to confirm and then prepare. After all, this was both a challenge and an opportunity for them. If they were lucky, they would receive great rewards. Lin Xian happened to meet these big shots and immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, seniors." The elders of the big forces looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. When the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War saw Lin Xian, his pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Soon, he regained his composure and a cold smile appeared on his face. On the other side, the old man in green was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be waiting for them here. Moreover, the people from the Palace of Gods of War had bumped into him. This wasn't a good thing. Fortunately, the middle-aged honorable master from the Palace of Ares only glanced at Lin Xian and did not pay much attention to him. The green-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's identity was too sensitive and he could not expose it easily. Otherwise, the other party would definitely go crazy. Lin Xian was also excited when he saw the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder had previously told him that his father was in the Palace of Ares. Hence, he was eager to know about his father's whereabouts. "Senior, please hold on. I have something to ask," Lin Xian said to the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder nodded and stopped in his tracks. After the big shots had left, Lin Xian asked quickly, "Senior, how is my father? And what's the situation in the Palace of Ares? Can I go there?" The green-robed elder hesitated and said slowly, "You can't go there now. As for your father's condition, don't worry. There's no problem." The green-robed elder thought for a while and decided not to reveal Lin Xian's true identity. Beside him, Hall Master Wan and the auctioneer elder took a deep look at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Alright, you don't have to worry about the Palace of Ares. There's something you need to do now." "Something? What is it?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "It's about that place," Hall Master Wan said. "That place?" Upon hearing that, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he asked curiously, "What is that place?" "It's a secret land. There are countless treasures in it, but it's also extremely dangerous. You can say that opportunities and challenges coexist. Are you willing to go to such a secret land? Hall Master Wan asked. Although they wanted Lin Xian to go, the prerequisite was that Lin Xian had to agree to it himself. Countless treasures. Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. What he lacked the most now was treasures. Now, there was actually a mystic realm that was filled with treasures. This was extremely good news for him. What is the danger? Lin Xian asked again. Although the heaven and earth treasures were good, he still had to figure out the situation before he dared to enter. There are two aspects in total. The first is the threat from the other factions. There might be a conflict with the other factions. The second is the threat of the secret realm itself. After all, it's an ancient secret realm. Although there are many treasures in there, there are corresponding formations. That's an extremely powerful ancient forbidden formation. Its power is unimaginable. That's why the process of obtaining the treasure is extremely dangerous. Ancient formation restriction. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. However, he was secretly delighted. This was because the dark red divine dragon was an expert in array formations. It should have no problem breaking array formations. Therefore, without much thought, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. All right. Since you've agreed, then prepare patiently. We'll inform you when we're done discussing the details. Hall Master Wan said, it won't take too long. It'll only take about a month. A month. Lin Xian nodded. Fortunately, he had enough time to prepare. Then, Lin Xian left with his men. Hall Master Wan frowned. That place was extremely dangerous. Moreover, it was opened in advance. There might be something unusual inside. Have you really decided to let Lin Xian enter? Hearing that, the green-robed elder sighed. No one wants to take this risk. However, this opportunity only comes once in 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, we might have to wait another 100 years. No one can wait that long, and Lin Xian is even more so. If he's an ordinary martial artist, then it's fine. However, his identity is too special. I'm afraid he won't be able to hide it for long before those people find out. At that time, he'll be in great danger. Therefore, the opening of the secret realm is the best opportunity for him to increase his strength. Although it's dangerous, it's better than being killed by others. Hearing that, the few important figures fell silent. All right, then it's settled. How about your side? Those people won't let this matter rest until they get the king tablet. Do you want us to send some people to escort you back? Hall Master Wan asked. No need. I have a way to deal with it. The green-robed elder smiled and said. Looking at his confident expression, Hall Master Wan didn't say anything else. After all, the green-robed elder wasn't a weakling. He was an expert from the Palace of War that was as famous as the Immortal Martial Academy. While the two of them were discussing, the important figures of the other forces also left Wind-Seeking City and returned to their respective sects to discuss this matter. The opening of the secret realm in advance was extremely shocking to them. They guessed that something unimaginable must have happened inside. However, the things inside were too tempting. They couldn't resist at all. Therefore, they could only send their disciples. However, they had to discuss what kind of disciples to send. While these important figures were discussing urgently, Lin Xian wasn't idle either. Since it was confirmed that they would enter the secret realm in a month, he was preparing urgently during this period. Other things couldn't be improved in a short period of time, but things like elixirs could be refined. Therefore, during this period, Lin Xian had been preparing all kinds of elixirs to deal with the dangerous secret realm. However, while Lin Xian was busy in seclusion, another big event happened in Wind-Seeking City. Now, all the martial artists in Wind-Seeking City were extremely excited because they witnessed the rise of a young alchemy grandmaster. This young man was naturally Xianxia. He stayed in Wind-Seeking City and didn't leave. Moreover, during these few days, he displayed his powerful alchemy skills, which shocked everyone. One should know that all the forces in Wind-Seeking City were still there. These people were the elites of the blood field. However, they were still deeply shocked by Xianxia's alchemy skills. The alchemists of the major forces were so shocked that they all went to visit Xianxia to ask for advice. Even a 7th-grade alchemist went to exchange pointers with him. This made everyone even more shocked. One should know that those alchemists were all terrifying figures. There were even alchemy grandmasters. However, at this moment, they were all asking for advice from a young man. This was really incredible. For a time, Xianxia's reputation spread throughout Wind-Seeking City. At the same time, the news of the competition between Xianxia and Lin Xian spread. Suddenly, everyone was extremely excited. The disciples of the Xin family and the allied forces of the Xin family secretly spread the news that Lin Xian was afraid of Xianxia and didn't dare to go out and meet people. At first, people didn't believe it because Lin Xian's strength was not weak. However, gradually, they began to doubt it because they didn't see Lin Xian at all these days. They didn't even see him at the celestial martial auction. Didn't he refine the purple spirit pill? With such a miraculous pill, why would he be afraid of competing with others? What do you know? I heard that the purple spirit pill was not refined by him. It was refined by an elder of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. It was just under his name. Really? So there is such a thing. It's possible. After all, the purple spirit pill is too miraculous. How could a young man refine it? I'm afraid that even Xianxia can't refine such a pill. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first. But now that Lin Xian hasn't shown up for many days, it might be true. In Wind-Seeking City, countless martial artists were talking about it. Elixirs were resources that martial artists couldn't do without. Therefore, every martial artist was paying attention to it. Therefore, all kinds of news were flying around. Although I don't know if the purple spirit pill was refined by Lin Xian, I heard that when Lin Xian was in Crimson Crescent City, he was invited by a grade 7 alchemist. This is enough to prove his strength and talent. Otherwise, the grade 7 alchemist wouldn't have invited him. However, such a talented young alchemist didn't dare to accept the challenge. How strong is Xianxia? Someone exclaimed. Of course, Xianxia is the genius of the Xin family. He's a true grade 7 alchemist. Do you know what a grade 7 alchemist is? Look at those grade 7 alchemists now and you'll understand. Without a few hundred years, it's impossible to achieve it. However, Xianxia became a grade 7 alchemist at such a young age. That's unbelievable. Many people exclaimed. In Wind-Seeking City, many people were talking about Xianxia. Although Xianxia didn't make many moves, he had deeply impressed everyone. In an instant, his name resounded throughout Wind-Seeking City. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about this. He had been in seclusion to prepare for the secret territory. However, he didn't forget about the competition with Xianxia. After all, it was a few 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs, he wouldn't miss out on such a good thing. Therefore, when he felt that it was about time, he opened his eyes and exited his seclusion. However, when he came out, he wasn't happy. Because he heard the streets and alleys speaking ill of him. Immediately, Lin Xian found Wang Li and the others and asked them what was going on. He had only been in seclusion for a few days. How did the world change so drastically? Wang Li was also very angry. He quickly said, "Older brother Xian, in the past few days when you were in seclusion, the entire Wind-Seeking City was talking about your competition with Xianxia. Not only that, but the disciples of the Xin family and the Divine Bird Palace are also adding fuel to the fire in the dark, specifically discrediting them, which is why the current situation is like this. We wanted to do it a long time ago, but without your permission, we didn't dare." Wang Li gritted his teeth. After hearing this, Lin Xian stroked his chin. So that's what happened. No wonder the entire Wind-Seeking City was in such a situation. However, he was not worried because his purple spirit pill was not fake. He had refined it himself. Therefore, no matter what people said, they could not change this fact. However, the other party's actions infuriated him. He was not a master who would be bullied. There's no need to do it, but since the other party provoked us, we have to respond. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Wang Li, follow me out. Older brother Xian, where are we going? Wang Li asked. Accept the challenge. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hearing this, Wang Li was excited. He had been displeased with those people for a long time. Unfortunately, without Lin Xian's order, he could not do it. But now, Lin Xian was going to take the initiative to attack. How could he not be excited? Older brother Xian, I can't help it. Wang Li shouted excitedly. Then, he followed Lin Xian out. When Lin Xian appeared in Wind-Seeking City, everyone was stunned. They were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Because after these few days of discrediting, everyone thought that Lin Xian was a coward and did not dare to accept the challenge. But now, Lin Xian appeared. What's going on? Didn't he not dare to come out? Why did he come out now? Many people were confused. Who knows? Is he here to accept the challenge? That's impossible. Didn't they say that he's only a 6th grade alchemist? With this level, he's courting death against Xianxia. But he's walking towards the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. That's where he and Xianxia will fight. Everyone was talking about it excitedly. It was too shocking. They thought that the matter was over, but they did not expect such a thing to happen again. At this time, Wang Li snorted coldly. What are you suspecting? Are you suspecting our older brother Xian? Let me tell you, our older brother Xian has been in seclusion for the past few days because he's studying the pill formulas. It's not some lousy rumor. Now, we're here to accept the challenge. That's you. You were shouting so happily just now. I advise you to tell that Xianxia to protect his knees. Protect his knees? Everyone was confused. Because in front of older brother Xian, he has to kneel. Wang Li's voice was loud and clear. Whoosh, hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They were all extremely shocked, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. What did I hear? Lin Xian is fighting back. Damn, this is the rhythm of a fight. This is big news, big news. I told you, Lin Xian can't be afraid. You didn't believe me, but now you believe me. Look at how confident he is. Did he really come up with a new pill formula? Everyone was excited, boiling, and completely confused. The rumor about Lin Xian discredited was self-defeating. Didn't you say that he was a coward and did not dare to accept the challenge? But now, he had come out and accepted the challenge in a high-profile manner. He was very confident. Suddenly, the news spread like a gust of wind and quickly spread throughout Windy City. Go and see, Lin Xian is out. What, Lin Xian is out? You're not dreaming, are you? How dare he come out? What do you know? He's heading to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion to prepare for the competition. Really? Damn. I have to go and see. In an instant, the entire Windy City was shocked. Countless warriors moved to watch. This also created a strange scene. Lin Xian was like an elder of a king family. He was surrounded by everyone like the stars surrounding the moon. Brother Lin, are you really going to fight? Someone did not believe and quickly asked. I say, why are you still asking this question? Wang Li said impatiently. Can't you see? Of course, our older brother Xian is going to fight. Also, hurry up and tell Xianxia to prepare a 6,000-year-old elixir. We don't want it if it's missing a leaf. Wang Li's words shocked everyone. They looked at Lin Xian's confident look. It did not seem fake at all. Now, everyone believed that Lin Xian was really going to fight. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was the largest elixir trading place in Wenfeng City. They had everything from ordinary elixirs to 7th-grade elixirs. It could be said that everyone knew about the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. At this moment, the people of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion all came out to welcome them. They naturally knew that the two of them were going to fight here, but they did not object. Instead, they were very happy. This was because such a thing was rare and both of them were shocking geniuses. Xianxia was a disciple of a royal family and an alchemy genius. He had become a 7th-grade alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that he was very powerful and his future was limitless. Lin Xian was even more amazing. It was said that the purple spirit pill was refined by him. Moreover, he was the owner of the Immortal Martial Auction. The Immortal Martial Auction, there was probably no one who didn't know about this auction. The first auction had gathered countless elders of the big forces and even sent out a heaven-defying item like the king's tablet. It could be said that the immortal martial auction was the top auction in the Tianwu continent, and the young man in front of them was the owner of the auction. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate him and all came out to welcome him. Under the welcoming of the elders, Lin Xian entered the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had specially cleared out a courtyard for this competition. The courtyard was very spacious and connected into one piece. Inside, there were overlapping rockery and waterfalls. The scenery was pleasant and it was like a fairyland. Lin Xian walked into the courtyard and immediately narrowed his eyes. He naturally did not pay attention to the scenery. Moreover, something else had attracted his attention. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed that there was a fire vein under the courtyard. Although it was not as good as the flaming mountain, it was still extraordinary. The fire vein contained rich fire elements and could help alchemists increase the efficiency of refining elixirs. It could be said that it was very important. He did not expect that there would be a fire vein in the courtyard. As expected of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, it was indeed extraordinary. Then, he focused his gaze and carefully sensed it. Then, he took a step forward. His footwork was very strange. It was not a straight line at all. It was as if he was stepping on something. The ordinary martial artists were puzzled and did not understand. However, the elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were shocked and their faces were dull. They could not help but be shocked because they knew that there was a fire vein underground. But now, every step Lin Xian took was on the fire vein. Moreover, it was the place with the densest fire vein. Lin Xian's footsteps had completely shocked the elders of the Heavenly Dam Pavilion. Now, they absolutely believed that the previous rumors were purposely slandered. The youth in front of them was definitely incomparably powerful. However, they didn't know if they could defeat Xianxia because Xianxia was also extraordinary. Moreover, they had interacted with Xianxia before. His attainments in alchemy were even higher than theirs. Therefore, they had no way of guessing the outcome of this battle. Everything would only be known after the battle. After taking a few steps, Lin Xian stopped and stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. This was because the place he was at now was the place where the fire element was the strongest. Seeing that Lin Xian was ready, Wang Li immediately said, "Why hasn't Xianxia come yet? Is he afraid of our brother Xian's strength? You don't dare to accept my challenge?" Previously, those people had maliciously slandered Lin Xian, which made Wang Li and the others very angry. Now that there was an opportunity, they would not miss it. When the surrounding people heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Obviously, Xianxia was retaliating against those malicious rumors from a few days ago. Soon, the news of Lin Xian's arrival at the Heavenly Dam Pavilion spread quickly. More and more people gathered at the Heavenly Dam Pavilion. The entire courtyard was filled with people. Lin Xian stood at the place where the fire vein was the strongest and waited quietly. He knew that Xianxia would definitely come after hearing the news. Sure enough, not long after, there was a sudden commotion behind him. The crowd spread to both sides like a tide, forcibly forming a passage. Then, a group of people swaggered out of the passage. The person in front was naturally Xianxia. He was handsome and had a conceited smile on his face as he strode over quickly. Next to him was the cold level 6 alchemist and Xin Yulong. Behind them were the other disciples of the Xin family. The group of people majestically entered the courtyard. Then, the cold young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "You really dared to come. I have to say that you're very bold, but also very stupid. How dare you go against our brother Qianyu? You're going to die. Today, I'll expose your alchemy skills in front of everyone and let everyone know what kind of trash you are." Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Xianxia to come so quickly and in such a domineering manner. It seemed that there would be an exciting alchemy battle here. When Wang Li heard Xianxia's voice, he snorted and said, "I think you should be the ones who are afraid." "Why? Are you ready to kneel down?" Seeing that Lin Xian was not backing down, the crowd finally boiled over. The alchemy competition had not yet begun, but the two sides were already mocking each other. It seemed that when the battle began, they would definitely not hold back. This also meant that the battle would definitely be exciting. how is it? Have you prepared the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs? You must take good care of them. If there's a single leaf, we won't accept it. Of course, we'll take good care of the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs. But you don't have to worry about that because you won't have the chance to see them. The cold young man sneered. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked proud and aloof. He did not care about this quarrel at all. Instead, his eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Then, he frowned. This was because he also felt the underground fire vein. However, what made him unhappy was that Lin Xian was standing in the best spot of the fire vein. He could not tolerate this. In his opinion, this place should belong to him. Ling Xian was not qualified to own this place. Then, with a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth, he quickly walked up. Get lost. I want this place. Xianxia was very domineering. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian sneered. You want it? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Xian did not have a good impression of this person in front of him. He had to teach this self-righteous and arrogant guy a lesson in order to intimidate him. Kid, I'm warning you. You don't deserve this position. You're an insult to this place by standing here. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to back down, Xianxia's face darkened. How ridiculous. If I don't deserve it, do you think you deserve this place? Do you really think you're so great? Lin Xian said coldly. The crowd was puzzled. They could not understand why the two of them were fighting for a position. You're not alchemists, so you don't know that there's a very dense fire vein underneath. And Lin Xian is standing at the best spot in the fire vein. Refining pills there will achieve the best results. An elder explained. After hearing that, the crowd finally understood. No wonder the two of them were fighting for a spot. However, it seemed that Xianxia was at a disadvantage because it seemed that Lin Xian would never give up that spot. In front of them, the two of them were confronting each other. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. On the other hand, Xianxia was furious. His face was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Get lost. He finally could not stand it anymore. He threw a punch in front of him, trying to send Lin Xian flying. Seeing that, the crowd was shocked. They did not expect Xianxia to suddenly attack. However, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his palm and waved it in front of him. Boom, a low sound was heard, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. You want to fight? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Lin Xian sneered. Then his arm shook, and a huge force surged out of his body again. Boom, in the next moment, Xianxia's expression changed because he was knocked back. His body swayed and he took 3 steps back. His entire arm was slightly numb. You. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian. His eyes were burning with anger. He did not expect Lin Xian's combat strength to be so terrifying that he was knocked back. The crowd was also shocked. It seemed that in terms of combat strength, Xianxia was far inferior to Lin Xian. At that moment, Xin Yulong also quickly stepped forward and whispered to Xianxia, "Don't fight with him. His combat strength is terrifying." Hearing that, Xianxia's face darkened, but he still nodded coldly. He had already felt the power of that punch. At that moment, he snorted. So what if his combat strength is strong? We're competing in alchemy skills this time. So what if you've taken the best spot? I'll let you know what true strength is. Xianxia's expression was cold. He no longer fought for the best spot. Instead, he quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for other spots. Not long after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. With a flash of his feet, he arrived at a place opposite Lin Xian. The fire element there was also abnormally strong, second only to Lin Xian's location. Kid, you'll know in a moment that everything is futile in front of absolute strength. Xianxia smiled coldly. I'll let you know what true strength is. In the face of absolute strength, everything you do is futile. Xianxia said arrogantly. Lin Xian also said in a cold voice, an alchemist who can't even get the most advantageous position to refine pills, and you still want to talk about absolute strength. I think you don't have any strength at all. You don't deserve to say these words. There are many factors involved in alchemy, and the flame factor is especially important. It can even affect the success or failure of alchemy. You can't even control such an important factor, and you still want to talk about strength with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and there was a trace of disdain in the corners of his mouth. You have a sharp tongue. You'll know how short-sighted your knowledge is. Shen Tianyu's face was dark, and there was a strong murderous intent. His opponent was so hateful that he dared to question his strength. He decided to teach him a lesson later and let him know what a real alchemy genius was. That's right. What's the use of talking? Let's see if you have the ability to fight. The gloomy youth of the Shen family also clamored. It's no fun to bicker. Since it's an alchemy competition, let's see what level of alchemy you have. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also sneered. The surrounding warriors were very excited because they would soon be able to see a peak alchemy competition. This was definitely a rare scene. In that case, let's start. The competition is very simple. You can refine pills at will. Whoever has a higher grade and better effect will win. Shen Tianyu said, prepare the purple spirit pill formula, because it will soon be mine. Hearing this, Lin Xian had a strange look. He asked in a low voice, are you sure you want to compete like this? What, you don't dare? Shen Tianyu sneered. It's not that I don't dare, but I have no chance of winning at all. Lin Xian said slowly, if I use the purple spirit pill, I really can't think of what kind of pill you can use to compete with me. He was telling the truth. Originally, he thought that they should refine the same kind of pill and see whose effect was better. He did not expect Shen Tianyu to compete with him on any kind of pill. Wasn't he looking for death? His purple spirit pill was a pill that could repair martial spirits. It was a pill that countless venerables went crazy for. It could be said that it was unique in the Tianwu continent because no one had heard of a pill with the same effect. Therefore, he really could not think of what kind of pill Shen Tianyu could use to compete with his purple spirit pill. Refine the purple spirit pill? Shen Tianyu was stunned. He then sneered disdainfully, if you can really refine the purple spirit pill, then I'll admit defeat. He said this directly because in his opinion, it was impossible for Shen Tianyu to refine the purple spirit pill. That was because it was a 7th grade pill, and it was one of the most outstanding 7th grade pills. With Shen Tianyu's status as a 6th grade alchemist, how could he refine it? Therefore, he did not think that Lin Xian could refine it. Shen Tianyu was different. He was a genuine 7th grade alchemist. This time, he had carefully prepared for the competition. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to refine a 7th grade medicinal pill. As long as he could refine it, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. When Lin Xian heard Shen Tianyu's words, his expression became even more strange. Since Shen Tianyu was looking for death, he could only send him on his way. Alright, you said it yourself. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. Lin Xian kindly reminded him again. Humph, cut the crap. Let's begin. Shen Tianyu snorted coldly. Then, he touched his storage ring with his finger. A crimson alchemy cauldron appeared in the air. The alchemy cauldron was crimson. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat. There were mysterious lines on it, forming a flame pattern that burned fiercely. This cauldron? Could it be the Shen family's Nanming Ignis cauldron? The elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was shocked. Yes, it is indeed the Nanming Ignis cauldron. I didn't expect him to have this treasure cauldron. This is a half-earth grade treasure. Another elder exclaimed. What? A half-earth grade treasure. When the crowd heard this, they were shocked and looked at the sky in disbelief. They did not expect that the crimson alchemy cauldron to be a half-earth grade treasure. This was too shocking. One had to know that a half-earth step treasure was an incomparably rare existence. They hadn't expected Shen Tianyu to be so generous. Seeing the shocked and envious eyes of the people around him, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. His Nanmingli fire cauldron was indeed a half-earth ranked treasure, and it was specially given to him by his family. Now, using it to deal with Lin Xian would be a piece of cake. It could even crush him. Then, he manipulated the Nanmingli fire cauldron and looked at Lin Xian provocatively. He wanted to see what kind of cauldron Shen Tianyu could take out. If the grade of his cauldron was too low, he would directly use the pressure of the Nanmingli fire cauldron to intimidate him, and it might even cause his alchemy to fail. He was disdainful. In front of his absolute strength, what could Lin Xian do? The disciples of the Shen family and the Divine Bird Palace looked at Lin Xian with a sneer, their eyes cold. Lin Xian naturally knew what they meant, but he shook his head slightly with a touch of disdain. Shen Tianyu dared to compete with him in terms of cauldron quality. His 1,000-beast cauldron was an earth-rank treasure, and it was a complete earth-rank treasure. It was not something that could be compared with a half-earth-rank treasure. If he wanted to, he could even suppress his opponent's cauldron in an instant. But he would not do so. If the news of the 1,000-beast cauldron leaked out, the whole world would be alarmed. At that time, those kings might also take action. If that was the case, he could not resist at all. Therefore, before he had the ability to protect himself, he would not leak this information. However, the 1,000-beast cauldron was still useful to him. Because of Zero, he could hide the aura of the 1,000-beast cauldron. Therefore, he only needed to maintain the aura of the 1,000-beast cauldron at the level of a half-earth-rank treasure, and then take it out to use. It would not arouse suspicion. After quickly communicating with Zero, Lin Xian also flicked his finger, and suddenly a black light appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone looked up and craned their necks to see. The black light in the void suddenly stopped and spun quickly. Then, a small black cauldron appeared in the void. The black cauldron floated in the air, emitting a similar aura. However, unlike the fiery aura from before, this black cauldron's aura was somewhat cold. What kind of pill cauldron is this? Why does it have such a cold and gloomy aura? Everyone looked at each other. As for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's elder, he was shocked once again. Relying on their outstanding soul force, they could clearly sense that the aura emitted by the black cauldron in the void was equally terrifying. It had also reached the level of a half-earth rank artifact. Soon after, their hearts trembled fiercely. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would also possess a half-earth step artifact-grade pill cauldron. On the other side, Shen Tianyu's face was gloomy and even a little ferocious. He stared at the black cauldron in the sky, his body trembling slightly. Despicable, this is too despicable. He was driven mad, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Shen Tianyu was about to go crazy. He really couldn't imagine that his opponent would be able to take out a half-earth step treasure cauldron. This was completely out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to use the pressure of the Nanming Ignis cauldron in his hand to frighten his opponent. But now, it seemed impossible. Because the black cauldron that his opponent had taken out was no weaker than his. And somehow, when he faced the black cauldron, there was an instinctive fear in his heart. Damn it, how could this guy have such a good thing in his hand? Not only Shen Tianyu, but the disciples of the Shen family were also shocked. Their faces were ferocious, and they wished they could rush up and snatch the black cauldron back. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also looked terrible. They stared fiercely at Lin Xian, and then comforted themselves. It's okay. Even if that guy took out a cauldron of the same level, so what? His strength is not as good as Brother Tianyu's. In the end, he will still lose. Even if the conditions are the same, his strength is not enough. He can't win. The disciples of the Shen family also regained their composure and shouted again. Seeing the changes in everyone's faces, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he sneered in his heart. A half-earth step treasure? These people were really silly and cute. They actually thought that Shen Tianyu could win this competition. It seemed that he had to hit them hard in the face to wake them up. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian ignored these people. Instead, he flicked his fingers and began to take out spiritual herbs to refine. Seeing this, Shen Tianyu snorted coldly. Then, he focused his mind and calmed his qi, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, he waved his hand, and groups of spiritual herbs appeared in the air, floating with his soul power. Seeing the two of them refining elixirs, the surrounding people also quieted down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They quietly watched this scene, and their hearts were filled with excitement. The alchemists in the field stared at the two of them, not missing a single movement. Because these two people were both top-notch alchemists, watching this kind of competition would definitely give them great inspiration. The elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion stared at Lin Xian. There was no other way, because Lin Xian was refining the purple spirit elixir. It was the most popular elixir now. If they could learn a thing or two from Xianxia's refining process, or find some clues, it would be an extremely important discovery for them. Therefore, these elders were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They stared at Lin Xian without blinking, and did not even miss a single movement. But soon, they were disappointed because Lin Xian showed them the most common process. Some of the key processes, as well as the carving of the pill veins, were all hidden. They could not find out at all, unless they forcefully used their soul power to break it. But if they did that, they would not just be observing, but directly robbing. This was a big taboo for alchemists, so they would not do it. Moreover, Lin Xian had the immortal martial academy behind him. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to forcefully investigate. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly, but their hearts were incomparably frantic. Although they could not see the most important part of refining the elixir, they were still incomparably shocked. It was because the methods Lin Xian displayed were truly too exquisite. Every single move he made was executed perfectly, and it caused even these seniors to sigh in admiration. Is this really a youth? Everyone was puzzled because to reach this level of attainment, it was impossible to achieve without a few hundred years. Genius, he is definitely a shocking genius. This Lin Xian's talent was definitely not inferior to Xianxia's. He wondered what kind of person Lin Xian's master was. To actually be able to train such a peerless genius, many alchemists discussed animatedly, abnormally envious. On the other hand, the Xin clan disciples' faces were dark because the better Lin Xian's performance was, the more uncomfortable they felt. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? Impossible, he definitely won't succeed in refining it. He was also a grade 6 alchemist, but compared to Lin Xian, he was nothing. That was because Xianxia's methods and experience were too exquisite. He could not be compared to Xianxia. He had even surpassed Xianxia. Xianxia's face was gloomy. Although he was refining the elixir, he was aware of what was going on outside with his soul. When he found out about Lin Xian's skillful and exquisite methods, his face suddenly became gloomy. Not only that, but a feeling of panic suddenly arose in his heart because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was not inferior to his at all. If it were not for the restriction of his soul power, Xianxia would have been a grade 7 alchemist. However, that was enough to shock him. Xianxia knew that although he was also part of the younger generation, he was already in his 30s. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he was at most in his 20s. There was a difference of more than 10 years between the two of them. For a genius, the improvement that could be achieved in more than 10 years was extremely terrifying. In other words, if the two of them were the same age, he would definitely not be able to beat Lin Xian. That was because when he was in his 20s, he could not reach Lin Xian's level. Damn it! Xianxia's heart was ferocious. I will not lose. The elixir formula of the purple spirit pill must be mine. In the end, he directly withdrew the last trace of his soul and no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, he focused on refining the elixir in his hands. Without saying much, Xianxia's strength was amazing. He was indeed a young genius at the Grandmaster level. Under such circumstances, he was still able to quickly calm his mind and focus on refining pills. This point alone was enough to instantly kill a group of older generation figures. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to all of this. He had been completely immersed in the process of refining the pill. At that moment, he was completely immersed in the process of refining the elixir and fell into a very ethereal state. It was not the first time he had refined the purple spirit pill, so he was very familiar with it. Moreover, with the 1000-beast cauldron in his hands, refining the purple spirit pill was not a challenge for him at all. However, he still carried on meticulously, because during this process, he was able to discover his own shortcomings and improve on them. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, no one left. They didn't even move. They were like petrified statues, quietly watching. Because the battle between the two of them was really too exciting, even those martial artists who didn't understand alchemy were convinced. Because all methods were connected, the other party's performance in alchemy was the same principle when it came to martial arts. Therefore, even though they did not understand alchemy, they understood this logic. And those alchemists were even more shocked, because the alchemy of these two people had long since completely surpassed them, reaching an inconceivable level. If they didn't know the exact age of these two people, they would have suspected that these two people were two old monsters in disguise. However, just as everyone was exclaiming in shock, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a divine arrow. Then, he let out a low roar and quickly waved his finger, sending streams of soul power into the thousand-beast cauldron. What? Seeing this scene, those medicinal pill elders were all stupefied. They naturally knew what Lin Xian's action meant, but because they knew, they were extremely shocked. This action meant that the refining of the pill was about to be completed, but this was simply impossible. One had to know that the other party was refining a 7th-grade pill, and it was an extremely special purple spirit pill among 7th-grade pills. It had only been half a day, and he was already done. The elders couldn't believe it because according to their common sense, even if it was an ordinary 7th-grade pill, those powerful 7th-grade alchemists would need about a day or so. How could someone be like Lin Xian, refining it in half a day? Around them, those alchemists were also shocked. Each of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. To be able to finish refining so quickly, it definitely isn't a 7th-grade pill. The gloomy young man from the Shen family said coldly. Maybe it's ruined. Many discussions sounded. In any case, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Because this speed was too damn fast, it was impossible to refine a 7th-grade pill. Lin Xian took in everyone's expressions and the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to refine a 7th-grade pill in half a day, let alone an extremely special pill like the purple spirit pill. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the 1000-beast cauldron, which was a true Earth-grade treasure that could greatly reduce the refining speed. Moreover, half a day was enough for Lin Xian to be waterproof. According to his actual speed, he would probably be able to refine it in 4 hours. However, he didn't dare to refine it with all his might. What if he scared those people? No, refining in half a day had already scared those people. If he refined it in 4 hours, those people would definitely treat him as a monster and capture him to study. Lin Xian didn't want to get into trouble like that. With a wave of his hand, a light purple pill flew back and was put into the pill bottle. Then, Lin Xian recalled the 1000-beast cauldron again. After doing that, he stood up and looked ahead with a smile. Over there, Shen Tianyu was still refining pills and had no idea what was going on outside. However, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had refined the purple spirit pill. No matter what kind of pill his opponent refined, it would be impossible for him to beat him. Therefore, he was sure to win this competition. When the crowd saw Lin Xian's smile, they suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. The hearts of the Shen family disciples thumped as a bad feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts. This guy, don't tell me he really refined the purple spirit pill? How is that possible? He refined the purple spirit pill in half a day. Is he a monster? Impossible, it's definitely impossible. He must be bluffing. Yes, that must be it. The Shen family disciples shook their heads frantically. In the distance, the elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion looked at each other and whispered to each other. What do you think? Looking at the pill markings and fragrance, it should be a 7th-grade pill without a doubt. However, I don't know if it's the purple spirit pill. Yeah, it was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. Those few elders were also grumbling. It's fine that you refined the pill so quickly, but you didn't even show us after you finished refining the pill. Are you trying to kill us? My friend Lin, have you finished refining the pill? Finally, an elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion stood out and rubbed his hands with a smile. Yes, I've finished refining it, Lin Xian answered readily. The purple spirit pill? The elder asked again. Yes, the purple spirit pill. Lin Xian nodded. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but burst into an uproar. However, the disciples of the Shin family jumped out and shouted, "Nonsense, it can't be the purple spirit pill. How can that pill be refined in such a short time? That's right. I think you must be bluffing to get away with it. Show us if you can." "That's right. If you really refined it, I'll eat the sword in my hand. I'll eat it too. I don't believe that he can really refine the purple spirit pill." The elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were also excited. They quickly said, "Young friend Lin, why don't you take it out for us to have a look? You'll have to take it out sooner or later anyway." "All right." Lin Xian said helplessly, "Originally, I wanted to wait for Brother Shin to finish refining the pill. If I reveal it halfway, I'm afraid it will affect Brother Shin's refining." "All right, stop looking for excuses. Brother Chanyu won't be affected." The disciples of the Shin family sneered and did not believe him. "All right, since you want to die, I can't do anything about it." Lin Xian opened his palm and revealed the pill bottle in his hand. "So many eyes here have seen that I have never changed this pill bottle. This means that the pill in this bottle is indeed something that I have just refined. I hope the elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion can bear witness to this." "That's right, we can prove it. No one can do anything under our noses." The group of elders patted their chests and said, "Young friend Lin, quickly open it and let us have a look." Lin Xian nodded and did not hesitate. He opened the pill bottle and poured out a light purple pill. Then, he waved his hand and let it float in the air. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide and stretched their necks to look at the sky. The next moment, they let out a wave of exclamations. "Purple spiritual pill, it's really the purple spiritual pill. What, how is this possible? Oh my god, he refined the purple spiritual pill in half a day. This is definitely a shocking alchemy prodigy. Brother Lin, you're my idol from now on." Countless people discussed animatedly, their expressions extremely excited. The elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were also shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the sky. "That's right, this is definitely the purple spiritual pill. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. That's right, he looks like he's only 20 years old and already has such heaven-defying strength. I'm afraid that he might break through to become an 8th-grade alchemist in the future." The group of elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion shook their heads and their faces were filled with envy and amazement. However, the Shin family's disciples were dumbfounded. Each and every one of them were dumbstruck and panic-stricken. The faces of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were also gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian would actually be able to refine the purple spirit pill. This was definitely not good news for them. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Dream, I must be dreaming." The gloomy young man from the Chin family jumped up, his expression filled with disbelief. "Fake, I don't believe it, it must be fake." The Shin family disciple still wanted to quibble. At this time, Wang Li took a step forward and coldly shouted, "Don't quibble. Who was the one who said he wanted to eat the sword on the spot? Come out and eat it." "Yes, yes. I heard that there are people who want to eat treasured sabers on the spot. Where are they? Let me see." The surrounding crowd also began to jeer. "You are all disciples of king clans. Since he said that he would eat the sword on the spot, then let's eat it on the spot. Don't even think about running away. Otherwise, your king clan's face will be completely thrown away." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were extremely excited, and all of them looked at the Shin family disciple with anticipation. The Shin family disciple's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with despair. Previously, they were confident that Lin Xian would not be able to refine it, which was why they dared to boast like that. But now, he actually managed to refine it, and even wanted them to fulfill their previous promise. This made them even want to die. One had to know that that weapon was a spiritual artifact. It was incomparably hard. How could it be eaten? They probably couldn't even bite it. The group of people had sullen faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The group of Shin family disciples had sullen faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At this time, Shin Yulong also stood out and coldly shouted, "Brat, don't go too far. Don't forget that we are from the King clan. It's precisely because you are from the King clan that I have to urge you to fulfill what you said before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you lose the face of the Qing clan. Lin Xian also sneered and said, I know that you Qing clans value face the most, so you'd better eat it. Hearing this, Shen Yulong was so angry that he vomited blood, and the Shen family disciples were also so angry that their bodies trembled. At this moment, they even had the feeling of wanting to escape. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was too shocking, too exciting. One had to know that the other party was a Qing clan disciple, a high and mighty existence that no one dared to provoke normally. But now, Lin Xian directly broke this legend, and made the Qing clan disciples suffer. Moreover, they suffered a loss without being able to retaliate at all. Now that they saw the Shen family disciples' faces that were bleeding from holding back their blood, everyone could not help but want to laugh out loud. Eat it, if you don't, you'll lose the face of the Qing clan. Lin Xian said, then you'll be punished when you return to your clan. So, I'm saying this for your own good. Hurry up and eat it on the spot. Eat your grandpa. Shen Yulong had the urge to vomit blood. For our own good? If we eat it, we'll really lose face for the Qing clan, so, this time, we can't eat it even if we're beaten to death. Lin Xian sighed when he saw the Shen family's disciple lowering his head and refusing to admit his mistake. Sigh, the moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. I didn't expect the top Qing clan of the mainland to not keep their promise. It seems like this world is really tragic. Yeah, what kind of Qing clan are they? They can't even keep their word. Wang Li also despised at the side. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they also began to mock them. As for the Divine Bird Palace disciples, their faces darkened. They didn't want to stay any longer, so one by one, they quickly escaped quietly. They had no choice, it was too embarrassing. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be mocked to death by others. Hey, three-headed bird, why are you leaving? Don't you want to wait for the results? Lin Xian looked at the fleeing disciples and shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, the Divine Bird Palace disciples stiffened and almost fell down. Then, those people sped up and left the courtyard quickly without looking back. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Damn, this is too heaven-defying. With just a few words, he scared off a 6th grade middle sect disciple. This kind of scene has probably never happened before. At this time, Lin Xian once again looked at the Shen family disciples with a smile. Hey, your allies have all run away. It seems like they have no confidence in you. Hearing Lin Xian's words and the crowd's disdain, the Shen family disciples couldn't help but lower their heads. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. The gloomy young man was even more unbearable. His whole body trembled and his face was extremely red. Then, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hey, he's spitting blood, he's spitting blood. The Shen family disciples are in the wrong. Looking at this scene, Wang Li cried out loudly. Hearing this, the gloomy young man trembled in anger and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was about to go crazy. Seeing this, the gloomy young man was stunned. The other Shen family disciples were also stunned. They did not expect this to happen. The crowd was also stunned. They all turned their heads and looked at Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's face was splattered with blood, and his alchemy was interrupted. He opened his eyes angrily, and his expression was terrible. The next moment, the Nanming Ignis cauldron in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, as if it had exploded, a low sound came from the cauldron. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed. They knew that this meant that the alchemy had failed. Shen Tianyu's face became ferocious when he heard the explosion and saw the elixir turn into ashes. He wiped the blood off his face. His cold eyes were like lightning as they quickly swept across the area. Who dares to interrupt my alchemy? He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Because this was a competition that everyone was watching, and because of his distinguished status, he thought that no one would dare to interrupt his alchemy. Therefore, he did not take any protective measures. However, he did not expect that he would be interrupted at the most critical part of his alchemy, and he failed. He could not accept this. After all, he was in the middle of a competition. And it was a competition with a wager. In an instant, he thought of Lin Xian. Only Lin Xian dared to mess with him. However, in the next moment, he saw Lin Xian standing with his hands behind his back and shaking his head with a smile. "Don't look at me. I'm not messing with you. It's your Shen family's son who did this." Then, he pointed to the side. "Family disciple?" Shen Tianyu's face was ferocious. He did not believe it, but he still looked over. Then, his body stiffened. It was as if lightning had flashed through his mind. He was completely stunned. That was because he saw that the gloomy young man's mouth was full of blood. He was looking ahead with a blank face. Needless to say, that mouthful of blood must be from him. Damn it! Shen Tianyu gritted his teeth. He did not expect that the person who interrupted his alchemy was from his own family. His face was ferocious. With a cold murderous intent, he quickly walked toward the gloomy young man. "Brother! Brother Tianyu!" Seeing Shen Tianyu walking over, the gloomy young man trembled in fear and almost cried. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all that brat's fault. It's all his fault." The gloomy young man wanted to say something, but Shen Tianyu shouted, "Useless trash, get out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his palm and slapped the gloomy young man's face, sending him flying. Suddenly, the gloomy young man's body flew into the air. He spun a few times in the air before he was sent flying. Half of his face was extremely swollen like a pig's head. All of his teeth were broken and scattered on the ground. He was in an incomparably miserable state. "Scram! I don't want to see you again." Shen Tianyu's voice was cold. If it wasn't for his own disciple, he would have killed that man already. The gloomy young man's face was contorted in pain, but he didn't dare to leave. He could only lie on the ground and tremble. Ayaya, killing each other, what a disgusting scene. Lin Xian sighed. The people around them tried hard to hold back their laughter and kept shaking their heads. They knew that the Shen family had completely lost today. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Shen Tianyu suddenly turned around. His cold eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Lin Xian. "Don't be so smug. I was just forcibly interrupted. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't." Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was extremely shocked. "Impossible. Why are you still standing? Where's your alchemy tripod?" "Alchemy tripod? I put it away long ago. Do you think it's as slow as a snail like you? Finished refining? Impossible." Shen Tianyu quickly shook his head with a look of disbelief. Then, he sneered, "Why? Did you refine a 6th grade elixir?" "A 6th grade elixir?" Hearing this, the people around them had strange expressions. Lin Xian also sneered. "I think it's better for your own family to tell you the answer." Seeing the strange expressions of the people around him, Shen Tianyu had a bad feeling. However, he suppressed it and turned to look at the disciples of the Shen family. "Tell me, what's going on?" However, the disciples of the Shen family looked terrible and did not dare to answer. "Yulong, tell me, what's going on? What kind of elixir did that kid refine?" Seeing that the disciples of the Shen family did not dare to answer, Shen Tianyu could only look at Shen Yulong. Shen Yulong's face was also gloomy. However, he still said in a low voice, "That kid refined the purple spirit elixir." "What? Purple spirit elixir?" Shen Tianyu was stunned. Those 3 words were like a bolt of lightning that struck him dumb. He never expected that Lin Xian could really refine the purple spirit elixir. Originally, in his opinion, Lin Xian's strength was not good enough and he was simply an imposter. It was impossible for him to refine a 7th grade elixir. But now, he had refined it. Of course, our brother Xian spent half a day refining the purple spirit elixir. At this time, Wang Li, who was next to him, also said proudly. "Half a day." Hearing this, Shen Tianyu's pupils constricted and he was shocked again. He was very suspicious, but when he saw the expressions of the disciples of the Shen family in front of him, his heart sank. In other words, everything that the other party said was true. In half a day, the other party had refined the extremely precious purple spirit elixir, while he had ruined the elixir. The difference between them could be said to be obvious at a glance. Thinking of this, a fire of jealousy rose in his heart and his whole body became a little twisted. One had to know that he was a proud son of God and an alchemy genius. He was extremely talented. At such a young age, he had become a 7th-grade alchemist and was greatly cultivated by his family. In fact, his goal was to become an 8th-grade alchemist in his lifetime. It could be said that he had never taken anyone seriously, let alone those of the same generation. Yet now, a youth who was even younger than him actually defeated him in alchemy. He could not accept this. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was going crazy. He looked at the strange expressions of the people around him and his heart sank. He felt like dying. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. However, just as he turned around, Lin Xian's voice softly floated from behind. "I say, you seem to have forgotten something. Where's the bet?" "Yes, 2 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs. You shouldn't have forgotten, right?" Wang Li reminded him. Hearing this, Xianxia's body trembled and he almost fell down. Those spiritual herbs were his treasures. How could he bear to part with them? However, he had already said it. There was no way he could deny it. Moreover, in front of so many people, he did not dare to deny it. Because when the time comes, it would not only be him who would be embarrassed, but the entire Shen family would be embarrassed. With a heavy snort, Xianxia reluctantly took out 2 6,000-year-old and 3 5,000-year-old spirit herbs from his storage ring. Then, he threw them behind him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand. Instantly, a stream of air surged and formed a gentle gust of wind that completely caught the 5 spiritual herbs. They're really supreme spiritual herbs. Lin Xian sighed. "Thank you. Remember to look for me when you want to compete. Of course, you have to prepare the stakes in advance." Xianxia's head was about to explode. He suppressed the anger in his heart and turned into a ray of light, disappearing on the spot. "Hey, why are you guys still here? Do you want to stay and eat the weapons?" Lin Xian turned around and looked at the disciples of the Shen family who were still there. Hearing this, the disciples of the Shen family trembled and quickly left like stray dogs. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people let out earth-shattering cries. It was too shocking. A young man defeated all the disciples of the King family. It was too shocking. Moreover, what made the crowd even more excited was that they had seen this unbelievable process with their own eyes. How could they not be excited? Lin Xian was also very happy. He looked at the supreme spiritual herbs in his hand and was overjoyed. These spiritual herbs were very precious and could make up for what he lacked. He had to admit that Xianxian was really a god of fortune. Then, Lin Xian kept the supreme spiritual herbs and left the Heavenly Pill Pavilion with Wang Li and the rest. However, not long after he left, the news spread throughout the entire Windy City. When the people outside heard the news, they were shocked. "What did you say?" In the end, Lin Xian won the competition, and Xianxian blew up the pill? "Oh my god, this is unbelievable." When the crowd heard the news, they were shocked. At the same time, they admired Lin Xian even more. In an instant, Lin Xian's reputation in the Windy City reached the peak and no one could surpass him. Lin Xian bade farewell to the Windy City and returned to the Celestial Martial Arts Academy to prepare for the Secret Realm. Lin Xian had just returned to the Celestial Martial Arts Academy when a deacon sent Lin Xian information about the Secret Realm. After reading it, Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the Secret Realm. This Secret Realm was called the Remote Sky Secret Realm. It was a secret realm passed down by Lu Yang in ancient times. As it was an independent space and only opened once every 100 years, it was not affected by the outside world and there were large amounts of treasures growing inside. It could be said that it was a place where countless martial artists were envious of it. However, there were also countless risks inside. Naturally, they were the restrictions and formations that had been passed down since ancient times. But overall, it was still a very tempting secret realm. At the same time, Lin Xian also learned that the opening of the Remote Sky Mystery Land this time was very strange. It was 20 years earlier than usual. In other words, some unexpected changes might have happened inside. Moreover, the people from the major powers couldn't forcefully investigate it because the Remote Sky Secret Dimension had a special restriction on cultivation. It only allowed martial artists below the sixth heaven of the venerable realm to enter. Therefore, some powerful elders from powerful forces could not enter at all. Moreover, according to the information, challenger-level forces could send in 100 people while 6th-rank sects could send in 50 people. The other 5th-rank sects and clans could only send in 10 people each. Most of these people would be chosen from the younger generation and only a small number of them would be left for the older generation. Of course, the age distribution was different for each force and sect. Moreover, according to the information that Lin Xian received after returning these few days, even if there were only 100 people, not every expert on the mystic venerable ranking would be willing to enter. After all, it was extremely dangerous inside and they could die if they were not careful. On the contrary, those martial artists who were not on the ranking were unusually excited and wanted to try. However, even so, not everyone could enter. They had to pass the academy's strict assessment before they could enter. However, Lin Xian did not need to take part in the assessment. He only needed to prepare patiently and wait for the remote sky secret realm to open. Soon, the news of the remote sky secret realm spread and all the disciples in the Immortal Martial Academy knew about it. Instantly, the entire Immortal Martial Academy became lively. Ever since the demon-slaying conference, the Immortal Martial Academy had been peaceful for a long time. No one expected it to explode again. It could not be helped because the remote sky secret realm was even more attractive than the demon-slaying conference. There were countless heavenly treasures inside, and even some extinct spirit herbs and martial arts that had been lost. It could be said that it was a treasure trove waiting for everyone to excavate. However, the danger there was also great. It was several times more dangerous than the demon-slaying conference, therefore, every disciple was discussing whether to enter the remote sky secret realm or not. At the same time, the Academy also held a registration event. After all, this was a major event and not just anyone could enter. It had to be decided through a competition. Although the remote sky secret realm was dangerous, there were still many rooms that registered. This was an opportunity for them, an opportunity to become a dragon. In fact, it was not only the Immortal Martial Academy that was doing this. The other major forces were doing the same and were quickly selecting suitable disciples. The registration period was only 1 day. Therefore, the Immortal Martial Academy was very lively now. Those disciples who were in seclusion or outside rushed back and prepared to participate. There were also some seniors who were prepared to give it a try. Among them, Lin Xian was directly exempted from the test. At the same time, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei also received the same treatment. There was no choice. These 3 people were powerful and were the top existences in the younger generation of the academy. Therefore, they did not need to participate in the competition. Other than that, there was another person who was exempted from the competition. That was Morong Qingqing. However, she did not use the Immortal Martial Academy's quota but the Morong clan's quota. Morong Qingqing had already told Lin Xian about this before she left. Therefore, Lin Xian was not surprised. After all, the remote sky secret realm was very dangerous. It could be assumed that the Morong clan also hoped that Morong Qingqing would stay with the disciples of their clan. This would greatly increase their chances of survival. As for this competition, Lin Xian did not pay attention to it anymore. Because his strength was still at the peak of the younger generation of the academy. Only Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei could be his opponent. The others were not qualified at all. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to them. What he was really worried about was the disciples of the other sections. For example, the Shen clan and the Morong clan. The core disciples of these king clans were not weaker than the top 10 disciples of the academy. These were the real enemies. His cultivation had steadily increased, and he could be considered an extremely strong existence among the 4th-level venerables. Moreover, he had consumed the purple spirit pill, which had perfected the Ice Lotus martial soul and the Great Dragon Sword soul. His other intents had also reached perfection, and he only needed an opportunity to transform them into a true martial soul. As for the Blood Sword inheritance, it was now stuck at the 4th level because it required a powerful battle to level up. He had also cultivated the other 2 Earth-rank cultivation techniques to the small success stage. His current cultivation was not enough to reach the large success stage. It seems that increasing my cultivation is the way to go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the last few days, he did not go into seclusion, but completely relaxed. At the same time, he also received a piece of news that the Academy had made an exchange list. It meant that cultivators could use the items in the remote sky secret realm to exchange for items in the True Spirit Palace. Of course, the value of the items had to be equal. Immediately, Lin Xian was interested. He remembered that he still owed the dark red divine dragon a portion of dragon blood. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian was tempted and prepared to go take a look at the so-called exchange list. There were many items on the exchange list, which meant that there were many treasures in the remote sky secret realm. Otherwise, there would not be so many items on the list. Lin Xian even saw the exchange of Earth-rank martial arts, which made him extremely shocked. One had to know that Earth-rank martial arts were the top martial arts on the continent, and now the Immortal Martial Academy was actually exchanging them. One could imagine how precious the items were. He swept his gaze and quickly searched the list. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Because at the top of the list, there was an exchange item, and that was dragon blood. A drop of dragon blood was worth 7 to 8 million spiritual value points in the True Spirit Palace. This price was very high. Lin Xian had been in the academy for so long, and he only had 1 million spiritual value points. If he wanted to gather 7 to 8 million spiritual value points, he would have to not exchange for anything and be busy for 2 to 3 years. This would consume too much time for him, and it was not worth it at all. But now, there was an exchange list, which meant that as long as he obtained the corresponding item in the remote sky secret realm, he could exchange for a drop of dragon blood. Remote sky feather. Lin Xian muttered as he stared at the ceiling. This was the item that had been exchanged with the dragon blood. Dragon blood. The dark red dragon was also excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But soon, he revealed a suspicious expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the dragon blood? Lin Xian asked. No, look at that exchange item. The dark red dragon was excited. Heavenly abyss feather, could it be the heavenly abyss bird's feather? Heavenly nether bird? Lin Xian was stunned, and then his heart trembled violently. Are you sure? Something like that. Otherwise, I can't think of any bird feathers that can be exchanged for dragon blood, the dark red dragon replied. Hiss, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Then, his eyes lit up. One of his goals in coming to the Blood Realm was to find the heavenly nether bird. Back then, Lin Xian had obtained an incomplete map that recorded information about the heavenly nether bird. That was why Lin Xian came to the Blood Realm. However, the map wasn't complete, so Lin Xian hadn't made any progress. But now, he had obtained information about the heavenly nether bird. The remote sky secret realm. Could this secret realm be related to the heavenly nether bird? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Seems like it. The dark red dragon was also shocked. I was wondering why I couldn't find it. It's a secret realm by itself. The two of them were too excited because the heavenly nether bird was a demonic beast on the heaven list. It was very useful to both of them. Needless to say, the dark red dragon needed the heavenly nether bird's blood and demonic nucleus to recover its strength. As for Lin Xian, he wanted to deal with the flame to form the fire martial soul. Originally, he just wanted to go in and get some treasures, but he didn't expect to find such a thing. Lin Xian was excited. He had to get the heavenly netherbird flame. He had a map in his hand, and it might be useful. After making a mental note of this name, Lin Xian left the exchange board. The other disciples also stared at the list excitedly and kept discussing. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the opening day of the remote sky secret realm. The academy also gathered all the disciples who were qualified to enter the remote sky secret realm. There were a total of 100 people, and 70 of them were young disciples and 30 of them were old martial artists. These people stood on top of an enormous ancient array platform, waiting quietly. Lin Xian was naturally among them. His eyes flickered as he looked around. Finally, he looked at the older generation figures. These older generation figures were extremely powerful, far surpassing the younger generation. Most of them were at the 6th heaven of the Honorable Realm. Lin Xian even saw 1 or 2 7th heaven of the Honorable Realm experts. Immediately, he was puzzled because according to the information he received, seventh heaven of the honorable realm couldn't enter. But now, there were seventh heaven of the honorable realm standing here. This was really strange. However, the dark red dragon said, there's nothing to be curious about. The Celestial Martial Academy should have a special method to let seventh heaven of the honorable realm in. But looking at the number of people, the method to enter must be expensive. I see. Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Lin Xian understood. But then, he became cautious because if the Celestial Martial Academy had such a method, the other king factions should have the same method. If they were interested in the heavenly Netherbird, the situation would be troublesome. It seemed that the remote sky secret realm was really dangerous. He had to be careful. Everyone stood on the array platform and waited quietly. Din Xian also stood at the front with her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky. A few elders near her were also whispering to each other. At the same time, on the other side of the sky martial continent, on a huge mountain, several figures floated in the clouds like immortals. They looked like they were in a dream. On the mountain, there were strange runes flashing. They were like red soldering iron, shining with a strange light. Not only that, the other 5 mountains around it were also shining. They connected together and formed a huge light array. The 6 huge mountains pierced through the clouds. The runes on them became brighter and brighter, forming rays of light that intertwined in the void. In the end, they formed a huge array. This scene lasted for a long time before it gradually stabilized. At this moment, a pair of eyes opened in the void. His merciless gaze tore through the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. Then, a majestic voice sounded. The remote sky secret realm was finally opened. The voice was low and carried a terrifying aura. Even the void couldn't withstand it. The hearts of the disciples in the distance trembled and their bodies trembled. Xianxia, let's start with you. The majestic voice sounded again. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim because these people were from the Xin family. Hearing the majestic voice, a middle-aged man stepped on the void and walked over slowly. The hearts of the hundreds of disciples trembled when they saw the majestic figure. There was fear and respect in their eyes. Uncle Xianxia, go for it. Many disciples clenched their fists. Xianxia calmed himself down and looked up at the heaven's eye in the sky. Then, he said respectfully, Forefather, I'm going in. The deep voice sounded in the sky with the might of a king. Then, Xianxia stepped out with a cold expression. When he stepped onto the dark red light platform, the entire void started to shake. The huge light formation in the sky also shook and countless cracks appeared on it. Xianxia's cultivation has improved again. An ordinary 7th heaven supremacy can't cause such a commotion. Yeah, the teleportation formation can't take it any longer. However, if he can enter, he'll definitely get a great opportunity. Don't worry, the other forces won't dare to try, but our Xin family can definitely send him in safely. Up in the sky, a few elders were having a quick discussion while the hundreds of disciples in the distance were also nervously watching this scene. Obviously, the middle-aged man called Xianxia was a 7th heaven supremacy. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to enter the remote sky mystery realm. However, as a sovereign family, the Xin family naturally had a special method. In the sky, the huge light formation shone brightly and quickly connected with heaven and earth. A huge tunnel appeared in the sky. However, the tunnel was extremely unstable and seemed to show signs of breaking at any time. It was the tunnel that led to the remote sky mystery realm. However, it only allowed martial artists below the 6th heaven supremacy to enter. Above this level, the tunnel would become extremely unstable. If a powerful martial artist tried to force his way in, he might be torn to pieces by the unstable spatial power. Now, the middle-aged man called Xianxia was about to experience that. Under the effect of the huge light formation, his body floated towards the dark tunnel. Then, the tunnel began to tremble slightly, forming countless shocking cracks. It was as if the Buddha wanted to devour the middle-aged man. It was a terrifying scene. If one was enveloped by the terrifying spatial power, one would not be able to escape at all. Therefore, the middle-aged man was extremely dangerous at the moment. When the hundreds of disciples saw that, they exclaimed and were extremely nervous. However, Xianxia snorted coldly in the air. He waved his hand and a stream of light appeared above his head. Tens of thousands of rays of light descended and enveloped his body. Earth Step Artifact Fragment. Seeing this scene, a disciple exclaimed. Receiving a treasure fragment from the ground. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they revealed looks of envy. Even though it was just a fragment, it was something even more terrifying and precious than a half-Earth Step artifact. No wonder the other party dared to enter the remote sky secret realm despite being a 7th-layer venerable. It turned out that he had a terrifying weapon like the fragment of an Earth-rank treasure artifact. Many disciples quickly discussed among themselves, and their hearts were finally at ease. Sure enough, in the void above, under the effect of the Earth-class treasure fragment, Xianxia's figure rapidly shuttled through the passageway and disappeared. After Xianxia, a few older martial artists walked out and used special methods to enter the remote heaven's secret realm. After the older generation left, it was time for the younger generation. However, compared to the older generation, the younger generation was much safer. This was because none of them had surpassed the 6th heaven of Venerable Realm, so they did not have to worry about being killed by the power of space. When the Xin family entered the remote heaven's secret realm, the Morong family was also making preparations. At this moment, a pitch-black passageway appeared above the Morong family. It was as if a huge beast in the abyss had opened its mouth. It was extremely terrifying. Xianxia, have you really thought it through? Although there are many treasures inside, it's also extremely dangerous. There was a period of time when the death rate in the remote heaven's secret realm was 50%. A delicate-looking young man said. This young man was extremely handsome, like a fairy child, and he had an otherworldly aura. He looked like a young man, but he spoke very maturely. However, no one dared to look down on him. Even the surrounding elders looked at him with respect. This was because although this young man looked young, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. When he moved his eyes, he emitted a few wisps of the aura of a king. This completely opposite scene appeared on this young man at the same time, making him seem extremely mysterious. Great-grandfather, don't worry. I've thought it through. Moreover, with the treasures you've given me, I won't be in too much danger. Morong Xianxia smiled. Alright, since you've decided, let's begin. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Then, they looked to the front. Under the pitch-black passageway, there was a beautiful figure. She was like a fairy, without a trace of the mortal world. Behind her, there were close to 100 young disciples. At this moment, they were all waiting excitedly. Morong Xianxia smiled faintly. Like a fairy, she flew into the passageway above. After Morong Xianxia landed, the passageway that was originally trembling became extremely stable. There were no abnormalities at all. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, the crowd was amazed. Especially the elders, all of them nodded their heads in satisfaction. It seemed that the bloodline in this girl's body had been awakened. Otherwise, with her cultivation, it would be impossible for her to stabilize the space passageway. That's right. Her bloodline has finally been awakened. Perhaps there will be another king in the Morong family soon. The few elders were excited. However, the handsome young man shook his head slightly. Xianxia had a long way to go. She shouldn't be limited to the family. Compared to here, the outside world was much more exciting. It would also allow her to grow more. The handsome young man's words shook the hearts of the elders. However, no one dared to say anything. Palace of Ares, holy land of martial arts. The huge palace stood tall in the clouds. On the majestic door, there was a divine sword and a demonic saber carved on it. The two intersected, forming the totem of the Palace of Ares. In the Palace of Ares, a skinny old man sat in a majestic hall. The aura of this old man was extremely terrifying. It was as if he could destroy the world with a raise of his hand. This person was the vice palace master of the Palace of Ares. However, it was obvious that his faction was still in control of the Palace of Ares. Below the throne, there was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a blood-red robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance like an overlord. It wasn't easy. Finally, at the last moment before the opening of the remote sky secret realm, we managed to seize control of it. The middle-aged man said with a smile. His voice was filled with joy and excitement. It's nothing. Although that guy is strong, it's not his real body. As long as we spend some time, we will be able to make him disappear one day. When that time comes, the entire palace of Ares will be mine. The skinny old man said in a deep voice. There was a hint of sharpness in his voice. That person? You mean the young man they're waiting for? Yes. The middle-aged man said, this information should be correct. However, I didn't expect that young man to be related to the immortal martial academy and even be valued. After hearing that, the old man pondered for a moment before saying, it's nothing. If it's really that person, he'll definitely enter the remote sky secret realm this time. At that time, we'll send someone to kill him in the secret realm. If that's the case, they'll be completely defeated. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Lin Xian, right? Since you dare to appear, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not existing in this world. At the Immortal Martial Academy's side, a pitch-black tunnel also appeared. As soon as the tunnel appeared, the originally quiet scene instantly became chaotic. Then, under the command of Dean Xian and the other elders, the older generation started to enter the tunnel first. Fortunately, the Immortal Martial Academy was powerful and had a deep foundation. Therefore, the two 7th-level honorables also entered the tunnel safely. Next, it was the younger generation. Du Guotian carried a long sword on his back and had a tall figure. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, I'll make a move first. After saying that, he stomped his foot and like a sword light, he instantly disappeared into the black tunnel above. Then, Li Yunfei also glanced at Lin Xian before turning around and soaring into the sky. Seeing those two figures, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with seriousness. He knew that it was his turn now. When Li Yunfei's figure also disappeared into the tunnel, Lin Xian moved. He didn't fly at an extreme speed. Instead, he flew slowly towards the black tunnel. However, just as he stepped into the black tunnel, the originally stable black tunnel suddenly trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned because they didn't expect this to happen at all. One had to know that only when the first two 7th-level honorables entered the tunnel would there be such a phenomenon. And now, the same phenomenon was happening to Lin Xian as well. This was simply too unbelievable. In an instant, Lin Xian's expression turned extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why the black tunnel would suddenly undergo such a change. One had to know that even though he was powerful, he didn't think that he could compare to a 7th-level venerated cultivator. Therefore, he couldn't figure it out at all. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much about it. This was because from the way the passage was trembling, it seemed like it would soon shatter. Seeing this scene, the young disciples below were terrified. Even Headmaster Xian and the others had grave expressions on their faces. One had to know that Lin Xian's identity was special. He could not afford to lose him, let alone encounter danger in this passage. Thus, without any hesitation, school head Xian made her move. He formed a series of mystical hand seals that flew upwards in an attempt to take control of the black tunnel. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission, D*MN I forgot. Although my cultivation base has dropped, my realm has indeed surpassed that of a king. It had to be known that once one became a king, their body's life level and soul would undergo heaven-defying changes. They would be completely different from supreme experts. Therefore, even though the dark red divine dragon's cultivation base was gone, his body and soul mark were truly at the king realm. However, such power was not allowed to pass through the black tunnel. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, Lin Xian's expression became even more unsightly. What could he do? He had two choices now. One was to leave the dark red divine dragon behind and enter the black tunnel alone. However, even though he would be safe in that way, the restrictions in the remote heavenly secret realm would become his biggest problem. After all, he had also learned formation restrictions from the dark red divine dragon and was far superior to ordinary formation masters. However, the ancient restrictions were not child's play. With his current strength, it would probably be very difficult for him to go against them. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to leave the dark red divine dragon behind at all. However, if he didn't leave the dark red divine dragon behind, he would be killed by the spatial power. He wouldn't be able to resist such power either. Therefore, facing him now seemed to be a dead end. Zero, do you have a way? Lin Xian had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Zero. Zero didn't say anything. Instead, he directly activated the Thousand Beast Cauldron and shot out a black halo that enveloped Lin Xian's body. With the support of the Earth-tier treasure, Lin Xian was completely safe. Then, he quickly passed through the black tunnel and finally disappeared. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. What happened just now? Why did something happen to the black tunnel? It shouldn't be. Although Lin Xian's strength is outstanding, it's far from being a threat to the black tunnel. I think there must be a mistake. No matter what, the strange phenomenon has disappeared. Lin Xian can be considered to have entered safely. The elders were completely relieved. However, they didn't notice the black light shot out by the Thousand Beast Cauldron. They all thought that the black tunnel had calmed down by itself. It couldn't be helped. The black light was similar in color to the black tunnel. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell at all. Moreover, when Zero was controlling it, he had used a relatively low-key method. Therefore, it was normal that the elders didn't notice it at first. However, Dean Xian frowned slightly. He had caught a glimpse of the faint light just now. However, he was just curious and didn't think much of it. Lin Xian didn't know about this because he was still in a strange space under the effect of the spatial teleportation. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian's figure appeared in the void. However, he immediately frowned. When the spatial power disappeared, an extremely heavy force supported his body. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This is? Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly activated the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body surged and formed a force to resist the gravity. Then, he landed safely and heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red dragon also came out of the storage ring. It kept waving its dragon claws in fear. Damn, that scared me to death. That was so dangerous. Indeed, the situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many trump cards and finally passed through safely. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Then, it sensed its surroundings and was surprised. The gravity here is different. It seems to be much heavier than outside. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a force several times heavier than outside pressing down on him. However, his body had been nourished by many natural treasures and was extremely strong. This gravity was nothing to him. However, this strange scene made him extremely bewildered. That was because he had entered many arcane realms. For example, the monster-slaying world was a strange arcane realm. However, the monster-slaying world was nothing compared to this place. That was because this remote sky arcane realm was far superior to the monster-slaying world in all aspects. The air in the remote sky secret realm was heavier than Lin Xian had imagined. It also had an ancient aura. The remote sky secret realm was a secret realm that had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. Even after so many years, the various forces of the Sky Martial continent had sent their elite disciples in. However, they had only explored 10 or 20% of the secret realm. It was impossible to explore the whole picture. In other words, more than 80% of the secret realm had not been explored. After analyzing this, Lin Xian's expression did not look good. However, he did not give up. He could give up on other treasures, but he had to find the heavenly netherbird. Don't worry, little Xian. According to my judgment, the heavenly netherbird is definitely in this secret realm. The dark red dragon said, however, our first task is not to find the heavenly netherbird, but to find treasures to increase our strength quickly. After all, no one knew what state the heavenly netherbird was in. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon was right. This place was extremely dangerous. It was best to increase one's strength first. Just as the two of them were conversing, there was another fluctuation in the void. Figures appeared in the void and quickly descended. Obviously, those who appeared later were also disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. However, they had just entered and were naturally suppressed by the gravity here. Each of them was like a meteor as they fell violently. However, these disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were not ordinary people. Therefore, after a moment of panic, they calmed down and used their methods to safely land. However, these people did not land in the same place as Lin Xian. They landed in a different area. They were a few thousand meters away from Lin Xian, and there were two mountains in between. In fact, Lin Xian understood after thinking about it. The black passageway allowed at most a sixth heaven venerable to pass through. Venerables above the sixth heaven could enter the passageway by ingenious means, but they could not stay with the crowd. Instead, they were randomly sent to remote sky mystery land. In other words, the two seventh heaven venerables from the Immortal Martial Academy were not here at all. As for Lin Xian, because he was carrying the dark red dragon, there were some abnormalities and he deviated from the path. Fortunately, Zero acted in time, so the trajectory did not deviate by much. In the beginning, Lin Xian was not familiar with the hidden sky secret realm, so he did not plan to act alone. Instead, he planned to stay with the team for a period of time and make a decision after he had a thorough understanding of the place. With a flicker, Lin Xian flew towards the place where everyone was about to land. However, even though it was said to be flying, it was actually jumping because the air here was extremely dense, even suppressing martial artists from flying. This didn't mean that Lin Xian couldn't fly, but it would consume a lot of spiritual energy. In this unfamiliar place, preserving his strength was the most important thing. Therefore, Lin Xian only used his movement technique and quickly ran on the ground. At the front, the older generation figures and young disciples had completely settled down after landing. Then, they began to size up the surroundings and count the number of people. Very soon, they frowned because they realized that Lin Xian wasn't with them apart from the two 7th level venerables. This greatly surprised them. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because they saw Lin Xian flying towards them quickly. "You're finally here. We thought you were randomly teleported out too," Bing Ling said worriedly in the crowd. No, there was a slight deviation during the teleportation process. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. Lin Xian shrugged and returned to the team. The older generation figures also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked around and said in a low voice, "As this is your first time entering the Hidden Sky Secret Realm and you're not familiar with this place, it's best that we don't split up at the beginning." After hearing that, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place was unpredictable and dangerous. If everyone was together, their safety would be greatly increased. Moreover, they were completely clueless about this place. If they went out alone, they might not be able to find anything. The following matters were easy to handle. With the older generation figures taking the lead, Lin Xian and the rest began to walk in the Hidden Sky Secret Realm. "Now, let's confirm our location," one of the elders, Elder Song, said. Then, he took out a map and began to study it with everyone. Elder Song was very powerful and had reached the 6th heaven of the martial honor realm. Moreover, he was very old and had been here twice before. Therefore, no one was more familiar with the Hidden Sky Secret Realm than him. In front of him, even Du Guoyen, Li Yunfei, and the rest did not dare to act rashly. Elder Song and a few of the older generation figures studied it for a while and then said loudly, "If I'm not wrong, we should be in the Mirage Sea zone." "Mirage Sea?" Wen Yan said. Everyone frowned. Even Lin Xian's face did not look too good. Because the Mirage Sea was very mysterious and rumored to be very terrifying, no one wanted to stay here. After taking a deep breath, Elder Song said in a low voice, "I think we should hurry up and leave this place." Everyone nodded and went on their way. The dark red divine dragon looked suspicious. "Mirage Sea? What kind of lousy name is that? There's not even a drop of water here. How can it be called the Mirage Sea?" It looked around for a long time but did not find anything. Therefore, it could only follow beside Lin Xian. Next, Lin Xian and the rest began to move forward under Elder Song's lead. However, no one flew because flying here consumed too much spiritual power. The gains did not make up for the losses. This was a test of everyone's movement skills. Those with good movement skills were like fish in water here. They could even ingeniously reduce the pressure in the air. Lin Xian's movement skills were probably the best among them. There was no other way. His Void Tomb illusory demonic steps was an Earth-rank movement skill. However, he did not walk too fast. Instead, he walked with the rest. However, a few disciples who were confident in their movement skills chose to lead the way. Boom, however, as Lin Xian and the rest were walking, there was a sudden earth-shattering sound in front of them. Then, countless rays of light lit up like colorful clouds, shocking the surroundings. Along with it, there was a vast amount of spiritual power and the sound of intense fighting. Oh no, they're fighting! When everyone heard the sound, their faces changed. They all sped up to provide support. Lin Xian tapped his foot and flew out like a puff of smoke. Soon, he saw the scene in front of him. There, over 10 disciples were fighting with a pack of demonic wolves. This pack of demonic wolves was extremely terrifying. They had already reached the level of demon general. Moreover, the demonic chi on their bodies condensed into armor, making them even more difficult to deal with. For a moment, these demonic wolves were actually locked in battle with the disciples in front of him. This was too shocking. One must know that these disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were all geniuses. In the outside world, ordinary demon generals were not their opponents. They could almost be killed in a single move. Even demon generals of the same level would not be in such a sorry state. It seemed that the gravity in the remote sky secret realm was not the only abnormal place. Even the demonic beasts were much stronger than those in the outside world. Fortunately, Lin Xian had more people on his side, and there were also older generation experts. One of the elders rushed over and snorted as he punched forward. The terrifying fist brought about a strong gust of wind and blew up a demonic wolf. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked by the combat power of the older generation. As expected of the older generation, their combat power was too fierce. The rest of the older generation also attacked and killed more than 10 demonic wolves in an instant. When the remaining wolves saw this scene, they were finally frightened. They quickly howled and tried to escape in all directions. Hey, these demonic wolves are ancient remnant beasts. The fur and bones on them are very strange. If this material is used to refine weapons, it should be much better than those in the outside world. A few of the older generation looked at the demonic wolves' corpses on the ground with shining eyes. After hearing this, the disciples at the back were also shocked. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many treasures. Just a pack of demonic wolves was an ancient remnant beast. This place was full of treasures. Of course, in order to obtain rich treasures, one had to be powerful. Without the older generation, the younger generation would have to put in a lot of effort. Next, Elder Song divided them into groups. The younger generation was divided into 3 groups, led by Lin Xian, Du Guoyin, and Li Yunfei. The older generation experts stood guard at the side. Not long after, Lin Xian and the rest were intercepted again. It was still demonic wolves, but there were obviously more of them this time. There was even a wolf king in the group. This time, the battle was much more intense than before, and all kinds of spiritual energy radiance splashed everywhere. Lin Xian's side was also attacked, and the battle was about to start. He waved his hand, and a series of palm shadows rushed out with a terrifying icy aura. All the demonic wolves that were touched by the icy aura were quickly covered in frost. They were frozen and slowed down. Seeing this, the others attacked with all their might. Lin Xian did not fight the demon wolves with all his might. Instead, he acted as the commander, occasionally releasing his icy aura to control the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, Lin Xian's heart started pounding as a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He quickly released his soul force to scan the surroundings while shouting, "Be careful. Pay attention to the plants around you." His voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Momentarily, the hearts of the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples shuddered as they rapidly formed a defensive barrier around their bodies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the grayish-brown plant nearby came to life. Like a demon, it kept swaying. Moreover, countless gray tree branches shot out from the ground like venomous pythons and quickly wrapped around the crowd. This change was very sudden. Some of the tree branches had black poisonous thorns on them. It was obvious that they were covered in poison. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's warning, these disciples would have long been pierced by the poisonous thorns. If that was the case, they would be in danger. However, even with Lin Xian's warning, there were still some disciples who were too slow. They did not dodge in time and were struck by the grayish-brown vines. They were instantly sent flying. There was even a disciple whose defensive barrier was cracked. Instantly, the disciple's pupils shrank as a terrified expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, the poisonous thorns did not injure his body. However, the grayish-brown plants did not let these people go, especially the few disciples who were sent flying. Countless vines quickly wrapped around them. Seeing this, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He flicked out a thunderstorm sword ripple with his finger, which was as fast as lightning, slashing forward. Pung, the sound of an intense collision rang out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, instantly tearing the ground apart. Countless energy collided, forming a violent wind that swept up sand and dust, like a tornado that swept in all directions. Lin Xian's sword was very sharp. It directly cut off the grayish-brown branches. Thank you, Brother Lin. The few disciples were also frightened. They quickly retreated and joined the others. However, although everyone gathered together, they did not look good. This was because scarlet blood flowed out from the broken branches, instantly dyeing the ground red. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their scalps go numb. A tree branch could actually bleed. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Before anyone could react, a shrill cry suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Immediately after, the entire ground trembled as if a huge monster had awakened. It quickly drilled out from the ground. The ground bulged and then countless cracks appeared as it quickly rushed into the distance. A huge tree demon crawled up from the ground and roared ferociously. Its voice was terrifying. This tree demon was very large, almost 100 meters tall. There was a flat cut on its upper left side, which was caused by Lin Xian's sword qi. Lin Xian's sword qi had angered the tree demon below. It roared and its branches trembled. Like poisonous snakes, they quickly lashed out at the crowd. Be careful, these branches are highly poisonous. Lin Xian quickly reminded them. At the same time, he calmly dodged the attacks of the countless branches. Everyone knew how powerful it was and did not dare to fight it head-on. They all fled. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Among the crowd, Qi Hao roared and waved his huge palm, slamming it to the left. This palm was extremely terrifying. It shook the surroundings and the entire void was mercilessly torn apart. The blue palm was like a vast ocean, fiercely blasting towards the gray tree demon. However, the tree demon also roared. The countless branches on its body waved and quickly intertwined, forming a gray fist that blasted forward. Pung, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The tree demon's fist actually blocked the ocean blue palm shadow. Furthermore, the power formed by the countless branches even pushed Qi Hao back through the blue light pillar. Seeing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They could not believe it. Who was Qi Hao? He was an expert in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he was unable to take down the tree demon. This was simply too shocking. No wonder it was said that the remote sky mystery realm was extremely terrifying. Now, it seemed that it was true. However, it was fortunate that Qi Hao was only pushed back and was not injured. On the other side, Lin Xian roared coldly and quickly waved his arm. Previously, he had only been in control of the situation and would only act when there was danger. However, he could not care less now. The gray tree demon's strength was beyond his expectations. He had to act quickly and defeat it. Countless pieces of ice gathered and formed an icy blue fist that blasted forward. The tree demon roared angrily. The branches on its body trembled and formed a huge gray shield in front of it. When the frost fist approached the gray shield, it suddenly disintegrated and turned into 5 ice dragons that attacked the gray tree demon from 5 different directions. This change was very sudden. The gray shield tightly blocked 2 ice dragons, but the other 3 ice dragons fiercely slammed into its body, causing it to be knocked back. The giant tree demon only stopped after taking 7 or 8 steps back. However, the ground had been trampled beyond recognition. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw this. The punch just now was not simple. Even an ordinary 4th-level supremacy would have been injured. However, the Grey Tree Demon was only forced back a few steps and did not suffer any substantial damage. This was beyond his expectations. Then, he snorted coldly and his eyes shone with a shocking light. That punch just now was just an ordinary punch. His true strength was not just that. He dared to guarantee that the Grey Tree Demon would not have it so easy. He bent his fingertips and the aura of wind and thunder gathered, forming a sword wave of spiritual power that swallowed the light. Then, Lin Xian flicked his finger and the wind and thunder sword wave also surged out quickly. Strong wind and lightning rushed toward the Grey Tree Demon quickly. Not only that, but the sword wave also contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that the attack was extremely powerful. In addition to the wind and thunder attributes, the sword wave was extremely sharp. Boom, boom. The huge sword wave hit the Grey Tree body. Immediately, countless lightning bolts jumped and wild winds danced, completely enveloping the other party. However, the Black Tree Demon roared angrily and waved all the branches on its body to resist. However, Lin Xian did not give it a chance to turn around. With a flick of his finger, terrifying sword chi surged out one after another. They intertwined in the air and quickly slashed forward. Amidst the sword chi, the giant tree demon was beaten into a sorry state and screamed in pain. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They all looked forward with their mouths wide open in disbelief. They knew the strength of the tree demon, especially the poisonous thorns on the branches. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Even a 4th-level supremacy would not dare to fight it head-on. Moreover, not long ago, Qi Hao, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, had collided with the tree demon's palm and had been forced back. This further proved how powerful the tree demon was. However, such a terrifying tree demon was being beaten back repeatedly by Lin Xian, and it was in such a sorry state. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. Is this really Lin Xian? His strength is so terrifying. That's right. This sword chi is too sharp, far surpassing those of the same level. Why do I feel like he's comparable to those of the older generation? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. Among those present, only the older generation possessed such combat strength. However, Lin Xian's display of such powerful combat strength had truly shocked everyone present. However, at the moment when the crowd were discussing among themselves, those people of the older generation also arrived and began to attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not continue to attack. Instead, he withdrew the sword waves. In any case, with the help of these seniors, the Grey Tree Demon would not be able to escape. So, he might as well save his strength for a rainy day. As expected, under the joint attack of a few of the older generation experts, the Grey Tree Demon shrieked in pain and was quickly torn apart. Seeing this, the crowd was still amazed. As expected of the older generation, they were simply too powerful, far surpassing the younger generation. Lin Xian was also shocked. Indeed, the combat strength of the older generation was very strong. They were not on the same level as the younger disciples. It seemed that his greatest enemy in the obscure secret mirror this time was the older generation of the other forces. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart turned heavy. He did not dare to be careless. After killing the tree demon, the older generation began to organize the tree demon's corpse as materials for refining weapons. The other younger disciples quickly sat down cross-legged to recover their strength. Not long after, the older generation finished their work. The younger generation also opened their eyes, stood up, and set off again. Along the way, the crowd did not speak. They all walked forward in silence because they did not want to stay in the illusory sea zone any longer. Some of the wealthier younger disciples even took out demonic beasts from their demonic beast pouches as mounts. In this way, the cultivator would be able to save a great deal of strength, and they would be able to display their greatest combat strength in battle. Lin Xian rubbed his chin when he saw this scene. He had 2 demonic beasts in his possession as well. However, he thought about it and didn't take them out in the end. One of his demonic beasts was the gold-wing eagle, and the other was the gold-eye toad. However, flying was restricted in this place, so the gold-wing eagle wasn't of much use. Moreover, even though this place was called the Illusory Sea, the surroundings were dry like a desert. So, the gold-eye toad was probably unable to display much of its strength here. So, it was better to travel on foot. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun. Everyone's shadows were long on the ground. At this moment, the scorching temperature in the surroundings had gradually vanished, and it was replaced by a trace of gloomy coldness. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the changes in the surroundings, and they frowned. Elder Song had a solemn expression as well, and he said in a low voice, "The Illusory Sea Zone is extremely famous. According to rumor, it's extremely hot during the day and extremely cold at night. It's even capable of freezing Exalt Realm cultivators to death. So, let's speed up and find a safe place to spend the night." Freeze Exalt Realm cultivators to death. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that, and they gasped. How strong were Exalt Realm cultivators? They were powerhouses, yet such figures could actually be frozen to death? One could imagine how terrifying the temperature was. Sure enough, as if to prove Elder Song's words, a cold wind blew in the surroundings not long after. A bone-piercing chill quickly spread, and the sand beneath their feet turned from boiling hot to icy cold. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace when they sensed the chill. At this moment, a cry of surprise was suddenly heard. Damn, what's that? A disciple pointed at the sky in the distance and shouted. There was even a trace of fear in his voice. Everyone raised their heads and looked over when they heard that. Then, they were all dumbstruck and stunned on the spot. Lin Xian was similarly shocked, and his heart thumped wildly. However, he had seen too many strange things, so even though he was shocked, he wasn't stunned. However, his expression was extremely unsightly because a huge shadow had appeared on the horizon in the distance. It was like a dark cloud. However, relying on his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian knew that it wasn't a dark cloud at all. Because the huge shadow was covered in scales, and it was very obvious that it was a demonic beast. However, this made him even more shocked. Because only a portion of its body was revealed, yet it covered half the sky. Exactly how big was the demonic beast's hand? The mysterious demonic beast's huge body circled in the sky like a dark cloud, and it pressed down on everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Then, two rays of light that were like the sun appeared. Everyone knew that those were the eyes of the huge demonic beast. Everyone, be careful. Don't move. Elder Song warned coldly. Everyone, be careful. Don't move, Elder Song reminded them coldly. Even though he was a powerhouse in the sixth heaven, he was still terrified by the enormous demonic beast because its aura was too terrifying. It was like a demonic mountain that one could only look up at. Then, everyone saw that behind the huge eye, a head gradually appeared. The head was indescribable because it was too huge. Moreover, under everyone's shocked gazes, the head opened its mouth. Subsequently, a deep voice was heard. It seemed to have come from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and it was deafening. All of a sudden, Lin Xian was shocked, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge head opened its bloody mouth. Subsequently, it spat out a pillar of water. It was as if the water of the Milky Way had descended from the sky. Although it was called a pillar of water, it was actually no different from the sea. In an instant, it filled the entire sky and quickly swept towards Lin Xian and the others. The aura was too terrifying because it was not ordinary seawater. It contained a primitive aura. Quickly defend! Elder Song shouted. Subsequently, his spiritual power erupted and formed a huge ball of light that enveloped his body. Everyone was stunned. Soon after, they came to their senses and quickly defended their bodies with all their might. It could not be helped because they could not escape at all because they were surrounded by seawater. Hence, they could only defend passively. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. A layer of bright red armor covered his body. On it, there was a bright red lotus that swayed rapidly. Accompanying it was a mysterious aura. Faced with an unknown danger, Lin Xian immediately activated the red lotus armor to protect his entire body. At the side, the dark red dragon also had a grave expression. However, it did not take any defensive measures because it was a king to begin with. Even though its cultivation level had dropped, Its body was different from a venerable one's and could be said to be extremely tough. The seawater was terrifying, but it could not hurt it at all. Even so, he still looked around with a solemn expression. At the next moment, everyone was enveloped by endless seawater. Not only that, but the entire area was also covered by seawater. In an instant, it turned into a boundless sea. Lin Xian and the others continued to sink, but fortunately, they were not injured. The dark red divine dragon kept spitting out seawater. Damn, I finally know why this place is called the Mirage Sea. Lin Xian was also speechless and rolled his eyes. How could he have known that such a change would occur in this place, as expected of a mystic realm passed down from ancient times? It was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Soon, he landed at the bottom of the sea with the others. At this moment, the bottom of the sea had already changed. Due to the appearance of the seawater, the original desert had already disappeared and was replaced by a real sea. At this moment, they also seemed to be at the bottom of the sea. However, this wasn't all, because undercurrents were also surging beneath the sea, and the waves were surging violently. Therefore, everyone could only circulate their spirit energy with all their might and firmly hold on to the ground like a boulder. Otherwise, they would be swept away by the endless seawater. Who knew where they would be swept to? Therefore, an extremely strange scene appeared. Lin Xian and the others were like statues, bitterly persevering at the bottom of the sea. Elder Song's expression was also solemn. As expected of the Mirage Sea, it was indeed as dangerous as the legends said. Everyone was also speechless. The sky was fine, so where did such a huge demonic beast come from and spit out so much seawater? However, this made them even more alarmed, because in this remote sky mystic realm, there might be a huge threat at any time. The undercurrents underground became more and more rapid, and finally, like darkness, they drowned everyone. After an unknown period of time, the undercurrents gradually disappeared, and the surrounding light returned to normal. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around and then opened his mouth wide. This was because the current underwater world was completely different from when they had just come up. When they had just come down, there were undercurrents, and it was a land of death. However, it was different now, and the surrounding seawater was calm. There were countless creatures around, and what was even more shocking was that there were black shadows in front of them that were like huge mountains. However, Lin Xian's soul power was outstanding, and he could clearly sense that it wasn't an underwater volcano, but a building, underwater buildings, and it was a stretch. This was simply too amazing. At this moment, not only Lin Xian, but the older generation figures also noticed the abnormality. They all frowned and looked ahead cautiously. Not long after, the younger disciples also noticed it, and soon, someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, the underwater world! Could this be the Dragon Palace?" The Dragon Palace. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. At this moment, another person exclaimed, "The Dragon Palace? That's a land of treasures. Could this really be a land of treasures?" Hearing this, everyone was excited. Their main purpose in coming to this remote sky mystic realm was to look for treasures. Now, there was an unknown land of treasures in front of them. How could they not be excited? Lin Xian was also very surprised, because he did feel a shocking energy fluctuation from the buildings in front of him. However, he didn't know whether it was a treasure or not. "Elder Song, what should we do?" The group of disciples looked at the older generation figures with anticipation. Elder Song and the other older generation figures quickly discussed, then nodded and decided to investigate. Suddenly, everyone cheered. They quickly scouted around and then carefully moved forward. Gradually, everyone got closer to the underground buildings, then they exclaimed one by one. One had to admit that the buildings were too majestic. It was like a palace at the bottom of the sea, shining with colorful lights. On the walls, there were carvings of dragons, as if they were real dragons. Could this really be the Dragon Palace? Seeing this, many people swallowed their saliva. Most of the doors here were closed. Could there be some kind of restriction? Li Yunfei frowned and said, because he tried a few times and found that the doors couldn't be opened at all. The other disciples didn't believe it and tried a few times, but it was to no avail. Lin Xian frowned slightly, then quickly probed with his soul power. With his soul power that was close to that of a grade 7 alchemist, he quickly probed and found something. "I found a place where there are no restrictions." Follow me, Lin Xian said. Suddenly, everyone was excited, and even the older generation figures quickly looked over. Then, under the lead of Lin Xian, everyone came to a crystal door. To their joy, the door was not closed. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to have a few older generation figures lead the way while the younger disciples followed behind. This was mainly done because the older generation figures were knowledgeable and powerful, so they could avoid danger to the greatest extent. Soon, the crowd passed through the opened crystal door and walked in. After entering, everyone exclaimed again because the inside was more like an immortal palace. All kinds of objects were exquisite and shining, as if it was a real dragon palace. Everyone walked in a long passage, and the walls on both sides were engraved with powerful sea beasts. Although they were only stone carvings, everyone could still feel a primordial aura. After carefully walking through the long passage, everyone stopped. Because in front of them was a real building complex. All kinds of pavilions, and squares were arranged in picturesque disorder. It was like a real city, but it was an undersea city. However, the only strange thing was that although it was no different from a city, there were no signs of life. It was as if it was a dead city. When everyone arrived at the real undersea city, they looked at everything around them and fell into deep shock. At this moment, Du Guotian said in a deep voice, "Elder Song, I seem to feel a weak spiritual power fluctuation." Hearing this, the older generation figures also frowned because Du Guotian could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation. Since he said there was a fluctuation, it should be true. Soon, under Du Guotian's reminder, the others also quickly sensed it. Elder Song also nodded slightly. Yes, there is indeed a spiritual power fluctuation. Lin Xian also sensed it, then raised his eyebrows because not only did he sense a spiritual power fluctuation, but he also sensed another kind of fluctuation. It was not that the others did not sense it because among these people, Lin Xian's soul force was probably the strongest. The dark red dragon also revealed a suspicious look. Obviously, he also noticed the abnormality. Boy, be careful. I keep feeling that there is something unusual here. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded slightly and secretly became vigilant. Then, everyone set off. Their goal was, of course, the direction of the spiritual power fluctuation. They speculated that the spiritual power fluctuation was very likely to be from a treasure. Soon, Lin Xian and the others set off again. This time, the older generation led the way while the younger disciples followed behind. However, compared to the previous passage, everyone's speed was obviously faster now. However, just as they passed through a pavilion, countless blue bubbles suddenly appeared around them. The surrounding seawater seemed to be boiling and trembling violently. Not good, retreat. Up ahead, Elder Song suddenly shouted anxiously. Along with this voice, countless black shadows suddenly came from all directions. Like black lightning, they quickly stabbed at everyone. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others were no ordinary people. Their reactions were fast enough and they quickly retreated. Dang dang dang, clang. 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 Those black shadows all pierced into the ground, making metallic sounds. Soon after, everyone discovered that the lightning-like black shadows were none other than spears. Those long hairs were more than 10 feet long, and they were completely orchids. Strange patterns were carved on them, and there was a layer of light flowing rapidly on them. One could tell at a glance that they were filled with a ferocious aura. Seeing these blue spears, everyone's face darkened. Judging from the aura on them, these spears could definitely pose a threat to them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned because he had sensed a similar aura from before. It seemed that the mysterious energy wave was the unknown threat before him. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless figures rushed from all directions. They held blue spears in their hands and had a fierce aura. Without a doubt, the sneak attack from before was launched by them. However, when the crowd saw those people, they were all stunned because they weren't human. They had the bodies of humans, but they had the heads of shrimps. Their arms were also covered in scales, making them look extremely strange. Damn, are they shrimp soldiers? A few disciples' eyes widened and almost bit their tongues. Elder Song quickly reminded them, "Be careful, these monsters are very strong." Before he finished his reminder, the shrimp soldiers on the opposite side launched a fierce attack. They all gave off blue devil chi and held icy cold spears as they rushed over. These shrimp soldiers were most likely from the devil race and had lived in the sea for a long time, so they were very familiar with the environment and were very agile. However, the disciples from the academy were different. After all, they were fighting underwater, and the seawater was not ordinary seawater. It also contained a terrifying desolate aura. As such, their combat strength was weaker than on the ground. As such, as soon as they started fighting, some disciples were sent flying. Luckily, there were many seniors in the group. They acted decisively and displayed their powerful combat strength, fighting against the shrimp soldiers. However, there was a limit to the seniors. Soon, a disciple was unable to dodge and was pierced by a blue spear, nailing him to the ground. Blood flowed out, dyeing the seawater red. The battle was very intense, but it ended quickly. After killing a few disciples, the shrimp soldiers quickly swam away and hid in the buildings in the distance. Seeing this, everyone's faces became gloomy. As soon as they entered the Crystal Palace, they were ambushed and some people even lost their lives. This was not a good sign for them. Everyone, be careful. This place is more dangerous than we thought. Elder Song sighed. He had entered the remote sky secret realm twice, so he was very open-minded about life and death. One must know that the remote sky secret realm was not a good place. Death was a common occurrence. They were already very lucky that only a few people died in this battle. However, it was obvious that this was only the first wave of attack. Who knew if the shrimp soldiers hiding in the dark would attack again? Lin Xian's face was also solemn. Although the battle was short and he had killed a few shrimp soldiers, he was unable to turn the situation around. Luckily, they had more people on their side. If they really fought with their lives on the line, they would definitely be able to kill the shrimp soldiers. Next, under the lead of Elder Song and the rest, the group set off again. However, they did not walk for long before they met the shrimp soldiers again. This time, the number of shrimp soldiers was much more than before. It was almost the same as the number of disciples from the Immortal Martial Academy. Moreover, what made them even more shocked was that these shrimp soldiers were not only holding icy blue spears, but they were also wearing navy blue armor. They were like an army, with a biting cold murderous aura. At this moment, an even larger shrimp soldier walked over from afar. He was clad in azure armor and carried a blue cape behind his back. He looked mighty and extraordinary, but his huge shrimp head made him look even weirder. The shrimp soldier who looked like a leader walked out and stared coldly at the front. Then, he mumbled something in an unknown language. However, this wasn't a human language, so the crowd couldn't understand him. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know this language either. However, the crimson dragon beside him jumped up and said, F***CK. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living. You can understand him? A disciple asked. They were already used to the crimson dragon's behavior. Lin Xian looked over and said, since you can understand him, then explain it to us. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Ruffian Dragon said angrily, damn it. A bunch of shrimp soldiers actually dared to threaten us and say that this place belongs to them. They want us to hand over our treasures and storage rings. Otherwise, they'll kill us without mercy. After hearing this, the crowd's faces darkened. Ruffian Dragon was also furious. F***CK. You're the first ones who dare to rob me. I'll let you know the consequences of robbing me. The Crimson Dragon roared in anger. After hearing this, the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples were also furious. They glared at the shrimp soldiers. A bunch of shrimp soldiers actually dared to rob them? How audacious! One had to know that they weren't here to be bullied. They were here to find treasures. Tell them to scram. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. Elder Song said in a deep voice. After that, the Crimson Dragon spoke a bunch of gibberish. It was obvious that it passed the message to the shrimp soldiers. After hearing this, the shrimp soldiers were instantly enraged and started to roar. After hearing this, the leader of the shrimp soldiers had a sinister look on his face. The blue demonic chi on his body started to churn. It was obvious that he was enraged by the Crimson Dragon's words. In the next moment, he raised the blue spear in his hand and stabbed it toward Lin Xian and the others. Then, he started to utter strange sounds. F***ck. They're going to attack. The Crimson Dragon stomped his feet in anger. Sure enough, the surrounding prawn soldiers quickly waved their spears, forming a blue light that connected together like a wave, surging towards the group. The shrimp soldier leader also made his move. His terrifying strength shook the surroundings, and it wasn't any weaker than the older generations. Humph. Within the crowd, Duguoutian coldly snorted. His tall figure took a step forward. He quickly pulled out the long sword on his back and slashed forward. This sword was extremely sharp. It sliced apart the entire seawater, creating a vacuum. Pung! Soon, their attacks collided, and a terrifying energy burst forth. The seawater was torn apart, and the buildings in the surroundings were blasted apart, forming countless powerful shockwaves that forced the students of the Immortal Martial Academy and the prawn soldiers to retreat. When they saw this scene, everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled. They never thought that the shrimp soldier leader would be so powerful, to actually be able to contend against Duguoutian. It could be said that the scene before them had exceeded their expectations. However, just when these people were in a daze, the prawn soldiers in the surroundings once again rushed over, piercing towards the students of the Immortal Martial Academy. This was the underwater world, and these prawn soldiers had a huge advantage in the sea. However, the students of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't to be trifled with. They were all geniuses and elites from various places, and their combat strength wasn't something that ordinary paragons could compare to. Therefore, when the two sides collided, a huge battle erupted once again. Elder Song roared in anger, and the spiritual energy in his body erupted, forming a huge shockwave that blasted out in all directions. At the same time, he punched out, and a group of prawn soldiers exploded. At this moment, this expert from the older generation was finally enraged. Lin Xian also pulled out the Lone Star sword and quickly waved it. A sword chi surged out, slicing apart the prawn soldiers in front of him. The Crimson Dragon roared in anger. A small prawn soldier actually dared to make a move against him. He was truly courting death. He couldn't tolerate it, so he waved his dragon claws and quickly formed inscriptions in the air, forming a formation that enveloped the surroundings. After that, the prawn soldiers in the surroundings started to fantasize and even started to kill each other. Although the Crimson Dragon hadn't recovered his strength yet, the power of his formation was extremely strange and couldn't be underestimated. They are demonic beasts, and the suppression of their level is very deep. Therefore, if you want to subdue these prawn soldiers, you have to capture that prawn soldier leader first. The Crimson Dragon understood the matters of the demonic beasts very well, so he said in a clear voice. Hearing this, the sword in Duguoutian's hand became even sharper, and even wanted to suppress that prawn soldier leader. At this moment, Elder Song also roared, and with a monstrous power, he condensed a huge palm of light in the air and grabbed at the prawn soldier leader. This palm's aura was extraordinary and extremely terrifying, and it directly enveloped the prawn soldier leader. Feeling this aura, the prawn soldier leader's expression changed drastically. In the end, he couldn't care about anything else and turned around to escape. Like a ray of blue light, the prawn soldier leader instantly disappeared on the spot and fled into the distance. The huge palm of light in the sky fell, overturning the entire seabed. However, the prawn soldier leader still managed to escape in the end. When the ordinary prawn soldiers in the surroundings saw this scene, they also went crazy, and turned into blue light and fled into the distance. Damn little prawns, you can escape quite quickly. If you have the ability, come and fight with me for another 300 rounds. The Crimson Dragon looked at those fleeing figures and was extremely displeased. However, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy heaved a sigh of relief because these prawn soldiers were too ferocious and weren't any weaker than them. Fortunately, the prawn soldier leader had escaped, or else it would have been another fierce battle. However, it wasn't like they didn't have any gains, because Lin Xian had already captured 2 prawn soldiers. When the prawn soldier leader was escaping, he quickly executed the dragon capturing hands and caught the 2 prawn soldiers. After that, his gaze focused, and his soul spirit quickly entered the prawn soldier leader's mind to search his soul. Not long later, the 2 prawn soldiers foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. On the other hand, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he waved his hand and took out a scroll. He quickly opened it and pasted it on his forehead. His soul spirit gushed out crazily, and all the information that he had previously scouted was imprinted on it. Everyone looked over and waited patiently. Because they knew that Lin Xian was an alchemist, and his soul spirit was extremely powerful. Therefore, they had a lot of information about Lin Xian. As expected, not long later, Lin Xian opened his eyes again, and the scroll in his hand floated to everyone. Everyone stretched their necks and looked over. On the scroll, there was a map. Seeing the densely packed buildings and passages, everyone gasped in surprise. This building was too vast, and if they didn't have a map, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out in a short period of time. But luckily, Lin Xian knew how to search souls and obtained a map. This would be much more convenient for them in the future. The building in the center should be the Dragon Palace in the Prawn Soldier's mind. I even searched their souls, and found out that in their minds, the Dragon Palace had long existed. And there's something similar to an inheritance inside that can increase the strength of these prawn soldiers. It's said that in the past, there were prawn soldiers who entered the Dragon Palace and obtained great fortune. Lin Xian slowly said. This information was obtained from the two prawn soldiers' minds. On the other hand, Elder Song and the other elders frowned slightly. Lin Xian sighed. I don't know if it's the legendary Dragon Palace, but I know from the shrimp soldiers' minds that the Dragon Palace is their holy land. Also, the shrimp soldier clan isn't the only one in the sea. There are other sea demons as well. For example, the giant crab tribe, the Xian turtle tribe, and so on. Lin Xian's words made everyone frown because they realized that the sea was more dangerous than they had imagined. Just the shrimp soldiers were enough to put them in danger. Who knew what the other sea tribes were like? Needless to say, they were definitely not weaker than the shrimp soldiers. However, it was impossible for everyone to give up. After all, the building in the middle was called the Dragon Palace. Although they did not know if it was related to the legendary Dragon Palace, it was definitely not a simple place for the shrimp soldiers to worship. Moreover, everyone guessed that the spiritual energy fluctuation they sensed was probably coming from the Dragon Palace. After a heated discussion, everyone decided to go and take a look. They came here to look for opportunities, and opportunities usually contained great danger. They knew this better than anyone else. Therefore, when they heard the news about the Dragon Palace, they did not hesitate but nodded firmly and decided to go. Lin Xian naturally had no objections. He was also very curious about the so-called Dragon Palace. Even if these people did not go, he would find an excuse to go alone. However, it seemed that he did not need to waste so much effort. It was better to follow the team. With the result, the group did not delay any longer and hurried on. Due to Elder Song and the other seniors' strong combat power, the surrounding shrimp soldiers did not come up for a while. It seemed that these shrimp soldiers were also intelligent. They knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. When they met a strong human, they did not dare to attack. Many seniors discussed quickly. They felt that the rules of the underwater world were no different from the rules on land. After quickly passing through the shrimp soldiers' area, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and hurried on. At this moment, there was a low vibration in front of them, and there was a surging spiritual energy fluctuation. There's a fight. Many disciples were shocked. The seniors frowned because they sensed that the sharp fluctuation belonged to a human's aura. Someone is ahead of us. The expressions of the elders turned ugly. Could it be someone from another sect? You want to get close to the Dragon Palace? That should be it. Let's go quickly. We can't let them succeed. The group of people was very anxious and could not help but speed up. Lin Xian also sent out his soul force, trying to sense the situation ahead. If they continued forward, they would leave the shrimp soldiers' territory and enter the giant crab tribe. The giant crab tribe was even more terrifying than the shrimp tribe. They were incomparably huge and powerful, as if they were the overlords of the sea. At this moment, the Cancer tribe was fighting with the human team. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the battle was extremely intense. The gigantic crab's pincers danced in the air as it launched a fierce attack at the humans. The human team was also very strange. Although they had human bodies, there were two illusory bird heads on both sides of their shoulders. They looked very ferocious. If someone was here, they would definitely scream, because this group of humans was from the Divine Bird Palace. However, these people from the Divine Bird Palace were obviously met with great resistance. Although they were also demons, they were not good at attacking underwater. Therefore, at this moment, facing the attacks of the Cancer tribe, they could only passively defend and were unable to cause any destructive damage to the other party. Just as the Divine Bird Palace and the Cancer tribe were engaged in an intense battle, the Immortal Martial Academy team arrived at the back. So it's the Divine Bird Palace. Elder Song and the rest looked ahead and squinted their eyes. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although the Divine Bird Palace was powerful, it was only a 6th grade sect. It was still slightly inferior to a king clan. On the other hand, they were a true king clan force. Therefore, if both parties were to fight for the Dragon Palace, they would have a higher chance of winning. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned as he looked at those figures. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of the Divine Bird Palace. Previously, both parties were sworn enemies. Moreover, not long ago in Wind-Seeking City, those people from the Divine Bird Palace had also slandered him. It could be said that both parties were like fire and water. If he met them alone, Lin Xian would definitely not let them go. However, now that he was with the Immortal Martial Academy, it was not good for him to do anything out of line. However, he still snorted coldly. The Divine Bird Palace naturally saw the people from the Immortal Martial Academy. At the same time, they also saw Lin Xian. However, this was obviously not the time to bear grudges. Soon, an elder from the Divine Bird Palace shouted, "So it's the Immortal Martial Academy. You guys came at the right time. Quickly join forces with us and defeat the Cancer tribe." They were unable to fully utilize their advantage underwater. Therefore, it was a headache to deal with the Cancer tribe. However, they did not expect to meet the people from the Immortal Martial Academy. Of course, they would ask for help and join forces. As for seizing the Dragon Palace, they would talk about it after they defeated the Cancer tribe and were safe. Elder Song and the other elders discussed quickly and finally decided to lend a hand. This was because they were also unable to fully utilize their combat strength underwater. Moreover, from the scene just now, the Cancer tribe was even more difficult to deal with than the Shrimp tribe. Therefore, they decided to join forces with the Divine Bird Palace. Speaking of which, the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace were not easy to deal with. This was because in the matter of the War God Palace, the Divine Bird Palace supported the Vice Palace Lord. On the other hand, the people from the Immortal Martial Academy were unwavering in their support of the true Palace Lord of the War God Palace. Therefore, both sides could be said to be opposing sides. However, they were now in the underwater world. In the face of such danger, they could not care about anything else. They could only join forces first. Soon, Elder Song and the rest led the disciples from the Immortal Martial Academy up the stairs. However, this time, Lin Xian did not rush up. Instead, his speed was very slow. He was even at the back of the group. He would not join forces with the people from the Divine Bird Palace. Although Lin Xian was not going to deal with them, it did not mean that he would help them. Following behind the group, Lin Xian acted like a bystander. At the same time, he expanded his soul force and quickly scanned the surroundings. The dark red divine dragon also followed beside him. He did not have a good impression of the three-headed birds. Woo woo woo. The little snow monkey also jumped out. Its big gem-like eyes looked around in a daze. In the next moment, it sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and started to take out spiritual fruits to eat. Lin Xian was having a leisurely time. However, the situation at the front was not. The Cancer tribe was extremely powerful. Therefore, both sides were going all out. This slash was extremely sharp. Moreover, the seniors were very experienced. Every slash was able to hit the vital points of the giant scorpion tribe. They would either severely injure the giant scorpion tribe or kill it directly. Instead, the confidence of the Divine Bird Palace was greatly boosted. One of the elders was dressed in purple, and even his hair was purple. He shouted coldly. The two bird heads on his shoulders became more solid. At the same time, streaks of lightning appeared on his body, making him look like a thunder god. With a wave of his hand, chains of lightning crisscrossed. The crackling sound spread throughout the sea. In an instant, the surrounding area became a sea of lightning. Countless streaks of purple lightning struck in all directions. The two major powers joined forces and attacked with all their might. Soon, the giant scorpion tribe was forced to retreat. This time, the elder from the Divine Bird Palace said loudly, "Everyone, why don't we kill our way through in one go?" "All right." Elder Song and the rest nodded. They had the same idea too. This was an excellent opportunity for them to join forces and unleash their full strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the Immortal Martial Academy to get through the giant scorpion tribe alone. Seeing that the Immortal Martial Academy had agreed, the Divine Bird Palace was excited. They quickly said. The giant scorpion tribe was extremely strong and hard to deal with. However, their speed shouldn't be too fast. We should charge with all our might and leave them far behind. We just need to leave this place quickly. Hearing this, the elders and the rest nodded. They also realized that the giant scorpion tribe was extremely strong. However, their agility was much weaker than the prawn tribe. Therefore, they quickly agreed to this suggestion. The two sides joined forces and sped up. The elders opened up a path in front, forming a powerful combat force. They forcefully opened up a bloody path through the giant scorpion tribe. Behind them, the giant scorpion tribe roared crazily. However, their huge bodies were greatly hindered by the sea. Their speed was far slower than Lin Xian and the rest. Therefore, they could only watch as they left. They couldn't catch up at all. After successfully leaving the giant scorpion tribe's territory, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them patted their chests in excitement because they were one step closer to the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian followed behind the group without any expression. According to his soul force, there were other sea demons behind the giant scorpion tribe. It wouldn't be easy to get close to the Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. "Brat, do you feel it? This power is very strong." Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he felt an obscure yet powerful force coming from the front. Needless to say, it came from the Dragon Palace. At this moment, Zero spoke for the first time. What a powerful force. When Lin Xian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Zero, do you need this power?" "I don't need it for now, but I think it's better to give it to you." "Don't worry, I will fully support you this time. Your current strength is too weak. You can't leave this world at all. You have to quickly increase your strength and reach Alchemy Ancestor as soon as possible." With Zero's assurance, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He knew that even if the two sides were to fight, his chances of winning were higher. One had to know that Zero could control the 1,000-beast cauldron, which was an Earth-rank treasure. Although it could only release a trace of its power, it was not something an ordinary warrior could contend with. Just as Lin Xian and Zero were talking, Elder Song and the Elder of the Divine Bird Palace were also communicating quickly. Finally, they decided to set off again. The Shan Turtle clan is in front. Their defense is even more terrifying than the Giant Crab clan. So, try not to get entangled with them. Hearing Elder Song's words, everyone nodded quickly to show that they understood. Then, everyone moved forward carefully and entered the territory of the Shan Turtle clan. Not long after, they found a Shan Turtle. This Shan Turtle was as tall as a person. It carried a huge turtle shell on its back. It glowed with a faint green light and was covered with various patterns. When everyone saw this Shan Turtle, their eyes lit up. The two elders and disciples in the front row quickly surrounded the Shan Turtle and beat it up. However, what shocked everyone was that the Shan Turtle's limbs and head shrunk and hid inside the green turtle shell. But it didn't dare to do so. It actually blocked all the attacks. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That kind of attack could tear apart a 4th-level honorable realm in an instant, but the Shan Turtle could withstand it. It was too shocking. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the Shan Turtle to be so strong. It was beyond his expectations. If the Shan Turtle's shell was used as armor, it would be extremely hard. In front, the Shan Turtle took advantage of everyone's shock and quickly fled into the distance. The elder sighed and did not chase after it. However, a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace revealed a ferocious smile and quickly chased after it. He wanted to catch the Xian turtle and use its shell as a defensive armor. In that case, his defense would be greatly improved and even surpass a warrior of the same level. However, seeing this scene, the elder of the divine bird palace's expression changed. He quickly shouted for the disciple to return. The disciple was also stunned, but the greed in his heart made him continue to chase. In front, the Xian turtle sensed this scene and was very angry. It let out a whimper. Then, it suddenly turned its head, stretched out its head, and bit the neck of the divine bird palace disciple. Crack, blood burst out and dyed the sea red. A head fell to the ground. The Xian turtle let out another whimper and swam into the distance. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. They did not expect the Xian turtle's attack to be so terrifying. Damn it, the Xian turtles had insane defense and terrifying attack. They were simply invincible. Indeed, they were too difficult to deal with. They were even more terrifying than those giant crabs. No wonder they were so close to the Dragon Palace. They were indeed a powerful race. By now, everyone had realized that this area had a strict hierarchy. The closer the race was to the Dragon Palace, the stronger they were. However, no matter how powerful they were, it could not stop them from wanting to enter the Dragon Palace. Therefore, they reorganized the team and set off forward. Not long after, they encountered another Xian turtle and a great battle broke out. Just like that, everyone moved forward little by little. Lin Xian stayed at the back and did not make a move. Because with his powerful soul power, he sensed that a powerful Xian turtle was coming this way. Sure enough, not long after, the seawater in front of them fluctuated and formed an undercurrent that gathered in their direction. A terrifying and powerful force quickly surged over. The Xian turtle was very terrifying. Its body was not very big, only about 2 meters. However, the demonic aura on its body was monstrous. It had long surpassed a 4th layer venerable and was even close to a 6th layer venerable. Obviously, he was a 5-star demon general at the 5th heavenly layer of the Exalt realm. Although they were 6th heaven venerables, they did not dare to be careless at this moment because the other party's defense was too strong. Even they might not be able to break through it. This wasn't good news for them. Moreover, not only was there this huge divine turtle around, but there were also other black turtles that were quickly gathering. An elder of the bird craftsman palace attacked the huge black turtle. The black turtle leader turned around and faced the crowd with its huge turtle shell. Soon, the beam of light hit the turtle shell. Otherwise, it would have spat out strange syllables from its mouth. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 2-meter-tall turtle shell once again emitted a terrifying light. The patterns on it became clear and emitted a strange power. Bang, the light palm from the elder of the divine bird palace was quickly reflected back. Moreover, the power was even stronger than before. The elder of the divine bird palace was sent flying by the reflected light palm and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. What was going on? They had never seen anything like this before. In the end, a disciple screamed, F***ck, rebound, this guy can actually rebound. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned ugly. They did not expect the black turtle leader to have such a unique skill. It could actually rebound their attacks. A few elders did not believe it and quickly tried to test it. In the end, their attacks were all reflected by the huge turtle shell. Seeing this, everyone's expressions turned gloomy and ugly. Because they realized that they could not do anything to this powerful black turtle. However, they also had an advantage. Their only advantage was that they had more people. As long as they surrounded the black turtle and attacked it head-on, it would be fine. Elder Song and the elders of the Divine Bird Palace discussed and decided to attack. However, before they could do anything, a terrifying and deep voice suddenly came from the depths of the sea. Accompanying it was an aura that made one's heart tremble. One of them was a monstrous demonic aura, as if a peerless demon with horns had awakened. Moreover, what shocked everyone was that the demonic aura carried the same aura as the black turtles in front of him. Needless to say, it was a powerhouse of the Xian turtle clan. The other one was a human powerhouse because the sharp aura was very pure. However, it was extremely terrifying and seemed to be stronger than Elder Song and the others. This aura was very close to a 7th heaven venerable, Many people exclaimed when they sensed the situation in front of them. Elder Song and the others also frowned. They did not expect such a powerhouse to appear in front of them. This was an existence that was even stronger than them. Moreover, what made them even more worried was that they did not know which faction the other party was from. Lin Xian also frowned because he did not expect such a powerful figure to appear at this time. Another thing was that he didn't expect the Xian Turtle clan to have such a terrifying expert. Fortunately, these two terrifying figures seemed to be fighting at this moment. The Black Tortoise leader, who was more than 2 meters tall, heard this voice and his expression changed drastically. He let out a long howl and quickly swam away with the surrounding black tortoises, as if he was going to provide support. And the elders of the Celestial Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace. This was because they couldn't take down these black tortoises in a short period of time. Moreover, the two auras in front of them were too terrifying, causing his heart to palpitate. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He used the Blood Shadow Doppelganger to leave a doppelganger behind while his real body used the heaven-changing technique to blend into the sea and quickly followed. The dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey were also with him. Everyone was paying attention to the situation in front of him. Lin Xian was at the back of the group, so no one noticed this abnormality. The Xian Turtle leader turned and entered a building, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. However, just as he turned around, a deep dragon roar suddenly sounded, causing his body to tremble. At the same time, a strong sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. It was not over yet. A white furry ball suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a furry paw slap his face. Then, he fainted. As if he was drunk, he could not exert any strength at all. Now, he could not move his body. His head was dizzy and his soul power was sluggish. However, at this moment, a black cauldron appeared in front of him. All kinds of birds and beasts flew around it quickly as if they were real. Thousand Beast Cauldron, Soul Control. Accompanied by a deep and cold voice, a black light shot out from the Thousand Beast Cauldron and entered between the Xian Turtle leader's eyebrows. Feeling this inexplicable power enter his mind, the Xian Turtle leader's body trembled. He revealed a ferocious expression as if he wanted to resist. However, he underestimated this black light. This was the Thousand Life Cauldron, the power of an Earth-tier artifact. He could not resist at all. After a moment of stalemate, he stopped in place with a dull look in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he took action was because he learned about the Thousand Beast Cauldron from his conversation with Zero. It was not just a cauldron for alchemy. It had a more magical effect. That was beast control. After Zero's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood why this black cauldron was called the Thousand Beast Cauldron. It was because the Thousand Beast Cauldron could control all kinds of powerful beasts in ancient times. The black light just now was cast by Lin Xian with Zero's help. It was a kind of spell to control beasts. Of course, it consumed a lot of his soul power. However, seeing the scene before him, he felt that it was all worth it. Kneel. Lin Xian looked at the Xian Turtle leader in front of him and said coldly. In the next moment, the Xian Turtle leader suddenly knelt down very respectfully. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. As expected of the Thousand Beast Cauldron, it was really mysterious. Alright, get up and do what you wanted to do before. Lin Xian waved and said in a deep voice. In the next moment, the Xian Turtle leader quickly stood up. His eyes regained their clarity. He looked deeply at Lin Xian with infinite respect. Soon, he swam into the distance. Lin Xian was not worried at all. This was because the Thousand Beast Cauldron was very magical. The black light just now was one of its moves, called soul control. All the demonic beasts that were under this kind of soul control would listen to Lin Xian's orders. Moreover, their behavior was exactly the same as before, so no one would be able to discover them. Therefore, Lin Xian was very relieved. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Then, he quickly returned to the team with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. After returning silently, Lin Xian recalled his blood shadow doppelganger and quickly looked around. He found that the surrounding disciples were nervously watching the situation in front of him. No one noticed his abnormality. Terrifying sounds could be heard from time to time in front of them, accompanied by terrifying shockwaves of energy. It was obvious that the two powerful beings were fighting. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the front. Then, everyone saw a mountain-like figure appear quickly. The figure was too terrifying. It was like a huge mountain, and it carried monstrous demonic chi that swept out in all directions. It's the Xian Turtle Clan's expert. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, they didn't follow them. Otherwise, they would be in danger now. The Xian Turtle was too terrifying. None of them could resist it. However, after the huge Xian Turtle appeared, another strange sound came from the front. A void sky eye suddenly appeared in the sky, and it looked down on the world with a cold expression. The eye was very illusory, and it carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate. When the two illusory figures appeared, Elder Song and the others in the distance were immediately shocked. They even stopped in their tracks and looked ahead with a solemn expression. Some of the weaker disciples had already begun to tremble. The Xian Turtle Clan's expert was too terrifying. Its mountain-like body began to move, and it launched fierce attacks. Every attack could tear apart heaven and earth, and it carried a supreme aura as it bombarded the front. Fortunately, they were at the bottom of the sea, and the surrounding seawater could reduce the pressure. Otherwise, just this energy alone would definitely be able to destroy a city. Moreover, it would be a super city. However, the human figure was not afraid in the face of such powerful attacks. The void sky eye flickered above. At the same time, the human figure below was also releasing dazzling light. Relying on this light, everyone realized that the human figure was actually a woman. Although they couldn't see her face clearly, her exquisite figure was obvious. The woman waved her jade-like hands, and mysterious seals appeared one after another to control the void sky eye above her. Then, the void sky eye above her released a silver-white light that slashed forward like a sharp blade. Wherever the silver light passed, the seawater was split open, and a huge vacuum appeared. However, this wasn't shocking because Elder Song and the others could also split open the seawater. What caused them to be truly shocked was that when the silver ray of light struck the enormous black tortoise shell, it actually pierced through it. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, that was the Xian Turtle Clan. Moreover, it was an expert from the Xian Turtle Clan. The other party's defense was definitely extremely strong. Perhaps even a seventh heaven venerable might not be able to break through it. However, at that moment, his opponent had actually managed to blast open that sturdy turtle shell and injure that expert from the Xian Turtle Clan. This was simply inconceivable. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the virtual sky eye in the sky with terrified expressions. What exactly was that eyeshadow? How could it be so powerful? The Xian Turtle Clan's expert roared furiously after being pierced by the light. His voice shook the heavens as he launched a fierce counterattack. Boundless seawater gathered and surged forward like a ferocious water dragon. In an instant, the space in front of him was completely covered. The water dragon roared, bringing with it a world-destroying aura as it rushed forward. This moment was truly too terrifying. However, the human woman only coldly snorted. Her entire body blossomed with dazzling light. Then, she once again activated the void sky eye in the sky, forming a huge vortex above her. In the next instant, the seawater in the sky was sucked into the vortex and entered the illusory eye. It absorbed such a powerful attack. It actually absorbed such a powerful attack. In the distance, Elder Song and the others were also stunned when they saw this scene. Lin Xian's expression was also grave as he stared intently ahead. This was because the void sky eye in the sky gave him a very familiar feeling. However, he couldn't recall it at the moment. In front of him, the void sky eye opened and formed a devouring power that frantically devoured the endless seawater. However, although it was able to devour most of it, some of it still overflowed and blasted onto the human woman. Instantly, the human woman was forced back a few steps. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that the void sky eye consumes so much energy, I would have killed this bastard long ago, the human woman muttered to herself. This scene had already stunned Elder Song and the others. Such a powerful attack had only forced her back a few steps. She wasn't injured at all. This was simply too inconceivable. Who was this woman? How could she be so powerful at such a young age? Could she be a disciple of a sovereign clan? But that shouldn't be the case. The martial arts she used were completely different from those sovereign clans' martial arts. Elder Song and the others discussed among themselves, their faces filled with confusion. However, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. With his outstanding soul power, he finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. However, after taking a look, he was immediately stunned. This was because he recognized this woman. It could be said that he was extremely familiar with her. This was because this human woman was none other than Zhao Shui, who had left the Xia country with him back then. However, he didn't expect her strength to increase by leaps and bounds after not seeing her for such a long time. She had reached an unbelievable level. Moreover, he also recognized the Void Sky Eye. It was a stone eyeball that Zhao Shui had obtained back then. He had also studied it before. The shape of the Void Sky Eye was exactly the same as that stone eyeball. This was why he felt that the Void Sky Eye looked familiar when he saw it earlier. At this moment, Elder Song and the others were about to step forward and provide support. "Friend, do you need help?" Elder Song asked loudly. "No need." Zhao Shui's cold gaze swept over Elder Song and the others. Then, she coldly turned her head and began to fight with the Xian turtle expert again. After that, Zhao Shui waved her jade-like hand and controlled the Void Sky Eye to shoot out a shocking ray of light that pierced through the Xian turtle expert's body. This time, the ray of light was even more terrifying than before. It directly pierced through the Xian turtle expert's body and almost pierced through his heart. The Xian turtle expert trembled with fear and didn't dare to continue fighting. His body turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. Zhao Shui didn't chase after him because the Void Sky Eye consumed a lot of energy. "May I ask for your name? Which sect do you come from?" Elder Song quickly asked after he had finished speaking. This was because they were too shocked. They had never heard of someone with such strength at such a young age. "Zhao Shui, from the Void Sky School." Her voice was ice cold as she quickly swept her gaze over Elder Song and the others. Although Zhao Shui was powerful, Elder Song and the others weren't weak either. Moreover, there were many of them. Their strength couldn't be ignored. Zhao Shui, Du Guoyin, Li Yunfei, and the others whispered, remembering this name. The eyes of the Divine Bird Palace's disciples also lit up as they stared at Zhao Shui. There was nothing they could do. She was too beautiful. However, they had never heard of the Void Sky School. Shantian School? Hearing that name, everyone was startled. They had never heard of that name in the Tianwu continent. Could it be some ancient sect? Everyone guessed. As for Lin Xian, he frowned. His expression was gloomy. Just now, Zhao Shui's gaze had swept over him. However, there was no expression on her face. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. That shocked him. He didn't dare to believe it. It had to be known that his relationship with Zhao Shui was extremely good. There was no reason for her to not recognize him. Furthermore, that cold expression didn't seem to be an act. Damn it, did something happen to Zhao Shui? Did she lose her memory? Lin Xian guessed. He couldn't have mistaken her for someone else. Furthermore, she was also called Zhao Shui. Furthermore, he was very familiar with that eye technique. Thus, he was certain that this woman was his old friend. However, she didn't recognize him. That meant that something must have happened to her that caused her to lose her memory. No, I have to find an opportunity to ask her. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't have many friends, and Zhao Shui was undoubtedly one of them. He didn't rashly go up. He decided to observe for a while longer and find an opportunity to ask her. While everyone was discussing, Zhao Shui turned around and flew inside. Everyone looked at each other. Then, they clenched their teeth and followed. Not long after, they were shocked. There was a palace in front of them. That palace was extremely grand, far surpassing the surrounding buildings. There were two huge black tortoise statues on both sides of the palace. They seemed real, and they gave off an ancient aura. Zhao Shui stood in front of the palace. She frowned slightly and coldly said to the people behind her. "The things in this palace are mine. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Her voice was cold and even contained a trace of dominance. Everyone was silent. However, their gazes were fiery as they stared ahead. However, no one dared to go up. Elder Song and the others' gazes flickered. In the end, they clenched their teeth and didn't go up. That Xianxia was too terrifying. None of them were confident that they could withstand the Void Sky Eye. Moreover, the expert of the Shan Turtle clan had been driven away by this woman, so this palace ought to belong to her. Based on the above 2 points, Elder Song and the people of Divine Bird Palace did not make a move. However, there was more than one palace here. Therefore, everyone was only envious for a moment before dispersing in all directions. Although they couldn't get the best one, they wouldn't let go of the other treasures. The Shan Turtle clan was very powerful and was very close to the Dragon Palace. There might be some treasures hidden here. Lin Xian smiled when he saw that everyone was going to search for treasures. In terms of strength, he was not the strongest here. However, in terms of control over the Shan Turtle clan, no one could compare to him. Although he was the same as the others and had never been here before, not long ago, he controlled a black tortoise. Moreover, it was a leader-level black tortoise. Based on the black tortoise leader's understanding of this place, it was definitely in control. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried about the treasure hunt at all. Secretly controlling the Thousand Beast Cauldron, Lin Xian contacted the black tortoise leader he controlled. Soon, through the black tortoise leader, he learned of a secret treasure location. With a flash, Lin Xian took the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey and quickly flew into the distance. After passing through many pavilions and buildings, he saw the black tortoise leader he controlled. Under the guidance of the black tortoise leader, Lin Xian entered a 6-story pavilion. This pavilion was octagonal, like a pagoda, standing there. On the first floor, there were 6 black tortoise guards. In the future, this would be an important place for the Shan Turtle clan. However, with the black tortoise leader, the 6 black tortoises were quickly sent away. Without the guards guarding the door, Lin Xian moved quickly. He turned into a sword light and instantly rushed in. There were many restrictions on the way, but there was no need for the dark red dragon to do anything. He controlled the black tortoise leader and quickly broke them all. After entering, Lin Xian's eyes lit up because he smelled an extremely rich spiritual medicine. Damn, what a rich fragrance! The dark red dragon was drooling. The snow-white monkey also cheered. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Its body swayed and turned into a white light, flying into the distance. Damn, leave some for me. Lin Xian did not dare to tarry when he saw the frenzied looks on the 2 of them. He quickly executed his movement skill and dashed forward. Bang, the door of a secret room was opened. This was a medicine garden. It was about 2 acres, but it was filled with all kinds of spiritual medicine. Light flowed on it, emitting an extremely rich fragrance. When Lin Xian saw it, he sucked in a breath of cold air because these were all precious spiritual medicine. They were absolutely rare, and many of them were extinct in the outside world. I'm rich, I'm rich! Lin Xian cheered. As an alchemist, he was even more interested in spiritual medicine. With these top-grade spiritual medicine, he could refine all kinds of precious elixirs. What are you looking at? Hurry up and do it. The dark red dragon was crazy, drooling. On the other side, the snow-white monkey was making a few noises. Lin Xian did not dare to delay. In order to increase his speed, he even used the thunderstorm wings. Together with the illusory demonic steps, his speed reached the extreme. However, he did not collect all of them. Instead, he collected the best ones. Every time he took action, it was an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Hey, purple thunder flower, I need it. Whirlpool flower. Golden thread grass. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Most of the spiritual medicine here were what he needed. One had to know that he had countless elixir recipes, among which there was no lack of rare ancient elixir recipes. However, although he had elixir recipes, he did not have any spiritual medicine. In other words, he could only watch. However, he was no longer a child. The spiritual medicine in front of him were all top grade and could help him refine countless precious elixirs. Perhaps there were other treasures in the huge palace, but for Lin Xian, this was the best, in the medicine garden, Lin Xian's body flashed quickly and collected the spiritual medicine. Because there was no restriction, the fragrance of the medicine wafted out and immediately attracted a few warriors nearby. Near the pavilion, there were a few disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. They investigated for a while but did not find anything special. Originally, they wanted to leave. However, suddenly, a fragrance wafted over. After smelling it, the disciples suddenly widened their eyes. It smells so good. This is a spiritual medicine. Yes, and it's not an ordinary spiritual medicine. It's definitely a top-grade spiritual medicine. The disciples looked at each other and saw the passion in each other's eyes. Let's go and have a look. Haha, we're rich this time. We must be ahead of everyone. Spiritual medicine, this is a supreme-grade spiritual medicine. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were overjoyed when they discovered the situation. Let's move quickly, we have to occupy this place as soon as possible. We can't let others find out, especially those from the Immortal Martial Academy. The few of them were excited. They chased after the aura and flew quickly. Soon, they arrived at the front of the pavilion. It's here, let's go in. The few of them did not hesitate and quickly entered the pavilion. They were very fast and soon saw the herb garden full of supreme-grade spiritual medicine. Damn, so many spiritual medicine. We're rich, we're really rich this time. These spiritual medicine could not be found in the outside world. Each of them could be sold for a sky-high price. They were extremely precious. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were very excited. Their eyes were red and they rushed forward crazily. However, before they could get close, they were blocked by a few Black Tortoise guards. Damn, there are people from the Black Tortoise clan here. After being blocked, the few of them were furious and their faces were very ugly. Because they had been unimpeded all the way, they thought that there was no one guarding this place. However, they did not expect to be blocked by a black tortoise just as they approached the herb garden. They couldn't accept it. How could they accept it? There are 4 of us and only 3 of them. As long as we attack with all our might, we can definitely get through. A disciple of the Divine Bird Palace said quickly. The other 3 nodded and then attacked with all their might. However, they still underestimated the Black Tortoise clan. After fighting for a while, they could not get through at all. They even wanted to use their speed advantage to leave the Black Tortoises behind, but it did not happen in the end. Because the space here was small, it was not convenient for them to use their movement techniques. Damn it, these Black Tortoises are so difficult to deal with. Damn, I'm so angry. The treasure is right in front of us, but we can't get it. Who can understand this feeling? I'm going crazy. The 4 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were going crazy. At this moment, one of them widened his eyes and pointed in front of him in disbelief. He looked as if he had seen a ghost and his eyes almost popped out. That was because he had discovered a figure in the premium herb garden, who was rapidly harvesting spiritual herbs. Damn, look, there's someone. The disciple screamed. Someone? Stop joking, how can there be someone in there? We're so powerful and we can't get in, how can others go in? Unless it's a senior figure. Yes, but when we came here, we didn't find any traces of the older generation. Are you so mad that you're hallucinating? The other 3 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace didn't believe him. However, when they turned to look inside, they were all stunned. F***ck your grandpa, what's going on? F***ck, there's really someone. Mother ***, he's not from the older generation. Seeing this scene, the 4 disciples of Sacred Bird Palace were completely stunned. They stood there motionlessly. That was because they discovered that the figure in front of them was not someone from the older generation. However, this was not the most shocking thing. What shocked them the most was that they actually discovered something else. F***ck, what did I just see? A snake, a red snake. How did it get in? Oh, my eyes are going blind. Why is there a furry thing? Who can tell me how the 3 of them got in? The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were dumbfounded because they couldn't figure out how the other party got in. After all, the 4 of them couldn't blast away the other party's 3 black turtles even after risking their lives. At this time, inside the herb garden, the dark red dragon also turned around and looked at the four figures outside the door. He quickly said, "Hey, there are four little reptiles coming." Lin Xian didn't even turn his head. He quickly said, "Ignore them. Hurry up and pick them. We'll leave as soon as we're done." He wasn't worried at all because with the black turtles, those people couldn't enter at all. By the time those elders came in, he had already finished plucking the fruits. Therefore, Lin Xian ignored the four disciples of the divine bird palace outside. The dark red dragon turned around and revealed a very disdainful smile. He then extended his dragon claw and looked down on them. Seeing this, the faces of the four disciples of the divine bird palace outside suddenly turned green. Mother **Cur, what is he doing? How dare he look down on me? Stinky reptile, come out. Believe it or not, I'll kill you in minutes. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. I'm going to kill them. The four of them were going crazy. When had they ever been looked down on? Moreover, the other party was a snake, however, they couldn't beat the three black turtles in front of them, so they could only vomit blood and anger. Hey, that's not right. Why aren't the three of them attacked? After messing around for a while, the four of them calmed down and looked inside with a suspicious look. It was because it was too strange. The three black turtles attacked them when they saw them, but they didn't attack the three people inside. It was too strange. Damn it, don't these black turtles have bad eyesight? Can't they see the situation behind them? No, let's draw the attention of the black turtles and let them attack the kid inside. We'll take advantage of the chaos to go in. The four of them discussed and acted again. However, no matter how hard they struggled, the three black turtles ignored Lin Xian and didn't respond at all. Oh God, can someone tell me what's going on? Are these three black turtles blind? Damn it, there are three big people inside. You don't fight them but target the four of us. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? The four of them were going crazy because there were top-grade spiritual herbs inside. Every one of them was a heaven-defying treasure. However, they were so close, but they could only watch helplessly. This was definitely a scene that would make one vomit blood. Don't try anymore. It's useless. There might be a special restriction inside that prevents these black turtles from entering. One of them said. Hearing this, the other three fell silent because this was the only explanation that could explain the situation in front of them. Then what should we do? Are we going to give up just like that? Let that kid take advantage of us? They didn't recognize Lin Xian because at this moment, Lin Xian is maintaining a high-speed state, leaving behind after images. So, it's normal that they didn't recognize Lin Xian. Otherwise, if they knew it was Lin Xian, they would vomit blood even more. Give up just like that? Impossible. Let's lure more black turtles and block this door. Let's see how this kid comes out later. We can't let anyone else get what we can't get. One of the disciples revealed a sinister smile. Go and take a look in the distance. See if you can lure other black tortoises over. Soon, the disciples of the divine bird palace moved and flew inside. Not long after, they lured 3 more black turtles. 6 black turtles wandered around the herb garden, while the 4 disciples of the divine bird palace retreated to the side and waited with sneers on their faces. Humph, how dare you steal our things? Let's see how you'll die this time. The 4 disciples of divine bird palace smiled sinisterly. In the premium herb garden, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon quickly picked the herbs. Before long, they were done. At this moment, there were only a few scattered spiritual herbs left in the garden. Lin Xian and the other 2 didn't care for these. Forget it, don't pick them. Leave some for the Xian turtle tribe. Lin Xian touched his storage ring and said with a smile. Well, then be merciful and leave some for them. The dark red dragon stopped picking after hearing that. The little white monkey also swished back to Lin Xian's shoulder and nodded. If there were experts from the Xian turtle tribe here, they would definitely vomit blood. Leave some? **CK, leave some for us. This is all ours, okay? Even the Xian turtle leader's mouth twitched. However, he was already under Lin Xian's control, so he couldn't resist at all. Well, it's about time. Let's go to the next place to search for treasures. Lin Xian clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a flash of his body, he headed to the next location. Outside, the 4 disciples of Divine Bird Palace hid in the dark and stared at the entrance of the herb garden. Suddenly, their expressions changed and they became excited. Damn, they're out. They're really out. Humph, let's see how you'll die this time. The few of them sneered. In their opinion, the 6 black tortoises were too powerful. It was impossible for Lin Xian's team to resist them. Haha, I'd like to see what this kid can do. What can he do? He's dead for sure. The 6 Xian turtles are absolutely powerful. That kid can't resist. Humph, he deserves it. Who told him to steal our things? The 4 of them discussed quickly as if they had already seen the result they wanted. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs almost fell out because they saw a figure calmly walk out of the herb garden and stride past the 6 Xian turtle guards. The 6 Xian turtle guards were like statues and didn't react at all. Damn it, what's going on? Damn it, are the 6 Xian turtles dead? Why aren't they responding at all? These people were completely stunned. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were running through their minds. This was too strange. They thought that when the other party came out, they would definitely be surrounded by the 6 Xian turtles and killed mercilessly. However, the situation was completely different from what they expected. Not only was the other party not hurt, they didn't even attack. Those Xian turtles stood there motionlessly as if they didn't see anything. Ghost, it must be a ghost. The 4 disciples of Divine Bird Palace went crazy. However, when they saw the silhouette clearly, their hearts trembled and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Why is it that kid's that kid? What? Him? These people went crazy again because they didn't notice that the person who came out was none other than Lin Xian, their sworn enemy. Xquanzhen Xians. Damn it, I can't tolerate this. Go, kill him. The elixir is ours. The 4 Divine Bird Palace's disciples' eyes were red. Like crazy rabbits, they rushed up quickly. However, as soon as they went up, the 6 Xian turtle guards in front also moved. They roared and rushed up quickly. In an instant, they stopped the 4 Divine Bird Palace's disciples. Damn it, why are you moving again? Why don't you kill him? Why? The 4 people roared wildly. They were really crazy. This scene was too much. They were all humans. Why did they let go of Lin Xian and catch them instead? However, no one answered him. Lin Xian merely sneered. As for the 6 black tortoise bodyguards, they immediately began to attack. Suddenly, there was a miserable howl from behind. Lin Xian's body swayed and set off into the depths of the pavilion. Soon, Lin Xian collected a lot of treasures. Half a day later, he left the pavilion with satisfaction. The martial arts disciples outside were even crazier. They collected the treasures crazily and almost turned the building upside down. Lin Xian did not continue to search. Instead, he wandered around. He had disappeared for half a day and had to show his face. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. However, as soon as he came out, he saw a few people from the Divine Bird Palace rushing towards him. It's him, it's him. He just took the Supreme Herb Garden. Yes, this guy is too despicable. He took our things. The 4 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace had escaped and were now pointing at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. They did escape, but they did not get anything at all and were injured. It could be said that they were very unlucky. Now, seeing Lin Xian appear, they were even angrier. So they quickly called the other disciples of the Divine Bird Palace to come and find trouble. They even turned black into white, saying that Lin Xian took their things. Boy, how dare you take our Divine Bird Palace's things? I think you don't want to live anymore. If you know what's good for you, hand it over obediently and we might let you go. Humph, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Immortal Martial Academy. Let me tell you, our Divine Bird Palace is not to be trifled with. Hurry up and hand over those supreme herbs. These people were all ferocious as they stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. This was because they had already heard from the 4 disciples that Lin Xian had robbed a huge top-grade herb garden. Every single one of the herbs in that garden was extremely precious. Many of them were even extinct in the outside world. This was definitely a huge temptation and wealth. So, these people would not give up. The voices of the four were very loud and directly alerted the surrounding people. When the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples saw this, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Why are they having a conflict with Lin Xian? I heard that both sides have a grudge, but they shouldn't be having a conflict at this time. Yeah, could there be some other reason? I heard that junior brother Lin took their spiritual herbs and now both sides are arguing. An Immortal Martial Academy disciple said. Junior brother Lin took their spiritual herbs? After the crowd heard this, they were all stunned. But at this moment, Bing Ling and the rest walked over and coldly said. The items here are originally ownerless. Even if there is one, it should belong to the Xian Turtle clan. Then what basis does the Divine Bird Palace have to say that junior brother Lin took their things? They are obviously picking a fight, not putting our Immortal Martial Academy in their eyes. Yi Yan coldly said from the side. They had all gone on missions with Lin Xian before, so they were very supportive of Lin Xian. Daring to bully us, the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples, they are picking a fight. Let's go and support junior brother Lin. Let's see who dares to look down on our Immortal Martial Academy. Yeah, damn it, the Divine Bird Palace dares to bully our Immortal Martial Academy. They must be tired of living. Supporting junior brother Lin, let's go and demand an explanation. With someone taking the lead, these people naturally wouldn't be afraid. The group of people marched forward in a grandiose manner. The number of people from the Divine Bird Palace also increased. In the end, both sides faced each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. At this moment, the older generation figures were also alarmed. They gave up on searching and hurried over, coldly shouting. What are you all doing? The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace turned their heads and hurriedly said, Elder, you guys came at the right time. This brat is too despicable, daring to snatch our peak-grade spiritual herbs. Elder, you guys came at the right time. This brat is too despicable, daring to snatch our peak-grade spiritual herbs. You have to seek justice for us. When the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace saw the arrival of the elder, they all shouted loudly. On the side of the Immortal Martial Academy, a wave of angry scolded, Pooey, return your stuff. What items here belong to you? How shameless. That's right, you guys can't snatch the spiritual herbs from us. It's because your strength isn't enough, yet you guys are still complaining. Your skin is really thick. The Immortal Martial Academy didn't back down either. Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face as he coldly stared at them. These fellows really dared to say that they wanted to snatch their spiritual herbs? Did he even need to snatch them? Those four fellows didn't even enter the door, however, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace didn't care about that. Firstly, Lin Xian was originally their enemy, and secondly, the temptation of peak-grade spiritual herbs was too great. Even these older generation figures couldn't be spared. Hence, they hurriedly rushed over, staring at Lin Xian as they coldly shouted. Brat, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the spiritual herbs you snatched, and I can let bygones be bygones. Yeah, we can give the Immortal Martial Academy some face, as long as you hand over the spiritual herbs. If it weren't for the Immortal Martial Academy, they would have already made a move. Why would they waste time talking nonsense with Lin Xian? But now, they didn't give Lin Xian any face, and coldly berated him. Lin Xian coldly laughed. After living for so many years, why are you still so stupid? Just because he said he snatched it? Which eye of yours saw it? Humph, don't quibble, it was obviously you who stole our things. The four Divine Bird Palace disciples shouted loudly. Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. He quickly said, well, tell me, how many spirit herbs did I steal from you? What kind of spirit herbs were they? As long as you can name one, I will give you all the spiritual herbs I have today. Suddenly, the disciples of Divine Bird Palace were speechless. Because they were just talking nonsense, how could they know? However, in front of so many people, they couldn't admit it directly. They could only brace themselves and say it. Those are all extinct spiritual medicines, how could we possibly recognize them? But we do know that just by looking at their luster and aura, they are definitely top quality. You don't recognize him? Forget it, I can't blame you for being ignorant. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. You should be able to remember how many stocks. At your level, you should be able to tell with a glance. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were speechless again. Of course they didn't know. One must know that they didn't even have the chance to enter the herb garden. Seeing them speechless, Lin Xian coldly said, "You can't even answer the most basic question, and still say that I stole from you? This lie is a little too big." The surrounding Immortal Martial Academy disciples were enraged when they heard these words. *CK, I originally thought that it was a robbery, but now it seems like it wasn't a robbery at all. You guys didn't even see a strand of hair, and you're just randomly spreading rumors? What do you mean, you think that our Immortal Martial Academy is easy to bully? *CK, you have to give us an explanation, or else don't think that you can fool us so easily. The Immortal Martial Academy disciples were anxious. Both sides had just joined hands and were allies, but now the other side directly shed all pretense of cordiality, wanting to snatch the spiritual herbs from Lin Xian's hands. This was not putting the Immortal Martial Academy in their eyes at all. Thinking of this, the group of Immortal Martial Academy disciples were enraged, and glared at the people of Divine Bird Palace with unkind expressions. The countenances of the 4 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were extremely unsightly, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, and the expressions of the elders were also extremely dark. They didn't expect that the disciples under them would be so stupid. They didn't even understand these questions, and dared to directly slander Lin Xian. This was simply courting death. Not only that, they were also dragged into the water. Now that they were in such a passive situation, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace felt their faces turning black, as though they were slapped in the face. However, the 4 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were unwilling to give up. Finally, they gritted their teeth and hurriedly said, "I don't know what method this brat used, but he's actually able to control the black tortoises. I personally saw him swagger past the 6 black tortoises, and those black tortoises attacked us in a frenzy. Yes, that's the reason why we missed out on the spiritual herbs." The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace yelled in a frenzy. However, the Immortal Martial Academy disciples were still laughing coldly. "Doesn't this prove that you guys are useless? Hurry up and scram, don't embarrass yourself here. Wanting to slander Junior Brother Lin, this is simply an impossible thing." "That's right, who is Junior Brother Lin? He's an influential figure in our Immortal Martial Academy. He can annihilate all of you with just a finger." These people wouldn't even believe a word of the other party. Lin Xian's expression was also indifferent. Although the other party's guess was not far from the truth, and he was indeed able to control the black tortoises, the other party didn't have any evidence, so he wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to see what other methods the other party could use. After hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace frowned. "What you said, is it true?" "It's true, Elder. This is what we saw with our own eyes, there's absolutely no mistake." After hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace immediately stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile. "Brat, how are you going to explain yourself now? Could it be that you and the black tortoises have some shady dealings?" The elder of the Divine Bird Palace shouted loudly. However, Lin Xian just laughed and gave the other party a disdainful look. This group of people's brains must be made of paste. Spies of the black tortoises, only they could think of such a thing. Lin Xian couldn't even be bothered to explain such words. He could only look at them with deep disdain. At this moment, Elder Song and the others also hurried over and asked coldly, "What's going on?" "Elder Song, you came at the right time. Yeah, Elder, these 3-headed birds are too despicable. They wanted to bully Junior Brother Lin and even wanted to snatch the spiritual herbs in his hands." The surrounding disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy chattered and quickly explained the situation. After hearing this, the faces of Elder Song and the others sank. One must know that Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. He was an influential figure in the academy. Not only that, he was also a special person who was specially taken care of by the academy. Therefore, Elder Song and the others definitely wouldn't let him suffer a loss. Very quickly, his gaze turned and stared at the people of the Divine Bird Palace. He said coldly, "The few of you, aren't you going a little too far by doing this? Do you really think that the Immortal Martial Academy is easy to bully? However, the temptation of the top-grade spirit medicine was too great. They could only brace themselves and say this. Elder Song, you misunderstood. I'm not targeting the Immortal Martial Academy. It's just that this brat is too suspicious. How about this, I won't make things difficult for him. As long as he can explain why those black tortoises didn't attack him, we'll let this matter rest. If he can't explain, then don't blame us. After saying this, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace didn't say anything else. Instead, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. They wanted to see how he would explain himself. Hearing this, Elder Song and the rest's faces darkened. From the looks of it, Lin Xian didn't intend to give up. Lin Xian, on the other hand, rolled his eyes speechlessly. He stood out, looked at the people of the Divine Bird Palace, and said coldly, I thought that since you've lived for so long, you should have some experience. But I didn't expect that you can't even understand such a simple thing. There's a cultivation technique called concealment. It can conceal a cultivator's aura. Do you understand? Coincidentally, I know this cultivation technique. Is it strange? Lin Xian said with disdain. Finally, he used the heaven-changing technique to conceal his aura. Instantly, everyone was stunned because they really couldn't sense Lin Xian's aura. Do you want me to completely conceal myself and let you all broaden your horizons? Lin Xian's voice was filled with mockery. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the faces of the people of the Divine Bird Palace darkened. However, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy laughed. That's right. You don't even understand such a simple principle. Are you still a 6th grade sect? What a joke. Sigh, I've really broadened my horizons. I originally thought that the difference between us and a 6th grade sect wasn't that big. Who would have thought that the difference between us is like heaven and earth? I've never even heard of such a cultivation technique. Since Elder Song and the rest were here, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't afraid that Lin Xian would attack them. But after hearing this, the faces of the people of the Divine Bird Palace darkened. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. Especially the few elders, their faces turned green. Humiliation. This was an absolute humiliation. As elders, they had never been looked down upon before. But now, they were looked down upon by a group of youngsters. This wasn't just a slap to their faces, it was a kick to their faces. Moreover, they were the ones who foolishly sent Lian up. Thinking of this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The elders of Divine Bird Palace had an impulse to die, but Elder Song and the others also laughed. They were originally a little worried, but now it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. This was because they didn't even need to do anything. Lin Xian had already slapped the other party's face until it was swollen. Seniors. I wonder if you can understand my explanation? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Puff, finally an elder could not hold it in any longer and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was angry, he was completely angry, it could be said that he was too hateful. Humph. Let's go. One of the elders waved his hand and left with his people. They had no choice but to leave because they were too ashamed to stay here any longer. Seeing the people from the Divine Bird Palace leaving in a huff, the surrounding Immortal Martial Academy students cheered. Many of them gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Junior brother Lin, you're awesome. That was too satisfying. I've long found them an eyesore. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, elders. Lin Xian was not arrogant and thanked the people around him. Although he was fine without their help, the people around him did put in a lot of effort. He was still very grateful. No problem, it's a small matter. The group of people laughed. Then, the crowd dispersed again and searched for treasures. Lin Xian did not stop because according to the information he got from the Black Tortoise leader, there was a bigger treasure vault. There was no way he would miss that place. Using the illusory demon steps, Lin Xian turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the distance. However, things did not go as smoothly as he imagined because the treasure vault was discovered. In front of him, there were many people from the Immortal Martial Academy and Divine Bird Palace. They were all here? Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. It seemed that it was impossible for him to take all the treasures alone. Humph. At this moment, the people in front also saw Lin Xian. The Immortal Martial Academy did not do anything, but the people from the Divine Bird Palace snorted coldly. Just now, Lin Xian slapped their faces hard. Now that they saw Lin Xian, they were especially jealous. Lin Xian sneered and did not care about the other party's attitude at all. Instead, he walked in with big strides. "Kid, there are enough people here. Go away." Among them, a young man from the Divine Bird Palace snorted. This young man was about 30 years old. His expression was very arrogant. He stared at Lin Xian and spoke unkindly. There was no choice. Although this was a treasure vault, there were only so many things. One more person would mean less things for them. Therefore, the people from the Divine Bird Palace did not want Lin Xian to come in. However, how could Lin Xian care about them? He must enter this place. In front, when the martial artist from the Divine Bird Palace saw that Lin Xian did not stop, his face sank. He snorted coldly and quickly waved his hand. A vigorous energy gushed out. It was incomparably sharp and rushed towards Lin Xian. This palm was very sharp and did not hold back at all. If one was hit, even a fourth heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it. Seeing this scene, the faces of many Immortal Martial Academy disciples changed. They did not expect the people from the Divine Bird Palace to really attack. On the other hand, the disciples from the Divine Bird Palace sneered. They had long disliked Lin Xian. Now that they could teach him a lesson, of course, it would be great. The young man waved his palm and sneered. "This is a lesson for you." However, before he could finish his words, he was stunned. Because in front of him, a sword light flashed and split the sharp palm shadow. Lin Xian was not affected at all and continued to walk forward. "What? How is this possible?" Seeing this scene, many disciples from the Divine Bird Palace screamed. They did not believe it because the young man was not an ordinary person. He was a genius of the younger generation. Among the fourth heaven venerables, there were few who could match him. Originally, they thought that this palm strike could make the other party scram, but they did not expect that it would not hurt the other party at all. It did not even affect him. The disciples from the Divine Bird Palace were shocked, but the young man's face sank. Shameful, this was too shameful. Where was he supposed to put his face now? No, I must get back at him. Thinking of this, he still wanted to attack. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His sharp gaze swept over like a sword light. Feeling this gaze, the young man's body trembled, revealing a terrified expression. That gaze was too terrifying. It made him feel fear in his heart and his body trembled uncontrollably. The young man could not stop all of this. Originally, the spiritual energy in his body was surging, but under this gaze, it was completely extinguished. Everyone was stunned, especially the young man who had attacked before. His face was extremely dark. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He gritted his teeth and was about to attack again. However, when he saw Lin Xian's cold eyes, he suddenly felt fear in his heart. His eyes were too terrifying. They were like two sharp blades that pierced into his heart. For a moment, the young man did not dare to attack again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, snorted coldly and strode forward. This time, the people of the Divine Bird Palace did not dare to attack again. Lin Xian did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he quickly scanned the area. There were so many people here that he could not collect materials wantonly. Therefore, he could only pick one or two of the more precious items to sell. Lin Xian knew that there was a very precious tortoiseshell in the treasury from his conversation with the Black Tortoise leader. It was said that it was a tortoiseshell passed down from the ancestors of the Black Tortoise tribe. Everyone knew that the Black Tortoise tribe had a strong defense. A tortoiseshell passed down from ancient times must have been left behind by a peerless powerhouse in the tribe. Therefore, one could imagine how strong its defense was. Lin Xian wanted to integrate the tortoiseshell into his Red Lotus armor. This would definitely increase his defense greatly. Thinking of this, he was excited. He had to get his hands on this item. In the next moment, he scanned the entire treasury and searched for it. With his outstanding soul power and the information he had obtained from the Black Tortoise leader, Lin Xian quickly found the tortoiseshell. However, it was different from what he had imagined. The tortoiseshell did not look as powerful as it seemed. It even looked a little ordinary. In this dazzling collection of treasures, it was truly too inconspicuous, and it was even to the extent that it was almost forgotten. This was better. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the quaint tortoiseshell. Stop. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. This voice contained a hint of anger. Immediately after, a majestic energy burst forth and quickly blasted forward, blocking the light palm. Lin Xian frowned when he saw what happened, as it was the Divine Bird Palace that made a move. Although the people of Divine Bird Palace did not know the true origin of the tortoiseshell, they did not even take a fancy to the tortoiseshell. However, no matter what, they would not easily hand over anything in the treasury to Lin Xian. That was why the scene earlier had occurred. The one who attacked was a woman in red. Although she was pretty, she had a mean look on her face. Her chin was raised like a proud peacock. She was also a heaven's pride of the younger generation of the Divine Bird Palace. Her cultivation was even higher than that of the young man who had attacked before. She was even close to the fifth heaven of venerable. The woman looked at Lin Xian with a murderous look in her eyes. Scram! I want that tortoiseshell. Lin Xian's voice was equally cold and sharp. This aggressive attitude directly angered the woman in red, and made the faces of the people of Divine Bird Palace turn black. They were a sixth-rank sect, a lofty existence. However, at this moment, a junior was completely disregarding them. How preposterous, however, with the previous example, the woman in red did not immediately attack. Instead, she said coldly, "No one can touch the things here. Let's discuss how to distribute them." Discuss? Distribute? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at Li Yunfei behind him. Li Yunfei's face was also ugly. He was probably arguing with the people of Divine Bird Palace just now. However, he still transmitted his voice to Lin Xian and explained the situation. Because this place was discovered by Divine Bird Palace first, and the two sects joined forces to break the prohibition, Li Yunfei wanted to share it 50-50, but the other side was unwilling. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. No matter who discovered it first, since they worked together to break the prohibition, it should be 50-50. But now, Divine Bird Palace was obviously insatiable. Lin Xian did not have a good impression of the people of Divine Bird Palace, and now he was even more disgusted. What's so great about discovering it first? If you have the ability, break it yourself. If you don't have the ability, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Lin Xian sneered. Junior, you're courting death. Hearing this, the people of Divine Bird Palace suddenly shouted. The people from the Divine Bird Palace finally aroused the anger of the Immortal Martial Academy disciples. A group of people stared ahead with unfriendly expressions. At this moment, Li Yunfei also said coldly, "We didn't see junior brother Lin make a move, and I believe you guys didn't see it either. I think no one can make a move in front of so many people without being noticed. At least with junior brother Lin's skills, it's impossible. So please control your attitude, or else our Immortal Martial Academy won't be easy to deal with." Hearing this, the people from the Divine Bird Palace snorted, but they didn't say anything, but their expressions were really ugly. Because this was too strange. A treasure had disappeared in front of everyone just like that. Moreover, they didn't think it was possible for Lin Xian to make a move, because he didn't have the strength to do so. One had to know that the Divine Bird Palace didn't only have the younger generation, but also the older generation. If it was really Lin Xian who made a move, they should be able to sense it, but now they didn't even notice a trace of abnormality, which meant that Lin Xian's methods were definitely above theirs. Therefore, based on cultivation strength, they ruled out Lin Xian. But in their hearts, they couldn't let go of Lin Xian. Because this was too coincidental. Lin Xian just arrived, and such a thing happened, which made them suspicious. Then what do you think is going on? The woman in red asked. Of course they won't let this matter go. Li Yunfei pondered for a moment, and said slowly, to be able to make a move without being noticed, no one here can do it, even the older generation from both sides can't do it. And those black tortoises, it's even more impossible for them to do such a thing. Other than the black tortoises and us, there aren't many people who can be suspicious. Hearing Li Yunfei's words, everyone was stunned, but the people from the Divine Bird Palace were stunned, and then they exclaimed, "You mean that mysterious woman, Zhao Shui?" Zhao Shui was incomparably mysterious, and her strength was even stronger than the older generation. Not only that, she didn't belong to any power, so she was the most likely. In terms of skills, it was very likely to be her. The people from the Divine Bird Palace quickly discussed. Lin Xian was also in a daze. He couldn't figure out how this matter was related to Zhao Shui. However, what made him speechless was that other than Zhao Shui, no one else here had such strength. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Xian could only mourn for Zhao Shui. However, he was not worried because based on her previous performance, Zhao Shui's strength was too powerful. She was not inferior to those seniors. Therefore, it didn't matter even if these people were suspicious. On the other side, the more the people of Divine Bird Palace thought about it, the more likely it was. They all gnashed their teeth, wishing they could find Zhao Shui and interrogate her. However, they were only angry and did not dare to do so. After all, the other party's strength far surpassed theirs. I thought she was an expert, but I didn't expect her to do such a thing. That's right. Not only did she occupy the largest palace, but now she's secretly attacking our treasures. She's too abominable. Hearing the other party's curses, Lin Xian was completely relieved. These people did not dare to cause trouble for Zhao Shui. In that case, he could take advantage of this opportunity. Little White, get a few more treasures. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. In his sleeve, the snow-white little monkey's big eyes narrowed into crescents. It held the small worn-out bowl and attacked again. Then, a fist-sized purple liquid disappeared. What? The purple demon shark's blood essence disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially those from the Divine Bird Palace. They were going crazy. That was equivalent to the blood essence of a half-step demon king, the most precious thing in this treasury. However, at this moment, it disappeared. Ah. That's too evil. This is too much. Give me back my half-step demon king's blood essence. Those from the Divine Bird Palace stomped their feet in anger. They had their eyes on that purple blood essence for a long time. They originally wanted to get it during the negotiation later. But they did not expect it to be gone now. Damn Zhao Shui, you've gone too far. Our Divine Bird Palace and you are irreconcilable. Despicable and shameless, I'm so angry. A few seniors also roared at the sky. Those from the Immortal Martial Academy were also stunned. They did not expect this to happen. However, it was good to see those from the Divine Bird Palace being humiliated. At this moment, a cold voice was heard, "Who dares to talk about me behind my back?" Along with the voice came a white figure. Zhao Shui. Seeing that figure, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Zhao Shui was really here. Lin Xian was also stunned. This was too much of a coincidence. But this is good too. It's a good chance to teach those from the Divine Bird Palace a lesson. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not attack anymore. Instead, he watched the show. At this moment, Zhao Shui stood in the void, exuding a terrifying aura. Her beautiful eyes stared at those from the Divine Bird Palace. Feeling this terrifying aura, those disciples from the Divine Bird Palace did not dare to speak. Even the people of the older generation were astonished at this moment. Go on, why did you stop? Zhao Shui said coldly. She was just passing by, but she did not expect someone to scold her. How audacious. One must know that she was the one who defeated the expert from the Shan Turtle clan, so everything here belonged to her. And now, someone dared to scold her. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, those disciples from the Divine Bird Palace did not dare to speak. They had no choice. Her aura was too terrifying. It was not something they could resist. Give me a reason, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Shui said in a low voice. We don't want to, but there's something missing here, an elder from the Divine Bird Palace told her about the matter. You mean, you suspect that I stole it? Zhao Shui's face darkened. In the next moment, a huge force gushed out from her body. It was like a huge mountain wave, crashing down. Boom, the disciples from the Divine Bird Palace were hit and flew out, vomiting blood. Even those seniors retreated in embarrassment. You. The elder from the Divine Bird Palace was shocked and trembled with anger. She had gone too far. She had gone too far. Xiao Shui ignored him and said coldly, "Do I need to steal what I want? Ridiculous. I've always taken what I want. Just like this." With that, she waved her hand and took away a treasure the size of a hill. Seeing this, those from the Divine Bird Palace felt their hearts bleed. That was a genuine treasure, however, they did not dare to say anything. Her aura was enough to injure them. That kind of power was not something they could fight against. Moreover, they also understood that it was not Zhao Shui who did it. She did not need to be sneaky. She could have just taken it, just like now. Looking at the scene in front of them, the faces of those from the Divine Bird Palace turned green. Many of them were heartbroken. Those were genuine treasures, and they were taken away just like that. And they could only watch helplessly. The disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were also excited, but they didn't dare to move. After all, the fate of the Divine Bird Palace was clear. However, there was an exception. Seeing Zhao Shui taking action, Lin Xian didn't use the little white monkey anymore. He also started to divide the treasures in the room. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes almost popped out, especially those from the Divine Bird Palace. Other than shock, they were also furious. Those were their things, and they were taken away by this despicable guy. Lin Xian, how dare you? Brat, you're courting death. Put down the things? Countless voices rang out, all from the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. They couldn't take it anymore. If it was Zhao Shui, then forget it, because they couldn't beat her and could only suffer. But Lin Xian didn't care. They weren't afraid of Lin Xian at all. Therefore, when the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace saw that Lin Xian was also taking the treasures, they were instantly enraged. However, Lin Xian didn't care about those people at all, and quickly took action. There were good things in here, he had to take them quickly. At this moment, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy widened their eyes and exclaimed in their hearts. This Lin Xian was too daring. At this moment, Zhao Shui also turned around, her beautiful face carrying a trace of doubt. She didn't expect that someone would dare to take action. Seeing Zhao Shui looking over, Lin Xian also stopped. He had a trace of hope in his heart, and that was that she could recognize him. However, he was disappointed because Zhao Shui still didn't recognize him. Zhao Shui's beautiful eyes turned. She didn't know why, but she felt that the figure in front of her was very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, she just couldn't remember. You dare to take action? Zhao Shui asked softly. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian smiled. It's my honor to fight alongside a beauty. You're very special. I think I've seen you somewhere before, Zhao Shui said. Oh? Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Did she remember something? However, Zhao Shui continued, it just feels familiar, but I can't remember. The two of them chatted for a while before harvesting the treasures again. When the people of the Divine Bird Palace saw that Lin Xian was not punished, they immediately became angry and wanted to attack him. Sure enough, a few bold disciples ran out, wanting to make a move. At this moment, Zhao Shui's brows furrowed as she nodded. As if struck by lightning, the disciples hurriedly ran back in fright. Lin Xian happened to see this scene and immediately sneered. They were indeed a bunch of good-for-nothings. The people of the Immortal Martial Academy also tried to make a move, but they were also warned. Thus, a very strange scene appeared. Countless disciples stared at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui as they looted the entire treasury. Although they obtained many treasures, Lin Xian was still a little disappointed that Zhao Shui did not recognize him. He was now sure that Zhao Shui must have lost her memory for some reason, but whether it was permanent or not, he still did not know. Lin Xian sighed as he gazed at the beautiful back of her figure. Zhao Shui left. Not long after, Elder Song and the rest arrived. This made the people of the Divine Bird Palace gnash their teeth in anger because they did not have the chance to attack Lin Xian. That Zhao Shui left. It seems like she's heading towards the Dragon Palace. We don't want to do it here. Although the things here are good, they're still lacking compared to the Dragon Palace. Elder Song said. Everyone nodded because they were almost done with their loot. At the same time, they were also very excited because just the Xian turtle tribe alone had so many treasures. One could imagine how attractive the Dragon Palace was. The Dragon Palace was at the center of the entire underwater building. It was an ancient and mysterious existence. Moreover, everyone knew that the closer they were to the Dragon Palace, the stronger the sea demons were. For example, the Xian turtle tribe was much stronger than the shrimp soldiers. Fortunately, they had Zhao Shui. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter so easily. With Elder Song's suggestion, everyone did not delay and quickly moved on. They were in such a hurry because they wanted to borrow Zhao Shui's power to enter the Dragon Palace. The people of the Divine Bird Palace also had the same plan. Therefore, no one said anything and quickly moved on. Not long after, they passed through the area of the Xian turtle tribe and arrived at a vast area. In front of them, there was a 5-colored crystal palace. It was very huge and looked like an immortal palace. Looking at the palace in front of them, everyone's breathing quickened. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes because the surging energy was even clearer here. The dark red divine dragon curled its lips, seemingly uninterested. Lin Xian was rather surprised by this. According to this dragon's character, it would definitely jump up when it saw a treasure with such surging energy. Perhaps it would have already attacked it. But now, it was indifferent. "Aren't you tempted?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. "It's not a good thing." The dark red dragon shook its head. Although the energy is very powerful, its aura is not righteous. It even has evil in it. I'm a pure Eastern divine dragon. I won't swallow such an evil source. An evil source? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. To be honest, he did not feel it before. Now that Ruffian Dragon mentioned it, he really did feel an evil aura in the energy. However, he could not say that it was evil because he only felt that the murderous aura was slightly heavier. Since Ruffian Dragon did not want to rob it, it could not be better. Lin Xian touched his chin and looked forward. Not only him, but everyone around him was also looking forward with burning eyes. Especially those of the older generation. Their eyes were red, and their breathing was heavy. They were too old, and it was not easy for them to improve their cultivation. However, if they could obtain this surging energy, their cultivation would definitely improve greatly. At that time, not only would their strength increase, but their lifespan would also increase. Finally, someone could not bear it anymore. A disciple of the Divine Bird Palace walked up. Everyone was watching nervously because they knew that there must be a restriction in such an important place. That disciple also walked up cautiously. However, he was not stopped and walked in. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. Then, they all went crazy. There's no restriction? Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. Charge. The group of people went crazy and rushed in. Lin Xian was also surprised. He took a deep breath and his eyes were full of caution because this was too abnormal. How could there be no restriction in such an important place? The fact that there were no restrictions in the Dragon Palace was very surprising. Perhaps it had been broken by someone, or perhaps it didn't exist in the first place. No one knew the exact situation, and no one cared. What they cared about was what was inside the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian followed the crowd and walked into the Dragon Palace. He ignored the treasures around him because one thing attracted his attention. Not only him, but everyone's attention was drawn to it. In the middle of the Dragon Palace, there was a dragon pillar with 2 dragons engraved on it that were coiling around each other. Between the 2 dragon heads, there was a blue crystal ball that was flowing with brilliance. It was obvious that it contained powerful energy. The Dragon Pearl. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone's gaze was focused on it. This energy, countless people were excited, including the older generation figures. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed and revealed a look of shock. That was because there was a white figure in front of them. Zhao Shui. A disciple exclaimed. It was indeed Zhao Shui. Moreover, not only was there Zhao Shui, there were also other figures. Those were all sea monsters. Many of them were injured, and a few of them were lying on the ground. They had obviously been killed. It seemed that before they arrived, Zhao Shui had a huge battle with those people. However, It didn't seem to be going well because the dragon pearl was still under the protection of those sea monsters. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn because he knew that in order to obtain the dragon pearl, he had to defeat those sea monsters. He frowned slightly and looked ahead. In front of him, there were 3 powerful mermaids with human bodies and shark heads. They looked ferocious, and there was a shark tail on their backs. The 3 of them were abnormally powerful and far surpassed the other sea monsters. In addition to the 3 of them, there was an even more dangerous pure-blooded mermaid. That person was even more demonic. His entire body was shrouded in an inky aura, and his hair was fluffy like the tentacles of an octopus that kept twisting. In addition to his strange appearance, his aura was also the most powerful. He had reached the 5th heaven of the supremacy realm. Seeing this scene, many people were inwardly shocked, and even more people wanted to continue onward. Everyone, step back. Zhao Shui didn't turn around, but she reminded him coldly. However, no one cared. From their point of view, Zhao Shui simply didn't want them to participate. In front of such a precious dragon ball, how could these people listen? Thus, in an instant, many disciples rushed forward. However, in the next instant, those people started to panic. This was because all the martial artists who approached the dragon ball were pulled by a suction force and uncontrollably walked forward. Moreover, the closer they got to the dragon ball, the less flesh they had. In the end, they were reduced to a pile of bones. No! The elders of the Divine Bird Palace roared madly, because among them were their proud disciples. Elder Song and the rest of the elders were also shocked. They kept shouting, no one was allowed to go over. In fact, even without Elder Song's reprimand, everyone retreated. No one dared to step forward. The scene just now was too strange. Those disciples who had turned into skeletons did not scream in pain. They even had smiles on their faces, as if they were on a pilgrimage. What's the situation? This thing is too strange. Yeah, it's as if there's some kind of magical power that can attract people. Damn it, I don't want to go up anymore. This thing doesn't look good. Many disciples shook their heads madly. Hey, someone went up? F*CK, who's so fierce? Does he want to die? Seeing someone not retreating, these people were stunned and screamed. Lin Xian, it's junior brother Lin. The disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy exclaimed. Junior brother Lin, come back quickly. Bing Ling and the rest shouted, trying to call Lin Xian back. Not good, could it be that he's under the influence of evil? What should we do? That dragon ball is too strange. The disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were anxious. Elder Song and the rest also had a gloomy expression. On the other side, the people of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. Originally, they had lost many disciples and their mood was heavy. But now, seeing this scene, they were all excited. Haha, it's that brat. He's also under the influence of evil? That's great. He's really overestimating himself. Even the elders don't dare to go up. A junior actually dares to go near, he's really courting death. The evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. The group of disciples of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore because they found that Lin Xian was fine. His body wasn't injured, and his face didn't show any infatuation. He even stopped halfway. What's going on? Could it be that the brat is fine? How is this possible? The group of disciples of the Divine Bird Palace looked as if they had seen a ghost. Haha, I knew it. With junior brother Lin's ability, he'll definitely be fine. Yeah, since junior brother Lin dares to go up, it means that he's confident. Ridiculous, some people are still mocking him. He's really slapping himself in the face. Dare to doubt junior brother Lin? Is there something wrong with his head? The people of the Immortal Martial Academy retorted, looking at the Divine Bird Palace with disdain. These people were too despicable. This was a slap in the face. Hearing these mocking words, the faces of the people of the Divine Bird Palace darkened, their expressions cold. Zhao Shui was also very surprised. She didn't expect that there would be someone who could walk up. So, she looked at Lin Xian a few more times. Lin Xian shrugged, and said slowly, from the situation just now, those people should be affected by the soul power. So as long as they're careful, don't get confused, and stand outside the safety line, there shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian wouldn't joke around with his life. The reason why he walked up was because he understood everything. Since Xiao Shui was fine, it meant that the Dragon Ball wasn't as scary as imagined. Or it could be said that there was a condition for it to be scary. After analyzing, Lin Xian found this condition. That was why he was able to stand safely now. When the people behind heard this, they also showed a look of realization. A small number of people showed a happy expression, but most of them still had a bitter expression. Doubtful, they didn't have such strong soul power. Elder Song and a few of the older generation people breathed a sigh of relief, and carefully approached. Du Guoyan's whole body was filled with sword intent, and was incomparably sharp. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of any soul power interference. Li Yunfei also raised his hand and threw out a tattered picture scroll, holding it above his head, and slowly approached. This picture scroll was yellowed. Although it was incomplete, its aura was terrifying. At this moment, rays of light hung down, enveloping Li Yunfei. On the other side, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace also used various methods to get closer to the Dragon Ball. Lin Xian didn't care about those people behind him. The reason why he said it was because he knew that it was easy to get close, but it was very difficult to seize the Dragon Ball. He had to borrow the strength of everyone. Xiao Shui also didn't care. At this moment, she was staring at the Dragon Ball, carefully studying it. Because she felt an inexplicable sense of danger, so she didn't act rashly. "What do you think?" Xiao Shui asked. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Shui to ask him. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "Logically speaking, such an important place should be protected by layers of formations. But there's nothing here. Don't you think it's strange?" Hearing this, Xiao Shui nodded lightly. Lin Xian continued, "There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. So I think this Dragon Ball must be very evil. Or rather, there are dangers here that we don't know about. Your analysis is about the same as mine," Xiao Shui said softly. Then, she moved her jade-like feet and walked forward. It seemed like she wanted to deal with the sea demons in front of her. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he also wanted to get this Dragon Ball because the energy contained in it was too strong. If he could get it, his cultivation base would definitely increase again. So, seeing Xiao Shui walking forward, Lin Xian also took a deep breath and moved forward again. Seeing this, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were shocked. They had just taken a few steps and were almost affected by the Dragon Ball and lost their minds. Lin Xian was even closer than them, but he was fine and still wanted to move forward. The gap between them was too big. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were even more gloomy. They glared at Lin Xian fiercely and wanted to eat him alive. Damn it, this kid is too strange. He can actually get so close. Is he not afraid of the Dragon Ball's influence? How is that possible? This kid is too arrogant. Just watch, he'll be in trouble soon. Yes, maybe he'll lose his mind soon and become a pile of bones," the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace said fiercely. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian was not affected at all. In fact, he even reached the front of the two dragon pillars in the end. Looking at the lifelike dragon pillars, Lin Xian was amazed. However, he didn't act rashly because the Dragon Ball was affecting him too much at this moment. If he made the slightest mistake, he would be affected. It could be said that although Lin Xian appeared to be safe, he was actually in grave danger. However, when Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, all the effects disappeared. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit was an offensive saint art that could destroy everything. Therefore, even if the Dragon Orb was very strange, it could not fight against the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. In fact, the moment Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Dragon Pearl trembled slightly before releasing an even more demonic light. Lin Xian noticed this. Could it be that the Dragon Pearl is afraid of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit? Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. If that was really the case, then that would be great. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian extended his hand and slowly reached for the two dragon pillars. The next moment, he touched the dragon pillar. On the two dragon pillars, two real dragons were engraved, circling each other. At this moment, Lin Xian's hand gently brushed it, causing an energy fluctuation. Lin Xian was overjoyed because he felt that the two dragon pillars also contained powerful energy. Although it was not as powerful as the dragon orb, it was still very amazing. More importantly, Lin Xian could now come into contact with it. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely envious, while the people of the Divine Bird Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, why is he still okay? Impossible, this is an illusion, this must be an illusion. Damn, how is it possible, he really touched the dragon pillar. The people of the Divine Bird Palace felt like they were going crazy, and even the elders' faces were gloomy. However, at this moment, an angry voice came from behind, like the roar of a savage beast. Stupid humans, how dare you disturb the Dragon King's rest, you will all die. This voice was filled with endless anger. When everyone heard this, they were shocked and turned around. Then, they saw a sea demon rushing over quickly. He was still injured, as if he had just experienced a great battle. Prime Minister Hai, this group of humans wants to snatch the dragon orb. A few surviving sea demons screamed. Prime Minister Hai rushed over quickly, and when he saw the sea demon corpses all over the ground, he was so angry that he trembled. Damn humans, how dare you kill my sea tribespeople, the Dragon King will not let you off. Everyone's face changed because Prime Minister Hai's aura was too powerful, almost at the 7th heavenly layer of Venerable Realm. For such a character, except for Zhao Shui, no one among them could stop him. However, what shocked them even more was that this powerful Prime Minister Hai seemed to be injured, and the injuries were fresh. Who was it that could injure Prime Minister Hai? Just as everyone was puzzled, another earth-shaking shout came from behind them, accompanied by a terrifying aura that overflowed into the sky. In the next moment, countless figures rushed over from afar, bringing with them a powerful torrent, and their momentum was terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, and even Lin Xian frowned. Because there were too many people, and it was almost the same as the team of the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace. Such a team was in existence that couldn't be ignored, not to mention that they were here for the Dragon Orb. Moreover, there was a powerful aura of the 7th heavenly layer of Venerable Realm. Even Elder Song and the rest had a gloomy expression on their faces. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in a silver robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. When he waved it, it brought about surging waves. Courting death. Prime Minister Hai was furious when he saw those people chasing him. In a flash, he arrived near the dragon orb and quickly waved the staff in his hand. Lord Dragon King, please bestow me power. Following his incantation, the dragon orb above suddenly released a dazzling light, and a dragon-shaped spiritual energy flew out from the dragon orb and entered Prime Minister Hai's body. Immediately, Prime Minister Hai's face lit up, and a low sound came from his body, like thunder. A layer of light gushed out and enveloped him. Humph, insignificant tricks, no matter what you use, it's futile. Stay here. The voice of the middle-aged man holding the fan was cold, like that of an emperor. In the next moment, he waved the folding fan in his hand, and a huge curved wind blade was released. The seawater was ruthlessly cut open, and the entire underwater world seemed to be cut in half. That middle-aged man was a 7th heavenly layer venerable, and his attack was naturally terrifying. The azure windblade's arc was like a heavenly blade, ruthlessly standing on Prime Minister Hai's body. Bang, a violent trembling sound rang out, spreading in all directions. Light bloomed on Prime Minister Hai's body, forming the strongest armor to protect his body. This energy came from the dragon orb above, mysterious and unfathomable. Although there was only one, it was still terrifying. The aura contained in it wasn't something that venerables could understand. Therefore, this huge wind blade didn't cause any damage to the light. What? When the huge wind blade struck Prime Minister Hai's body, it emitted a sonorous rumble. However, to everyone's surprise, the terrifying attack only emitted a deafening sound and did not cause any substantial damage to Prime Minister Hai. What? How is this possible? The middle-aged man with the folding fan was extremely shocked. His face was filled with horror. This was completely beyond his expectations because not long ago, Prime Minister Hai had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood and had fled with serious injuries. However, in just a short moment, his opponent had become so powerful that he could ignore his attack. This was too strange. The cultivators that followed the middle-aged man were also shocked. They were all dumbfounded. However, at this moment, Prime Minister Hai moved. He waved the staff in his hand, forming a huge blue light that surged forward like a wave. In an instant, the middle-aged man was beaten back. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene because the middle-aged man was a 7th heavenly layer Exalt Realm expert. However, he was actually unable to defeat a sea demon. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not stay and quickly left the dragon pillar. He realized that the reason why Prime Minister Hai was so powerful was because he had used the energy within the dragon pearl. He retreated to a safe place and silently observed the situation ahead. In front, the middle-aged man stabilized his body with a shocked expression. However, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body and he attacked again. Prime Minister Hai sneered and quickly waved his staff. Immediately, the two attacks collided again. The 7th heavenly layer Venerable was beaten back again with a pale face. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. Lin Xian's frown deepened. He realized that Prime Minister Hai's attack did not have any profound technique, but the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. It was completely using energy to crush the sea demon. However, the suppression of power was the most difficult to resist. Unless the other party had a supreme technique like the Great Dragon Sword Spirit like him, only then would they be able to fight above their level. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to defeat the sea demon. Dragon King Tsunami. After repelling the middle-aged man with one move, Prime Minister Hai shouted again. This time, he raised the staff in his hand high and connected it to the dragon pearl above. A blue energy wave radiated from the staff and spread to the surroundings. In an instant, it enveloped the entire dragon palace. In the next moment, all the martial artists present were horrified. This was because they discovered that the spiritual energy in their bodies was disappearing at a rapid rate. This phenomenon was too terrifying. Because the martial artists had lost their spiritual power, it was difficult for them to display any strength. And now, the situation was so dangerous. Without spiritual power, they could not fight against the sea demons. Lin Xian also felt the loss of spirit energy in his body. At the same time, he quickly used his soul force to carefully investigate. He found that the lost spirit energy was all flowing into the dragon ball in front of him. As for the dragon ball, it shone even brighter. With a cold snort, Lin Xian operated the great dragon sword soul in his body and quickly cut off this connection. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body returned to normal and no longer flowed out. However, the others were not so lucky. They could not escape the deprivation of the dragon balls. However, they would not sit still and wait for death. The middle-aged man at the 7th level Venerable hurriedly shouted, "Are you guys from the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace?" "We are from the Merry Woods. Now that the situation is very dangerous, I think we should join forces." "All right. Sure." Elder Song did not hesitate and immediately agreed. The Divine Bird Palace also quickly responded. There was no other way. In the current situation, they could not escape by themselves. Only by joining forces would they have a chance. After getting the response from the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace, the 7th level Venerable's confidence increased greatly. He led the disciples of the Merry Woods and quickly counterattacked. Elder Song and the elders of the Divine Bird Palace also erupted with energy in their bodies and attacked with all their might. The Immortal Martial Academy, the Divine Bird Palace, and the Merry Woods were all super forces. Their disciples were all geniuses. Coupled with a group of powerful elders and a 7th heavenly layer venerable expert, their combined strength was incomparably terrifying. When everyone attacked, terrifying energy exploded, causing the entire dragon palace to shake violently. Even if Prime Minister Hai used the energy in the dragon ball, he still felt very strained in the face of such a terrifying counterattack. Not only that, the 7th level venerable expert even joined forces with the older generation and attacked crazily, quickly surrounding and killing Prime Minister Hai. "We must kill him. Otherwise, none of us will be able to survive today." The 7th level venerable roared. His voice shook the sky and spread in all directions. It was related to their lives, so those disciples did not hold back. They attacked crazily and attacked with all their might. Prime Minister Hai's cultivation was only at the 7th level venerable realm. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to contend against such a big scene. It was only by relying on the energy in the Dragon Ball that he could contend against them. However, with his cultivation, he could only roughly mobilize the energy. He could not unleash the full power of the energy. This gave everyone a chance. As everyone attacked crazily, Prime Minister Hai became more and more exhausted. He kept retreating and his face became pale. In the end, he retreated to the side of the 2 dragon pillars. With his back against the pillars, he resisted with difficulty. Although he was suppressed by everyone, with the support of the energy in the Dragon Ball, he would not be defeated for a while. Therefore, the situation was in a deadlock. However, the more they fought, the more anxious they became. Because they were different from Prime Minister Hai. Prime Minister Hai had the support of the Dragon Ball and could be said to have unlimited energy. However, they were different. They were deprived by the Dragon Ball and the spiritual energy in their bodies was constantly disappearing. The longer they delayed, the weaker they became. As for the Dragon Ball, it would absorb their spiritual energy and become stronger and stronger. Therefore, this was a hopeless situation for them. Destroy the Dragon Pillars. We can't be lenient. The 7th level venerable roared. Immediately, everyone's attacks changed. They attacked the Dragon Pillar behind Prime Minister Hai. Although they did not know what the Dragon Pillar was used for, since it was connected to the Dragon Ball, it had to be destroyed. Rumble, everyone's attacks were powerful, causing the sturdy Dragon Pillar to shake non-stop. Cracks appeared on the last Dragon Pillar. Seeing this, Prime Minister Hai's expression changed. Then, he shouted, "Black Turtle General, come out." Immediately, a black hole appeared on the other Dragon Pillar. Then, a huge black shadow appeared and quickly grew bigger. Boom, finally, the black shadow landed on the ground, causing the entire Dragon Palace to shake again. In front of everyone, a mountain-sized sea demon appeared. Accompanying it was a wave of demonic chi. This sea demon's body was as huge as a mountain, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out in all directions. It roared, and like a clap of thunder, it shook the heavens and earth. Everyone looked up in horror and found that it was a black tortoise. It was the one that had escaped after being injured by Xianxia. However, at this moment, the injuries on its body had already healed, and it seemed to be even stronger than before. This was really too shocking. It should be known that those injuries could not be healed in a short period of time. However, this sea demon was standing in front of everyone, as good as new. Could it be because of the Dragon Pillar? Lin Xian frowned because he knew that this huge black tortoise came out of the Dragon Pillar. There must be some kind of relationship between the two. Under the command of Prime Minister Hai, the huge black tortoise clan expert roared and launched a fierce attack on everyone. However, Zhao Shui snorted coldly, and like a stream of light, she quickly rushed up. "Bastard, you're courting death." She raised her lily-white hand and sent out a series of palm shadows, blasting towards the Black Tortoise Clan expert. However, the situation this time was beyond her expectations. The Black Tortoise Clan expert was nourished by the energy of the Dragon Pearl and became extremely tyrannical. However, Zhao Shui was affected by the Dragon Pearl, and the spiritual power in her body was drained. Therefore, when the two fought, Zhao Shui was at a disadvantage. With the participation of the Black Tortoise Clan expert, Prime Minister Hai, who was originally at a disadvantage, recovered and launched a fierce attack. "No, our physical strength can't hold on for long. Let's retreat first." Elder Song's face changed greatly because he found that there was not much spiritual power left in his body. If this continued, the unlucky ones would be them. The elders of the Divine Bird Palace also quickly nodded because their situation was also not good. Therefore, under the leadership of the elders, the disciples retreated and temporarily left the Dragon Palace. As soon as they left the Dragon Palace, the experts of the three major sects cast a defensive light curtain, then sat cross-legged on the ground and quickly recovered their spiritual power. There was no other way. They had consumed too much spiritual power and had to recuperate. Lin Xian also sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated the secret art of longevity to recover his spiritual energy. At the same time, he kept thinking about how to break the stalemate. In Dragon Palace, the strong cultivator of the Xian Turtle clan entered the Dragon Pillar again. Prime Minister Hai's face was gloomy. He quickly used the energy of the Dragon Pearl to restore one of the Dragon Pillars. Although the humans were temporarily repelled this time, he didn't dare to be careless at all because just a moment ago, those despicable humans had almost shattered one of the Dragon Pillars. If the Dragon Pillar were to shatter, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless and quickly used the energy inside the Dragon Ball to repair it. Outside the Dragon Palace, everyone was recovering quickly. Zhao Shui was dressed in white and looked like a fairy. She said coldly, "When we attack again, I will do my best to stall that black tortoise. As for the rest, it's all up to you. You must break that Dragon Pillar." "Don't worry, we'll do our best as well," the 7th level venerated realm expert from Merry Woods said in a deep voice. Elder Song and the other elders quickly nodded. They decided that this time, they must do their best to break the Dragon Pillar. This time, everyone had suffered heavy losses. Therefore, they rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, everyone was recovering here. However, Lin Xian was an exception. Because he had already cut off the power of the Dragon Ball, he didn't consume much spiritual power. Therefore, he took the opportunity to take out the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and some supreme-grade spiritual herbs and began to refine pills. The dark red divine dragon arranged a layer of array around Lin Xian. Then, it lay on the ground and took out some supreme-grade spiritual herbs and began to consume them together. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Many people drooled when they saw the supreme-grade spirit herb. Especially those from Divine Bird Palace. Their faces were gloomy and they were going crazy. Damn it, these spiritual herbs were originally ours. It's all because of this despicable brat. I can't stand it. He actually refined pills in front of all of us. Despicable. Humph, he definitely won't succeed. Damn, that snake actually swallowed it directly. What a waste. I really want to catch him and eat snake soup. A group of Divine Bird Palace disciples gritted their teeth in anger. However, Lin Xian did not pay any attention to them. He quickly entered a state of mind and began to concoct pills. Gradually, the older generation figures were jolted awake. Even the 7th level venerated realm expert revealed an expression of shock. This was because they realized that Lin Xian was actually refining a 7th grade pill. He can refine 7th level pills at such a young age. He's really amazing. Many people were shocked. Soon, he refined a furnace of pills. These pills were refined according to the pill formula left by King Pill Feather. They were all pills that could improve one's cultivation strength. At this moment, they were the most suitable for Lin Xian. Putting away the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, Lin Xian picked up a pill and quickly swallowed it. Then, he ran the longevity secret art and absorbed it with all his strength. In this way, everyone recovered their strength while Lin Xian cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lin Xian's cultivation had improved a lot and had reached the peak of the 4th level venerable. It seemed shocking, but in fact, it was easy to understand. The spiritual herbs in Lin Xian's hands were extremely precious. They were all extinct spiritual herbs and were very old. They could be said to be rare treasures. Not to mention refining them into pills, just consuming them directly could improve a martial artist's cultivation by a large margin. Moreover, Lin Xian had the pill formula left by the king and 1,000 Beast Cauldron. It could be said that the effects of the pills he refined were amazing. That was why he could improve his cultivation by a large margin in 3 days. Of course, this kind of situation was very rare. If Lin Xian hadn't picked the supreme-grade spiritual herbs, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a feat after eating a few more furnaces of pills. I think I can reach the 5th level venerable, Lin Xian thought in his heart. Of course, it would be even better if he could get the Dragon Ball. It could improve the effect quickly and even break through to the 6th level venerable was not a dream. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes were burning with a trace of passion. At this time, most of the people had recovered. The 7th level venerable from Merry Woods stood up and clenched the folding fan in his hand. The light in his eyes was terrifying. Zhao Shui also stood up, a deep light flashing in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, Elder Song and the other older generation figures were also ready. They were full of fighting spirit. This time, they must take down the Dragon Palace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless figures set off and charged into the Dragon Palace. Dragon King Tsunami. Prime Minister Hai roared and waved his staff. A terrifying energy enveloped the Dragon Palace. A strange and frightening power enveloped everyone. However, with the experience of the previous battle, everyone had a plan to deal with it. In the next moment, they all took action to resist the energy. Muffled sounds like thunder rang out. This was the sound of energy colliding. Endless waves surged and the entire Dragon Palace trembled. Everyone worked together and attacked again. The fan in Marywood's 7th level Venerate's hand quickly enlarged and fell. It was like a phoenix flapping its wings, creating a strong gale that swept downwards. This attack was very terrifying. It was as if it was not a human, but an ancient demonic bird. In the next moment, the entire Dragon Palace was filled with violent heavenly winds. The terrifying heavenly winds enveloped the entire Dragon Palace. Countless people panicked and activated their defenses to resist. Fortunately, this attack was not directed at them, so they only suffered from the aftershocks. There was no danger to their lives. This was not an ordinary attack. This was an Earth-class martial art, Heavenly Wind Rend. A powerful wind-type martial art, coupled with the 7th level Venerate's half-Earth-class artifact, made this attack very powerful. It was enough to devour the heavens and split the earth. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace was very special and powerful. Otherwise, if it were any other city, it would have been torn apart. However, even so, the Crystal Dragon Palace was not spared. Especially when everyone's target was the 2 dragon pillars. One of them was enveloped by the heavenly winds, and cracks appeared on it again. This time, the cracks were even bigger than the previous one. It was as if the dragon pillar would crack at any moment. After using this attack, Marywood's 7th level Venerate heaved a sigh of relief. Although this attack consumed a lot of his energy, the effect was very obvious. Was this the strength of a 7th level Venerate? How terrifying. This attack was comparable to everyone's combined energy. Many people were shocked because the last time the Dragon Pearl cracked, it was caused by everyone working together. This time, the 7th level Venerate created the same effect by himself. It was even better. This result indeed shocked everyone to the core. Good job, Martial Uncle Zhou. Mighty Heavenly Wind Rend. Marywood's disciples cheered. They were very happy. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened and they fell into shock again. This was because Zhao Shui also made a move. Above, there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy and a huge eye appeared. It was like the eye of the heavens. Void Sky Eye. At this moment, Zhao Shui was emitting a terrifying aura. She was like a god that could see through everything. Everyone felt his gaze and their hearts began to pound wildly. It was as if all their secrets had been exposed under the sun, and there was nowhere to hide. At the same time, the Void Sky Eye also unleashed an attack. It was as if that gaze could see through the mountains, rivers, and starry sky. Those eyes were too terrifying, as if they were looking down on all life. Suddenly, the Dragon Palace trembled violently, as if it was about to be destroyed under this gaze. Rumble, under the attack of the Void Heaven Eye, the dragon pillar that had cracks on it completely shattered. Bang, the dragon pillar shattered, collapsing in all directions. What kind of eye technique is this? It's so terrifying. Prime Minister Hai was extremely shocked. He didn't expect a human to have such a terrifying eye technique attack. It was completely out of his imagination. The other half of the crowd was also shocked. Void Sky Eye, the legendary eye technique that disappeared. Marywood's 7th layer supreme expert couldn't help but cry out in shock. Because the power of this ocular technique already surpassed his Earth-rank martial art, Heavenly Wind Rend. Moreover, it was not just a little bit stronger. Not only that, but what was even more shocking was that this was a long-lost eye technique. In the crowd, Lin Xian was also shocked when he saw this scene. This ocular technique was too powerful, and its attack power shocked him. One had to know that even when he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul with all his strength, it was only SOSO. Of course, this didn't mean that the great dragon sword soul was weak, but Lin Xian was only a 4th layer supreme expert. If Lin Xian was also a 7th layer supreme expert, then with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it wouldn't be a problem to split the dragon palace apart. Ah, you dare to destroy the dragon pillar? You're all going to die. Prime Minister Hai went crazy. He waved his staff and quickly mobilized the energy of the dragon pillar, trying to restore it. However, the crowd didn't give him a chance and quickly attacked. Black Tortoise General, come out. Prime Minister Hai couldn't hold on by himself and hurriedly called for his companions. Buzz, a huge whirlpool appeared on another dragon pillar, and then a huge figure appeared. It was an expert from the Black Tortoise race. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous demonic aura that swept out in all directions. Its aura was much stronger than before. It seemed that the dragon pillar was indeed very strange. The Black Tortoise race expert had only been in there for a few days, but his strength had increased rapidly. The current him was far stronger than before. Everyone, be careful. Don't fight it head-on. Elder Song quickly reminded them from behind. Although his disciples were geniuses, they were too young. With their current strength, they couldn't resist at all. They had to work together to fight it. This time everyone split up. One team, led by Xianxia, fought against the Black Tortoise race expert. The other team, led by Mary Forest's 7th layer supreme expert, Elder Zhou, attacked the other dragon pillar. They attacked from both sides at the same time. Void Sky Eye. Xiaoxue's figure fluttered like an immortal. She instantly arrived above the Black Tortoise race expert. The huge illusory eye surged and released a resplendent attack. This was an ocular technique that contained a terrifying soul power. Bang! In an instant, this attack bombarded the Black Tortoise race expert's body and immediately tore open his hard turtle shell. Although the Black Tortoise race expert's strength had increased greatly, the Void Sky Eye was too terrifying and couldn't be judged by common sense. Therefore, this attack injured the Black Tortoise race expert. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded in all directions as the Black Tortoise race expert went berserk. As a sea race expert, he was very powerful. This time, he had been strengthened by the dragon pillar, and his strength had increased greatly. He originally thought that this time, he could avenge his humiliation and kill the despicable human in front of him. However, he didn't expect that he would be injured again. How could he not go crazy? He waved his huge claws and pounced forward. Sika, the entire space collapsed as endless waves surged. The space in front of him was instantly emptied. Zhao Shui used her movement technique and quickly dodged this attack. At this moment, the 7th layer supreme expert in the distance also seized the opportunity to use an earthgrade technique. He ruthlessly bombarded the Black Tortoise race expert and sent him flying. The mountain-like body flew out from the bottom of the sea, destroying countless buildings along the way. Kill! Elder Song led the countless disciples and quickly attacked. They could only use this opportunity to attack the Black Tortoise race expert. Rumble! In an instant, countless attacks landed and enveloped the Black Tortoise race expert. Even though the Black Tortoise race's defense was strong, it couldn't withstand so many attacks and the attacks of 2 7th layer supreme experts, therefore, it didn't take long for it to become thin and heavily injured. Seeing this scene in the distance, Prime Minister Hai's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that even the extremely tough Black Tortoise race expert couldn't stop these despicable humans. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. At that moment, the situation in the Dragon Palace was very chaotic. The Shan Turtle tribe powerhouses were being beaten back, and Hai Xiang was also getting weaker and weaker. In any case, the situation was very unfavorable for the sea demons. Damn it, all of you must die. Hai Xiang looked at the people around him with a ferocious expression. Dragon King Tsunami. In the next moment, he waved the staff in his hand with all his might and communicated with the dragon ball above him. A blue light surged out and swept out in all directions. Everyone who was enveloped by this light felt their bodies tremble as the spiritual power in their bodies quickly disappeared. However, this was not the first time they had seen this move, so they all had a plan to deal with it. In an instant, they all took various measures to resist with all their might. Among them, the Mary Forest's 7th level supremacy, Zhao Shui, and Elder Song were able to quickly control it, while the other disciples resisted with all their might. As for the Xian turtle tribe powerhouse, because he was a sea demon, he was not affected much. However, there was another person who was not affected at all, and that was Lin Xian. When the other party used the Dragon King Tsunami, he had already mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body and quickly cut off all connections around him. In other words, the other party's move did not affect him at all. However, Lin Xian looked ahead and frowned slightly. This was because he knew that the Dragon King Tsunami would not have much of an effect. At most, it would only delay the attacks of the crowd. Given the other party's insight and experience, he should have known. However, the other party still spared no effort to use this move, which was really unbelievable. Up until now, Lin Xian had been among the many disciples fighting against the Xian turtle tribe powerhouse. Speaking of which, he had not been in the limelight, so many people had forgotten about his existence. This was because there were too many powerhouses present. Regardless of whether it was the 7th level heavenly supremacy or Zhao Shui, they were all extremely powerful and eye-catching existences. As for Lin Xian, he seemed to be just a small disciple who could not do anything in such a grand situation. Of course, this was the situation in the eyes of outsiders. In fact, Lin Xian had used the 1,000-beast cauldron to control a sea demon and obtain the situation of the Dragon Palace. This dragon pearl was actually a demon core left behind by a watch-grade flood dragon. It could be said that it contained the essence of a king. However, the Jiao Dragon King had cultivated an evil technique when he was alive, so his demon core also contained an evil aura. Not only that, Lin Xian also knew that the Flood Dragon King had a treasure when he was alive, the Water Spirit Pearl. He had absorbed quite a bit of the Water Spirit Pearl, and the rest was sealed in a palace with a powerful seal. He had learned all of this from a sea demon. Lin Xian was still digesting the information when a commotion broke out in front of him. That was because after Prime Minister Hai used the Dragon King Tsunami, he did not attack again. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and fled. This was because he could see that with his strength and cultivation, even if he had the Dragon Ball, he could only fight to a draw with everyone for the time being. It was simply impossible for them to win. Moreover, he was afraid that he would be in danger if he dragged this out any longer, so he fled. Because in his opinion, even if he left, Lin Xian and the others would not be able to fight against the Dragon Balls. You want to leave? Not so easy. The 7th Heaven Supremacy from Merry Woods roared and sent out a tornado. Zhao Shui also controlled the Void Sky Eye to lock onto Prime Minister Hai. Bang! Their attacks landed on Prime Minister Hai's body and sent him flying. Blood flowed, and the staff in his hand fell out of his hand. When they saw the staff, Zhao Shui and the 7th Heaven Supremacy were stunned for a moment and did not pay much attention to it. At that moment, Lin Xian moved. He waved his sleeve and released the little white monkey. From the information he had obtained, he knew that the staff was very important because it was a treasure that could communicate with the Dragon Ball. Whoosh, with a flash of white light, the little white monkey appeared. It stretched out its furry paws and grabbed the staff, hugging it in its arms. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shui and the 7th Heaven Supremacy were stunned again because they did not notice when the little monkey had arrived. However, Prime Minister Hai's expression changed drastically. Because this magic staff was his lifeblood. Bastard, you're courting death. He roared angrily and reached out to grab the little white monkey. The little white monkey's eyes were filled with disdain. Then, it made a face and disappeared into the air. After grabbing nothing, the little white monkey arrived in front of Prime Minister Hai and slapped his face with its furry paws, knocking him unconscious. Bang! Prime Minister Hai saw stars and felt dizzy. The 7th level Heavenly Venerate coldly snorted, raised his hand, and sent out a half-moon wind blade that split Prime Minister Hai apart. Zhao Shui frowned slightly. She did not know why, but when she saw the little white monkey, she also felt a sense of familiarity. On the other side, the little white monkey did not return to Lin Xian's side after snatching the staff. Instead, it went to the Dragon Ball. It waved the staff in its hand excitedly. Suddenly, the surrounding blue light disappeared and the Dragon King Tsunami's energy stopped. Everyone felt the spiritual power in their bodies recover and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they all looked ahead in shock. It stopped? It actually stopped? That monkey is so familiar? Nonsense, that's Lin Xian's monkey, someone said. What, Lin Xian? Everyone started discussing. At this time, the Xian turtle race expert also stopped. Without Prime Minister Hai, he did not want to fight anymore. Therefore, his figure flickered and he escaped. Everyone did not give chase. Instead, they stared at the dragon ball in front of them. Of course, most of them stared at the little white monkey. Because it was too strange. It could actually stop the Dragon King tsunami. This really shocked everyone. Not only that, but even more people turned around and looked at Lin Xian. Even Elder Song and the others had a strange expression as they looked at Lin Xian. Because this scene was something they did not expect at all. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey hugged the staff and jumped around happily. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Damn, the little guy actually snatched the staff. The dark red dragon was overjoyed. Too awesome. He did not want the dragon ball, but he had been eyeing the 2 dragon pillars for a long time. Those were good things. At this time, the people of the Divine Bird Palace coldly shouted, Lin Xian, hurry up and tell your monkey to put down the staff. Yes, hand over the staff. This thing does not belong to you. Humph, in this old man's opinion, you don't deserve to have it. You, a little warrior, dare to occupy such a treasure? You're courting death. Young man, there are some things that you can't take. A group of people from the Divine Bird Palace roared. Humph. In the face of so many cold shouts, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Kid, hand over the staff if you know what's good for you. Yes, this is not something you can have. The people of Divine Bird Palace stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, the little white monkey in front of him waved the staff and communicated with the dragon ball above. It formed a blue light that enveloped the people of Divine Bird Palace. In an instant, the disciples of Divine Bird Palace were all enveloped by the light. The next moment, the spiritual energy in their bodies was drained again. Seeing this, the people of Divine Bird Palace trembled and quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. Because they did not expect that the little white monkey not only obtained the staff, but also could control the dragon ball. This was too strange. The others were also shocked. This scene was completely beyond their imagination. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a smile as he strode forward. The dark red dragon god also howled excitedly and followed beside him. He quickly came to the little white monkey's side and said excitedly, Little one, quickly cast a spell on these 2 dragon pillars and turn them into a spirit spring. The dark red dragon god was a wily old fox, so he saw the key to the problem at a glance. To be able to receive the dragon ball, these 2 dragon pillars were definitely not simple. Moreover, the powerhouse of the Xian turtle clan was inside these dragon pillars. In the end, not only did he recover from his injuries, but his strength also increased greatly. Therefore, this meant that these 2 dragon pillars were definitely not simple. The little white monkey nodded happily. Then, he waved the staff in his hand and cast a spell on the 2 dragon pillars. Soon, the 2 dragon pillars melted and turned into a spirit spring. A very rich spiritual energy condensed and emitted from the bottom of the sea. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and then took a step forward and entered the spirit spring. As soon as he entered, he could not help but snort softly. All the pores on his body opened up and greedily absorbed the spiritual energy inside. The dark red divine dragon's guess was right. The spirit spring formed by the 2 dragon pillars contained pure energy. At this moment, Lin Xian chose to absorb it into his body, forming a warm current that washed over his body. The dark red dragon god also howled and swam around in the spirit spring. Such rich spiritual energy. Seeing this, the disciples of Divine Bird Palace finally could not help but exclaim. They rushed forward and dived into the spirit spring. However, what followed was a series of screams. The disciples who jumped into the spirit spring were enveloped by an evil force. They were instantly turned into blood water and evaporated. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions became very frightened. They had never expected such an outcome. Evil Chi, it's the evil Chi inside the dragon balls. An elder from Merry Woods shook his head. Although the spirit spring is good, it contains a large amount of evil Chi. If one's cultivation is not enough and forcefully absorbs it, I'm afraid one will instantly turn into a pool of blood. Hearing this explanation, everyone's face changed. Looking at the spirit spring in front of them, their eyes were filled with endless envy and disappointment. Although the spirit spring was good, it seemed that they couldn't enjoy it at all. However, the people of the Divine Bird Palace didn't believe it. One by one, they shouted, "Impossible! That's right. If there was evil Qi, how could that kid be fine? Conspiracy, this must be his conspiracy. Yes, let's drag that brat out and avenge our disciple." An elder of the Divine Bird Palace also roared angrily. However, the elder of Merry Woods shook his head. "This is not a conspiracy. Warriors below the seventh sky of Venerable Realm can't enter at all. That young man can enter. Because of that staff." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They all stared at the little white monkey, or to be exact, the staff in his hand. Especially the people of the Divine Bird Palace. They all stared ahead with greedy eyes. That staff was too important. Just getting the staff was equivalent to getting the spirit spring. With the spirit spring, their cultivation would be able to increase. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the staff." The elder of the Divine Bird Palace sneered and stretched out a palm of light to grab the little white monkey. He was very arrogant. This palm completely covered the entire spirit spring, including Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't move. It was as if he didn't see it. The little white monkey waved the staff in his hand angrily. Suddenly, the dragon ball above shot out a blue light. Like lightning, it instantly tore the palm of light apart and penetrated the elder of the Divine Bird Palace. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Because the power of the dragon ball was too powerful. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace was a sixth sky of Venerable Realm expert, but he was penetrated in an instant. This was too terrifying. The people of the Divine Bird Palace were so scared that their faces turned green. They quickly retreated and didn't dare to go forward. Although they were very envious and greedy, no one dared to risk their lives at this moment. The others were also shocked. Everyone looked at the little white monkey with a look of fear. Xianxia was expressionless. She quickly walked up. The seventh sky of Merry Woods pondered for a moment and also walked up. To be honest, the appearance of Lin Xian surprised him. He only regarded Xianxia as a strong opponent and didn't care about others at all. However, he didn't expect that a young man with a fourth sky of Venerable Realm cultivation could shock everyone. "Young Master Lin, what do you plan to do with the Dragon Ball?" Xianxia asked. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the powerful Xianxia would ask Lin Xian. The seventh sky of Venerable Realm didn't say anything. He glanced at Xianxia and then looked at Lin Xian again. It could be said that the two people in front of him were the ones he feared the most. Xianxia was powerful and had the virtual sky eyes. She was so powerful that even he didn't dare to be careless. As for the young man in the spirit spring, although he didn't care about his own strength, he now had the magic staff. It could be said that he could indirectly control the Dragon Ball. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to be enemies with him. Because he had seen the power of the Dragon Ball. It was an existence that gave people a headache. The surrounding people were even more shocked because Xianxia was a seventh sky of Venerable Realm expert. She also had an ancient eye technique that was lost. It could be said that she was very powerful. Even the seventh sky of Merry Woods wouldn't dare to say that he would win. It could be said that no one present could truly defeat Xianxia. However, such a powerful person was now asking Lin Xian. This was simply too shocking and unexpected. At this moment, Lin Xian in the spirit spring opened his eyes. He glanced around and then said in a deep voice, "This spirit spring belongs to me. This spirit spring is mine. It will be of great use to my cultivation." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially those from the Divine Bird Palace. Their faces were full of surprise. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so greedy and directly swallow the entire spirit spring. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything. Their elder was killed on the spot. That scene immediately stunned them. Humph, he dares to demand an exorbitant price in front of two 7th-level venerables. This guy is definitely dead. that's right, he wants to take it all for himself? He doesn't even know who he is. Even if we agree, I'm afraid the two 7th-level venerables won't agree. The people of Divine Bird Palace sneered, ready to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. However, in the next moment, they were stunned, and their faces became extremely ugly. Because Zhao Xue nodded quickly without thinking, okay, I won't fight with you for the spiritual spring. Seeing Zhao Xue nod, the 7th-level venerables next to her also nodded. The spiritual spring was good, and it was useful to them, but compared to the Dragon Ball, it was not worth mentioning. Therefore, their goal was the Dragon Ball, and they gave up on the spiritual spring. Seeing Zhao Xue and the 7th-level venerables of Merry Woods give up on the spiritual spring, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they never thought that the two 7th-level venerables would give up on the treasure in front of them so decisively. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He made the right bet. In front of the Dragon Ball, the spiritual spring was nothing. This was not to say that the spiritual spring was not good, but compared to the Dragon Ball, the spiritual spring was not as good. However, the spiritual spring was very important to Lin Xian. Because it could greatly improve Lin Xian's cultivation in a short period of time. Lin Xian smiled, then said, as for the Dragon Ball above, I won't take it. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Xue and the 7th-level venerables of Merry Woods were obviously relieved. The surrounding people were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to give up on the Dragon Ball so decisively. In fact, Lin Xian had his own considerations. Because the dark red dragon had clearly said that there was still some evil chi in the Dragon Ball, so he would not take it. This evil-killing aura would not only affect the dark red divine dragon, but Lin Xian felt that it might also affect him. Therefore, for the sake of his future martial arts development, Lin Xian decided to give up. Moreover, these dragons were too demonic and too eye-catching. They were definitely not something the spirit spring beneath his feet could compare to. This was a true king artifact, something left behind by a king artifact. There was no one present who did not want to obtain it. Even a 7th-layer venerated realm expert would go crazy after seeing it. With his current strength, he was only a 4th-layer heavenly venerate. Compared to a 7th-layer heavenly venerate, he was indeed much weaker. Even if he could use the staff to snatch the Dragon Ball, it was still extremely dangerous for him because once he left the Dragon Palace, he would be hunted down by countless venerables. He didn't want to put himself in such a dangerous situation. Therefore, he didn't want these Dragon Balls. Another point was that Lin Xian found that the energy inside was too high level. With his current cultivation, he couldn't absorb it at all. Even if he obtained it, it would be useless to him. It was not as practical as the spirit spring. Based on the above 3 points, Lin Xian decisively gave up the hot Dragon Ball and chose the spirit spring. Moreover, Lin Xian also understood that the Dragon Ball was very difficult to obtain. Even if he had the staff, it would not be easy to obtain the Dragon Ball. Therefore, he threw this hot potato out. However, he would not give it away for nothing. Hearing Lin Xian's decision, the young disciples were in an uproar. They did not expect Lin Xian to give up such a good opportunity. However, the older generation was silent, especially Elder Song and the others. They looked at Lin Xian and kept nodding. Because if they were to choose, they would also give up the Dragon Ball. He's so young, but he knows how to prioritize and how to give up. This young man is amazing. Yeah, with his talent, if he grows up, his future will be limitless. The few elders of the Immortal Martial Academy nodded. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. Of course, I don't want the Dragon Ball, but it doesn't mean that you can obtain it. With your strength, you should be able to see that this Dragon Ball is something left behind by a king. It would be very difficult to completely subdue it. However, I can use the staff in my hand to help you. In this Dragon Palace, there is a water spirit pearl. Whoever can help me find it and hand it to me, I will use the staff to obtain the Dragon Ball. Lin Xian stated his final condition. What? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to still dare to negotiate. Water spirit pearl? What is that? Could it be that there are other treasures in the Dragon Palace? Should be, it doesn't seem to be inferior to the spirit spring. Damn it, how did he know about the water spirit pearl? This brat is too greedy. Not only did he obtain the spirit spring, he also wants other treasures. Damn it. This is the dissatisfaction of the people of the Divine Bird Palace. Another elder of the Divine Bird Palace sneered, just watch, he's dead meat. He actually dares to negotiate with a 7th level venerable. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They all felt that Lin Xian was too daring and too greedy. At the same time, they were very curious about the water spirit pearl that Lin Xian mentioned. Especially the people of the Divine Bird Palace, their eyes were once again burning with the flames of greed. Damn it, we must find out the whereabouts of the water spirit pearl. Don't be anxious, wait for an opportunity to make a move. I don't believe that this brat won't tell us. A group of people discussed in low voices, all of them having designs on the water spirit pearl. Actually, this was very normal. The most precious treasure in this place was the Dragon Ball. However, with Zhao Shui and the 7th level venerable, they had no chance at all. Next would be Lin Xian's spirit spring. However, they didn't dare to seize it because the little white monkey was controlling the staff. Therefore, this mysterious water spirit pearl became everyone's target. Zhao Shui pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay, it's a deal. She seemed determined to get the Dragon Ball. The 7th level venerable of the Merry Woods had a gloomy face, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. Lin Xian monopolizing the spirit spring had already made him dissatisfied, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to negotiate with him. How daring, because the effect of the spirit spring was very rich, even he was a little tempted. Now, it was completely monopolized by Lin Xian. This wasn't enough, the other party even wanted to use the water spirit pearl to exchange for the Dragon Ball. This was too much, the disciples of the Merry Woods also had gloomy faces. They stared at Lin Xian with an unkind expression. At this time, the people of the Divine Bird Palace couldn't bear it anymore. Several of the older generation jumped out and said coldly, "Brat, how dare you negotiate with us? I think you're tired of living." That's right, you still want other treasures? Do you really think that no one can stop you? Who do you think you are? You still want to help us seize the spirit pearl. We want to seize the spirit pearl, and we don't need your help. A group of elders of the Divine Bird Palace looked angry and disdainful. Oh, you don't need my help? That's good, the Dragon Ball is there. If you want to go, go, I won't stop you. You won't stop it? Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace were excited. Of course, this Dragon Ball is an ownerless item. Whoever wants to take it can do so. I won't interfere. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. The elders of the Divine Bird Palace snorted and quickly walked forward, rubbing their fists and preparing to take the Dragon Ball. They couldn't wait any longer. Originally, they were a little afraid of the little white monkey and the staff in his hand because he could control the Dragon Ball. But now, he said he wouldn't interfere with them, which made them very happy. I'll do it. An elder of the Divine Bird Palace stood out. This old man's hair was gray and his cultivation had reached the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. He looked at the Dragon Ball in front of him and his heart throbbed. Finally, he made a move. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace cheered. It's great that the 7th elder is making a move. Yeah, the 7th elder is a Venerable Realm expert. He can definitely take the Dragon Ball. When the 7th elder gets the Dragon Ball, I want to see that kid's expression. I'm afraid he'll cry his eyes out. Such a good treasure disappearing in front of his eyes. Anyone would feel bad. He deserves it. I can't wait to see his expression. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. The people of the Celestial Martial Academy and Merry Woods were also whispering. Isn't Lin Xian a little too arrogant? The Dragon Ball is an ownerless item. Without control, no matter how strong it is, I'm afraid it can't exert much power. Not necessarily. After all, it's something left behind by a king. Who knows what will happen? Yeah, let's wait and see. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile when he heard the crowd's discussion. He wanted to see who would be the one crying later. The 7th elder of the Divine Bird Palace stepped out and a powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body. Behind him, the shadow of a three-headed bird appeared. Then, the shadow let out a cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. Moreover, the 7th elder stretched out his palm and formed a giant purple claw in the air, grabbing at the Dragon Ball. The giant purple claw was completely formed by lightning. It was extremely terrifying, and cracks even appeared on the empty palace. Soon, the giant claw enveloped the Dragon Ball. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Most of the people from Divine Bird Palace stared at the little white monkey to prevent it from making a move. The snow-white little monkey mumbled a few times and cast a disdainful look at him. It hugged the magic staff to its chest and remained motionless. Seeing that the little white monkey didn't attack, the people of Divine Bird Palace were obviously relieved. The 7th elder also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he once again released a surge of energy, causing the giant purple claw above to shine even brighter. The next moment, he grabbed the Dragon Ball. What? Got him. This scene stunned the surrounding people. They didn't expect the Dragon Balls to be caught so easily. Even Mary Wood's 7th level Venerable and Xianxia frowned. The people of the Divine Bird Palace laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, I finally got the Dragon Balls. Great. This is something left behind by a king. It will be of great help to us. Yes, the heavens are really helping our divine bird technique. We will definitely develop it and maybe become a king clan. The people of Divine Bird Palace were full of expectations and were very arrogant. The 7th elder was also excited. He didn't expect to catch the Dragon Ball so easily. He shook his arm and wanted to take the Dragon Balls back. But the next moment, the joy on his face disappeared and was replaced by a touch of fear. No. The 7th elder let out a scream. His expression was very frightened, as if he had encountered something terrible. What happened? Hearing this scream, everyone was shocked and looked over. They saw that the giant claw formed by lightning in the sky was quickly shrinking and then disappearing. As for the 7th elder's arm, it quickly shriveled and turned into a pile of white bones. Moreover, the corrosion continued, and soon, white bones appeared on his shoulder. No. The 7th elder retreated in horror, but he still couldn't change the situation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and a touch of determination appeared in his eyes. He quickly cut off his entire arm. His body didn't continue to corrode until his arm fell to the ground. After doing all this, the 7th elder of Divine Bird Palace gasped for breath with a face full of fear. He was so close to becoming a pile of bones. Thinking of this, fear rose in his heart. At the same time, his face became ferocious because without his right arm, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were stunned and their expressions were full of panic. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could the 7th elder be injured? Yes, that's a level 6 powerhouse. How could he be injured? No, I don't believe it. This must be a dream. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace went crazy and couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, the surrounding people started to discuss among themselves. It seems that the Dragon Balls are not so easy to get. Even a level 6 Venerable couldn't get it and was almost killed. This Dragon Balls is really terrifying. As expected of something left behind by a king. It's really extraordinary. Although no one is controlling it, its instinctive counterattack is not something a level 6 Venerable can resist. Yes, I guess only a level 7 Venerable would have a chance. The disciples of Mary Woods discussed in a low voice. The disciples of Immortal Martial Academy sneered. They didn't have a good impression of Divine Bird Palace Joe and both sides almost got into a conflict. So when they saw this scene, they were naturally happy. Humph, don't talk big if you don't have the strength. What did you say about getting the Dragon Balls as easy as flipping your hand? In the end, you got slapped in the face. Not only did you not get slapped in the face, you even lost an arm and almost lost your life. This is really embarrassing. They deserved it. Junior Brother Lin had already warned them but they didn't listen. They even thought that Junior Brother Lin was harboring evil intentions. Now they know, it's too late. That's right. Junior Brother Lin obviously wanted to help them get the Dragon Balls but they didn't believe him. If you have the ability, don't let Junior Brother Lin help you for the rest of your life. The disciples of Immortal Martial Academy mocked and ridiculed. Elder Song and the rest also fell silent. After all, Lin Xian was a genius of their academy. So in their hearts, they were still biased towards Lin Xian. Hearing these discussions, the other cultivators also fell silent. They looked at Lin Xian with uncertain expressions. Before this, they thought that Lin Xian was too greedy and wanted to take all the treasures for himself. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian really did have the qualifications because the Dragon Balls were too terrifying. It wasn't something an ordinary person could obtain. Even a level 7 venerable wouldn't have full confidence in obtaining it. Now, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian had changed. No one felt that he was asking for too much, because he was indeed the key to obtaining the Dragon Ball. Zhao Shui was expressionless, because she had already agreed to Lin Xian's conditions. The 7th level venerable from the Merry Woods sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he was still dissatisfied, thinking that Lin Xian was too much and did not put him in his eyes at all. Unfortunately, his view had changed. Lin Xian was too important, and without Lin Xian, he would not be able to obtain the Dragon Ball. Fortunately, although he was dissatisfied, he did not directly express it to Lin Xian, or else things would be difficult now. Without any hesitation, the 7th level venerable quickly nodded, "Okay, I agree to your conditions." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised a satisfied smile, because he had already guessed this result. The Dragon Ball's terror was beyond everyone's imagination. Those people from the Divine Bird Palace overestimated themselves, wanting to obtain it alone, and almost losing an elder. All of this was within his expectations. The two 7th level venerables agreed to Lin Xian's conditions, and began to lead people to search for the legendary water spirit pearl. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the spirit spring, and quickly absorbed the energy inside, cleansing and improving his body, and increasing his cultivation. Not only that, he also took out the pills that he had refined before and began to consume them. Now, he could see that this remote sky secret realm was definitely a treasure trove, and there were treasures everywhere, but one needed to be strong enough to obtain them. Therefore, as long as there was a chance, Lin Xian would not hesitate to increase his strength. More and more people began to search, and in the end, even the people from the Immortal Martial Academy left. Because this Dragon Palace did not only have the Dragon Ball, there were many other treasures in the other palaces, and these treasures were also very tempting. Seeing that the people from the Immortal Martial Academy and Merry Woods had left, the people from the Divine Bird Palace hid in the dark and quickly discussed. "Elder, now that those people have left, should we take action and capture this brat? As long as we control this kid and make him activate the staff to help us seize the Dragon Balls, we might have a good chance." Hearing this, the elders of Divine Bird Palace pondered. Although Lin Xian could now control the Dragon Balls, after all, they had more people. If they went all out, they might be able to take down this kid. As for Lin Xian, who was far away in the spirit spring, he sneered. Through his powerful soul force, he already knew what these people were talking about. Indeed, I can only control a portion of the Dragon Orb's power. I can't unleash its full power. However, killing a few 6th Heaven Venerables is still a piece of cake. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but it sounded more like a warning. In the distance, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace trembled when they heard this. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were also shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't think that even though they were so far away, the other party could still hear their conversation. It was really terrifying. "Forget it, this kid is too strange. Let's ignore him for now and look for other treasures." This Dragon Palace was left behind by a king. There are many treasures inside. We must get the other treasures. One of the elders said coldly. Then, the other elders nodded in agreement and quickly left with the people of the Divine Bird Palace. Seeing that those people had left, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and set up a formation that covered the entire spirit spring. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into cultivation. As he continued to absorb the spiritual power in the spirit spring, his cultivation increased rapidly. Half a day later, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th Heaven Venerable Realm. At this moment, the spiritual power in the spirit spring was only half consumed. There was still more than half left. Moreover, he still had a lot of elixirs in his hand. If he went all out, he should be able to break through to the 5th heaven venerable realm. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian made up his mind and began to break through to the 5th heaven venerable realm. Just as Lin Xian was breaking through to the next realm, the 7th heaven venerables of the Merry Woods, Zhao Shui, and the others were also quickly searching. However, there were many buildings in the Dragon Palace. Although some were destroyed in the battle, there were still many buildings standing here. Therefore, it was not easy to find a small water spirit pearl. Therefore, other than the 7th heaven venerables of the Merry Woods and Zhao Shui who were searching for the water spirit pearl, the other warriors were frantically collecting other treasures. However, although Lin Xian was in seclusion to break through, the little white monkey was not idle. He took out the small bowl of the leader again and began to collect other treasures. Because he was very secretive and there were too many buildings around, no one noticed him at all. The little white monkey did not take action. Once he took action, he took out some precious items. Just one item was comparable to 7 or 8 items in the hands of the other warriors. Therefore, Lin Xian did not suffer a loss at all. In fact, he made a big profit. Soon, a day had passed. With the spirit spring and elixirs, Lin Xian successfully broke through to the 5th heaven venerable realm. He felt the spiritual power in his body increase. Lin Xian was delighted. I finally broke through. After reaching the 5th heaven venerable realm, he could be considered a small expert. Moreover, not only did his cultivation increase, reaching the 5th heaven venerable realm had also improved his great dragon sword soul. In the past, he could not compete with a 6th heaven venerable realm expert. However, there was no problem now. The improvement of the great dragon sword soul had increased his combat strength by several times. However, this was not the end. He planned to improve the great dragon sword soul. This was because his martial soul was different from others. Others' martial souls were condensed by themselves and then slowly improved through exploration. However, Lin Xian was different. His sword soul was the strongest sword soul in the world. It had existed for a long time, however, it entered his body in the end and became his sword soul. Lin Xian did not need to improve the sword soul at all. All he needed to do was activate and revive the great dragon sword soul. This process was much easier than perfecting the martial soul. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to take the purple spirit pill and enter an ethereal state to activate and upgrade the great dragon sword soul. If he could upgrade the great dragon sword soul to the 6th heaven venerable realm, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, it would not be impossible for him to fight against a 7th heaven venerable. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement. Therefore, the great dragon sword soul was the foundation of his combat strength. The improvement of the great dragon sword soul was very important to him. After instructing the snow white monkey and the dark red dragon, Lin Xian took out a purple spirit pill and swallowed it. He began to improve the great dragon sword soul. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During this period, Lin Xian swallowed a few more purple spirit pills. He poured all the energy in the spirit spring into the great dragon sword soul in an attempt to activate and upgrade it. With the support of all this energy, his sword soul finally recovered a little. The warriors nearby were shocked because the sound made the blood in their bodies churn. Some of the weaker disciples even fell to the ground from the shock. What's going on? What a terrifying aura. What did that kid do? Why is he emitting such a terrifying aura? Many people looked ahead in horror. Lin Xian stood up from the spiritual spring. At this moment, his figure was tall and straight, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a peerless divine sword that was unstoppable. Around him, there were terrifying sword chi surrounding him, making him look like a celestial being. Is this the power of the great dragon sword soul? It's so terrifying. Lin Xian felt the surging aura of the great dragon sword soul in his body and felt a burst of excitement. Now, he could kill a level 4 supremacy with a casual attack. Not only that, he was now completely capable of fighting against a level 6 supremacy. If he used the great dragon sword soul and went all out, he could even fight against a level 7 supremacy. Moreover, what made him happy was that the improvement of the great dragon sword soul was not only reflected in its combat strength. His soul had also been nourished. Now, his soul had broken through the shackles of a level 6 alchemist and reached the level of a level 7 alchemist. Therefore, Lin Xian had now become a true level 7 alchemist. One had to know that he was not even 20 years old. Becoming a level 7 alchemist at this age was unprecedented. This was because a peerless genius like Shen Tianyu had only become a level 7 alchemist when he was around 30 years old. However, Lin Xian had shortened the process by a full 10 years. If this news were to spread, it would probably scare everyone to death. The power of the great dragon sword soul was beyond everyone's expectations. When the crowd faced Lin Xian, they felt as if they were facing a level 7 supremacy. This feeling was so strange that it shocked the surrounding warriors. In fact, this was very normal. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive sword soul between heaven and earth. Its power was definitely not something these people could imagine. Moreover, as Lin Xian's cultivation increased, the recovery of the great dragon sword soul also increased rapidly. Its power increased exponentially with each recovery. Therefore, the further he progressed, the stronger Lin Xian's combat strength became. Lin Xian took a deep breath and retracted all the sword qi in his body. Then, he stepped out of the spirit spring. At this moment, most of the energy in the spirit spring had been given to the great dragon sword soul, and there was only a little left. However, the dark red divine dragon did not let it go and directly sucked it all in. After doing all this, he patted his belly in satisfaction. Lin Xian walked slowly as he scanned his surroundings. All the cultivators who were swept by this gaze lowered their heads, not daring to meet it. The little snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and chirped happily. Seeing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat and he looked at the small bowl on its head. Then, his lips curled into a smile. The small bowl on the snow-white monkey's head was said to have a certain connection with the legendary treasure bowl. Not only could this small bowl absorb treasures, but it was also a spatial storage dharma treasure. All the treasures that the little snow-white monkey had obtained were now inside. The little snow-white monkey took the small bowl and hugged it in its arms. Then, its furry paws reached into it and groped around. Under Lin Xian's surprised gaze, the little snow-white monkey took out a tattered talisman paper. This talisman paper was only the size of a palm and was dark green all over. At first glance, it looked shabby, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that there were strange patterns engraved on it. They looked like Tao patterns and were extremely mysterious. Oh, no. The little snow-white monkey took the tattered dark green talisman paper and handed it to Lin Xian. When the surrounding people saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Even a first heaven supremacy would not want such a tattered thing. This little snow-white monkey is really stingy. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat because he knew that the little snow-white fox would not give him something for no reason. Moreover, something that could be snatched by the little bull was definitely not an ordinary item. Therefore, he quickly took the dark green talisman paper and looked at it carefully. In the next moment, his body trembled and he was ecstatic. Soul-nurturing talisman. He did not expect that this tattered and ugly thing to be the famous soul-nurturing talisman from ancient times. This soul-nurturing talisman was very special. It was said that when a martial artist wore it, it could increase his soul power. It could be said that it had endless uses. This thing was perfect for Lin Xian. This was because the increase in soul power was not only beneficial for alchemy, but also for the great dragon sword soul. One had to know that the increase in great dragon sword soul could increase Lin Xian's soul power, and the increase in soul power could also increase the recovery of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that the two complemented each other. After carefully wearing the soul-nurturing talisman on his body, Lin Xian rubbed the little snow-white monkey's head. Well done. Next time, I'll give you more than half of the spirit fruits I get. Oh, no. The little snow-white monkey nodded in satisfaction. Its black gem-like eyes narrowed into crescents. Moreover, the dark red dragon walked over and said in a low voice, "Boy, I have to say that your luck is really good." Even in ancient times, this soul-nurturing talisman was an extremely precious item. The dark red dragon was right about this. Lin Xian found that the further a martial artist went, the more they cultivated. The original body changed to the soul. It could be said that the further a martial artist went on, the more important soul power was. In the end, no matter what the physical body was like, as long as the soul was not destroyed, they could be reborn. They could even be immortal. From this, it could be seen how important a martial artist's soul was. However, there was no particularly good method to cultivate soul power. Other than a few geniuses who were born with powerful soul power, it was very difficult for others to obtain a method to cultivate soul power. They could only slowly increase their soul power as their cultivation increased. Even in ancient times, soul power cultivation methods were extremely rare and only in the hands of a few sections. For example, the ancient Soul sect had a kind of soul power cultivation method. The tattered talisman in Lin Xian's hand was probably made by the ancient Soul sect. Lin Xian's soul power was originally very strong. Now that he had the soul-nurturing talisman, his soul power would definitely grow rapidly. Damn, you're not giving him anything. What about me? The dark red dragon also started playing with the little snow-white monkey's things. Woogie woogie, the little snow-white monkey rolled its eyes at him and then put the little bowl on its head. Damn, little guy, don't be so stingy, okay? You have to be magnanimous. The dark red dragon grinned mischievously as it wrapped itself around the monkey. At this moment, a hurried sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Following that, a ray of light like white lightning came from afar and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Her white clothes were whiter than snow, and her beauty was peerless. This person was Zhao Shui. In Lin Xian's memory, Zhao Shui always gave off a charming feeling. She was never as cold as she was now. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He could not solve this problem now. He could only wait until he had the ability to defeat her before he could unravel her secret. For now, it was better for him to keep these things in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Shui did not know what Lin Xian was thinking. She stopped and hurriedly said to Lin Xian, "Young Master Lin, I found the water spiritual pearl that you wanted." Found it? Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and a joyful expression appeared on his face. According to the information he received, this water spiritual pearl was not inferior to the Lin Quan from before. Therefore, it was also a rare treasure for him. Zhao Shui nodded slightly. Then, she flipped her palm and a blue pearl about the size of a fist appeared in her hand. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took the blue pearl. Then, he examined it carefully. That's right. It's really the water spiritual pearl. He felt a surge of energy in it. This energy was very pure, unlike the energy in the Dragon Ball, which had a trace of evil qi. The water spiritual pearl laid in Lin Xian's hand and emitted a gentle light. Every time it flashed, a terrifying energy wave would spread out in all directions. When the surrounding ancient martial art practitioners felt the energy wave, they were all shocked and looked forward with burning eyes. However, they could only look on enviously. No one dared to make a move. Not to mention Zhao Shui, who was a terrifying 7th-level honorable. Just the aura that Lin Xian exuded earlier was not something they could resist. Therefore, they could only look on helplessly. They were going crazy. On the other hand, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He did not expect Zhao Shui to find the water spiritual pearl so quickly. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Zhao Shui was the same as him, a cultivator with extremely powerful soul power. Furthermore, she had the Eyes of Void, a long-lost eye technique. Presumably, she had a special method to quickly find the water spirit pearl. What made Lin Xian even happier was that the water spirit pearl contained pure water element. Although he didn't have the water attribute, he had the ice attribute. The ice attribute was also a mutation of the water attribute. It could be said that the two were of the same origin. Therefore, not only could the water spirit pearl increase his cultivation, it could even increase the power of the ice lotus martial soul. After putting away the water spirit pearl, Lin Xian looked at Zhao Shui and said in a deep voice, "Since you found the water spirit pearl, then according to our agreement, I'll do my best to help you seize the Dragon Ball above." Hearing Lin Xian's words, a smile finally appeared on Zhao Shui's expressionless face. Seeing this smile, Lin Xian had a very familiar feeling. However, this smile was very short and disappeared in an instant. The two of them turned around and walked forward. At this moment, the two dragon pillars had already disappeared. However, the Dragon Ball was still floating in midair. The Dragon Ball was slightly bigger than the Water Spirit Pearl in Lin Xian's hand. Furthermore, the energy it contained was even more terrifying. The remnant energy that was emitted turned into dragons that swam around the surface of the Dragon Ball, adding a bit of mystery to it. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "There are a few things that I want to make clear to you before making a move." Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." First of all, although Little White can control the staff, it doesn't mean that it can control the Dragon Ball 100%. I hope you understand this point. Don't worry, I know. Zhao Shui said. She knew very well that the Dragon Ball was something left behind by a king. It was impossible to completely subdue it with a staff. Very good. The second point is that although the Dragon Ball has powerful energy, it also contains some evil aura. This aura can even affect a person's mind. I hope you can consider this point carefully. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. This was also the reason why he and the dark red divine dragon gave up on the Dragon Ball. At this moment, Lin Xian told Zhao Shui the truth. Because regardless of whether Zhao Shui had lost her memory or not, Lin Xian was still his friend. Therefore, Lin Xian could not hide anything from her. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. They knew that there was a strange energy in the Dragon Ball, but they did not expect it to be such a terrifying evil aura. This aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary supremacies would not dare to touch it at all. Perhaps even a 7th level supremacies would have to be careful. Just as everyone was still in shock, another figure arrived in the vicinity like a bolt of lightning. This figure looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy face. Damn it, I didn't expect her to get the Water Spirit Pearl first. This figure was the 7th level supremacies from Merry Woods. He looked around but did not find the Water Spirit Pearl. Only now did he know that the Water Spirit Pearl had already been obtained by Zhao Shui. He also heard Lin Xian's advice very clearly. However, he did not take it to heart. As long as he could obtain the Dragon Ball, he was confident that he could neutralize the evil aura inside. Therefore, the most important thing was to obtain the Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball is something left behind by a king. Moreover, it contains evil aura. It must be very terrifying. When I get the treasure later, it will definitely not be peaceful. I only need to hide in the dark and observe. At the crucial moment, I may make a move. There is still hope. This 7th level supremacies had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend both Zhao Shui and Lin Xian at the same time, he still had to obtain the Dragon Ball. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Shui also fell into deep thought. However, she quickly raised her head. Her beautiful face was filled with determination. I understand what you said. However, no matter what, I must obtain this Dragon Ball. Alright, since you insist, I will do my best to help you. Then, Lin Xian rubbed the snow-white little monkey's head. Little White, let's begin. The snow-white little monkey nodded. Then, it jumped off Lin Xian's shoulder and began to wave the staff in its hand. Suddenly, the Dragon Ball above trembled slightly. Then, it emitted an even brighter light. It felt as if a blue sun was shining in all directions. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon also moved. It raised its dragon claws and quickly carved a formation in the air. It enveloped the Dragon Ball and Lin Xian and the others. Of course, this was to isolate the Dragon Ball from the outside world. Otherwise, if the Dragon Ball went crazy and attracted some powerful sea monsters, it would be difficult for them. After doing all this, Lin Xian said with a serious expression. It's your turn. Zhao Shui nodded. Then, the spiritual energy in her body surged and quickly formed a virtual sky eye above her. It was like the eyes of a god looking down on the common people. The surrounding warriors who were exploring all returned and looked at the scene in front of them with serious expressions. This was because they knew that the most crucial moment had come. Elder Song and the others also had heavy hearts because they didn't expect Lin Xian to participate in such an important matter. After the Dragon Pearl was isolated, the rest was dangerous because what they needed to do was to collect the Dragon Pearl. This process would definitely use external forces, but if there was any external interference, the Dragon Pearl would automatically defend against it. Although it wasn't a King Realm cultivator resisting it, it wasn't something an ordinary honorable could resist. Therefore, they had to be careful. This required the snow-white little monkey because it could communicate with the dragon pearl through its staff and deceive it. Of course, it could only deceive a part of it and couldn't completely cover it. At this moment, Zhao Shui also took a deep breath and controlled the void sky eye to attack the dragon pearl. Suddenly, the void sky eye began to rotate and a whirlpool appeared in the huge eye. It quickly became bigger and shrouded the dragon pearl. The whirlpool rotated like a black hole and had an extremely strong devouring power as if it wanted to devour the dragon pearl. Feeling the pull of this power, the dragon pearl quickly trembled and then exploded with a powerful light. A terrifying power surged out of the dragon pearl and quickly rushed upwards. This power overflowed and the entire dragon palace shook as if it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, the snow-white little monkey quickly waved the staff in its hand and communicated with the dragon pearl above to deceive it. However, the effect was minimal and could only weaken the dragon pearl's power by a little. Great Dragon Sword Soul. At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian's body suddenly emitted a sharp sword qi. This sword qi quickly rushed upwards to resist the dragon pearl. Everyone's hearts shook when they sensed the sword qi. Even the 7th level venerated realm expert from Merry Woods frowned. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to have such a powerful sword aura. The surrounding cultivators were even more shocked because this sword qi made them feel incomparable fear. With Lin Xian's help, the battle situation above changed once again. An extremely sharp sword aura quickly enveloped the entire dragon ball. It was as if it wanted to cut it apart. If it was just an ordinary sword qi, it wouldn't be able to get close to the dragon pearl, or it would shatter the moment it got close. However, Lin Xian's sword aura was different. It was not an ordinary sword aura. It was a sword aura that came from the great dragon sword soul, a cultivation method and saint art of the world. Its attack power could be said to be incomparably powerful. Even if the dragon pearl was something left behind by a king, it couldn't instantly shatter the sword qi. However, Lin Xian's actions also angered the dragon pearl. The blue dragon pearl above released a burst of majestic power and rushed towards Lin Xian as if it wanted to tear him apart. Humph. Lin Xian scoffed and a layer of red lotus armor quickly covered his body to protect him. The red lotus armor was an extremely powerful defensive technique. Lin Xian was very confident in it. Pung, a low sound was heard. Then, 2 figures were sent flying. After all, the dragon pearl was a treasure left behind by a king. Its power was terrifying and definitely far beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, after the attack, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were sent flying. However, the 2 of them were only sent flying and didn't suffer any injuries. However, this scene made the surrounding people widen their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They could understand why Zhao Shui wasn't injured. After all, she was a 7-day venerable realm expert. It shouldn't be a problem for her to resist the power of the dragon pearl. However, Lin Xian was different. Although he had just broken through to the 5th heaven of the venerable realm, it was impossible for him to resist the power of the dragon pearl. However, in the end, he successfully resisted it and wasn't injured. Damn it, how is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This kid isn't injured at all. Humph, dogshit luck, it must be dogshit luck. That's why this kid escaped by a fluke. Just wait and see. Next time, he will definitely be blasted into pieces by this energy. The disciples of the divine southern palace snorted. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. First, he released a terrifying sword qi. Now, he had such a strong defense. Both of them were extremely shocking. On the other hand, the people of the Immortal Martial Academy heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was excited. That's great. As expected of junior brother Lin. He's really strong. He can even block the terrifying energy of the dragon pearl. Yeah, junior brother Lin seems to be able to create miracles every time. Because these people had the most contact with Lin Xian, they had heard too many legends about Lin Xian. Therefore, they didn't have any doubts about Lin Xian not being injured. In fact, they were very excited. Elder Song and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. They were originally worried, but now it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. Marywood's 7th-level venerated realm looked ahead with a solemn expression. He could also block that attack. However, he was a 7th heaven venerable while the opponent was only a 5th heaven venerable. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. The difference was like heaven and earth. This kid is very strange. No matter if it's his attack or defense, they both far surpass those of the same realm. It seems that we have underestimated him. Just as everyone was discussing, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. The energy was weaker than he expected. It seemed that the staff in the snow-white monkey's hand had some effect. Moreover, although they were forced back, it wasn't like they didn't have any effect. At least, a small area above the dragon pearl was covered by the sword chi. As expected, the awakened dragon sword soul had become extremely powerful. Even the dragon pearl left behind by a king couldn't be completely destroyed in an instant. This was definitely a great opportunity. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shui's face lit up with joy. In the next moment, he quickly formed hand seals and controlled the void sky eye above him to attack the dragon pearl that was covered by the sword chi. A golden light appeared in Zhao Shui's beautiful eyes, carrying a frightening aura. Not only that, but as her eyes changed, the void sky eye above her also changed. Golden lines quickly appeared in the huge pupil, condensing into a mysterious pattern that covered the eyeball. This change made the void sky eye even more powerful. The originally grayish-black vortex turned pale gold at this moment, and an even more powerful devouring power was formed. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul once again, sending out streaks of sharp sword chi that slashed forward. The snow-white monkey also quickly waved the staff in its hand, and in the end, it simply threw the staff into the golden vortex. The main force of this battle was Zhao Shui. As long as she devoured the dragon pearl, everything would be done. Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey only assisted from the side. The dragon pearl was an ownerless object, so it could only rely on its instincts to defend. Previously, Zhao Shui gave it the greatest threat, so it resisted the most. Because the little white monkey threw the staff into the golden vortex. The staff had a certain connection with the Dragon Ball and could weaken the Dragon Ball's resistance. Now that it was thrown into the golden vortex, it directly weakened the Dragon Ball's resistance to the golden vortex. This was definitely the most important step. Zhao Shui also seemed to feel this change and was immediately overjoyed. In the next moment, she shouted and the light in her eyes became brighter. The golden vortex above also quickly turned from a faint gold to a pure gold. Finally, it was like a giant beast that swallowed the sky and swallowed the Dragon Ball in an instant. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were also in an uproar. They didn't expect Zhao Shui to succeed. The Dragon Ball was like a blue sun, blooming with incomparable light and instantly crashed into the golden vortex. Although the blue Dragon Ball entered the golden vortex, the power it carried was too terrifying. When the two collided, a powerful energy fluctuation burst out and quickly swept in all directions. This energy was extremely terrifying and instantly tore the array set up by the dark red divine dragon and quickly rushed in all directions. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically and quickly retreated. Some of the slower cultivators were even directly sent flying. Zhao Shui was also impacted by this energy and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, she didn't care and her eyes were filled with surprise. Success! She finally succeeded in subduing the Dragon Ball. Although it was impacted, the Dragon Ball gradually sank into the golden vortex. At this moment, an extremely anxious voice came from afar. Quickly stop, you can't take the Dragon Ball away. The Dragon Ball is the hope of Heidi City. You will push Heidi City into the abyss by doing this. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned because they realized that this voice didn't seem to be from a human at all. Zhao Shui and Lin Xian were also stunned. They didn't expect someone to stop them at the last moment. Finally, the two of them turned their heads and saw a figure walking over from the Dragon Palace. It was an old man with white hair and a walking stick. What was more strange was that he was carrying a turtle shell on his back that was covered with moss. Xian Turtle Clan. It was another member of the Xian Turtle Clan. Many people were puzzled because this old man was too old. His hair, eyebrows, and beard almost reached the ground. Needless to say, this was definitely a black tortoise that had lived for countless years. Lin Xian looked at the old black tortoise and frowned. Although the other party was old and his blood seemed to have dried up, with his sharp soul power, he could feel that the old man's realm was extremely terrifying. She seemed to be even better than Zhao Shui. I never expected the Shan Turtle clan to have an 8th Heaven Exalt Realm expert as well. What? 8th Heaven Venerable? Hearing those words, everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at the aged black tortoise and revealed expressions of disbelief. They had never imagined that the black tortoise that could barely walk was actually an 8th Heavenly Layer Exalted Realm expert. This was a figure who was more powerful than everyone present. If he were to attack, it was likely that no one would be able to stop him. However, the old tortoise shook his head slightly. I can't. I'm old. Although my cultivation is still there, I can't use much of my battle strength. The old tortoise's voice was old. He looked at the young man in front of him, and his eyes flickered. Because he didn't expect the young man in front of him to be able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. Zhao Shui regained her coldness. She glanced at the old tortoise and said coldly, I respect you as a senior and won't attack you. However, I won't return the Dragon Ball. It wasn't easy for her to obtain the Dragon Ball. How could she return it? One had to know that this was a treasure left behind by a king. On the side, the 7th Heaven Exalt of Mary Woods also said, You know that you don't have any battle strength left, yet you still dare to stop us. Could it be that there's a secret behind this? One had to know that the Dragon Ball had been taken away by Zhao Shui. There was no hope for him to make a move again. However, he still hadn't given up on the Dragon Ball. Therefore, now that the old tortoise had come out, it might be a chance for him. The old tortoise trembled slightly as he came in front of everyone. His old voice sounded again. I've already lived for thousands of years and my life is about to come to an end. In my last years, I really don't want to see the underwater city fall into endless danger. Thousands of years. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect this old man to have lived for so long. He was even longer than an ordinary king. On the one hand, warriors cultivated to obtain great power. On the other hand, they wanted to obtain a longer lifespan. Because only by living could they enjoy everything. Generally, a venerable only had a lifespan of 500 to 800 years. Once they became a king, they could live for as long as 1,000 years. However, a king could only live for 2,000 years at most. It was impossible for them to live any longer because this was the rule of heaven and earth. No one could change this unless they broke through to the next realm. However, the Shan Turtle clan seemed to be somewhat special. Because the Shan Turtle clan was a monster clan, their lifespan was originally longer than that of humans. Naturally, the powerhouses of the clan could live longer. Therefore, it was possible for the powerhouses of the Shan Turtle clan to live for thousands of years. However, even if they lived for thousands of years, they couldn't escape the fate of death. Life and death reincarnation. It seemed that no one could escape this law. At least, in Lin Xian's current knowledge, no warrior of any realm could escape. He didn't know if the realms beyond his knowledge could escape. The old Shan Turtle's words seemed to resonate with everyone, especially those of the older generation. Their eyes flickered, and they remained silent. They had lived for hundreds of years and were close to the end of their lives. That was why they had entered the remote heavenly secret realm with the young people this time. They wanted to take a gamble and find treasures in the secret realm to break through their cultivation. Only then could they extend their lifespan. At this moment, seeing the old Shan Turtle who was about to die, they naturally resonated with him. Everyone, you might not know this, but this Dragon Ball can be said to be the guardian of the underwater city. There are countless sea clan near the Dragon Ball. Every year, they will contribute their power to the Dragon Ball, and the Dragon Ball is responsible for protecting the peace of the entire underwater city. This has been going on for thousands of years. I remember clearly that before the Dragon Ball appeared, this underwater city would often create tremors, tsunamis, and countless undercurrents, which posed a great threat to the Sea Clan. Since the appearance of the Dragon Ball, these disasters have disappeared. Therefore, for the safety of the underwater city, you can't take the dragons away. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Dragon Ball to have such a function. Could it be that this Dragon Ball can affect the laws of this world? The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Speaking of which, his cultivation was the highest, so his knowledge was naturally far beyond these people. At this moment, he frowned when he heard the old Xian turtle's words. One had to know that mountain torrents, tsunamis, and undercurrents were all natural phenomena. No matter how powerful a treasure was, it could only affect a part of it. It couldn't completely control it. Moreover, there hadn't been any tsunamis in the 1,000 years since the Dragon Ball appeared. This meant that it had already controlled this part of the world. It was too strange, the cultivators around them were too weak, so they couldn't understand the dragon's words. However, Zhao Shui and the 7th-level Venerable frowned. The old black turtle was also surprised. He didn't expect that there would be someone who knew so much. He sighed and continued, indeed, nothing can control the world. However, what if these disasters weren't caused by the world? What? They weren't caused by the world? Could it be caused by humans? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Powerful cultivators could split mountains and rivers and cause disasters. This wasn't a problem. However, it was only for an instant. They had never heard of anyone who could create disasters for hundreds or thousands of years. This was simply impossible. Even a king couldn't do it. Now, the old black turtle was telling everyone that the disasters in the past were caused by humans. This was simply too inconceivable. Are you sure? Lin Xian was also shocked. He couldn't think of what kind of expert could do this. The dragon frowned and said with an unnatural expression, it's muttering to itself. Could it be him? Who? Lin Xian quickly asked after hearing that. The dragon didn't say anything. Instead, it looked at Lin Xian meaningfully. Seeing the dragon's expression, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly thought of a name. This was the name of the target he was looking for. It was also the name of this secret realm. The heavenly netherbird, perhaps only those ancient ferocious beasts could cause such a disaster. Who are you talking about? The surrounding cultivators asked anxiously. They really wanted to know what kind of existence could do this. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, an exciting aura suddenly surged out from below the underwater city. Feeling this aura, everyone's hair stood on end as fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Even Marywood's 7th-layer venerables and Zhao Shui were frowning as if they were facing a great enemy, let alone the ordinary disciples. The old black turtle's expression also changed drastically, and his aged voice trembled slightly. It's him. It's him. It's alive again. Lin Xian's expression was also grave because that aura was too terrifying. It was as if there was a ball of flames that wanted to roast his body. This was too inconceivable, one had to know that this was the bottom of the sea. How could there be a fire? Even if there was, it wouldn't be able to burn. However, the aura was extremely scorching, bringing with it a terrifying heat that even melted the seawater. However, the aura left as quickly as it came, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Many disciples gasped for breath with ghastly pale countenances, and their entire bodies were drenched in sweat. What was down there? The elders of the Divine Bird Palace kept gasping for breath, and their expressions were full of horror. At that moment, they were like ants encountering a golden dragon, producing a kind of fear that couldn't be controlled. That kind of fear came from the depths of their bodies, from their bloodline, and they couldn't control it at all. This was too shocking. One had to know that their ancestors were the three-headed divine bird, an extremely powerful existence. Although these people didn't have the pure bloodline of their ancestors, they were descendants after all, and their bodies contained a trace of the divine bird's bloodline. But even so, they couldn't resist that aura at all, and they were terrified. The other disciples were also scared. Wasn't this underwater city already under the sea? How could there be something down there? Who knew what kind of monster was down there? A group of warriors felt their scalps tingle, and they looked frightened. They didn't dare to stay any longer. The old tortoise sighed and then said faintly, "You should have heard of the heavenless demonic beasts." Heavenless demonic beasts? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and stopped running away with a suspicious look on their faces. Isn't that a legendary demonic beast? Does it really exist? It's actually a heavenless demonic beast. This is really incredible. Everyone was talking about it, and they were shocked. In this world, in addition to humans, there were also demonic beasts, all kinds of demonic beasts. In ancient times, there were experts who categorized these demonic beasts into the heaven list and earth list. Any demonic beast that could be on the heaven list was an extremely powerful existence in the world. Among them, the demonic beasts on the heaven list were even more terrifying. Each of them was a peerless fierce beast with unimaginable power. However, as time passed, the powerful sects of ancient times declined, and those heaven list demonic beasts gradually disappeared. Now, only some earth list demonic beasts still existed. The heaven list demonic beasts seemed to have become legends. Therefore, these disciples were so shocked when they heard about the heaven list demonic beasts. Seeing that everyone knew about the legend of the heaven list demonic beasts, the old black turtle continued. Among the heaven list demonic beasts, there is a demonic beast that is ranked 7th, called the Great Xia Dragon Finch. What? The Great Xia Dragon Finch? How is that possible? Hearing this, everyone screamed. The older generation figures were also shocked. Even Zhao Shui and Mary Forrest's 7th Venerable were in disbelief. The Great Xia Dragon Finch was a terrifying existence that was ranked 7th on the heaven list demonic beasts. It was definitely a peerless fierce beast. With their cultivation, they couldn't even resist a trace of the other party's aura. Everyone was terrified, and many people even wanted to escape. If it was really the Great Xia Dragon Finch, then they wouldn't have any chance to resist. Not to mention them, the entire Tianwu continent would probably cease to exist. One had to know that these people were all disciples of the top sects in the continent, so they knew a lot of things. For example, they knew about the legend of the Great Xia Dragon Finch. It was the guardian beast of the Great Xia Kingdom. The Great Xia Kingdom was not the Great Xia Kingdom in Lin Xian's hometown, but a true ancient divine kingdom. Legend had it that outside the Tianwu continent, there was an even wider world, and the Great Xia Kingdom was one of them. It was said that the Great Xia Kingdom's territory was very vast, even larger than the entire Tianwu continent. One could imagine how powerful this kingdom was. Perhaps even the top king of the Tianwu continent wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the Great Xia Kingdom. And this dragon finch was the strongest divine beast in the Great Xia Kingdom, protecting the safety of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. It was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, an existence that everyone could only look up to. Furthermore, it was said that from then on, the entire Tianwu continent had become an endless sea. Even a king could not fly over it. In the end, the outside world became a legend, and people treated this matter as a myth. However, they did not expect to hear news of the Great Xia Dragon Finch in the remote sky secret realm. At this moment, the dark red dragon snorted coldly. What kind of joke is this? How can it be the Great Xia Dragon Finch? If it really is the Great Xia Dragon Finch, I'm afraid the entire secret realm will cease to exist. The dark red dragon's voice rang out, causing everyone to shiver. Following that, everyone's faces were filled with doubt. That's right, what kind of terrifying existence could easily destroy the entire Tianwu continent? How could a secret realm trap it? The dark red dragon had come to look for the heavenly netherbird, but now the Great Xia Dragon Finch had appeared. This made him very doubtful, so he retorted. The others also came to their senses and stared at the old black turtle, their faces full of doubt. Don't tell me you're deliberately making up a story to deceive us in order to keep the Dragon Ball? That's right, how could it be the legendary Great Xia Dragon Finch? The group of people stared at the old black turtle in disbelief. The old black turtle shook his head slightly and sighed. You've misunderstood. The real Great Xia Dragon Finch has long disappeared in the long river of history. The one below is not the Great Xia Dragon Finch, but the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird has a trace of the Great Xia Dragonfinch's bloodline, and its strength is terrifying. It is also a demonic beast on the heaven list. In ancient times, this heavenly netherbird bewitched the world and was sealed in this secret realm by a peerless expert. This seal not only seals it, but also consumes its strength at all times. I'm afraid it can't use much of its strength now. But even so, it's not something we can resist. After all, none of the demonic beasts on the heaven list are easy to deal with. Furthermore, as time passes, the seal will loosen. I'm afraid it won't be long before the heavenly netherbird breaks out of the seal. At that time, not only will it be a disaster for the entire underwater city, but the remote sky secret realm will also fall into eternal damnation. And if the other party recovers its strength, I'm afraid your world will not be spared. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The old black tortoise was right. Although the heavenly netherbird was not as strong as the great Xia dragon finch, it was still a demonic beast on the heaven list. Moreover, the aura that everyone felt just now was really too terrifying. It was not something they could resist. If the other party really came out, none of them would be able to escape. Therefore, everyone's hearts were heavy, and their expressions were ugly. However, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of joy. This was because the main reason he came here was to find the heavenly netherbird. Originally, he had only come to try his luck and wasn't completely confident. However, after listening to the old tortoise, he was certain that the heavenly netherbird was sealed under the underwater city. Only the flames produced by peerless beasts could burn in this endless sea and never be extinguished. As if responding to the old black turtle's words, an extremely low and obscure voice came from the depths of the ground. It seemed to be an illusion, yet it also seemed to be real. Along with this voice, everyone trembled as if they were in an endless sea of fire. The spiritual energy in their bodies was about to be roasted. Buzz, Lin Xian also felt this heat. Immediately, the big red sword soul in his body seemed to have been activated and let out a sonorous sword cry. The big dragon sword soul rarely had such a phenomenon. One could imagine how terrifying the other party was. The old black turtle's body swayed as if it would fall at any moment. Lin Xian took a deep breath and then sighed. He could see that the old black turtle did not have much time left to live. This was because with his perception, he could clearly feel that the other party's qi and blood had almost dried up. It could be said that it was a miracle that it could live until now. At the same time, he kept thinking about the news from before. Although he had obtained countless treasures, none of them were as important as this news because it was really good news for him. However, the only thing that worried him was that the heavenly netherbird was too strong. He was afraid that with his current strength, he would not be able to contend against the other party. It seemed that he could only think of another way. At this moment, the old black turtle spoke again. The dragon pearl contains powerful energy that can help prolong the seal and suppress and eliminate the disaster caused by the heavenly netherbird. So, please return the dragon pearl. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They all looked at Zhao Shui because the dragon pearl was in her hands. Feeling the gazes of so many people, Zhao Shui's expression did not change. She still said coldly, "Using the dragons to suppress it will only delay it for a while. It won't solve the problem at all. Moreover, from the aura just now, the seal below is already very loose. I'm afraid that even with the dragon pearl, it won't last long. Now that the dragon pearl is gone, it might be better. You can make plans in advance. Maybe you can find a new way out. So, I won't return the dragon pearl." Zhao Shui decisively refused. What she said was right. Even if she left the dragon pearl, with the current situation, it would only be suppressed for 1 or 2 years. After that, it would not be able to suppress it at all. At that time, the Sea clan would still have to suffer a disaster. Therefore, whether she took the dragon pearl or not, the result would be the same for these ocean pearl. Moreover, the dragon pearl was very important to her, so no matter what, she would not give it up. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They did not say anything because they knew Zhao Shui's analysis. The old tortoise sighed. He was extremely disappointed. Lin Xian also sighed slightly. Indeed, the situation in the underwater city was not optimistic. Even if they did not come to seize the dragon pearl, they would not be able to survive for long. The old black turtle was extremely disappointed. To be honest, before this, he did not believe that a human could take away the dragon pearl. Therefore, he did not pay much attention at first. However, when he noticed, it was already too late. These humans had already taken away the dragon pearl. Moreover, he also knew that what he had said was the truth. Even if they had the dragon pearl, they would not be able to survive for long. I didn't expect this to be the result. I can only use my last bit of strength to contribute to this underwater city. At the end of his words, the old black turtle's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light, and his bent body instantly straightened up. Eighth Heaven Venerable Realm. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect the old black turtle to suddenly erupt with such tyrannical power. This power was too strong. Even Zhao Shui and the seventh layer Venerable of Merry Woods could not resist it. Lin Xian also quickly used the Red Lotus armor to protect his body while constantly retreating. At the same time, he sensed that the spiritual power and qi and blood in the old black turtle's body were burning rapidly. It was because he was burning his life without caring about the consequences that he erupted with such a terrifying aura. Damn it, this old guy doesn't want to die with us, does he? The disciples of Divine Bird Palace screamed crazily. Hearing this, everyone's expression became extremely ugly. If the old black turtle really wanted to die with them, they would not be able to escape. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There was no fear on his face because he knew that the old black turtle would not do this. Because this was the power obtained by burning his qi and blood and life. It was impossible to kill everyone. Moreover, it was useless no matter what the old black turtle did. After all, things had already happened. Even if he killed them all, it could not be reversed. Therefore, he did not think that the old black turtle wanted to kill them. Sure enough, Lin Xian's guess was right. The old black turtle did not attack them. Instead, he used the last of his strength to quickly send a voice transmission to the underwater city and even the Sea clan further away. All Sea clan members, listen up. From today onwards, leave the underwater city and even this sea area. Also, don't come back for 100 years. Because a great disaster is about to happen here. This voice turned into rolling waves and spread clearly into the distance. Hearing this voice, everyone fell silent. They did not expect that the old black turtle would not attack them, but warn the Sea clan to evacuate. This action made them fall silent. However, at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the underground of the underwater city, causing the entire dragon palace to tremble. Then, the surrounding ground cracked and countless trenches appeared. Balls of black flames gushed out from the cracks and burned fiercely. This scene was very strange. This was the bottom of the sea, but there were countless black flames burning endlessly. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that these black flames were too terrifying. They directly evaporated a large amount of seawater and even distorted the void. Accompanied by these flames, there was an extremely low voice. Just you wait, I'm about to break the seal. Old Taoist Song, you dared to seal me in the past. I will definitely avenge you. I want your mystic realm to cease to exist. His voice was filled with a primeval aura and endless fury. Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect the seal to be so damaged that even the heavenly Netherbird's voice could be heard. This was not good news at all. Not only the human Jinji in the Dragon Palace, but all the Sea clans in the underwater city and even the sea areas further away also heard this voice. They were all terrified, and their bodies were trembling. Run! The sealed Great Demon King is about to come out. Damn it! The heavenly Netherbird is crazy. It wants to destroy the entire secret realm. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. At this moment, everyone was fleeing. They wanted to flee to a safe place. Although the Heaven Serene Bird couldn't break the seal for the time being, if it continued to stay in the underwater city, it would be burned to ashes by the black flames. Zhao Shui shouted and used her movement technique to quickly run outside. Because the situation was extremely chaotic, and she had the Dragon Ball, who knew if someone would take advantage of the chaos to steal it, therefore, without any hesitation, she turned into a white lightning and quickly left the place. Lin Xian waved his hand and called back the dark red dragon and the white monkey. Then, he used the illusionary demonic steps and turned into a sword light, disappearing from the spot. The two of them were very fast and disappeared in an instant. When Elder Song and the others saw Lin Xian leave, their expressions became solemn. Then, they said in a deep voice, "Follow me and break out with all your strength." The people of the Merry Woods and the Divine Bird Palace also fled in all directions, running out of the Dragon Palace. Outside the Dragon Palace, countless sea clans also fled. Because the disaster had arrived, the black flames coming from the underground were too terrifying. Even venerables couldn't resist it. Fortunately, they didn't have to deal with the black flames. They just had to be careful and avoid them. Although it was dangerous, it wasn't fatal. The 7th level venerables of the Merry Woods used a powerful technique to safely bring the people of the Merry Woods out of the Dragon Palace. Then, she said to those people, "Hurry up and leave this underwater world. I still have some things to do, don't wait for me." After saying that, she turned into a ghost light and instantly rushed into the distance. This direction was the direction where Xiao Shui and Lin Xian left. It seemed that the 7th level venerables of the Merry Woods didn't give up on the Dragon Ball. The entire underwater world, which was the Mirage Sea Zone, fell into panic and disaster. The disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy risked their lives and finally left the Mirage Sea Zone. The moment they stepped on land, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, long before this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had already left the Mirage Sea. In a low valley, the two lights flashed and then turned into two figures. One of them was a tall and straight young man with an ancient sword on his back. The other was a fairy-like woman in a fluttering white robe. These two people were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. "Young Master Lin, thank you for your help," Zhao Shui said. "It's nothing. You helped me find the water spirit pearl. It's only right that I help you." Lin Xian smiled. Zhao Shui nodded. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. See you again." "Wait," Xian suddenly said. "Why? Do you still have something to do?" Zhao Shui's brows furrowed and she looked displeased. Her current thought was to quickly refine the energy in the Dragon Ball. She didn't want to do anything else now. "I have a plan. I wonder if you're interested?" Lin Xian said slowly. Zhao Shui shook her head. "Forget it. I have other things to do. Let's talk about other things in the future." She turned and was about to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice floated from behind. "Once this plan succeeds, I can guarantee that the benefits you'll get will be several times stronger than the energy in the Dragon Ball." "What?" Hearing this, Zhao Shui was stunned. She stopped in her tracks and showed a puzzled expression. Then, she turned around with a cold smile on her beautiful face. "Young Master Lin, don't joke around. How is this possible? The Dragon Ball is a treasure left behind by a king. I really can't think of anything here that can be several times stronger than it." Seeing the look of disbelief on Zhao Shui's face, Lin Xian smiled and whispered a few words to her. You dare to have designs on the heavenly netherbird? Do you not want to live anymore?" Zhao Shui was too shocked. She didn't think that the other party was even more daring than her. He actually dared to have designs on an ancient beast. This was no longer madness, this was simply courting death. "It's nothing. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. I think you understand this principle. Furthermore, the heavenly netherbird has been imprisoned for thousands of years. I'm afraid it can't use much of its strength. Furthermore, we don't want to kill the heavenly netherbird. We just want to obtain some benefits from it. I think it should be much easier." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Of course, if you don't want to, then forget it. I'll find someone else. However, if you agree, I can help you protect for free so that you can quickly absorb the energy from the Dragon Ball." After listening to Lin Xian's plan, Zhao Shui was speechless. She quickly thought in her heart. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. The reason why he wanted to find Zhao Shui was because she was his old friend. Although she had lost her memories, Lin Xian still wanted to cooperate with her subconsciously. Furthermore, from the process of Zhao Shui seizing the Dragon Ball, he realized that Zhao Shui urgently needed power. One had to know that the blood chi in the Dragon Ball had a great effect on 7th level supremes. However, Zhao Shui was determined to seize the Dragon Ball. This was enough to show her desire for power. Now, there was a source of power that was even greater than the Dragon Ball in front of her. He didn't believe that she could resist this temptation. As expected, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Shui quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you. However, if the heavenly netherbird really threatens my life one day, I will stop working with you. Don't worry, I won't joke around with my life." Lin Xian shrugged. Since they had decided to work together, the two of them gathered again and quickly discussed what to do next. At this moment, the void rippled, and another figure appeared nearby. This figure was Mary Wood's 7th level Venerate. He had followed Lin Xian and Zhao Shui out of the underwater world. In his opinion, Zhao Shui and Lin Xian did not know each other before, and they were only in a cooperative relationship. Therefore, after leaving the underwater world, they would definitely act alone. At that time, Zhao Shui would be alone, and he would have a chance to snatch her. However, the scene in front of him surprised him because the two of them did not leave. Instead, they gathered together and seemed to be chatting happily. It seemed that the relationship between the two was closer than when they were in the underwater city. Immediately, his expression became extremely ugly. He didn't have full confidence in dealing with Zhao Shui to begin with, and now that the mysterious and strange Lin Xian had been added to the mix, it made things even more difficult for him. This was because although Lin Xian's cultivation was far lower than his, the sword chi that Lin Xian had unleashed and the bright red battle armor made the 7th level Venerate frown. Therefore, the 7th level Venerate hesitated for a moment, then sighed and turned to leave. The appearance and departure of Mary Wood's 7th level Venerate did not escape Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's senses. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Zhao Shui snorted coldly. He ran fast. There was a hint of anger in her voice. It seemed that if the 7th level Venerate had really said everything, Zhao Shui would have gone berserk immediately. Next, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui chatted for a while. Most of it was Lin Xian asking Zhao Shui about her past. However, after listening, Lin Xian was expressionless, but his heart was incomparably heavy. Because from the information he obtained, not only did Zhao Shui lose her memories, it seemed that her previous memories had been tampered with by someone else. Could it be that she was possessed? Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He transmitted a message to the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon also transmitted a message carefully. I'm not sure if she was possessed or not, but looking at her appearance, she definitely isn't some old monster. And if it's someone from the younger generation, it would be very difficult to succeed. Of course, this doesn't mean that there's an old monster helping her. Seems like we can only wait and see. Lin Xian didn't have any good ideas. Just as he was thinking about Zhao Shui, a large group of people suddenly flew over from afar. Junior brother Lin. Many shouts came from afar. Lin Xian turned his head and discovered that these people were from the Immortal Martial Academy. Seeing these people, Lin Xian also hurriedly stood up. With a tap of his foot, his figure sprinted over. Elder Song, everyone, you should leave quickly. I'm afraid that the seal below won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin Xian quickly said. This news was told to him by Zero. When he heard this news, he was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the seal below the ground would be damaged to such an extent. It was on the verge of breaking apart. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Elder Song and the rest felt their hearts tighten. The faces of the other disciples also changed greatly. What about you? What do you plan to do next? Du Guotian looked at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice. I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't be following you. Lin Xian quickly said. Everyone, leave this place quickly. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. After speaking, Lin Xian waved his hand and turned around to leave with Zhao Shui. What? Lin Xian wants to act alone? No way, he's too bold. Although he's powerful, acting alone in the remote sky secret realm is much more dangerous. Sigh, forget it. Junior brother Lin is very mysterious. I don't think he'll be in any danger. Yes, we're the ones in danger. If the heavenly nether bird comes out, we're dead. A group of people quickly discussed. Elder Song also said in a low voice, let's leave this place quickly. Everyone quickly set off and ran towards the distance. At the same time, the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace and the Merry Woods also left High City and fled towards the distance. Just as they left, the sea behind them suddenly exploded. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sea. Balls of black flames gushed out from the whirlpool and instantly covered the entire sea. Endless sea water evaporated and formed clouds. Pillars of black flames as thick as mountains rose from the sea and connected the heavens and the earth. The entire sea was instantly torn apart by the impact. An extremely terrifying and ferocious aura came from the depths of the sea. In an instant, the entire Mirage Sea and even the surrounding areas were shrouded by a terrifying demonic aura. The disciples of the three major sects who had just left were also trembling. They looked back with a horrified expression. Especially the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, Lin Xian had reminded them to leave quickly. Otherwise, they would have definitely been crushed into powder by that terrifying aura if they were a step late. Roar! What followed was an earth-shattering roar. The roar was filled with endless rage and violent power. In an instant, the surrounding ocean exploded. The sea demons that did not manage to escape in time were turned into a bloody mist. The roar pierced through the 9 heavens. Tens of thousands of sea demons died. It was a terrifying sight. A huge shadow appeared in the sky. It was a pitch-black demonic bird. Its black feathers looked like they were made of steel. There were balls of flames dancing on them like the flames of hell. Its body was so huge that it was almost as big as the entire Mirage Sea. It was like a burning gray cloud, exuding a destructive power in the air, causing everything in the surroundings to kneel down and submit. The heavenly netherbird. Countless people screamed in horror, "Oh my God, it really came out." The heavenly netherbird broke the seal and reappeared in the world. However, it did not leave. Instead, it circled in the sky. The reason for that was because there were several black chains on its body that bound its body. The chains were pitch black as if they were made of iron from hell. If one did not look closely, they would not be noticed. This was because the color of the chains was too similar to the heavenly netherbbird's body. In fact, the chains were not originally this color. They were originally azure blue. However, after being burned by the heavenly netherbird's black flames for thousands of years, they became black. However, this also showed how terrifying these iron chains were from another perspective. After being burned by such powerful black flames for thousands of years, they did not break. There was not even a crack. It was unbelievable. In the distance, many warriors looked up in horror. Looking at the terrifying figure, their faces were filled with fear. Some of the weaker disciples were even trembling and sitting on the ground. Is this the heavenly netherbird? It's too terrifying. Just its aura alone is unbearable. As expected of an expert on the heaven roll, an ancient demon bird. Although it had been suppressed for thousands of years and was no longer as strong as before, its aura was not any weaker than the king. How strong would the heavenly netherbird be when it was at its peak? Although it had been suppressed for thousands of years, the heavenly netherbird's aura was still too terrifying. It was not something that anyone could withstand. In the sky, the heavenly netherbird's huge body covered the sky. It flapped its wings, trying to break free from the black chains. However, the more it struggled, the tighter the chains became. Roar! The heavenly netherbird roared angrily. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out black flames. A ball of black flames surged out like a fireball from hell. In an instant, it hit the surface of the sea. Suddenly, the flame spread across the sea and covered half of the sea. Countless sea demons let out miserable cries as they were burned to ashes by the black flames. After doing all this, the heavenly netherbird still seemed to be confused. It spat out another beam of black flames. Suddenly, the sea was penetrated and the underwater city was razed to the ground by this beam of black flames. Those sea monsters that had not yet escaped were also left at the bottom of the sea forever under this blow. Blood spread and dyed the entire sea red. Endless miserable cries rose and fell one after another. The entire sea seemed to have turned into an azure hell. The surviving sea demons all felt their scalps go numb as they frantically ran outside. The heavenly netherbird spread its wings and covered the sky like two dark clouds. It struggled with all its might and flew into the sky. Rumble, then, the entire ground began to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless cracks spread across thousands of miles, spreading in all directions. The sea was even more turbulent as the waves rolled up and roared. The heavenly netherbird's body was covered in black flames. It was like a divine bird of the underworld as it quickly flew into the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as a huge crater appeared on the ground. Seawater flowed into the crater. Under the heavenly serene bird's struggle, the broken seal was finally broken. The chains also left the ground and flew into the sky with the heavenly serene bird. However, the black chains were very intelligent. The moment they left the seal, they intertwined and quickly wrapped around the heavenly netherbird's body. This made the heavenly netherbird, who had just escaped the seal, extremely angry. The flames on its body surged as it tried to break free from the black chains. However, after struggling for a long time, it was to no avail. Moreover, the chains became tighter and tighter as if they were going to sink into its flesh. Damn the astral chains. Not only did they trap me for thousands of years, but they even absorbed my energy to repair themselves. What's even worse is that I've been trapped in the 9 underworlds all these years. I can't even absorb energy from the outside world. Ah, damn old Taoist song. One day, I'll break these chains and destroy your secret realm. However, no matter how much you calculated, you couldn't have predicted that I would break the seal again. Wait until I find your nest in the secret realm and break the astral chains. Let's see who in this world can stop me. The heavenly netherbird's terrifying voice was like thunder. It was accompanied by black flames that blasted in all directions. Instantly, everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was flattened. Then, it flapped its wings and quickly disappeared into the sky. It wasn't until a long time after the heavenly netherbird disappeared that the surviving creatures let out a sigh of relief. They were the disciples of the 3 great sections. Their faces were pale as they sat on the ground, gasping for breath. What happened just now was too terrifying. If the heavenly netherbird had stayed for a while longer, it would have definitely affected them. At that time, they wouldn't have been able to escape and would have disappeared from this world forever like the sea demons. However, the heavenly netherbird wasn't interested in them. It had only killed the sea demons to vent its anger for thousands of years. Its real goal was to break the astral chains on its body and obtain true freedom. This was because the astral chains were very special. Not only did it restrict its body, but it also prevented it from cultivating. Therefore, it had to break the astral chains in order to return to its peak state. After the heavenly netherbird left, the surviving sea demons all fled. The cultivators of the 3 great sects also hurriedly went on their way and fled. Who knew if the heavenly netherbird would come back? If they encountered it, it would be over. Just when everyone was running away, 2 figures flew in the opposite direction. They were flying in the direction where the heavenly netherbird had left. These 2 figures were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Lin Xian, are you sure you want to follow the heavenly netherbird? If we're discovered, we won't be able to escape. Zhao Shui's face was filled with worry because the heavenly netherbird's destruction was too terrifying. Even the terrifying Mirage Sea had been evaporated, let alone the 2 of them. Lin Xian was much calmer. He said, "Don't worry, we don't have to follow too closely. We just have to follow the remnants of the hell's black flames. The heavenly netherbird is definitely connected to the secret realm. It must know where the core of the secret realm is. That's the place with the greatest wealth in the secret realm." Hearing this, Zhao Shui took a deep breath as her eyes flashed. Indeed, the remote sky secret realm was very vast. Although there were humans who entered every time, they only explored 1/10 of the place. There were still 90% of the place that humans had yet to explore. If they followed the heavenly netherbird, they might really be able to find the core of the secret realm. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and followed. The 2 of them didn't dare to get too close. However, it was impossible for them to get too close. This was because the heavenly netherbird was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared. Fortunately, the black flames on its body scattered on the ground, guiding Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, they gradually realized that the black flames on the ground were quickly decreasing. This meant that the heavenly netherbird's speed had reached a terrifying level. However, the 2 of them were soul force experts. Their soul force was very strong and sensitive. Therefore, although they couldn't find the black flames, they could feel the traces left behind by the black flames in the air. With these traces, they could continue to follow. When they realized that the aura of the black flames lingered in the air for a long time, the 2 of them finally calmed down and slowly followed. Right now, the 2 of them weren't in a hurry. They believed that as long as they maintained their speed and followed the aura of the black flames, they would eventually find the heavenly netherbird. Along the way, Zhao Shui even tried to absorb the energy from the dragon pearl as they hurried along. Lin Xian didn't stay idle either. He would also quickly absorb the energy from the water spirit pearl. The two of them cultivated as they walked. Their days were quite fulfilling. A few days later, Lin Xian frowned because he felt an energy aura similar to the Dragon Balls on Zhao Shui. Not only that, but this aura also carried a trace of evil qi. After frowning and pondering for a moment, Lin Xian finally spoke. Are you really not afraid of the evil qi's backlash? If we lose control at that time, I'm afraid the losses will outweigh the gains. Hearing Lin Xian's warning, Zhao Shui remained expressionless. She faintly said, Don't worry, I've only absorbed a small portion of the Dragon Ball's power. Its true purpose is not prepared for me. Not for you? This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be stunned. He didn't understand what Zhao Shui meant. Could it be that she wanted to give the Dragon Balls to someone else? However, Zhao Shui did not reply, and he did not have the nerve to ask again. But he soon understood. Because after another day, Zhao Shui stopped absorbing the Dragon Ball's energy. She did not transfer the Dragon Ball to someone else. Instead, a gray shadow appeared behind her. The shadow was very hazy, like a closed eye. Void Sky Eye. Seeing this shadow, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He knew that this was Zhao Shui's ultimate technique, but he did not expect her to use it now. Zhao Shui did not explain. Instead, she placed the Dragon Ball into the Void Sky Eye and continued on their way. The Void Sky Eye trembled slightly. Then, it completely swallowed the Dragon Ball and began to absorb the Dragon Ball's energy. This, Lin Xian was shocked. He finally understood that this Dragon Ball was prepared for the Void Sky Eye. At the same time, the dark red dragon quickly transmitted a message. Kid, you better be careful. This Void Sky Eye is very evil. Legend has it that when cultivated to the peak, you can summon a real evil eye. A real evil eye? Is that real? What is that evil eye? Lin Xian was surprised. I don't know what it is exactly, but from history, any cultivator who cultivated the Void Sky Eye did not have a good ending. If this little girl insists on cultivating it, I'm afraid her future will not be good. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart trembled. Then, he used his soul power to communicate with the dark red dragon. In the end, he fell silent. This was because the Crimson Dragon didn't know too much about it. However, from these few sentences, it could tell that the Void Sky Eye was very strange. It was a famous evil technique in ancient times. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He had no idea how Zhao Shui managed to get her hands on this skill. However, it seemed like it would be impossible to stop her from practicing it. It seemed that he could only think of a way in the future. Just as Lin Xian and the others were rushing, the disciples of the other sects in the remote sky secret realm were also moving quickly to find their own treasures. In a mountain range, there was a cave. In front of the cave, there were countless cultivators. These people were the elite disciples of the various sections. In front of the cave, there was a voice that opposed the crowd. This man was wearing a blue shirt. His eyes were deep like the starry sky. Although he did not emit any terrifying aura, he blocked the crowd outside the cave with his own strength. Shen Tsung, although you are a member of the King family, it is impossible for you to take the treasure for yourself. The person who spoke was a young man in a white robe. He held a sword in his hand. The sword trembled with a biting cold aura. However, although the sword chi was sharp, there were many injuries on his body. His white robe was also torn and there were faint bloodstains on it. He looked at the figure in front of him and said coldly. That's right. Isn't it just a stone tablet? Why do you want to take it for yourself? Why don't we comprehend it together? A beautiful lady said. She looked at the cave and her eyes flickered. Do you really think that you can go against 3 7th level supremacies? This time, it was an old man who spoke. 3 7th level supremacies. They did not expect the 3 of them to be 7th level supremacies. This was simply too shocking. If the 3 7th level supremacies joined forces, no one would be able to stop them. However, the man named Shen Tsung was expressionless. He did not even frown. He glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently. It's just 3 7th level supremacies in the beginning stage. You guys are not enough. Presumptuous. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The old man was furious. He took a step forward and the aura on his body exploded. At the same time, the other two roared and circulated their auras to the maximum. Streaks of sharp sword chi encircled the young man, making him look like a sword. On the other hand, streaks of colorful light formed on the woman's body and enveloped her. Courting death? I think you're the ones courting death. Xianxia was not afraid at all in the face of the 3 7th-rank powerhouses. Then, he stretched out his finger and pointed. Lightning dominates the world. The old man in gray attacked as well. Lightning flashed in the sky and formed a ferocious lightning beast. It carried endless lightning as it charged forward. However, that finger was too sharp. It was like a divine spear that could pierce through everything. In an instant, the sea of lightning that was emitting a terrifying aura was cut open. Then, the finger beam rushed towards the old man in gray. Boom, there was a shocking sound as the finger beam hit the old man and forced him to retreat. The old man in gray's arm was numb. He kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. This is unbelievable. Xianxia is clearly only a 7th-rank supremacy, but he can easily injure cultivators of the same level. This is really incomprehensible. Is this the power of a royal family? It's really terrifying. The cultivators of the same level from other large sects can't compete with him at all. Didn't you realize that Xianxia has been fighting with so many powerhouses for so long? He hasn't even moved his feet. Everyone was shocked and felt their scalps go numb. The strength that Xianxia displayed was really too terrifying. In front, the 3 powerhouses were fighting fiercely. The momentum was terrifying, and the light shot into the sky. However, in this intense collision, Xianxia was like a boulder and a pine tree. He stood firmly in the field and did not move a single step. Boom boom boom, in the end, Xianxia roared and threw out 3 punches, forcing the 3 7th-rank supremacies to retreat. The 3 7th-rank supremacies were sent flying. Impossible, I don't believe it. The old man in gray roared ferociously and pretended to be crazy. He could not believe that Lin Fan could fight against 3 7th-rank supremacies. After all, they were in the same level. However, the gap between them was so huge. He could not accept this. It wasn't just the gray-robed elder, the other 2 7th-level venerables were similarly shocked. That punch just now was too terrifying. It shook their blood and chi to the point where they were sent flying. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, Xianxia hadn't moved a single step. In other words, he hadn't used his full strength when dealing with the 3 of them earlier. Thinking of this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the figure with fear. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. He scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, I've already said that the 3 of you are no match for me. Now that the battle is over, everything in this cave belongs to me. If you're not convinced, we can fight again. Of course, this time I won't be lenient. At the end of his speech, his eyes gradually became sharp, like 2 heavenly blades that cut through the void. There was nothing else in the cave except for a huge engraved stone tablet. This was no ordinary stone tablet. It was left behind by a king. It recorded some peerless martial arts, as well as the precious experiences of kings. It could be said that this was a treasure that could drive countless unbounded laws crazy. However, this precious thing now belonged to Xianxia. Everyone was indignant, but there was nothing they could do. General Manager Shen smiled faintly and turned to walk towards the cave. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful force surged from afar. This force was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy the world. What a terrifying force. Who is this? Is a peerless expert coming? Many martial artists were terrified. As for the 3 7th heavenly layer venerables, their faces were solemn as they looked up in shock. That was because that force made them tremble uncontrollably. This kind of situation was very rare, and they would only tremble uncontrollably when facing a king. A king, this is the aura of a king. Impossible, how is this possible? How can a king enter the remote sky mystery realm? Could it be a native king here? The 3 powerhouses were terrified and couldn't believe it. Xianxia stopped, and his expression was extremely grave. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and the spiritual power in his body circulated rapidly. He was extremely nervous. This force was too powerful. It wasn't inferior to his family's ancestor at all. Just as everyone was extremely nervous, a huge black shadow swept across the sky. The wind howled, lightning flashed, and countless black flames danced. The entire void shattered. What exactly is that? When the crowd saw the mountain-like figure, they were all stunned. That figure was so huge that it covered the entire sky. Everywhere it passed, it created a terrifying scene. Moreover, there was an unbearable heat wave in the air. They knew that it was definitely not a human. Demonic beast, there was actually such a terrifying demonic beast here. It looked like it was definitely a king of monsters. Everyone trembled at the thought of this. Fortunately, the king of monsters wasn't coming for them. It didn't stop there at all and flew past quickly. However, when the black flames fell from the sky and landed on the bodies of the martialists, a large number of them were burned to ashes. Instantly, screams were heard. Countless martial artists fled to avoid the black flames that fell from the sky. Shen Tsung frowned. He also swayed his body and quickly dodged the black flames. What kind of demonic beast was it that had such a terrifying flame aura and an ancient desolate aura? Shen Tsung's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He realized that things were a little out of his control. There wasn't such a peerless demonic beast in the information that he had received. In fact, this was only a small episode. Everywhere the heavenly nether bird passed, it created a doomsday scene. Along the way, a large number of mountains and trees were destroyed. Countless demonic beasts died in the disaster. There were even some unlucky humans who died in this disaster. In the depths of the remote heavenly secret realm, there was a huge ancient tree. It was like a huge mountain that pierced through the clouds. Under the ancient tree, there was a tall young man with a cold face. He was fighting with the demonic beasts around him. The demonic beasts had human faces and beast bodies. Their bodies were emitting green light. As they flapped their wings, they created tornadoes. Countless wind blades filled the entire space and quickly slashed at the cold young man. These demonic beasts were all wind demon beasts. They were very powerful. Each of them was above the sixth heaven of the martial honor realm. The leader was even a powerful demon general that was equivalent to the seventh heaven of the human realm. Humans wouldn't dare to get involved with such a group of terrifying demonic beasts. However, the young man came here and was not afraid of so many demonic beasts. 8 blades of the ocean abyss. A blinding saber radiance lit up, and the entire space was quickly annihilated. Countless sharp auras filled the air. The surrounding demonic wind beasts cried out in pain as their bodies were all torn in half by the saber. The ground cracked open, and countless cracks extended into the distance. Far behind the ancient tree, there was a blurry figure. He looked at the scene in front of him and muttered to himself. Yan Feng is indeed an exceptional genius of the Palace of Gods of War. He has reached the 7th heaven honorable realm at such a young age. Moreover, that saber should be the 8 sabers of the sea. I didn't expect him to comprehend it to such a level. The blurry figure muttered to himself. His voice was solemn. The young man called Yan Feng killed the surrounding demonic beasts and walked towards the giant ancient tree. According to the map, after passing through the 1000-year tree demon, I won't be far from the Pine Palace. Yan Feng muttered. As a core disciple of the Palace of Gods of War and a peerless genius, he knew more information. Moreover, what was even more fortunate was that he was directly sent to the vicinity of the core area when he entered the remote sky secret realm. Therefore, he had the chance to find the Pine Palace. However, in the next instant, his body shook, and he turned around abruptly. His eyes were filled with shock. This was because there was an extremely powerful aura behind him. It was as though a peerless demon was going to destroy the world. When he felt this aura, his body froze. The blood in his body seemed to have been frozen, and he couldn't activate it at all. Suppression. This was absolute suppression. Cold sweat dripped down Yan Feng's face. He didn't know who was behind him, but he knew that if the other party wanted to attack, the aura alone would be enough to kill him. In the next instant, he turned around and saw Jin Xiaomu, who was extremely shocked. A gigantic black divine bird flew across the sky, bringing with it an endless sea of flames and wild winds. The entire sky was destroyed beyond recognition. As it flapped its wings, the mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed, turning into water and gravel. This horrifying scene shocked Yanfeng. However, what shocked him even more was that such a powerful demonic beast king seemed to be targeting the Pine Palace as well. When he saw this, his face turned ugly. This was because only the Palace of Gods of War knew about the Pine Palace. The other forces didn't know about it at all. Moreover, the location of Deep Pine Hall was extremely mysterious. Ordinary martial artists could not find it at all. If he hadn't been lucky enough to be teleported to the vicinity of Deep Pine Palace, he wouldn't have been able to find it even if he knew the location of Deep Pine Palace. However, the sudden appearance of this peerless demon had disrupted everything. This was because the other party was too obvious and too eye-catching. Wherever they passed, everything was destroyed. Such a large commotion would definitely attract the attention of other cultivators in the mystic realm. Furthermore, their target was Dark Pine Hall. If someone were to analyze it carefully, they would be able to find out about the existence of Deep Pine Hall. Many martial artists would even act upon hearing the news. At that time, Dark Pine Hall would no longer be a secret. But this is even better. Yanfeng took a deep breath. Originally, I was having a headache because of the powerful restrictive formations in Deep Pine Palace. Now that we have this peerless Yao King, I think we should be able to break through many of the restrictive formations. We might even be able to enter it. Yanfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, as the core of the mystic realm, Deep Pine Palace was definitely protected by powerful restrictive formations. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to completely break through these restrictive formations. However, it was different now. With this king-level demonic beast, it would be much easier to break through the restrictive formations in Deep Pine Palace. Thinking of this, he took out a crescent-shaped jade horn from his storage ring and quickly sent a message to it. This was one of the methods the Palace of Gods of War used to transmit information. By transmitting his voice into the jade horn, he would be able to pass the message through the inscriptions on the jade horn to the person who was holding the same jade horn. It was very convenient. After sending the message to his companions, Yanfeng's figure flashed and quickly rushed towards Deep Pine Palace. The heavenly netherbird had caused a huge commotion in the mystic realm. In an instant, countless martial artists knew that there was a peerless Yao King in the mystic realm. It was extremely cruel. With a raise of its hand, it could destroy countless mountains. It was extremely cruel, causing thousands of demonic beasts to die in a disaster. However, not everyone thought so. There were a few people who noticed that the Yao King seemed to be impatient to go somewhere. In fact, many people had already decided to quickly follow it to take a look. This was because a place that could move a Yao King would definitely have something good. In an instant, the entire hidden sky secret realm was in an uproar. Among them, the calmest were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They had long known of the heavenly netherbird's existence and knew where it wanted to go. The two of them continued to follow it. They were not in a hurry at all. They cultivated as they followed it. They were not afraid of losing it because the heavenly netherbird was too domineering. Wherever it went, everything would cease to exist. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui only needed to follow the destroyed areas. As they hurried, Lin Xian discovered that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became denser. He knew that they were already close to the core of the mystic realm. Therefore, the following journey was not easy. This was because they often encountered powerful demonic beasts along the way. They also saw many martial artists who had the same goal as them. Of course, their gains along the way were not small. After all, this was already the core zone. There were many more natural treasures than the outer zone. With Lin Xian, Zhao Shui, the dark red divine dragon, and the snow-white little monkey, this combination was like a fish in water in the core zone. After walking for another half a day, the two of them stopped to rest and strengthen their cultivation. As they approached the core zone, the surroundings became more and more dangerous. Therefore, the two of them had to maintain their physical strength to be able to deal with sudden situations. After finding a safe mountain, the dark red divine dragon set up some arrays. After that, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui sat down cross-legged and began to regulate their breathing and cultivate. Lin Xian took out the water spirit pearl and circulated the art of longevity to absorb the energy inside. At the same time, he comprehended the water element inside to perfect his ice lotus martial soul. In addition to the many natural treasures in the hidden sky secret realm, the spiritual chi here was also denser than the outside world. It could be said that cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Not long after, Lin Xian had recovered all the spiritual chi he had consumed during the journey. Next, he had to focus on improving his cultivation. He was now at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm and was breaking through to the 6th heaven. He needed an extremely strong accumulation of spiritual chi. Zhao Shui also sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Her palm formed a strange seal. Then, an illusory eye appeared behind her back, emitting a strange energy. Clearly, Zhao Shui was using the void sky eye to absorb the energy within the dragon pearl to strengthen herself. However, she didn't absorb it directly. Instead, she let the void sky eye absorb the energy within the dragon pearl. Not only would this increase her strength, but it would also allow her to break free from the influence of the blood chi within the dragon pearl. The void sky eye began to pulse rhythmically. Every time it pulsed, it would release a powerful aura. Even Lin Xian, who was beside him, was shocked. As expected of a famous ancient cultivation method, the void sky eye was truly amazing. The fluctuations it produced shocked even Lin Xian. There were very few cultivation methods that could cause such an effect on him. This was enough to show how extraordinary the void sky eye was. However, this was also what he was worried about. The void sky eye was too strange. He was afraid that Zhao Shui wouldn't be able to control it in the future. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian closed his eyes and absorbed the energy within the water spirit pearl once more. As he absorbed, his cultivation increased bit by bit. Half a day later, he opened his eyes once more and put away the water spirit pearl. This was the upper limit of the energy he could absorb. If he absorbed any more, he wouldn't be able to control it. Now, he could use it as he wished. After absorbing the water spirit pearl's energy, Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Shui and saw that she was still cultivating. Thus, he began to cultivate. This time, he didn't cultivate. Instead, he began to comprehend the blood sword inheritance. Right now, he had 4 martial arts in his possession. They were his strongest pillars. 2 of them were earth-class martial arts, the Gale Lightning Sword Art and the illusory Demon Step. The other 2 were King's inheritances. One was the Pill Dao inheritance left behind by the Pill Feather King, while the other was the Blood Sword King's Blood Sword inheritance. Right now, Lin Xian wanted to comprehend the Blood Sword inheritance. Previously, he had already comprehended the 4th level of the Blood Sword family's inheritance. Now that he was faced with such a miserable situation, he gained new insights. The Blood Sword inheritance, just from its name, one could tell that it could only be improved through battle and slaughter. Even though Lin Xian hadn't engaged in a fierce battle in the past few days, he had personally witnessed the destruction caused by the heavenly Netherbird. This kind of devastation was even more terrifying than the battles he had experienced before. A casual wave of a hand could destroy mountains and rivers. Lin Xian took a deep breath as streaks of blood-red sword chi appeared around him and quickly circled around him. The bloodstains on the ground also began to tremble. In the end, they turned into small swords that rapidly shuttled through the air. In the end, countless blood-red swords appeared where Lin Xian was standing, connecting together to form a hellish scene. That terrifying scene caused the remaining demonic beasts in the surroundings to tremble and quickly flee. Boom! Suddenly, the sea of blood surged and quickly split apart. Then, a blood sword pierced through heaven and earth. The blood sword inheritance has reached the 5th level. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He didn't think that he would be able to break through so quickly. Thinking about it, it must be because of the scene caused by the heavenly Netherbird. It was too shocking, too terrifying, and left a deep impression on him. This would allow him to break through the blood sword inheritance quickly. When he broke through to the 4th level, Lin Xian comprehended the blood shadow doppelganger. Thinking about breaking through to the 5th level, he should be able to obtain a new secret technique. Sure enough, a new martial art appeared in his mind. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. To be more precise, it was a secret technique that allowed a martial artist to burn their blood essence and obtain power that exceeded their cultivation for a short period of time. It could be said that it was a life-saving method. Moreover, this method of burning blood essence was much better than the reckless methods of ordinary martial artists. The purpose of the bloodthirsty frenzy wasn't to injure or kill a martial artist, but to effectively use blood essence to increase one's strength for a short period of time. Therefore, using the bloodthirsty frenzy could allow one's blood essence to be controlled within a reasonable range and ensure that the martial artist wouldn't be harmed. In other words, if Lin Xian used the bloodthirsty frenzy, he would be able to obtain great strength for a short period of time. After that, he would only lose blood essence, which could be replenished by using more treasures. It wouldn't hurt his martial arts foundation. This was an extremely powerful method of the Blood Sword King back then. Of course, there was a limit to burning blood essence. If it exceeded the limit of the bloodthirsty frenzy, it would hurt one's foundation. Overall, as long as one didn't use blood essence recklessly, there wouldn't be any problems. It could be said that the bloodthirsty frenzy was an extremely good secret technique. After knowing this, Lin Xian smiled. Now, Lin Xian's spirit energy was only inferior to a 7th level venerable, but in terms of defense and attack, he was no different from a 7th level venerable. With his Dragon Sword Soul's powerful battle strength, coupled with the bloodthirsty frenzy, he could erupt with strength far exceeding his own for a short period of time. The combination of the two allowed Lin Xian's battle strength to reach an unimaginable level. Moreover, this was only Lin Xian's own strength. If he used the Dragon Sword Soul or the Thousand Beast Cauldron, his strength would be even more powerful. Of course, these two items were his last resort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use them. After putting all the blood swords back into his body, Lin Xian looked back at Zhao Shui and found that she seemed to have stopped cultivating. The two rested for a while before setting off again. This time, not only did Lin Xian reap great rewards, but Zhao Shui also reaped great rewards. She exhaled softly, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. This dragon ball was indeed a treasure left behind by a king. The energy contained within it was simply too great. After absorbing it for a few days, her strength had increased significantly, and her virtual sky eye had become more condensed. Previously, the virtual sky eye was still a little blurry, but now it was clearer than before. Moreover, from the energy fluctuations it emitted, it was far stronger than before. This made Zhao Shui very happy. The two of them set off again, continuing to pursue the heavenly netherbird. However, this time, they didn't walk for long before they felt an intense fluctuation of spiritual energy in front of them, accompanied by the sound of fierce fighting. Damn it, that person from the Divine Bird Palace took the Jade Bodhi and Ghost Flower. Hurry up and chase, we can't let him escape. Countless angry shouts were heard. Immediately after, a ray of thunder and fire flew towards Lin Xian like lightning. It was very fast, like a flash of lightning, and carried with it a scorching and violent aura of thunder and fire. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shui's face darkened. This was because she could see that the purpose of this ray of light was to use her and Lin Xian as shields to block the pursuers. With a cold snort, she struck out with her palm. Whoosh, the light flickered very quickly, leaving the people behind her far behind. The owner of this thunder fire was a middle-aged man. He originally wanted to use Lin Xian and Zhao Shui as shields, but he did not expect that the other party would dare to attack him. Zhao Shui did not deliberately release her aura, so the martial artist from Divine Bird Palace did not know her strength. However, looking at Zhao Shui's young appearance, her cultivation should not be too high. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Zhao Shui attack, the middle-aged man from Divine Bird Palace showed a disdainful smile. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank and his expression changed greatly. That palm was too terrifying. Not only was the trajectory mysterious, but the energy contained was even more terrifying. This palm strike could easily kill a 6th heaven honorable martial artist. No matter how high the cultivation of the middle-aged man from Divine Bird Palace was, he was only a 6th heaven venerable and could not resist such power. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and could only use a secret technique to stimulate the bloodline power in his body to greatly increase his speed, so that he could dodge this terrifying light palm. Fortunately, he was a martial artist from Divine Bird Clan and had the bloodline power of Divine Bird in his body. Finally, just as the palm of light was about to hit him, he suddenly sped up and narrowly dodged the palm. Whoosh, his body appeared on the other side. The middle-aged martial artist's face was pale and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he glared fiercely at Zhao Shui and was about to leave. At this moment, something strange happened again. Around the middle-aged martial artist, the air fluctuated and blood swords appeared, forming a cage and trapping him. The middle-aged venerable was furious and frantically resisted, but it was to no avail. Not only that, the qi and blood in his body were almost absorbed by these strange blood swords. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged venerable from Divine Bird Palace's face darkened. He knew that this time, he had kicked an iron plate. Although the two people in front of him were young, their strength was absolutely terrifying, at least above his. Both of you, let's talk nicely. Don't fight anymore. Feeling the increasingly terrifying blood-fiendish qi, the middle-aged man from Divine Bird Palace was so scared that his scalp went numb, and he had to quickly beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not react at all. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged martial artist was filled with regret. There were so many directions in all directions. Why didn't he go? Why did he have to pick a direction? Back then, he had wanted to use Lin Xian and Zhao Shui as shields. Now, it seemed that he had overestimated himself. Such a person was not someone he could provoke at all. Which power did these two young men belong to? It was actually so terrifying. That shouldn't be the case. Even if he was a disciple of a king clan, he shouldn't be this terrifying, right? The middle-aged warrior from Divine Bird Palace felt his scalp tingle. As he kept thinking. You too, I am from the Divine Bird Palace. If you let me go, the Divine Bird Palace will reward you handsomely. In the end, the middle-aged martial artist gritted his teeth and revealed his identity. Divine Bird Palace? Hearing these three words, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth revealed a trace of a playful expression. Seeing Lin Xian smile, the middle-aged martial artist's heart thumped. He had a bad premonition from the bottom of his heart. Young Master Lin, how should we deal with this guy? Zhao Shui asked coldly, he seems to have two good treasures in his hands. Why don't we snatch them? Of course we want the treasures, but since this man is from Divine Bird Palace, let's kill him. Lin Xian's voice was indifferent. He and Divine Bird Palace were mortal enemies. Now that he saw a martial artist from the other side, he naturally would not be lenient. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the middle-aged martial artist's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. However, he would not sit still and wait for his death. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. The middle-aged martial artist was very decisive. He cut off one of his arms and used a secret method to form a terrifying explosion of aura, breaking open the blood sword cage formed by Lin Xian. Then, the middle-aged man let out a long roar and increased his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he urged the bloodline power in his body to form two huge wings behind his back. The wings flapped and carried him quickly to escape into the distance. All this happened in an instant. In the next moment, the middle-aged martial artist had already escaped into the distance, and the round hole was about to disappear. It could be said that it was not easy for a 6th-level venerable to escape so far in an instant. However, in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, the middle-aged man was destined to be miserable. Zhao Shui snorted coldly and waved her hand. Suddenly, a blurry eye appeared above her and shot out a gray light, instantly piercing through the middle-aged martial artist. The middle-aged martial artist screamed as his body fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the ground. The martial artists chasing behind happened to see this scene and immediately stopped, their eyes filled with horror. They had just arrived and saw Zhao Shui raise her hand and kill the middle-aged martial artist from Divine Bird Palace. As for the rest, they did not know at all. However, this scene alone was enough to frighten them. One had to know that the other party was an expert from Divine Bird Palace. And a 6th-level venerable, this kind of person could be said to be extremely powerful, but he was killed with a raise of her hand. This was unbelievable. The most frightening thing was that the other party was very young and looked to be from the younger generation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui ignored the martial artists who had rushed over and began to plunder the middle-aged martial artist's treasures. If they guessed correctly, this middle-aged martial artist should be an elder, and there should be a lot of treasures on him. However, Lin Xian sighed slightly after searching for a while. Although the items in the storage ring were indeed treasures in the eyes of others, he was not interested in them at all. He was only at the 5th heavenly layer, but he had seen too many treasures, so he didn't care about ordinary things at all. However, there were two things that caught his attention. These two swords were the two treasures that the middle-aged martial artist had just stolen, the jade boti and the ghost flower. This jade boti was only the size of a walnut. It was crystal clear and flickered with a faint light. Lin Xian examined it and found that the jade boti had the effect of sobering, calming the mind. It could help the martial artist enter a meditative state and help the martial artist maintain a clear mind and not be disturbed by the evil aura. It could be said that it was a treasure that assisted in cultivation. As for the ghost flower's AC, it was a palm-sized flower with a total of 6 petals. On each of the petals, there was a mysterious pattern. Lin Xian knew that this was not artificially engraved, but innate. Moreover, he had seen this ghost flower in the inheritance left behind by King Danyu. It was a flower that could improve soul power. It could be said to be incomparably precious. No wonder the martial artists were chasing after them. Not to mention other things, just these two treasures were enough to move most of the venerables. Miss Zhao, you've been absorbing the energy from the dragon pearl for the past few days. Although you have the virtual sky eyes, you should still be affected by the evil energy. This jade boti can expel all evil energy. Now that I'm giving it to you, it can restrain the evil energy from the dragon pearl. If you have the spectral soul, it has the effect of increasing soul power. It'll be of great help to my martial soul. Why don't you give it to me? All right. Zhao Xuan nodded when she heard Lin Xian's arrangement. She knew that Lin Xian was thinking for her sake. Over the past few days, she had also felt that although she had the virtual sky eyes, she was still affected by the evil energy. If she had the jade boti, she could suppress the evil energy and greatly increase the speed at which she absorbed the energy from the dragon pearl. It could be said that this item was very suitable for her. Zhao Shui smiled faintly. Then, she picked up the jade boti and hung it around her neck. Suddenly, a cool aura was emitted from the jade boti and quickly entered her body, suppressing the evil energy. Zhao Shui's body trembled and she felt much more relaxed. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the changes in Zhao Shui. The fact that the other party was able to suppress the evil-killing aura was undoubtedly good news for him. With a smirk, he kept the spectre flower in his storage ring. The spectral flower had the effect of increasing soul power. It was very useful to him. This ghost flower would allow Lin Xian's soul power to rise to another level. Furthermore, it would further strengthen his great dragon sword soul. However, Lin Xian didn't eat it immediately. He was going to use it when the time was right. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's actions caused the group of cultivators behind them to be dissatisfied. Suddenly, cold snorts came from behind them. Lin Xian frowned when he heard these sounds. He turned around and looked behind him. Not far behind him stood a group of cultivators. Their faces were gloomy and filled with killing intent. At the very front of these people stood two figures. Clearly, these two people were the leaders of these people. Who are you? What business do you have here? Zhao Shui asked coldly. Hearing this, the faces of those martial artists became even gloomier. The leader snorted and quickly said, "We are the Li clan, one of the 8 great clans under young master Ling Feng. May I know who you are?" This woman was called Li Jia, and she was the most outstanding successor of the Li family's younger generation. Her cultivation had already reached the 6th heavenly layer of the venerable realm. Isn't it a little inappropriate for the two of you to take away our things without saying a word? At this moment, another person beside the Li family spoke. It was a bald young man who had also reached the 6th heaven of the honorable realm. And who are you? Lin Xian asked with a frown. I am Sun Tao, a disciple of the Sun family under young master Ling Feng. He was indeed a member of the Sun family, and he was also the most outstanding disciple of the Sun family. Originally, the two clans had discovered a relic here and found 2 treasures. They were the jade boti and the ghost flower, but they did not expect that the hidden divine bird palace cultivators would snatch them away. So they tried their best to chase after them, and what happened next was the scene that Lin Xian and the others encountered. These people from the 8 great clans did not expect that Lin Xian and Li Jia would be so fierce. They killed the divine bird palace cultivators in an instant and divided the treasures that they had taken a fancy to. How could they tolerate such a thing? After all, those 2 things were extremely precious. Although they were shocked by the strength of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, they had more people, so if they really fought, they were not afraid. What 8 great clans? I've never heard of them. Zhao Shui said unhappily, these things are our spoils of war. When did they become yours? Humph, the divine bird palace people snatched our things, of course they are ours. Li Jia gritted her teeth and said. Snatched? Zhao Shui sneered, you have the face to say that the things that were snatched are yours? Ridiculous. Without us, I'm afraid that the divine bird palace people would have escaped. Do you think that with your strength, you can catch up with them? So, I advise you to get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. The other party's name might scare other warriors, but it had no effect on Zhao Shui. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the disciples of the 2 clans suddenly trembled with anger. They looked at Zhao Shui one by one, wishing they could kill her. They were too angry. Their clans were the most powerful clans under young Master Ling Feng, and no one dared to look down on them. But now, someone dared to berate them, which made them unable to tolerate. The bald young man, Sun Tao, stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, Boy, you'd better persuade your companions to obediently hand over the things in your hands, and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Although they were angry, they didn't want to make a move easily. After all, there was danger at any time in the secret territory, so they tried not to make a move. Moreover, they wanted to use their name and strength to deter the other party and make them obediently hand over the things in their hands. However, it was obvious that he had found the wrong person. Lin Xian heard the bald man's warning and suddenly revealed a sneer. My companions have a good temper, just telling you to get out of here. If you provoke me, I'll directly kill you. So, you'd better get out of here. Lin Xian's words stunned the people on the other side. They didn't expect that someone would dare to threaten them. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Where did this brat come from? How dare you boast so shamelessly and want to kill us? You're courting death. You came from the mountains, right? Don't you know that we're the 8 great families? You should know that we're the most powerful family under young Master Ling Feng. Brat, didn't your elders tell you before you came out? That's right. How dare you look down on us? I'll cut you into pieces later. Those martial artists shouted angrily. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. Then, he flicked his finger and countless blood-red sword chi quickly formed and flew out from between his fingers, quickly piercing through those martial artists who had spoken arrogantly. Poof. Poof, poof. 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 Those martial artists who had cursed the most fiercely suddenly had a bloody hole in between their eyebrows and their bodies fell weakly to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank abruptly and their eyes were filled with horror. In particular, Sun Tao and Li Jia, who were leading the group, were even more shocked. This was because they knew that the disciples they had brought along were the elite disciples of their families and were extremely powerful. However, the other party had killed all of them with just a flick of his finger. Wasn't this method a little too terrifying? Brat, how dare you kill our people? Don't you want to live anymore? Sun Tao gritted his teeth and said. Humph, I even dared to kill Lu Lai, let alone you. Lin Xian showed a trace of disdain. What? Kill Lu Lai? They pointed at Lin Xian as their bodies trembled. You're that Lin Xian? That's right, that's me. Lin Xian said proudly. When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. They all looked forward, their expressions shaken. They weren't unfamiliar with this name because they'd received an order in the past that if they encountered Lin Xian in the Hidden Sky Realm, they were to immediately kill him without mercy and leave no survivors. Not because of anything else, but because the other party had killed Lu Lai. Lu Lai was just like them, a genius disciple of the 8 big families. However, Lu Lai's sister was favored by Child Ling Feng and had become his woman. Therefore, the Lu family's status had risen, and Lu Lai's status was even more honorable. Moreover, the kill order was issued by Lu Lai's sister, Lu Mei. However, they did not expect to meet Lin Xian here. "Brat, I didn't expect to meet you here. Since you dared to kill Lu Lai, you're dead meat. Humph, I advise you to give up and you might be able to die a quick death. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending if you offend child." The seductive lady sneered. "Do you know that the kill order was issued by Lu Mei? She's child's woman. Do you think you can escape?" Li Jia was very confident because no one who offended child Ling Feng would be able to survive. Lin Xian was no exception. She was just a woman and there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian shook his head and did not care at all. Indeed, he did not care. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he would not be afraid even if he faced a seventh heaven honorable realm expert. Moreover, this was only the beginning. If he could obtain even more treasures, his strength would increase again. At that time, he wouldn't care about young Master Ling Feng anymore. "You're boasting shamelessly. Today, I'll take your life. If we get your head, we'll definitely be rewarded greatly. Therefore, you can die in peace. Attack." The bald man, Sun Tao, shouted coldly as his body released a powerful aura. With a flick of his finger, a good treasure sword appeared in his hand. As he waved his arm, the long sword vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, a sharp sword chi slashed forward. "Do you need help?" Zhao Shui asked. "No need, it's just a few small fries." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It just so happened that he had recently increased his strength and hadn't fought yet. Now was the perfect time to use them as practice. While Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were chatting, they clenched their fists and countless rays of blood-red light gathered to form a blood-red sword. Then, it quickly enlarged and slashed out fiercely. As soon as the blood-red longsword appeared, the void trembled, and an endless murderous aura filled the air. A bright red sword light blossomed like a long river of blood, making one's scalp go numb. Facing Sun Tao, Lin Xian didn't take out a weapon at all. He only used his spirit power to condense a sword chi. However, this sword was too terrifying. Bang! In the next moment, the two sword lights clashed in the air, emitting a deafening sound. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Sun Tao's sword flew out of his hand. His entire body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out blood as he flew out. "What? How is this possible?" Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. As for Li Jia, she screamed with a face full of disbelief. This was because Sun Tao's strength was similar to hers. They were both at the sixth heaven of the venerable realm. Such strength could be said to be extremely powerful among the younger generation. Even some of the older generation were no match for them. However, Sun Tao was defeated in a single move. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. She couldn't believe it. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. This must be a coincidence." Li Jia shook her head, her eyes full of disbelief. She bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. In the next moment, she made up her mind and quickly attacked. Careless, Sun Tao must have been careless. That's why this kid succeeded. This time, I'll go all out. I don't believe that kid can block it. Humph, he's just a fifth heaven of the venerable realm kid. How strong can he be? Li Jia quickly calmed down, and a sinister smile appeared on the corners of her mouth again. She had already seen Lin Xian's cultivation. He was only at the fifth heaven of the venerable realm. Moreover, she believed that Sun Tao must have been careless just now, which was why his opponent succeeded. However, she wasn't going to be careless this time. "Die, brat." Li Jia quickly waved her palms, and palm shadows flickered in the air, connecting together and imprinting themselves in the void. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, and there was a loud explosion in the void. Then, a terrifying force quickly surged out and pressed down on Lin Xian. The power was too terrifying. It was as if a tyrannosaurus was rampaging in the palace, causing the entire sky to tremble. One had to admit that Li Jia was very strong. She was definitely one of the top existences among the younger generation. Even the older generation was inferior to her. However, it was a pity that she had met Lin Xian, who was even stronger and more monstrous than her. Looking at the shocking palm shadows, Lin Xian was expressionless. Then, he raised his arm, and countless blood-red sword chi revolved around his palm. They quickly intertwined and formed a huge blood-red cauldron. The huge cauldron was completely formed by sword chi, and it emitted a red light as if there was blood flowing on it. Along with it, there was an unusually fierce aura and a thick blood chi. In the next moment, Lin Xian threw out the blood sword cauldron in his hand. Rumble, once the blood sword cauldron was thrown out, the void trembled as if it would collapse at any time. The blood-red light dyed the entire sky red. In the next moment, the blood sword cauldron quickly shuttled through the air and collided with the palm shadows. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. However, the shocking thing was that the collision didn't stop at all. In the next moment, the blood sword cauldron directly tore apart the palm shadows that filled the sky, and then crashed into Li Jia with an even more terrifying force. What? That's impossible. Seeing this, Li Jia finally screamed in horror. She couldn't believe that the palm shadows that she had thrown out with all her might were easily torn apart like paper. This was completely beyond her understanding. However, while she was in a daze, the blood sword cauldron violently bombarded her body and sent her flying. Poof, Li Jia was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, she kept vomiting blood and was severely injured. In just 2 moves, Lin Xian was severely injured like 2 6th-level supremacies. This scene stunned the remaining cultivators. That was a 6th-level supremacies. They were extremely powerful existences, but they were easily swatted away like flies. They couldn't believe it. No, impossible, I don't believe it. Brother Sun Tao and sister Li Jia are the most powerful beings in our younger generation. How could they lose? Damn it, who is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Is he really from the younger generation? Why do I feel like he's a peerless old monster? This kid is too powerful. Should we run? On the other side, Lin Xian stopped his attack in satisfaction. To be honest, the blood-red sword chi's power had exceeded his expectations. Even though he knew that it would not be difficult for him to defeat a 6th-level honorable, he still felt a surge of excitement when he had actually sent a 6th-level honorable flying. That was a 6th-level honorable after all. Not too long ago, this was an existence that he could only look up to. Now, he could send this kind of honorable flying with a wave of his hand. This kind of huge improvement made him feel proud and lofty. Lin Xian shook his head as he casually glanced at the heavily injured Li Jia and Sun Tao. He didn't kill him, but thinking about it, with the other party's injuries, it was impossible for him to pose any threat to him. As for the remaining cultivators, he would not make a move against them because they were not worthy of his attention. However, there were a few questions that he still had to ask. Where did you find this jade Bodhi and the ghost flower? Lin Xian stared at a disciple in front of him and asked in a deep voice. There's a cave in front. It should have been left behind by a powerful cultivator. The disciple's entire body trembled as he forced himself to speak. His heart was filled with fear and he was afraid that Lin Xian would kill him in a fit of anger. Fortunately, Lin Xian had only asked a few questions and did not attack him. After finding out where the 2 treasures had been unearthed, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the place and headed towards the mysterious cave. The disciples of the Sun and Li family turned ashen when they saw Lin Xian and Li Jia's departing figures. What do we do? Are we going to let them off just like that? What else can we do? Didn't you see that brother Sun Tao and sister Li Jia are both injured? We're no match for them. Damn it, I can't accept this. Don't worry, that kid will be unlucky. Based on his previous questions, he probably hasn't given up yet. I think he must have gone to that mysterious cave. Based on their personalities, they'll definitely covet those treasures when the time comes. However, there are members of the Morong family in that cave. When the time comes, both sides will definitely clash. No matter how powerful that kid is, he can't defeat the Morong family. He's going to be unlucky soon. Really? If that's the case, that would be great. I really want to see how that brat will look when he's defeated by the Morong clan. The group of disciples sneered. In the end, they quickly ran forward and helped Sun Tao and Li Jia up. Sister Li Jia, how are you? Brother Sun Tao, don't scare me. A group of people ran forward and looked at Sun Tao and Li Jia worriedly. Their storage rings had already been taken away, so they could only take the pills from the disciples next to them and quickly swallow them. It was only after a long time that the two of them regained their color. However, there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. Sun Tao, in particular, had a very ugly expression. As a genius disciple of the Sun family, he was usually proud and arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes. Even in the face of an elder, he was not afraid. But now, he was actually defeated in a single move. That blood-red sword chi was too terrifying, and he still had lingering fears. Don't provoke him anymore. This brat's sword chi is the fiercest I've seen so far. We're no match for him at all. So, let's leave the hunting to the Liu family. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Sun Tao was also a swordsman, and his swordsmanship was very sharp. Even the elders were inferior to him. However, such a genius actually admitted that he was inferior to someone else. They had never seen such a situation before. One had to know that Sun Tao was very conceited. No matter how strong he is, I'm afraid he can't be compared to the people from the deity Sword Villa. After all, that's the sect with the strongest swordsmanship in the continent. Just wait, the people from the deity Sword Villa are also in that cave. A disciple sneered. Indeed, the deity Sword Villa is the sect with the strongest swordsmanship in the Tianwu continent. They are also known as the sect that is closest to the King family. I've also fought with the people from the deity Sword Villa. They are extremely sharp and far surpass their peers. However, I feel that they can't compare to Lin Xian. What? Even the people from the deity Sword Villa can't compare to Lin Xian? How is that possible? At the side, Li Jia screamed. Although I don't want to admit it, it's the truth. When Li Jia heard this, her face turned ugly. Then, she snorted coldly. Humph, let the people from the Morong family deal with this kid. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not know what these people were thinking. The two of them flew forward and arrived near the mysterious cave. Lin Xian extended his soul power and quickly sensed it. Then, he frowned. The cave was huge, as if a city had been built in the mountain. Judging from the situation inside, it should be the cave of an ancient expert. However, it had become a ruin now. In the cave, there were countless figures fighting fiercely. There were so many people. It seemed that there were many treasures. Lin Xian smiled. He and Zhao Shui looked at each other and smiled. Then, their bodies swayed and flew toward the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, they encountered an intense battle. A group of people surrounded a piece of black metal and fought fiercely. All of you, get lost. This place has been booked by us. Why? This dark lightning wood was discovered by us first. Another group of people was unconvinced. Why? Because we are young Master Ling Feng's subordinates. This voice was very arrogant. Hearing the other party's voice, those martial artists who were still clamoring immediately shrunk their heads. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Young Master Ling Feng's strength was famous in the entire continent. They did not expect that these people were young Master Ling Feng's subordinates. So what if it's young Master Ling Feng? We are young Master Annal's people. At this time, another faction joined in. They were very powerful and did not fear young Master Ling Feng's faction at all. Tianwu's 4 young masters, this young Master Annal was also one of them. He was also an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain on the continent, therefore, these people had nothing to fear. Hearing this, the people who discovered the dark lightning would first quietly retreated. Because whether it was young Master Ling Feng or young Master Annal, they were not people they could contend against. These two groups of people faced each other. Their strength and status were equal. No one was willing to give way. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. But at this time, a light flashed. The dark lightning wood that was in the center of everyone suddenly disappeared. What? It disappeared. Disappeared? How is that possible? It must be you guys who did it. Young Master Ling Feng's people shouted. We did it? Why do I feel that you guys snatched it? Young Master Annal's people were also anxious. The two groups of people fought and soon after, they started fighting. As for the instigator, the snow-white little monkey, it had already left. Zhao Shui looked at the snow-white little monkey in astonishment. To be exact, it was the small worn-out bowl in its hand. Who would have thought that this small bowl had such a miraculous function? Zhao Shui smiled and quickly used the virtual sky eye. Above his head, an illusory eye appeared. Within that eye, a faint golden vortex rapidly formed. In the next moment, the vortex emitted a faint golden light as if it was sucking in something. Then, a scream came from not far in front of her. Damn it! Who stole my treasure? That's an earth crystal you're talking about. It can't be formed without a few thousand years. The voice was heart-wrenching and was clearly extremely angry. However, Zhao Shui smiled faintly and waved her hand. A blue crystal flew out of the virtual sky eye socket and landed in her hand. An earth crystal. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Zhao Shui's virtual sky eye to have such a miraculous ability. This ability was almost exactly the same as the little white monkey's. The snow-white little monkey hugged the broken bowl and whimpered with an unconvinced look on its face. Zhao Shui said indifferently, "Don't be surprised. This isn't sucking it out of thin air. It's using an extremely strong attractive force to quickly draw the surrounding objects over. This method is convenient but not secretive. It can't be compared to Little White's bowl." Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the little white monkey whimpered and smiled. Lin Xian also nodded slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. It can't be sucked out of thin air. It's just using a strong attractive force. However, even so, it's still very shocking. As expected of the virtual sky eye. It's really mysterious. Damn it, it's the two of you. How dare you steal my earth crystal? In front of them, a young man in armor rushed towards them with a ferocious expression. Seeing the man in front of them, Zhao Shui was expressionless while Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Now, he finally knew the difference between Zhao Shui and the little white monkey. When the snow-white little monkey used the small bowl to steal, it did it secretly. No one noticed it and no one noticed. However, Zhao Shui was different. She was robbing in broad daylight. This kind of method was easily discovered by others. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The two of them used their movement techniques and quickly left this place. At the back, when the armored young man saw his opponent's terrifying movement technique, he was instantly infuriated and roared furiously. This was because the other party's movement technique was too strange. It was even much stronger than his. Even if he chased after the other party, he might not be able to capture the other party. Furthermore, there were many treasures here. He couldn't bear to leave. Therefore, he could only angrily attack in all directions, destroying everything around him to vent the anger in his heart. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Not long ago, many rare metal materials were discovered in this area. All the major powers were vying for supremacy. The armored youth was an elite disciple of the Shen family. That armored youth had used his tyrannical strength to force back his opponent. Just as he was about to obtain the earth crystal, he hadn't expected that it would be snatched away at the most critical moment. Moreover, they didn't even know who had done it. Such audacious behavior and mysterious identity were simply too shocking. Moreover, what surprised them even more was that the other party had actually successfully snatched the earth crystal from the hands of the Shen family's elite disciple. Furthermore, they had even left safely. This was simply too unbelievable. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, many figures flew over to the armored youth's side and quickly comforted him. "Brother Hua, you must find those two brats," the armored youth said to another tall figure. The tall youth also said coldly, "Don't worry, I will help you get this thing back." His gaze was cold as he looked ahead with a piercing murderous intent. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui hadn't gone far at all. The two of them were hiding in the dark, avoiding everyone's soul detection. At this moment, they frowned when they heard the words of the group of people in front of them. "I didn't expect them to be disciples of the Shen family," Lin Xian muttered. Zhao Shui snorted coldly. "Who cares if they are from the Shen family or the Wang family? If they want to kill me behind my back, they are dead meat." Lin Xian saw Zhao Shui's cold expression and immediately shook his head slightly. In the past, Zhao Shui wasn't so fierce. However, it was quite impossible to kill these disciples of the Shen family. If they did so, it was very likely that they would be hunted down by the elders of the Shen family. This wasn't worth it for them. Therefore, Lin Xian said slowly, wouldn't it be too easy to kill them? Oh, you have other ideas? Zhao Shui turned around and glanced at Lin Xian. Of course, this group of people must have found some treasure vault nearby. We will follow them secretly and wait for them to break the seal before we take action to snatch it. I think the feeling of losing the treasure in our hands is worse than killing them. Hearing Lin Xian's suggestion, Zhao Shui was also greatly surprised. She said in surprise, it seems that you don't have a good relationship with this faction. However, I like your suggestion very much. The two reached a consensus and continued to hide in the shadows. Lin Xian had the heaven-changing art to conceal his presence and wasn't afraid of being discovered. Zhao Shui's void sky eye also emitted a faint golden wave of light that enveloped Zhao Shui's graceful body, isolating her from all soul probing. The two of them were like ghosts in a black hole, hiding around the Shen family disciples. During this time many cultivators came, but they were quickly driven away by the Shen family disciples. Obviously, they wanted to monopolize this place. After driving away the other factions, the Shen family disciples didn't immediately make a move. Instead, they waited quietly as if they were waiting for someone. Soon, a team arrived from afar. There were about 20 to 30 people in this team, including a few elders. As soon as this team appeared, the Shen family disciples cheered. Obviously, this was the group they were waiting for. Elders, you're finally here, said the tall youth, Shen Hua. Young Master Hua, let's begin. An elder's eyes lit up. After our investigation, this place should be a treasure vault. However, this vault has a powerful seal that is very difficult to break. However, from the scattered earth crystals and other things, there are definitely many precious items inside. Therefore, I feel that we need to break the seal. Hearing Shen Hua's information, the elders were also excited. In that case, let's break the seal. After that, several elders and young outstanding disciples gathered together and prepared to break the seal. As for the weaker disciples, they formed a defensive circle around the perimeter to prevent other forces from interfering. Bang bang bang. However, these cultivators were all chased away by the outer disciples of the Shen family without exception. No one was able to break through their line of defense. However, although the surrounding cultivators were repelled, they did not leave. Instead, they lingered around the periphery, nervously watching everything. This place is definitely not simple for so many experts of the Shen family to take action. Yes, it is said that this is a treasure trove. Just the things scattered outside are earth crystals and the like. You can imagine how precious the things inside are. Hearing this, many people gasped, and their eyes were filled with greed. However, someone soon sighed. So what if the treasures are good? This place is occupied by the Shen family. No one else can get their hands on it. Yes, look at the Shen family. They have completely isolated the other forces. When the time comes, I'm afraid they won't even have a chance to get a share. Many people shook their heads and sighed, looking disappointed. However, more people were still lingering, waiting for an opportunity. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were hiding in the dark, but when they heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, they smiled. Originally, we just wanted to snatch some of the treasures in their hands. I didn't expect to meet such a big fish. Zhao Shui's face was full of smiles. Lin Xian was also pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the heavens were treating them well. Judging from the strength of the restriction, this was definitely a precious treasure trove. This kind of restriction was extremely strong. Other forces might not be able to break it. Even Lin Xian would need a lot of time to break it together with the dark red divine dragon. But now, with the Shen family taking the lead, they only needed to wait for the fruits of victory. Sure enough, after half a day, a burst of shocking laughter suddenly came from the front. Ha 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 ha, it's finally broken. It's really a treasure trove. Sure enough, we didn't waste our energy. Several of the older generation figures looked up to the sky and laughed happily. The tall youth, Shen Hua, was also excited. His eyes shone brightly. The treasures inside were really too precious. Every one of them was above the earth crystals. Hey, this is a fragment of an earth-rank treasure. I didn't expect to see it here. An old man exclaimed. Damn, there's a shield that's half an Earth-step treasure. That's nothing. I even found a few top-grade materials. These materials can be used to refine Earth-tier treasures. Cries of surprise could be heard. Clearly, the items in the treasury were too shocking, causing these Shen family disciples to cry out involuntarily. When the people outside heard these shouts, their hearts trembled, and their gazes became extremely fiery. This was because every item in the treasury was a rare treasure that could cause people to fight for it until their heads bled. Immediately, a few martial artists were blinded by greed and rushed forward as if they had gone mad. How dare you steal from our Shen family's territory? You're courting death. A Shen family disciple sneered. Then, the Shen family disciple pulled out the long saber at his waist and swung it. Whoosh, a blazing ray of light swallowed and spat out, quickly slashing down from the sky. What followed was a huge roar of thunder and lightning. Bang bang, the few martial artists who rushed up to seize the treasure were chopped into two halves by the saber. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. This scene was like a basin of cold water, directly splashing the surrounding martial artists awake. Everyone's eyes regained clarity, and they looked forward with lingering fear. It was too terrifying. If they had lost their minds and rushed forward, they would probably have ended up like those people and become corpses. Thinking of this, everyone trembled and kept retreating, their eyes filled with fear. There was no other way. Although the treasures in front were good, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. In front of a king family like the Shen family, no one dared to seize the treasures. However, these martial artists did not dare to seize the treasures, but it did not mean that others did not dare to. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who were hiding in the dark, moved. The snow-white monkey hugged the small worn-out bull and began to exert force to seize the treasures. The void sky eye above Zhao Shui's head also released a faint golden light. Soon, an angry roar came from the treasury ahead. Damn it, who stole my top-grade refining materials? This voice belonged to an old man. It was very old, and contained a heaven-shaking fury. The terrifying sound wave was like thunder, exploding in the surroundings. This elder was about to go crazy. As soon as he entered the treasury, he had set his eyes on those top-grade refining materials, wanting to get his hands on them. However, just as he stepped forward, before he could do anything, those top-grade materials disappeared in front of his eyes. When he saw this scene, he went completely mad. That was a top-grade equipment refinement material, something that couldn't be found in the outside world at all. However, the things that originally belonged to him had disappeared in front of his eyes. How could he not go crazy? Damn it, who dares to steal my treasures? Get out here! The elder roared. Crazily. The sound wave was like a wave, shaking the surrounding martial artists and making them unable to stand steadily. The surrounding martial artists were horrified. They did not expect that someone would really dare to seize the treasures, and even succeed. F***ck, who dares to steal the Shen family's things? Does he want to die? Yeah, he's too bold. That's a 7th level venerable. He snatched the treasures from such a powerhouse, and he even succeeded. This is unbelievable. It seems that the person who took action is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded. Everyone discussed animatedly, extremely shocked. They did not expect that such a powerful person would come to this cave, directly ignoring the Shen family. However, before they could finish their discussion, a furious roar came from the treasury in front of them again. Not good, my Earthrank artifact fragment. F***ck, who touched my half-Earthrank artifact? Angry roars came one after another. All the Shen family martial artists were incomparably furious. Angry, they were too angry. Their Shen family was a sovereign family, a high and mighty existence. Normally, no one dared to provoke them. However, now, someone dared to steal their things, and it was not just once. This was not just a slap to their faces, this was simply stealing their lifeblood. One had to know that the items in this treasury were extremely precious. Every item could cause a stir in the Sky Martial continent. However, at this moment, they had all been taken away by someone. What was even more hateful was that they did not find any traces of the other party, and they did not even know who the other party was. This was a complete loss of face. If word got out, they would probably be laughed at to death. Of course, it was not that everyone did not find out. Among them, there were a few seniors who found the traces of the treasures being stolen. Immediately, they turned around angrily and stared into the distance. Actually, this was very normal. When the snow-white little monkey stole something, these people would definitely not find out. However, it was different for Xianxia. That was a blatant robbery. Hence, it was normal for her to be discovered by these people. You still want to run? Stay here. An elder was enraged. He stretched out his huge palm and grabbed the air in front of him. The huge palm in the air became bigger and bigger, making crashing sounds. It was like a huge mountain, crushing down in all directions. The crowd was shocked. This power was too terrifying. Even a sixth heaven honorable realm cultivator would be smashed to pieces. There was no way to block it. It's over. The person who snatched the treasure is in trouble. Not only is he in trouble, he has angered the Xian family and has been caught. I think he will end up in a miserable state. Sigh, as expected of the Xian family. They found the traces of the enemy so quickly. They are indeed incomparably valiant. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. The Xian family was too overbearing. They had sealed the entire treasury and taken it for themselves. This made the martial artists around them unhappy. However, they did not dare to show it. Now that someone had dared to snatch the Xian family's treasure and humiliate the Xian family, they were very happy. However, it seemed like that person was going to play. The young disciples of the Xian family were smug and sneered. How dare he snatch the Xian family's treasure? He is courting death. Humph, when we catch him, I will chop him into pieces. I will let him know the consequences of offending the Xian family. The words of these disciples made the surrounding martial artists tremble. Indeed, offending the Xian family would result in a miserable state. In the sky, a huge palm covered the sky and emitted a dazzling light. It carried the power of wind and thunder as it slammed forward. In an instant, it covered the area where Xianxia was. Rumble, under the huge light palm, everything in front of it turned into ashes. In the ruins, two figures appeared in front of the crowd like lightning. As soon as these two figures appeared, everyone was stunned. Even the martial artists of the Xian family widened their eyes in disbelief. That was because the two figures were too young. It was a man and a woman. They were at most 20 years old. The man was dressed in a green robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He was tall and handsome. The woman was dressed in white and looked like a fairy. Her beautiful face was filled with boundless coldness. So young? How is that possible? Impossible, it can't be them. I'm afraid the real culprit has already escaped, and these two young men are probably scapegoats. Sure enough, this is the case. Sigh, these two young people are really unlucky. They were pushed into the abyss at such a young age. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, it was impossible for such a young person to steal from the Xian family. Even the elder of the Qin clan shouted coldly, "Speak, where did that bastard go? If you can come clean, I might let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." The surrounding Xian family disciples also quickly surrounded Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Their eyes were filled with hostility. In their opinion, even if Lin Xian and Zhao Shui stole it, the two of them were still accomplices of that thief, therefore, they would not let him go. However, Zhao Shui coldly said, "Old thing, didn't I just take a few treasures? Is there a need to be so anxious? Besides, these treasures were left behind by an ancient powerhouse. They don't belong to your family. So what if I took them?" On the side, Lin Xian did not say anything. However, he silently snatched another treasure from the treasury. It's them, those thieves are actually them. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. In their opinion, the person who secretly attacked them must be a peerless old monster with an extremely high cultivation. Only such a person would not be afraid of a royal family like the Xian family. However, they did not expect that it would be two young men who attacked them. This was simply too inconceivable. The cultivators of the Xian family were also shocked. The scene in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. This caused their minds to go blank. However, they quickly reacted. They quickly drew their swords and pointed them at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the treasures you've stolen. Otherwise, you're dead meat. How dare you touch our Shen family's things? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some shady methods. In the face of absolute power, you're nothing." The elder of the Shen family shouted coldly. In his opinion, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui definitely had some kind of secret technique that allowed them to silently snatch the treasures. As for their strength, he directly ignored it. These two people were so young. So what if they were strong? Not only were there the young elite geniuses of the family here, but there were also experts of the older generation. Therefore, they were not afraid of anyone at all. The tall young man, Xianxia, looked at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui with a gloomy expression. In the end, he said coldly, "Why are you wasting your breath on them? Capture them and take back all the treasures. Moreover, find out exactly what method they used to snatch our treasures." The tall young man's voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he did not care about the life and death of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui at all. "Men, capture them." The tall young man, Xianxia, and the people of the older generation looked at each other coldly because there was no need for them to do anything. The one who gave the order was the young man in armor from before. He looked at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui with a ferocious voice. This was because he now knew that his earth crystal had been snatched away by these two people. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding disciples of the Shen family quickly rushed forward and slashed down with their swords and sabers. Immediately, a large amount of sword qi and saber light flew out and slashed towards Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The scene was too terrifying. The force was enough to injure a sixth heaven venerable realm expert. Spiritual energy surged, causing the entire space to tremble. Zhao Shui harumphed coldly. She waved her jade-like hand and quickly attacked. Immediately, an even more violent and vast force surged out from her palm and swept out in all directions. Lin Xian also flicked his finger slightly. Streaks of blood-red sword qi expanded in the wind and roared in the sky like blood-red dragons. The sky was turbulent, and the sword qi was threatening. Numerous forces collided in the sky, causing a destructive aura to erupt. In the next moment, the surrounding disciples of the Shen family spat out blood and flew out as if they were struck by lightning. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had their hands behind their backs. They looked cold and arrogant. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked around disdainfully. It was as if they were looking down on all the experts in the world. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They could not believe that the two young men and woman in front of them could injure more than 10 disciples of the Shen family with a raise of their hands. This was something that could not even happen in their dreams. After all, those cultivators were disciples of the imperial families. The fact that they could enter the remote heavenly mystery realm meant that they were not weak. Moreover, with so many people joining forces, even the older generation would have a headache. However, they were sent flying with a single move. The seniors frowned as they stared at the two figures with flickering eyes. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression. As a disciple of a sovereign clan, they had always been revered by others. No one had ever dared to disobey them, let alone injure them. Yet now, someone had actually disregarded their status and injured them in front of so many people. This was a direct slap to their faces. As a sovereign clan, they would be too ashamed to continue living if they could not resolve this matter. Xianxia snorted coldly and took a step forward. He was about to attack. However, a black-robed old man beside him stepped forward and stopped Xianxia. "Young Master Hua, there's no need for you to deal with this matter. Let me do it. Then I'll have to trouble you, elder." Xianxia withdrew his foot and said in a deep voice. In terms of strength, Xianxia was not the strongest person present. He had only just reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Venerate realm. There was still a gap between him and those seniors. However, his status was very special because he was a direct descendant of the Shen clan. It could be said that his status and bloodline were the noblest among the people present. Even though those seniors were powerful, they still had to listen to Xianxia. The black-robed old man stopped Xianxia and took a step forward. His eyes flickered as he looked at the two figures in front of him. I must say that the strength of the two of you has indeed exceeded our expectations. However, that's all. Originally, you only needed to hand over the treasures. However, things are different now. You actually dared to attack a disciple of my Shin clan in public. You've committed an unforgivable capital crime. Therefore, you can only repay it with your lives. The black-robed old man's aura was very powerful. He had already reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Venerate realm. Moreover, he had accumulated his strength at the 6th heavenly layer of the Venerate realm for over 100 years. He could be said to be very powerful. An ordinary 6th heavenly layer of the Venerate realm could not compare to him. Therefore, in his opinion, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to kill the young man and woman before him. However, Xianxia snorted coldly. Old bastard, you're taking advantage of your seniority. You really have a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up and attack. Her voice was filled with disdain. You're courting death. The black-robed old man was enraged when he heard that. No one had ever dared to look down on him, and the other party was just a young junior. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body burst out, and the powerful energy of a 6th heaven venerable emerged. He punched out, causing the void to tremble. Tens of thousands of lightning flashed. The terrifying fist also carried with it boundless lightning. It was as if the god of thunder had descended to the world, blasting forward. However, Xiaoxua's expression was cold and her lips curled up in disdain. She raised her slender jade-like hand and gently pressed forward. Rumble, countless rumbling sounds rang out. Under Xiaoxua's delicate hand, the violent thunder fist quickly cracked open. Endless thunder and lightning were destroyed and scattered in the void. What? This is impossible. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. The black-robed old man's pupils shrank as he continuously retreated. Only then was he able to block the energy shockwave. Impossible? How could you possibly possess such powerful strength? He was about to go crazy and was extremely shocked. He thought that killing a young junior would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. However, he didn't expect that his violent lightning fist would be easily broken by the other party. He couldn't accept this at all. You're a 7th heaven venerable? The black-robed old man said with a trembling voice. What? 7th heaven venerable? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and gasped. A 7th heaven venerable was an extremely powerful existence. No wonder she dared to snatch the Shin family's things. Under normal circumstances, those who had reached the 7th heaven venerable realm were usually elders. Very few people could reach this realm at such a young age. Who exactly are you? Which faction do you belong to? The black-robed old man asked with a trembling voice. He was too shocked. Such a young 7th heaven venerable realm was rare. Now, he suppressed the shock in his heart and wanted to ask about the faction behind Xiaoxuai. Because someone who could reach the 7th heaven venerable realm at such a young age was definitely a disciple of a sovereign clan. For example, the Shin family also had a 7th heaven venerable realm of the younger generation. Therefore, in his opinion, there was definitely a sovereign clan behind Xiaoxuai. Which sovereign clan dared to make a move against the Shin family so brazenly? The black-robed old man was shocked. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, the Shin family would be in danger in the remote sky secret realm. I'm from the Void Sky School. Xiaoxuai said proudly. She didn't hide anything. Void Sky School? What kind of school is that? Hearing Xiaoxua's words, everyone was stunned. They carefully thought about it and realized that they had never heard of this school. The elders of the Shin family were also stunned. They discussed in low voices and realized that there was no Void Sky School in the Tianwu continent. Humph, fraud. At this moment, the purple-robed elder of the Shin family shouted coldly, "Don't think that you can be lawless just because you've reached the 7th heaven venerable realm. Let me tell you, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of our Shin family. I don't care which faction you belong to. I'll give you a piece of advice. Quickly hand over the things you stole and I can let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The purple-robed old man finally stood out. Seeing the purple-robed old man, all the martial artists of the Shen family heaved a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do. Zhao Shue's strength was too terrifying. She was actually a seventh heaven venerable realm. This completely surpassed all of them. Therefore, they had no chance of winning against Zhao Shui. However, the purple-robed old man was different this time. Because he was also a seventh heaven venerable realm. Moreover, the purple-robed old man's cultivation was definitely stronger than his opponent's, because looking at Zhao Shui's age, she was only in her 20s. She had probably just entered the seventh heaven venerable realm. However, the purple-robed old man was different. He had already entered the seventh heaven venerable realm for dozens of years. He was definitely incomparably powerful. Even seventh heaven venerables have differences in strength. Today, I'll teach you a lesson and let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. The purple-robed old man faced Zhao Shui with the attitude of a senior. Is that so? I'd like to see what right you have to say that. Zhao Shui sneered. Then, the two of them faced each other from a distance. Although they didn't attack, their auras had already begun to clash in the air. Low sounds of collision rang out continuously in the air. Flashes of lightning flashed from time to time. It was very obvious that the two of them were already competing. Everyone retreated one after another, leaving a considerable distance for the two of them. Because a seventh heaven venerable realm was too terrifying, just their aura alone wasn't something they could resist. Lin Xian also stepped lightly and returned to a safe distance to watch silently. He had already seen Zhao Shui's strength before, so he wasn't worried that she would be injured at all. Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from Zhao Shui and looked at the treasury again. It seemed that he still wanted to continue seizing. Humph, you're still thinking about the treasure vault at this time. I have to say that you're too presumptuous. Kid, kneel down and accept your death. Hand over the treasure in your hands obediently and I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you'll suffer the most painful punishment in the world. The group of Shen family warriors stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly looks. You're still so arrogant. Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and said indifferently. Humph, you're just a fifth heaven supremacy. How dare you say such words? You're courting death. Kid, I admit that your companion is very powerful. She's really strong to be able to reach seventh heaven supremacy at her age. However, you're much weaker. A fifth heaven supremacy is nothing in front of us. The group of people noticed Lin Xian's cultivation and sneered. To them, Zhao Shui was undoubtedly the leader of the two of them while Lin Xian was their underling. Thus, they were not afraid of Lin Xian in the slightest. Instead, they were looking down on him with arrogance. Brother Hua, let me go. The young man in armor at the side gritted his teeth and said. He was furious when Zhao Shui snatched the earth crystal previously. However, Zhao Shui was too powerful and he could not defeat her. Therefore, he could only transfer his anger to Lin Xian. Although he was only a fifth heaven supremacy, he was extremely confident in dealing with Lin Xian. That was because he was from a king family. He had a powerful cultivation technique and the quality of his spiritual power was much higher than his peers. Moreover, he had mastered many powerful martial arts techniques, which made his combat strength very strong. More importantly, his cultivation was not an ordinary fifth heaven supremacy. He had one foot in the door of the sixth heaven supremacy and could be said to be the most powerful existence among the fifth heaven supremacy. For someone like him, he was confident in fighting against an ordinary sixth heaven supremacy, let alone a supremacy of the same level. Therefore, in his opinion, dealing with Lin Xian would be a piece of cake. Brat, believe it or not, I only need one move to capture you. The armored youth was extremely arrogant. I don't believe it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up in disdain. With his current strength, he could easily defeat a sixth heaven venerable, let alone a fifth heaven venerable. Therefore, he did not take the armored youth seriously at all. However, Lin Xian's attitude had undoubtedly infuriated the armored youth. Brat, you've successfully angered me, so your end will be very miserable, the armored young man's voice was ferocious. Then, he stomped his foot and charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xian's attitude completely infuriated the armored youth. If Zhao Shui was the one being arrogant, then so be it. After all, she was a 7th-level venerable, and her strength could crush everything. There was nothing he could do. However, the young man in front of him was clearly only a 5th heaven venerable, yet he dared to be so arrogant. He was simply courting death. Therefore, the armored youth was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. He planned to let Lin Xian taste all the torture in the world after capturing him. In an instant, the armored youth arrived in front of Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and he suddenly grabbed down. It was a very insidious martial technique called the Nether Ghost Claw. Any cultivator who was grabbed by this ghost claw would have their blood sucked dry, and they would become a dried corpse. It could be said that it was very insidious. At this moment, the armored youth was using such a technique, and he was prepared to let Lin Xian die in pain. His ghost claw was dozens of meters long, and it was surrounded by a black light with a shocking aura. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed because the armored youth's move was too terrifying. It already had the aura of a 6th heaven venerable. Although it was very faint, it was not something that an ordinary 5th heaven venerable could resist. Although that young man is also a 5th heaven venerable, he can't withstand this claw at all. Yes, among those of the same level, the disciples of the royal families are gods. No one can defeat them. It's over. That beautiful woman is also being held back by the Shin family's elder. I'm afraid she doesn't have the strength to spare to deal with this kid. The surrounding cultivators sighed. On the other hand, the Shin family members sneered and were ready to watch the show. A 5th heaven kid dares to be impudent in front of us? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Just watch, he definitely won't be able to block this claw. I reckon that woman in white won't have the chance to attack either. Speaking of this, everyone looked at the woman in white again. The purple-robed elder of the Shin family also had a solemn expression. He was using all his strength to hold back Xiao Shui so that she could not attack. However, Xiao Shui's expression was cold, and she had no intention of helping Lin Xian at all. This action stunned everyone. However, the disciples of the Shin family sneered. Haha, looks like this kid has been abandoned. Yes, that woman in white won't attack at all. That kid definitely won't be able to escape this calamity. When the armored young man heard about this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Haha, kid, die. As soon as he finished speaking, the black bone claw in the sky suddenly grabbed down and tore the void apart. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. Completely. Lin Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. This group of people is really pitifully stupid. In the next moment, his expression turned solemn. He snorted coldly, and a blood-red sword ray flew out from his body and slashed forward. Rumble, the blood-red sword ray flashed, and it was like a red sea that was extremely vast and mighty. Accompanying it was an unusually sharp force that surged and surged, as if it was tearing the 9 heavens apart. In just a split second, the black ghost claw above was torn apart. The sword chi collided, and the bone claw was smashed into pieces and no longer existed. The armored young man also screamed in pain and his body flew out. Before he landed, his body had already been split into 2. This scene was extremely shocking, and it directly stunned everyone. The elite genius of the Shin family was dead. He was actually killed by a single sword strike. It was truly unbelievable. Moreover, the person who accomplished this feat was merely a young man who was only at the 5th heaven of the venerable realm. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw this scene, and their hearts trembled. What kind of power was this? How could he kill a genius who was half a step into the 6th heaven of the venerable realm with a single sword strike? Who exactly was this young man? How could he have such terrifying combat strength? No. The disciples of the Shin family turned pale with fright and screamed one after another. The pupils of the older generation also shrank abruptly. They could not believe what they had just seen. How dare you kill our Shin family's disciple? Kid, you're dead meat. Kill him and avenge our Shin family's disciple. The tall young man Shin Hua's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Previously, Xiao Shui had already shocked them to the core. However, this time, they did not expect that the young man whom they had originally regarded as an ant would have such shocking power. Not only that, but he also killed an elite disciple of the Shin family in public. A fifth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator actually possesses the strength of a sixth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator. I must say that you've truly surprised me. However, no one can casually kill a disciple of my Shen family. You're no exception. I'll personally take action and kill you as a sacrifice to the spirit of my Shen family's disciple. What? Shenhua was going to make a move. Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard those words. The reason for that was because Shenhua was different from the dead armored young man. He was not a fifth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator, but a sixth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator. Although the mysterious young man before them possessed the battle prowess of a sixth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator, he was still not a sixth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator. Thus, he would definitely not be able to gain the upper hand against a sixth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator like Shenhua. Furthermore, Shenhua was not an ordinary sixth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator. He was a core disciple of the Shen family. His strength was definitely unimaginable. It seemed that the Shen family was truly enraged this time. However, the older generation members of the Shen family had worried expressions on their faces. The reason for that was because the young man before them was simply too strange. They were slightly worried. Young Master Hua, there's no need for you to take action against a mere thief. Why don't you let me do it? That's right. I can slap someone like him to death with a single hand. The people who spoke were the older generation members. There's no need. I alone am enough to deal with him, Shenhua said proudly. This kid is too strange. I'm afraid, there's no need to say any more. If I'm afraid of such a small matter, how could I be worthy of being a genius disciple of the Shen family? Shenhua said coldly. Indeed, he had rarely been defeated ever since he started cultivating. Apart from a few people of the younger generation who were older than him and whom he could not defeat, he did not take the others seriously at all. Especially now that he had broken through to the sixth heavenly layer exalted realm, he was even more confident that he could contend against those older generation members, let alone this young man who was only a fifth heavenly layer exalted realm cultivator. His opponent was indeed strange, but he was absolutely confident that he could kill him. One had to admit that Shenhua was definitely an outstanding genius. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation or strength, he far surpassed his peers. He was already able to contend against those older generation members who had lived for hundreds of years. He did not take a single step forward as he stood. His strong and powerful heavenly layer axes, he grabbed the long saber at his waist. This long saber was not ordinary. It was a half-earth step artifact. The scabbard was dark green in color. It was made from the skin of a 5-star demon general tiger shark. Precious gems were engraved on it, and they were extremely dazzling. Disregarding everything else, just this scabbard alone was something that countless people could only look up to. Artifact. That's a half-earth step artifact. Someone cried out. Looks like Shenhua is serious. He used a half-earth tier prized artifact right off the bat. Clearly, he wants to go all out and kill his opponent in one strike, not giving him any chance. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was because they could no longer think of any way that Lin Xian could turn defeat into victory. In terms of cultivation, he was only at the 5th heavenly layer, which was no match for Shenhua. In terms of cultivation techniques and martial skills, Shenhua's foundation was also profound, far surpassing those of the same level. Moreover, Shenhua still had a half-earth-ranked treasured saber in his possession, which made him even more powerful. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was doomed this time. Shenhua held the half-earth-rank long saber in his hand, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body. Kid, it's your honor to die under my saber. He looked at Lin Xian, and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. You think too much. It's not too late to say these words after you succeed. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, his expression calm. Humph, you still dare to be stubborn when you're about to die. Shenhua shouted angrily, then waved his arm. The long saber came out of the scabbard, making a clanging sound. A blazing light bloomed like a stormy sea, and a terrifying aura spread out. Endless light shrouded the entire space. What a fierce aura! Feeling the shocking murderous aura emitted from the long saber, everyone's expression changed. They discovered that the long saber's terror was beyond their imagination. In the next moment, Xianxia held the long saber and quickly slashed at Lin Xian. This slash was like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. Rays of light condensed, forming a huge saber light, and slashed forward. Just the light alone was terrifying enough. It hurt the eyes of many martial artists, and they did not dare to look directly at it. One could imagine how terrifying this slash was. The huge blade aura was brought down, cutting through the air and shrouding Lin Xian below. Air waves rolled, and the void was cut in half. Lin Xian was about to be cut in half. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. Sword chi surrounded his body, making him look like a sword god, as if he was going to split the world. Lin Xian opened his 5 fingers and reached for the sky, holding the entire space in his hand. His body did not move, and he still stood there, but his big hand reached out and covered everything. Sword chi surrounded his 5 fingers, and each finger was like a heavenly sword, causing the world to tremble. Bang! The saber light from the half-earth rank treasure was shattered in an instant. And it was not over yet. Lin Xian's big hand was like a dark cloud that covered the sky, and it quickly shrouded Xianxia. What? The saber light was shattered? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, because they did not dare to believe it. That was a saber light from a half-earth rank treasure, and it was definitely terrifying. Moreover, it was produced by Xianxia, a 6th rank supremacy. It could be said that there were few 6th rank supremacies who could match this slash. However, things went beyond everyone's expectations. The terrifying saber light was broken by Lin Xian in an instant. Not only that, but even Xianxia was about to be captured. Not only the surrounding martial artists, but the disciples of the Xin family were also terrified. Originally, they were extremely arrogant and thought that as long as Xianxia made a move, he would definitely be able to kill the enemy easily. But they did not expect things to turn out like this. Not only was Lin Xian not dead, but he was also not injured. Moreover, it seemed that he wanted to kill Xianxia. The change was too fast, and it was hard for anyone to accept. Impossible, how could you break my saber light? Xianxia went crazy, and his face was full of disbelief. Previously, he had vowed to look down on Lin Xian, and did not take him seriously at all. But he did not expect that this young man, who he regarded as an ant, would have such power and easily break his attack. And now, he wanted to kill him. He could not accept it. Open! Xianxia was furious. He held the long saber in his hand and swept it in all directions. Countless saber lights swept across, as if he wanted to cut Lin Xian's 5 fingers into pieces. However, he had underestimated the 5 fingers. At this moment, Lin Xian displayed his full strength, and his 5 fingers were like heavenly swords that were extremely sharp. Not only that, there were dragon-shaped sword chi revolving around each of his fingers. It contained the power of the dragon sword soul, and it was extremely powerful. Even a 7th rank supremacy would find it difficult to break it, let alone a 6th rank supremacy like Xianxia. Rumble, countless saber lights slashed on the 5 fingers, and there were clanging sounds, but they could not shake them at all. No, I won't lose. Xianxia was heartbroken. His expression was ferocious, and he was no longer as calm and arrogant as before. In the next moment, he struggled with all his might like a madman, but it was to no avail. Impossible, how can you be so powerful? He was completely mad, and the confidence in his heart was shattered. Originally, he was also a prodigy in his family. Apart from a few older brothers, he was not afraid of any opponents at all. However, Lin Xian's strength now made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. The confidence and fighting spirit that he had accumulated over many years were completely shattered. That was because Lin Xian was too powerful. His cultivation level was lower than his, but his strength was much higher than his. Facing Lin Xian was like facing a 7th heaven supremacy. This made him unable to resist at all. Meanwhile, the expressions of the older generation of the Xin family behind him changed drastically. That was because Xianhua's identity was not ordinary. He was a direct disciple, and they could not afford to lose him. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They had long expected that the other party was very strange, but they did not expect that the degree of strangeness was far beyond their imagination. A fifth heaven supremacy had suppressed a sixth heaven supremacy with a raise of his hand. This technique was really too terrifying. Thus, they did not dare to delay and quickly attacked, afraid that Lin Xian would kill Xianxia. "Stop, you little thief. Hurry up and release him, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, there will be no way for you to live in this world." A few of the older generation were enraged, and they instantly exploded with unparalleled power. The power was extremely terrifying, and it was as if it was going to shatter the entire cave. Fortunately, the people who attacked were all very powerful, and their control of power was very precise. Thus, the power did not destroy the cave. Instead, it all surged toward Lin Xian. Looking at this scene, the surrounding cultivators were shocked again. The older generation was too powerful. Each of them was far more powerful than Xianxia. At this moment, if they attacked together, it was likely that no one could resist. This Lin Xian was very powerful, but he probably did not have the strength to resist so many of the older generation. Thus, for a moment, everyone's hearts were in their mouths again. Lin Xian's expression was also dark. With so many of the older generation attacking, even he would find it difficult to resist. However, his expression was cold and he was fearless. The next moment, he snorted coldly. "I'll kill whoever dares to attack me." After saying that, he exerted a little force in his hand, and Xianxia, who was in the middle of his palm, suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Hearing this scream, the expressions of those older generation figures changed. They quickly clenched their teeth and withdrew their power. They didn't dare to make a move. If they didn't kill Lin Xian in an instant, they were afraid that the other party would definitely kill Xianxia. At that time, things would get out of hand. The entire Shen family would probably be furious. Therefore, these people withdrew their forces in time, but they didn't give up. Instead, they surrounded Lin Xian. In the distance, the purple-robed old man who was battling Zhao Shui also heard the news, and his face instantly became gloomy. With a cold snort, he ignored Zhao Shui and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Zhao Shui also appeared beside Lin Xian in a flash. Both sides faced each other, and the atmosphere in the entire space was extremely tense. "Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. Quickly let him go. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be no way for you to live in Tianwu continent," the purple-robed old man said coldly. "I can let him go, but it depends on whether you have sincerity or not." Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He didn't intend to kill Xianxia because he didn't want to get into this kind of trouble. However, it was impossible to let him go so easily. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Shen family warriors secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as the other party wasn't determined to kill Xianxia, everything would be easy to handle. "What do you want?" the purple-robed old man asked in a deep voice. "It's very simple. Use the treasure vault in exchange for his life," Lin Xian said lightly. "What?" Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched wildly, especially the Shen family warriors. Their faces were extremely ugly. They had spent a lot of effort to get the treasure vault. And it was full of peerless treasures. Incomparably precious. How could they bear to give it to someone else? The purple-robed old man's face darkened. His gaze was cold as he stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Young man, you're too greedy." His voice was filled with thick killing intent. Obviously, Lin Xian's words caused his killing intent to soar. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders in an indifferent manner. He completely ignored this terrifying murderous aura. Since both sides had already shed all pretense of cordiality and had become enemies, he had to fight for the greatest benefits for himself. Moreover, from the reactions of these people, he knew that the young man he captured had an extremely special identity. Otherwise, these elders wouldn't be so afraid. With such good conditions, only a fool would not make use of it. At this moment, the purple-robed old man from the Shen family spoke again. "It's impossible to give you the entire treasure vault. How about this? I'll let you pick 3 treasures and you let him go. How about that? 3 treasures? Seems like this kid's life isn't worth much." Lin Xian sneered. "How about this? I'll give you 3 treasures in exchange for this kid's life. How about that?" Hearing this, the elders from the Shen family trembled in anger and almost vomited blood. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian, wishing they could tear him apart. Kid, I advise you not to go against our Shen family because you can't afford to. The purple-robed old man's voice was cold. This is my advice to you. This treasure vault is filled with treasures of heaven and earth. They're incomparably precious. 3 treasures is already a lot. You can take these 3 treasures and leave safely. This is the best deal for you. Hearing the purple-robed old man's words, Lin Xian sneered. This group of old things wanted to save someone but couldn't bear to bleed. How could there be such a good deal in the world, he sneered, cut the crap. Do you want to exchange the treasure vault or not? The purple-robed old man was angered until his entire body trembled. An enormous aura quickly gushed out, making the surrounding martial artists feel fear in their hearts. He did not expect that this youth in front of him was actually so stubborn. No matter what he said, the other party seemed to be bent on wanting that treasure vault. But that treasure vault was their flesh and blood. How could they be willing to give it to others? But he was also afraid that the other party would really be ruthless and kill Xianxia. So for a moment, these Shen family martial artists fell into a dilemma. Seeing the Shen family's martial artists hesitate, Lin Xian also frowned. His current situation was very dangerous. If the other party came any more help, then he would be in trouble. At that time, even if he obtained the treasure vault, he could not leave at all. Therefore, he snorted coldly once more and quickly said, I'll only give you all 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths, if you don't answer, I'll kill this kid. Hearing this, the faces of those Shen family martial artists were all gloomy. Each person's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. But Lin Xian did not care at all. He opened his mouth in a cold voice. 10, 9, 8. Following Lin Xian's countdown, the air once again condensed as if it was about to freeze. Young man, leave some leeway for us to meet in the future. The purple-robed elder gritted his teeth and said. Meet in the future? Who are you trying to fool? Do you think with our relationship, we can meet in the future? Lin Xian sneered and continued. 5, 4, 3, there were still 2 breaths left. However, the Shen family members were still hesitating. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. He spoke. It seems that this brat's life is not limited to just one treasury. I wonder what will happen to you if this news reaches the Shen family. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone's expression changed. The Shen family elders' expressions changed greatly, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The purple-robed elder's pupils shrank, and his expression became extremely ugly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, We agree to your conditions. The treasury is yours. Hurry up and let him go. Previously, they had been blinded by the treasures in the treasury, so they had forgotten some things. Xianxia was a direct bloodline disciple, and his grandfather was a very powerful elder in the Shen family. If the news of them not saving Xianxia got out, then they would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, they did not dare to hesitate any longer and quickly agreed to Lin Xian's conditions. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He spoke again, then it's a deal. However, we have to retrieve the treasures in the treasury first. Only then can I let this brat go. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, no one in the world can save you. The purple-robed elder waved his sleeve. He was gritting his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Hurry up and retrieve everything in the treasury. After that, we will leave this place. Lin Xian said to Zhao Shui. Now that he had trapped Xianxia, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. Therefore, he asked Zhao Shui to retrieve the treasures. Zhao Shui nodded. Then, her figure flashed, and she arrived in front of the treasury. She formed a hand seal, and the void sky eye appeared. It quickly formed a pale golden vortex to retrieve the treasures in the treasury. Whoosh, the little white monkey also flew over and quickly attacked. It hugged the shabby little bull and mumbled to itself like a little immortal. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the small bull rapidly expanded as it crazily absorbed the treasures in the treasury. The snow-white monkey's speed was even faster than Zhao Shui's. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't think that the little white monkey's worn-out bull would have such a function. Looking at the speed at which it was being collected, it was definitely one of a kind. After that, Zhao Shui and the little white monkey searched frantically. Soon, the entire treasury was emptied. Not even a speck of dust was left. After doing all this, Zhao Shui's figure flashed and came to Lin Xian's side. The snow-white little monkey also sat back down on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian, on the other hand, wore a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Retreat to a safe distance and give us some space to leave. Everyone back off." The purple-robed elder's face was gloomy as he turned around and ordered the Shen family's warriors. The Shen family's warriors were unwilling. Their hearts were bleeding. That was the treasury left behind by an ancient elite. It was filled with extremely precious items, however, at this moment, it was emptied. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. They were about to go crazy. However, due to the order, they could only grit their teeth and retreat. Everyone stared intently at Lin Xianxian and Zhao Shui. They had already decided that once the other party released Xianxia, they would chase after the two of them with all their might. They had to take back the treasures that they had lost. After retreating to a safe distance, Lin Xian estimated that it was about time. He and Zhao Shui looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, he waved his hand and released Xianxia. The moment Xianxia was thrown out, the Shen family's elders moved. Two of the elders went to catch Xianxia to prevent him from being captured again. The other elders and warriors quickly chased after Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They swore to take them down. Whoosh! 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 Countless rays of light flew as everyone rushed forward crazily. In particular, the purple-robed elder's speed was even more astonishing. He was like a flint that lit a flint. In an instant, he arrived at the place where Lin Xian was originally standing. He slapped down and covered Lin Xian's body. However, the next moment, he frowned. An afterimage. Haha, don't waste your energy. You won't be able to catch up. Lin Xian's laughter came from the front. He had used the illusory demon steps, and his speed was much faster than before. Not only that, but a pair of tempest wings appeared on his back. With a light flap, he flew away as fast as lightning. Zhao Shui was not slow either. She followed closely behind Lin Xian. The two of them were terrifyingly fast. Even a 7th-level supremacy would not be able to catch up to them. However, the purple-robed elder did not give up. He still quickly chased after them. As long as he could get close to the two of them, he could stop them and wait for the main force behind. However, the more he chased, the more shocked he became because the distance between the two of them did not decrease at all. In fact, it even increased. This made him extremely shocked. Zhao Shui could still understand. After all, the other party was a 7th-level supremacy, and his strength was not inferior to hers. However, Lin Xian's performance shocked him. Lin Xian's speed was actually faster than his, which was unacceptable to him. Damn it, who exactly is this kid? Why is he so strange? He was extremely frustrated. Lin Xian's figure was about to disappear from his sight. The purple-robed elder gritted his teeth and was about to use a secret technique. However, at that moment, a freezing force suddenly came from the front, and the entire passage in front of him was completely frozen. It was like a world of ice and frost. An unusually bone-piercing cold aura filled the air, causing his body to stiffen a little. With a cold shout, the purple-robed elder channeled his spiritual power and shattered the cold aura. Although the cold aura could not cause him any harm, it still slowed him down a little. At that moment, Lin Xian and Lin Xian had already disappeared. Damn you little thief. If I see you again, I'll definitely kill you. The purple-robed elder roared at the sky like a crazy wild beast. His voice shook the surroundings and was extremely terrifying. However, all of this was useless because Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had already left. The two of them used a secret technique to conceal their bodies and aura. Then, they quietly advanced into the depths of the cave. After completely getting rid of the Shen family's pursuit, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui stopped. Then, they began to organize and distribute the treasures that they had obtained. As Lin Xian had played a key role in the entire operation by capturing Xianxia, Lin Xian ended up with 60% of the treasures while Zhao Shui had 40%. Zhao Shui was not dissatisfied. If she had acted alone, she would have at most snatched a few treasures. she would not have emptied the entire treasury like now. Therefore, she was very satisfied with the current distribution. Lin Xian was ecstatic. The harvest this time was much more than all of his previous operations combined. Moreover, this treasury was extraordinary. It was filled with extremely precious items. If they were placed in the mainland, countless people would go crazy for them. Lin Xian picked some items that could be used temporarily and placed them by his side. He carefully kept the rest of the items in his storage ring. Of course, we're going to do it in one go. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. I reckon that this cave abode was definitely left behind by an ancient peerless powerhouse. It's impossible that there's only this much. There must be other treasures in other places. Aren't you afraid that those forces will be displeased and hunt you down? Zhao Shui asked from the side. I'm not afraid. Lin Xian shrugged and said with a smile, so far, the forces that I've robbed are all forces that have a grudge against me. So, even if I don't rob them, our relationship won't change. Instead of that, why don't I rob more? As long as I'm strong enough, I won't have to be afraid of these forces. Lin Xian was extremely confident. He had sufficient cultivation techniques and pill formulas now. The only thing he lacked was resources. If he had sufficient resources, his cultivation would definitely soar. By then, it would be hard to say who would be afraid of whom. Since that's the case, I'm much more relieved. Zhao Shui nodded. Let's go deeper and take a look. Lin Xian also stood up and ran forward. The two of them were extremely powerful when they joined forces. As long as they weren't surrounded by a group of 7th-level supremacies, their lives wouldn't be in danger. The two of them moved forward at a fast speed. However, at this moment, a muffled voice suddenly came from afar. Haha, little girl Morong, I advise you to give up. In your current situation, it's impossible for you to guard these things. Whether we can guard them or not, you'll know when you try. At this moment, another feminine voice was heard. Lin Xian frowned when he heard the voice coming from the front. That voice should belong to Murong Qingqing. Moreover, it seemed like she was in trouble. Speed up, let's follow and take a look. Lin Xian said to Zhao Shui. Then, the zephyr wings on his back flapped. Light flashed on them, and as they flapped, they brought with them the power of zephyr thunder, increasing his speed once again. Beside him, Zhao Shui's body glowed brightly as well. She followed closely behind Lin Xian and flew forward. The voice in front of him was indeed Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing was wearing a purple robe. She looked very dignified, and her whole body was emitting spiritual energy. Unlike Zhao Shui, the previous Zhao Shui was like a demoness. After losing her memories, her personality became incomparably cold and unapproachable. However, Murong Qingqing was different. She was like a queen with an irresistible temperament. At this moment, she had indeed encountered some trouble. Opposite her were 3 powerful ancient martial art practitioners. 2 of them were 6th heavenly layer venerables, and 1 was a 7th heavenly layer venerable. The 3 of them were very powerful. Little Morong girl, I must say that your powers have exceeded my expectations. You've managed to hold your own against us for such a long time on your own. It's truly shocking. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He wore a dark green robe and had a domineering aura around him. This dark green man's aura was terrifying. He had reached the 7th level of supremacy realm. He slowly said, however, it's impossible to protect these treasures. I advise you not to waste your energy. If you get hurt, I won't be able to explain myself to the Murong family. Humph, don't be so smug. The Murong family was the first to discover these items. If you want a share of the loot, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Murong Qingqing did not back down in the face of such a powerful group. Just then, a cold scoff sounded from the side. Little Morong girl, we've already given you a lot of face. If you don't appreciate our kindness, don't blame us for being merciless. This time, it was a woman who had spoken. She looked to be in her 30s and her entire body emitted a mature aura. She was wearing a long pink dress which emitted a sparkling and translucent light, revealing her snow-white thighs and proud twin peaks. She was holding a pink paper umbrella, which made her look extremely alluring. However, at this moment, her voice was rather cold. Give face? The Morong family doesn't need you to give face. An old lady with a head full of white hair was standing behind Morong Qingqing. When she heard the other party's threat, she scoffed coldly. Since that's the case, I'd like to see how long you can keep up this stubborn act. The girl in pink held the paper umbrella and walked forward step by step. Then, the aura of a 7th-level honorable martial artist exploded from the pink woman's body. The moment this aura appeared, the surrounding cultivators felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, Morong Qingqing's expression was solemn as if she was facing a great enemy. To be honest, she could still hold her ground against the previous group of 3. However, if a 7th-level honorable martial artist were to join the fray, her situation would become very dangerous. After all, a 7th-level honorable martial artist's powers were extremely terrifying. With the addition of such a powerful cultivator, the situation of the battle would definitely change. However, it was impossible for her to admit defeat just like that. Then, Morong Qingqing cried out delicately. With a flip of her lily-white hand, a fist-sized imperial jade seal appeared in her hand. The imperial jade seal was scarlet red and a real phoenix was carved on it. It was very lifelike. Light flowed on it as if blood was flowing in a pool. It was exceptionally lifelike. Once the scarlet imperial jade seal appeared, a terrifying aura immediately erupted and resisted the pressure of a 7th-level honorable martial artist from the woman in red. Seeing that the other party was able to resist her aura, the pink woman's eyes darkened and she scoffed coldly. Light flowed around her body, and the paper umbrella in her hand also emitted light. Then, a beautiful ray of light flew out of the umbrella. It was like a fairy flying from the heavens as it emitted a blinding light and slashed forward. It was an exceptionally stunning ray of light that instantly lit up the entire sky. The surrounding cultivators did not even have time to react before the ray of light arrived in front of Morong Qingqing. It was too terrifying. The ray of light was extremely sharp and quickly pierced towards Morong Qingqing. It was about to pierce through her. Not only that, but the aura of a 7th-level honorable martial artist from it was even more terrifying. However, Morong Qingqing cried out delicately. She held the scarlet imperial jade seal in her lily-white hand and blasted it forward. In the next moment, the pink ray of light violently collided with the imperial jade seal and let out an earth-shattering sound. However, what shocked everyone was that the scarlet imperial jade seal actually blocked the ray of light. What? It blocked it. The cultivators on the pink woman's side were shocked and in disbelief. The pink woman was also extremely shocked and could not help but squint her eyes. Morong Qingqing stretched out her lily-white hand and held the scarlet imperial jade seal. The bottom of the imperial jade seal was square, and there was a real dragon coiling around each side. There was a phoenix lying on top of it. It was like an immemorial divine beast that was looking down at the world below. Under Morong Qingqing's control, the phoenix on the imperial jade seal seemed to have awakened and released an infinite ray of light. In a daze, everyone seemed to have seen a huge phoenix awaken and spread its wings to cover the surroundings. Scarlet light flowed and divine light bloomed. It was as if the blood of a god had spilled. It was extremely terrifying. What kind of treasure is this? It's so terrifying. Even I feel a little scared. She'd originally thought that she could easily take down Morong Qingqing with her help. However, she hadn't expected that she wouldn't gain the upper hand at all. Instead, she was intimidated by her opponent's aura. Pink sky fragrance, although you're also a 7th-level supremacy, you're nothing compared to my young lady. The white-haired old lady behind Morong Qingqing spoke proudly. The green-robed middle-aged man also frowned. His eyes flickered as he stared at the scarlet jade seal. Then, he seemed to recall something, and his expression changed. Could this be the true Phoenix Jade Seal? There was even a trace of panic in his voice. Humph, at least you're knowledgeable. Of course, this is the true Phoenix Jade Seal. The old lady spoke again. Impossible, how is this possible? This time, it was the black-robed middle-aged man's turn to be shocked. As far as I know, not only does controlling the true Phoenix Jade Seal require an extremely high cultivation, but more importantly, a special bloodline power is required to activate it. No one from the Morong clan has met this requirement for nearly 1,000 years. Could it be that she possesses that bloodline? At the end of his sentence, the middle-aged man looked at Morong Qingqing with extreme shock. This time, the white-haired old lady didn't answer. Instead, the middle-aged man muttered to himself with an extremely shocked expression. Damn it. Looking at this situation, this Morong Qingqing seems to have that kind of bloodline. I'm afraid the situation isn't good. Duan Mo, what are you muttering about? The pink lady frowned. The shock on the dark green man's face surprised everyone, especially the pink woman. She was even more puzzled. She was puzzled because she'd never seen such an expression on his face. Duan Mo, what are you talking about? What bloodline? The pink lady asked in confusion. The black-robed middle-aged man took a deep breath and tried his best to control the shock in his heart. Then, he said in a deep voice, I can't explain this to you in a short period of time. However, you should have heard of the Morong clan's origin. Morong Shua's bloodline is very similar to that of the Morong clan's first ancestor. What? It's actually that bloodline? The pink lady shrieked in shock when she heard the middle-aged man's words. She hadn't expected Morong Qingqing's bloodline to be so pure that it had actually shown signs of atavism. Damn it, the Morong clan is really lucky to have someone with atavism. The pink lady's voice was filled with jealousy. They were all cultivators from the top clan's bloodline. However, with the passage of time, after thousands of years, the bloodline in their bodies had become very weak. Very few people could be like their ancestors, with the power of their bloodline outstanding. It was very rare, it was atavism to atavism's atavism. Atavisms. However, this kind of phenomenon was extremely rare and almost impossible to find. They never thought that one would appear in the Morong family, and it was right in front of them. Not to the Morong clans, to the Morong clan. To Morong s right t Morong Qingqing, tsa Qingqing's right Morong ts to 2 are we going to give up? Those 6th level supremacies looked towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the pink lady gritted her teeth and said. So what if hers bloodline's atavism? So what if she's strong? Their numbers are limited. If we join forces, I don't believe we can't suppress her. This isn't a battle of life and death. We just need to keep Morong Qingqing occupied while the others go for the treasures. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the dark green robe lit up when he heard this. He smiled. Indeed, he had been shocked by Morong Qingqing's bloodline power before, which was why he had lost his cool. Now that the pink lady had reminded him, he was suddenly enlightened. Morong Qingqing was strong, but they weren't weak either. Moreover, they were an alliance of many forces. Among them, the dark green man was a cultivator from the Palace of Gods of War. Other than that, there were also the 8 clans under Prince Ling Feng. There were also people from the Palace of Gods of Bird. With these forces together, they were definitely stronger than the Morong clan. Let's split up and attack. I'll keep Morong Qingqing occupied. Xianxia, you take the others to get the treasures. The dark green man said in a deep voice. Then, he let out a long roar and charged toward Morong Qingqing again with a few 6th level respect. The pink lady also led a group of cultivators, bypassing Morong Qingqing and rushing toward the treasures behind her. Seeing this, Morong Qingqing snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. Purple chi surrounded her body and quickly infused into the Imperial Jade Seal. Then, the Imperial Jade Seal trembled gently. With the support of the spiritual power, it quickly grew bigger. It was like a small mountain, blooming with colorful light. The multicolored light shot out like a phoenix being born from the fire. Accompanying it was the low cry of a phoenix. The sound was abnormally terrifying. It tore through the 9 heavens and shook many cultivators, causing them to lose their footing. The cultivators from the Palace of Gods of Bird were even more shocked. They seemed to be in trouble. The aura in their bodies was suppressed and they couldn't even use half of their strength. On the Morong clan's side, their spirits were lifted. Everyone was in high spirits and quickly intercepted the enemy. In the next moment, Morong Qingqing waved her hand and a phoenix shadow quickly attacked. It hovered in the air and flew directly toward the pink lady. Like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, it was extremely powerful. Damn it! When the pink lady saw this scene, she was so scared that her face turned pale. In the face of this terrifying attack, she didn't dare to be careless. She mobilized the spiritual power in her body and the surrounding spiritual chi to counterattack. She placed the paper fan in her hand horizontally and used it as a shield to block this attack. Rumble, the sound shook the sky. The cultivators behind the Red Lady only felt their ears roar. The spiritual power in their bodies was tumbling. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Not only that, the surrounding mountain rocks collapsed. The entire space became extremely distorted and cracks spread in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. If it weren't for the protection of the array in the ancient cave mansion, this attack would have turned the entire cave mansion into ashes and no longer exist. However, even so, there was still a great shock in the surroundings. It was unforgettable. The Red Lady's face changed greatly. She only felt an irresistible force hit the paper umbrella in her hand and she was immediately pushed back. On the other side, the middle-aged man in the dark green robe was also stopped by the Morone clan. Both sides were in a stalemate again. In the next moment, the pink lady and the middle-aged man's faces darkened. They didn't expect this result. Although the Morone clan was a powerful clan, they also had the Palace of War Gods on their side. It could be said that they had already surpassed the Morone family in terms of strength. Even so, both sides were only tied. Neither side could do anything to the other. How about this? Let's each take a step back and split the treasures here equally. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Originally, he wanted to chase the Morone family away and take all the treasures for himself. But now, it seems impossible. Therefore, he proposed the condition of splitting the treasures equally. At this point, he could not help but look into the distance. There were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures there, but his gaze fell on a peculiar item. It was a palm. Of course, there was no flesh left, only bones. However, even a blind person could see that this palm bone was extraordinary. This was because this clavicle was not white. Instead, it glowed with a faint golden light. The entire palm bone was faint golden. Although it no longer had any signs of life, there was still a trace of aura on it that shocked everyone. That aura had already surpassed that of a supremacy. Therefore, this palm bone was at least something left behind by a king. Moreover, the middle-aged man reckoned that this was definitely not an ordinary king. This was because he was also from the Palace of Gods of War. There were also kings in the Palace of Gods of War. However, he had never heard of a king whose bones were faint golden. One could imagine how precious this golden palm bone was. Previously, they had risked their lives to chase the Morone family away because of this golden palm bone. Not only was the middle-aged man tempted by this golden palm bone, but all the cultivators present were tempted as well. Moreover, it was not just the palm bone. The area around the palm bone was also filled with precious treasures. For example, there were a few fist-sized crystals near the pale golden palm bone. These crystals were crystal clear and shone with a colorful light. Not only that, but it also contained a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Even from far away, everyone could feel it. The younger disciples might not know what this stone represented, but the older generation, especially the 7th-level supremacies, were all shocked. Their eyes were burning. This was because these were spirit stones. Moreover, they were high-grade spirit stones, therefore, all cultivators knew about spirit stones. This was because it was an indispensable daily item for cultivators. Whether it was for their own cultivation or to use money to buy other things, it could be said that spirit stones were closely related to cultivators. However, most of the spirit stones on the market were low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones. Among them, low-grade spirit stones were the most inferior. Mid-grade spirit stones were the spirit stones that most martial artists used on a daily basis. Its purity and spiritual power were much better than that of low-grade spirit stones. However, there was another type of spirit stone above that, and that was the high-grade spirit stone. It was much better than the mid-grade spirit stone, because the spiritual energy contained in it was too pure. There was no need for the martial artist to refine the impurities. They could directly absorb the impurities without any side effects. Furthermore, the energy contained within it was several hundred times that of a middle-tier spirit stone. It could be said that it was exceptionally valuable. Most importantly, once a cultivator broke through from the Exalt realm and attained the King realm, they wouldn't be able to utilize mid-grade spirit stones anymore, whereas high-grade spirit stones could continue to be utilized. One could only imagine how precious a high-grade spirit stone was. This kind of thing couldn't be found on the market because it was monopolized by some of the top forces. However, even those big clans did not have many high-grade spirit stones in their possession. But now, there were more than 10 high-grade spirit stones in this place. In addition to the high-grade spirit stones, there were also a few broken weapons, which were extremely eye-catching. These weapons were extremely damaged. Some had been completely shattered into pieces while others could still be distinguished. Even though these weapons were damaged, they emanated energy that caused one's heart to palpitate. Everyone knew that these weapons weren't ordinary treasures, and they were the fragments of Earth-rank treasures. Even though these treasures were broken, their value was even more precious than a quasi-Earth-rank treasure. Moreover, the size of the fragments here was much larger than any of the fragments they'd encountered in the past. If they were able to obtain it and utilize other materials to refine it, then they would absolutely be able to refine a peerless weapon. Once such a weapon was refined, then even though its strength was inferior to a true Earth-rank treasure, it could crush any other weapon. If they were able to obtain such a treasure, then it would absolutely be able to improve their combat strength greatly. Besides this, there were other precious treasures of heaven and earth that caused others to go red with envy. Everyone guessed that these treasures probably belonged to the owner of the golden hand bone. However, a great battle might have occurred during the ancient times, causing that expert to perish and leave behind all these treasures. As for where the complete corpse had gone, no one knew at all. Moreover, this wasn't something that they were considering. What they were considering was how to obtain the treasures in this place as much as possible. Originally, this place had been discovered by the Morong family and other cultivators had no way of interfering. However, later on, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War had arrived. He had led a powerful team and joined forces with the other surrounding 6th-rank sects to fight against the Morong family. Hence, the current situation had occurred. Divide equally? You're all too greedy. Morong Qingqing scoffed coldly, we were the ones who discovered this place. I admit that you were the ones who discovered this place. However, do you think that you have the power to take it all for yourselves? The middle-aged man coldly asked, even though you have the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and can fight against us, what about the others? You should know that our team is an alliance of other top forces. In terms of numbers and battle power, we've already surpassed the Morong family. If we were to really fight, I'm afraid that you won't be able to gain any benefits. Hearing this, the cultivators from the Morong family's faces darkened while Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered. Indeed, these words were not wrong. In terms of battle power, Morong Qingqing could rely on the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal to fight against the opponent's 7th-rank honorable martial artist. However, Morong Qingqing could not care less about the others. As for the other 6th-rank honorable martial artists and 5th-rank honorable martial artists, their opponents far outnumbered the Morong family. This did not mean that the Morong family was weak. Instead, their opponents were not just a single organization but an alliance of several top forces. Perhaps no family would be able to fight against a lineup like this. However, Morong Qingqing shook her head resolutely, it's impossible for us to divide evenly. If you're not willing, then let's fight. She was very determined because even though they were outnumbered, she had a peerless treasure like the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal in her hands. Coupled with the power of her bloodline, she was confident that she could suppress her opponents. Hence, she would not agree to their demands. Just as both sides were confronting each other and the atmosphere was becoming tense, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly arrived nearby. This was because the situation was more complicated than they had imagined. Just the number of people on both sides had already surpassed the previous Shen family. Moreover, what shocked them even more was the treasures in front of them. The value of the things inside had far exceeded the value of the treasure vault they had obtained earlier. High-grade spirit stones. Zhao Shui was shocked. There are also fragments of earth-grade artifacts. Her eyes were burning, and her heart was filled with excitement. On the other hand, Lin Xian was staring at the beautiful purple figure in the crowd. It is indeed Qingqing. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He hadn't expected to meet Morong Qingqing at this time. Moreover, she didn't seem to be in a good situation. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui arrived, the battle ahead erupted again. Because both sides hadn't come to an agreement, they started fighting again. This time, the battle wasn't as gentle as before. Because in front of such a peerless treasure, everyone had lost their minds and fought with all their might. Of course, the most intense battle erupted between Murong Qingqing and the 7th-level venerables opposite her. Because the outcome of their battle would ultimately determine the outcome of the battle. Among these peerless experts, Murong Qingqing was the most outstanding. Although she was the youngest, her battle strength was the strongest. Murong Qingqing held the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal, and every attack was like the birth of an ancient divine beast. It was extremely fierce, and ordinary 6th-level venerables couldn't get close at all. Only a powerful 7th-level martial honorable would be able to contend against it. Even so, after a few exchanges, those 7th-level venerables suffered quite a bit of injuries. Damn it, this girl clearly doesn't have a 7th-level venerable's cultivation, but she's using the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal to display such powerful battle strength. Using the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal consumes a lot of energy. I don't believe her bloodline power can last for such a long time. The pink lady gritted her teeth. Murong Qingqing's powerful battle strength didn't just shock those from the Palace of Gods of War. Even Lin Xian, who was in the distance, was shocked. He'd never imagined that Xianxia would actually be like him. Even though Xianxia hadn't attained the 7th level of the Exalt Realm, Xianxia was able to erupt with a battle strength that wasn't inferior to a 7th level Exalt Realm expert. What kind of artifact is that Imperial Jade Seal? It's so powerful. I've never seen her use it before. Lin Xian muttered to himself. You know her? Zhao Shui asked. Zhao Shui was also extremely shocked by the battle prowess of the purple-clothed woman in front of her. However, she did not expect this person to know Lin Xian. Not only do we know each other, we're old friends. Then what do you plan to do? Attack? Zhao Shui asked. Of course we have to act. However, we can't do it directly. Otherwise, it's very likely that we'll be besieged by numerous 7th-level venerables. I think we can use another method. We won't directly confront the 7th-level venerables, but we can still disturb those people. Oh, what do you want to do? Zhao Shui asked. Simple, rob. Lin Xian's lips curled up, and his eyes shone brightly. Without needing Lin Xian to say anything, Zhao Shui already understood what he meant. Then, the two of them looked at each other and quickly attacked. At this moment, the scene in front of them was extremely chaotic. However, the area near the golden hand bone was not occupied by anyone. No one touched the treasures there either. However, compared to the treasures outside, the two sides were fighting fiercely for them. However, because the Palace of Gods of War had more venerables, they gradually suppressed the Murong family. The Palace of Gods of War and the other rank 6 sects were overjoyed when they saw that the Murong family was suppressed. Although this was the outer area of the golden hand bone, the treasures here were extremely precious. It was enough to tempt them. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed and they all screamed. This was because those treasures had mysteriously disappeared in front of their eyes. F*CK, my purple thunder divine bamboo. Damn you. Who stole my prized artifact? Is this place haunted? Could it be that the ghost of the ancient powerhouse who had passed away is here? When these words were said, everyone's hair stood on end. This was because the scene in front of them was too strange. They did not see anyone make a move at all. However, those treasures disappeared in front of their eyes one after another. This made them think that the ancient powerhouse was not completely dead and that there were remnants of his ghost causing trouble here. Nonsense. Where did this ghost come from? An old venerable whose cultivation had reached the 6th celestial layer snorted coldly. How could there be a ghost? Someone must have done it secretly. Whoever dares to steal from the Palace of Gods of War, they're dead meat. Although this old man shouted coldly and comforted the surrounding disciples, he himself was not very confident. This was because even he did not realize what was going on. They did not realize that it was because the snow-white little monkey who had taken action in this area. With the strangeness of that small worn-out bowl, these people could not have discovered it at all. However, it was different in another area. This was because Zhao Shui was taking action in that area. Zhao Shui was the one who was openly robbing, so she was discovered the moment she made a move. Where did this thief come from? How dare he steal from us? He's courting death. Furious roars rang out one after another, accompanied by a terrifying and monstrous power. Clearly, the powerhouses there had made a move. However, no matter how strong these people were, they were only sixth heaven venerables. They could not do anything to Zhao Shui. Amidst the boundless violent energy, a white figure flashed continuously like a celestial being from outer space. Above her head was a strange and mysterious void sky eye. Every time she made a move, a treasure would disappear. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of the 7th level supremacies in front of him. Immediately, the faces of the Palace of Gods of War darkened. This was because they originally had the advantage. If no one had caused trouble, those treasures would definitely be theirs. But now, someone dared to steal from them. This was snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The people from the Morong family were also surprised. They did not expect that someone would dare to make a move at this time. However, they soon rejoiced in the Palace of Gods of War's misfortune. Because according to the original situation, they might have been driven out of this area. Now that someone had caused the Palace of Gods of War to suffer a loss, it was naturally good news for them. However, when they caught sight of the white figure, they were all stunned for a moment. Because that figure was too young. She seemed to be around the same age as Morong Qingqing. However, the aura she emanated was extremely terrifying. Obviously, that young woman in white had reached the 7th heaven venerate realm. Regardless of whether it was the Morong family or the Palace of Gods of War that were surprised by such a young 7th heaven venerate realm expert. Especially the middle-aged man and the pink-cloaked woman. Their pupils had constricted, and they were extremely shocked. Even though the pink-cloaked woman looked to be in her 30s, her true age was already a few hundred years old. She could be said to be a true member of the older generation. As for the white-clothed woman before them, she was clearly a real young woman, and she was only in her 20s. It was extremely rare for someone to reach the 7th heaven venerate realm at such an age. Which faction's genius disciple was this? How could he be so powerful? Morong Qingqing's expression was grave because the other party was too young. He was only a little older than her. However, his cultivation was even higher than hers. He was a 7th level supremacy. This shocked her because it was too sensitive for the other party to make a move now. She couldn't help but be on guard. This was because the Palace of Gods of War wasn't the only thing that had been lost. It was also the Morong families. Therefore, everyone stared at the beautiful figure. Zhao Shui temporarily stopped after being stared at by countless gazes. However, she floated in the air with the void eye above her head. She didn't show any fear in the face of everyone's gazes. Her calm expression shocked everyone once again. However, in the next moment, their expressions became ugly again. Especially those from the Palace of Gods of War, their faces darkened. This was because treasures had mysteriously disappeared in the treasure area, causing many cultivators to scream. Damn it, she has companions and she's still making a move. The middle-aged man roared madly when he saw the scene. His expression was terrifyingly dark. He reached out his hand and enveloped the area where the treasures had disappeared. The palm of light covered the sky and was terrifying. It instantly enveloped the area. However, under the power of his light palm, he was unable to capture anyone. However, although he didn't catch anyone, he did prevent some treasures from being lost. Damn it, who is this person? How could he be so strange? Everyone was shocked because this was too inconceivable. Even a 7th level supremacy couldn't catch that person. This was beyond their expectations. However, at this moment, a furry little monkey jumped out and floated in the air. It pointed at the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War and bared its teeth. Everyone's mouth twitched when they saw the little white monkey's expression. Their eyelids twitched. They could tell that the little monkey was complaining about the middle-aged man. What? Could it be that the thief is this monkey? No way, a monkey can actually dodge the attack of a 7th level supremacy. This is too strange. But if it's not this monkey, how can this situation be explained? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The face of the middle-aged man from the palace of Ares also darkened. He stared at the snow-white monkey, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even the people from the Murong Qingqing were stunned. However, only Murong Qingqing smiled. She naturally recognized the little white monkey. Furthermore, the fact that this monkey had made a move here meant that the mastermind behind this matter was definitely Lin Xian. He's here too? Murong Qingqing smiled as she scanned the surroundings, trying to find Lin Xian. However, right at that moment, the middle-aged man could no longer endure it. He coldly snorted and extended his hand, wanting to grab the snow-white little monkey. Regardless of whether it was a ghost from the Monkey Island or not, he had to kill it. However, what surprised him again was that this little monkey was so fast that he couldn't catch it at all. What? He dodged it? This monkey actually dodged the attack of a seventh heaven venerable? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Heavens, what kind of species is this? How could it be so heaven-defying? Its speed is too fast. I can't even catch its trajectory. The group of people cried out in shock. However, the middle-aged man from the palace of Ares' face was terrifyingly dark. Detestable, this is too detestable. He couldn't even catch a monkey. If news of this were to spread, he would definitely become a joke. At that moment, the pink woman made a move as well. She tossed the paper umbrella in her hand and it rapidly expanded in the air. It was like a screen of light that covered the sky, enveloping the entire space. Not only that, but the paper umbrella also shone with tens of thousands of rays of light. Instantly, the entire area was sealed. Let's see where you can run to. The pink woman sneered. Her paper umbrella was a powerful artifact. Now that it was used to seal the space, the snow-white little monkey definitely couldn't escape. The snow-white little monkey scratched its ears and cheeks because the paper umbrella was too strange. It had actually sealed the entire space and it couldn't escape. Little thing, run, keep running. The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile when he saw the snow-white little monkey being sealed. In the next moment, he pointed his finger. Immediately, a ferocious WYRM flew out from his finger. It rapidly expanded and charged forward as if it was going to tear the snow-white little monkey apart. This damned monkey had embarrassed him just now. Now, he definitely had to kill it to vent the hatred in his heart. The power of his finger was so great that all the surrounding warriors' expressions changed. Not to mention a monkey, even a sixth heaven supremacy would be pierced through in an instant. Murong Qingqing's face darkened and she was about to save the monkey. However, before she could do anything, a shocking sword chi appeared from the void and slashed at her. The sword chi was blood-red and extremely sharp. It was as if there were blood dripping from it and it shook the void. The sword chi didn't slash at the middle-aged man's attack. Instead, it slashed at the sealed space formed by the pink paper umbrella. Rumble, like a mirror shattering, the sealed space formed by the pink paper umbrella was torn apart by the blood-red sword chi and a huge crack appeared. Immediately, the snow-white little monkey turned into a bolt of white lightning and disappeared on the spot, dodging the middle-aged man's attack. What? There's someone else. Everyone was shocked because they realized that the one who attacked wasn't the beautiful lady in white. Clearly, there was someone else hiding. In the dark and their accomplice. Who is it? Why are you hiding in the dark? Come out. At that moment, the lady in pink and the middle-aged man both stared in the same direction. Based on the spiritual energy fluctuations just now, they had their eyes on that person. However, that person didn't seem to be hiding. Instead, he walked out openly. Soon, a figure appeared in front of everyone. When they saw this figure, everyone was stunned again. This person was also young. He was a handsome young man who was about 20 years old. This young man was wearing a green robe and held an ancient sword in his hand. At that moment, he was slowly sheathing it into the scabbard on his back. On his shoulder, a furry figure sat cross-legged. It was the snow-white little monkey from before. At that moment, the snow-white little monkey looked at the people from the palace of gods in front of it and bared its teeth. Clearly, it was very unhappy with what had happened just now. This figure was Lin Xian. He also stared ahead and said coldly. 2 seventh heaven supremacies actually joined forces to bully a monkey. How can you do such a shameless thing? That's really surprising. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators had strange expressions. Morong Qingqing also burst into laughter. This guy's mouth was still so vicious. He directly slapped the two seventh heaven supremacies in the face. Indeed, after hearing this, the middle-aged man and the lady in pink's faces darkened. Their expressions were very ugly. Indeed, with their statuses, attacking a little monkey was indeed a loss of the demeanor of an expert. However, due to their strength, no one present dared to say anything. But now, they were exposed by a young man in front of everyone, embarrassing them and putting them on the spot. Humph, cut the crap. You were the one who snatched the treasure just now, weren't you? Kid, you're quite bold. How dare you snatch something that the Palace of Gods of War wants? The middle-aged man shouted sternly. Thank you for your compliment, senior. I've always been bold. Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently. You, hearing Lin Xian's words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened and his body trembled in anger. He did not expect Lin Xian to admit it so openly. This made him unable to say the threatening words he was prepared to say. The lady in pink next to him also said coldly, Kid, since you've admitted it, that's great. Hurry up and hand over the thing you snatched, and I'll let you live. Sorry, I hate it when people threaten me. If you beg me nicely, I might give you some. But now, I'm afraid there's no chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators had strange expressions, while the Morong family members laughed. Now, they could tell that this young man was clearly mocking the two seventh-level honorables. On the other hand, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were furious and glared at Lin Xian fiercely. This was especially true for the two seventh-level venerated cultivators. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Xian and chop him into pieces to vent their anger. The originally chaotic scene was temporarily quiet because of Lin Xian's appearance. This was because everyone was stunned. They had never seen anyone who dared to mock the two seventh-level honorables. This was simply a heaven-defying act. Who is this kid? Does he want to die by doing this? Yeah, he's too bold. Judging from his cultivation, it seems like he's only a fifth-level honorable. What? A fifth-level honorable? Are you sure? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, many people checked Lin Xian's cultivation. The next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The reason for that was because they were able to tell that Lin Xian was truly only a fifth heavenly layer exalted realm expert. Everyone's mouths twitched when they heard the news. They couldn't believe it. A fifth heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator dared to slap a seventh heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator? Moreover, there were two of them at once. Did he not want to live anymore? After all, the gap between the fifth heavenly layer and the seventh heavenly layer was extremely huge. It was like the gap between an ant and a dragon. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. Thus, they were completely unable to understand why the other party dared to do such a thing. Even the warriors from the Morong family were stunned. Although the newcomer slapped the face of the Palace of War Gods and made them feel good, the other party's strength surprised them greatly. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was Morong Qingqing. She didn't think so. She had known Lin Xian for so long, but she had never seen Lin Xian suffer a loss. Now that the other party dared to do such a thing, it naturally meant that the other party wasn't afraid of a seventh heavenly layer venerable at all. As if sensing Morong Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian also turned his head and winked at her. This scene was seen by many people from the Morong family. Young miss, do you know him? The white-haired old lady beside her asked. Humph, he's Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing said. What? He's Lin Xian. The old lady was also very surprised when she heard that. She took a few more glances at Lin Xian. She wasn't unfamiliar with that name at all. This was because from the information obtained by the family, Lin Xian was quite close to their young miss. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be quite deep. This attracted the attention of the Morong family because Morong Qingqing's identity was extremely noble. Moreover, she had the atavistic bloodline in her body. It could be said that she was extremely special. They didn't allow Morong Qingqing to be too close to other men. This was because a woman like Murong Qingqing was destined to have an extraordinary life. It was impossible for her to marry an ordinary man. Therefore, the Murong family was especially concerned about Lin Xian. Many people even investigated his background. However, Lin Xian's identity and background seemed to have been erased. Those people only found out that Lin Xian's talent was extraordinary and his combat strength was outstanding. Moreover, he seemed to be highly regarded by the Immortal Martial Academy. As for other things, they couldn't find out at all. The Murong family didn't think highly of such a person. This was because there were too many people with good talent. However, those who could mature and become peerless experts were few and far between. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have any background. Therefore, they didn't want Murong Qingqing to be too close to him. However, there was also a small group of people who held an opposing view. This was because according to their observations, although Lin Xian's cultivation was still relatively weak, his combat strength was outstanding. Every time he fought, he would be able to surpass his cultivation level. Moreover, in recent years, he hadn't lost at all. Moreover, he was an alchemist who could refine 7th-grade pills. His future was limitless. Therefore, they didn't oppose Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing being together. However, this kind of support was still in the minority in the Murong family. This was the current attitude of the Murong family towards Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know all of this. This was because he didn't walk up to stand with the Murong family. This was because this wasn't his goal. His goal was to disrupt the scene and seize the treasure. Brat, you're too presumptuous. Obediently hand over the treasure and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know that even if you want to die, it won't be so easy. The pink girl's voice was ice cold. She had never been ridiculed by a junior like this. Therefore, her heart was filled with killing intent. She was prepared to kill this detestable brat in front of her. You'll have to go through me if you want to touch him. Zhao Shuo scoffed coldly. She then activated the void sky's eye and looked down. The icy cold eye appeared in the sky. It was like the eye of an evil god that had traversed space and time to arrive. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Many cultivators' hearts trembled when they sensed the aura in the sky. Their scalps went numb. Even the middle-aged man and the pink girl had solemn expressions on their faces. This young woman's strength wasn't inferior to theirs at all. Furthermore, the void sky's eye in the sky was far too strange. Even they felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it, where did this woman come from? How could she possess such an evil technique? The two of them couldn't figure it out because based on the current situation, they simply couldn't figure out which sect Zhao Shuo came from. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke up from behind them. Just as well, I'd like to experience the strength of a 7th-layer honorable realm cultivator. With that, he slowly drew the ancient sword on his back and walked forward with firm steps. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. It was simply too shocking for a 5th-layer honorable realm brat to have the audacity to say such a thing. Furthermore, based on his appearance, it didn't seem like he was just saying it. He was probably going to make a move very soon. As expected, once his long sword was completely unsheathed, Lin Xian waved his arm and slashed forward with sword energy. Seeing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect the other party to really do what he said and attack a 7th heaven supremacy. You're courting death. The 7th heaven supremacy from the Palace of Gods of War was enraged. How dare a 5th heaven kid act so presumptuously here? This scene enraged him. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Let me deal with you. Meanwhile, on the side of the Divine Battle Palace, a young man with a cultivation of the 6th-layer Martial Highness realm stepped forward and threw a punch forward. Green mist surged with a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, a huge fist was formed and punched forward like a demon. You? You're not qualified. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, in the next moment, the Palace of Gods of War youth was sent flying by the shocking sword chi. I've said that you can't do it. Let your elders do it. Lin Xian's expression was cold and domineering. On the other hand, the Palace of Gods of War had gloomy expressions, especially the two 7th heaven supremacies who frowned. That was because Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. This time, the middle-aged man didn't let anyone else do it. Instead, he stepped forward himself. He waved his arms, and wherever his arms passed, huge balls of lightning would appear in the sky, flickering in the air. In the end, 10 lightning balls were formed and shone with dazzling light. They formed a circle in the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying and powerful energy exploded in an instant. Endless lightning flashed and spread in all directions. The power of this lightning wave was too strong. Just the aftershocks alone could kill a sixth heaven venerable realm cultivator. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. He held the Lone Star sword tightly and activated his newly learned secret technique, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. In the next moment, the blood in his body burned. His entire body was like a furnace, erupting with powerful energy. Shocking sword chi was slashed out by him. It whistled past and destroyed all 10 lightning balls in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was because not only had Lin Xian survived, he had even blocked the attack of a 7th level venerable. This was beyond their imagination. At the same time, Zhao Shui also made her move and fought against the pink woman. When the people from the Morong clan saw this, they quickly asked, "What should we do?" "Attack," Morong Qingqing said quickly without any hesitation. It was obvious that Lin Xian was helping them. If he didn't make a move now, then what was he waiting for? Morong Qingqing activated the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and quickly joined the battle. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and Bloodthirsty Frenzy at the same time. He erupted with incomparable fighting strength and quickly bombarded the middle-aged man. Even though the middle-aged man was a 7th level venerate, he couldn't withstand the combined attacks of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Thus, he was forced to retreat again, and even suffered quite a few injuries. Attack with all your might and injure him severely. Don't give him a chance. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing nodded and activated the Imperial Jade Seal in her hand with all her might. In the next moment, the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal emitted a blazing light. A phoenix was born from the fire. It was like a dream, and terrifying flames filled the sky as it pounced on the middle-aged man. Lin Xian also used his Earth-rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. The Lone Star sword in his hand rapidly enlarged in the air, filled with a terrifying aura. The spiritual energy in the sky gathered and intertwined on the sword, forming mysterious patterns. In the next moment, he waved the giant sword and slashed at the middle-aged man. "Block it!" The middle-aged man shouted anxiously and spat out a shield. It was a blue shield that was extremely simple and unadorned. It was his strongest defense shield. Facing the 2 young experts and the stunning attack, he had no choice but to take out the shield to defend himself. However, even so, he was still sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This was because Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were too powerful at that moment. It was equivalent to 2 7th level supremacies attacking the middle-aged man. No matter how powerful the middle-aged man was, he could not block the simultaneous attack of 2 7th level supremacies. After sending the middle-aged man flying, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing did not stop. They went to the pink lady again and quickly attacked. The pink lady had already sensed the battle situation on the middle-aged man's side. When she saw Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing rushing over, she was instantly scared out of her wits. Her strength was on par with the middle-aged man, and she could not block the combined attack of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing at all. Moreover, she had Zhao Shui on her side. They were 3 7th level supremacies. Without any hesitation, the pink lady immediately turned and fled. However, Lin Xian did not plan to give her the chance. The current situation was created with great difficulty. It would not be easy to severely injure these 7th level supremacies in the future. In the next moment, he summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. Endless ice power spread in all directions, trying to stop the pink lady. Zhao Shui also activated her Void Sky Eyes and froze the entire space. On the other side, Morong Qingqing also attacked aggressively. The power of 3 7th level supremacies struck the pink lady and sent her flying. In an instant, 2 7th level supremacies were injured. The people from the Palace of Gods of War felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with despair. It was too terrifying. The experts that they were so proud of had been severely injured in an instant. They could not react at all. However, one thing was certain. Without these two 7th-level supremacies, the Palace of Gods of War could not resist the Morong clan. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been sent flying flew back again. He was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. However, the aura on his body was extremely violent. Obviously, he had been caught off guard by Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Now that he had reacted, he was extremely furious and was prepared to attack with all his might. The Pink Lady was in the same situation. The two of them joined forces and attacked Lin Xian and the rest again. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, he did not continue to tangle with the middle-aged man and the rest. Instead, he said to Murong Qingqing, "We'll have to rely on the Murong clan from now on." After saying that, he and Zhao Shui flew towards the Golden Hand in a flash. "You're courting death. Come back." The middle-aged man roared angrily, but he was stopped by Murong Qingqing. "Stop them and chase them away." Murong Qingqing led her family's martial artists and quickly intercepted the middle-aged man and the Pink Lady. Both parties started fighting again, and shocking energy exploded. "Chase. You must bring those two brats with you. Don't let them escape." The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Instantly, countless martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War went crazy and charged towards Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were too fast. Ordinary martial artists like them could not do anything to them. At this moment, another long howl rang out, and it came from behind at high speed. "Thief, I didn't expect you to be here." At this moment, another earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by a terrifying energy. Before the voice had even finished, a figure had already appeared in front of everyone. It was an old man with long hair and beard. He exuded a powerful aura from head to toe. "It's the Shin family's elder." Many people were shocked when they saw the old man. They did not expect the Shin family to come as well. Indeed, behind the old man was a dense crowd of Shin family disciples. They were rushing over quickly. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, shouted anxiously. "Friends from the Shin family, come and lend me a hand." The purple-robed old man from the Shin family looked at the fierce battle and laughed loudly. "Friends from the Palace of Ares, don't panic. I know that you have been fooled by that kid. I will capture that kid now." After saying that, he laughed out loud. Then, his body moved like lightning and flew in the direction of the Golden Hand bone. Clearly, he was not here to help the Palace of Ares. He was here to get a share of the loot. "Damn you, old bastard." When the middle-aged man saw this, he cursed angrily. Murong Qingqing's expression also darkened. She ordered the people behind her to stop him. Now that she was fighting with the people from the Palace of Ares, she did not have the extra strength to care about anything else. However, the purple-robed old man was different. He was also a 7th heaven supremacy. He was very powerful. If no one stopped him, he would not be able to keep the Golden Hand bone. Indeed, the purple-robed old man from the Shin family was very fast. Although the cultivators from the Murong family took action, they could not completely stop the purple-robed old man. In an instant, the purple-robed old man was getting closer and closer to the Golden Hand bone. "Little girl Murong, if we continue fighting, the item will belong to someone else." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. However, she quickly stopped and chased after the Golden Hand bone. The middle-aged man and the girl in pink moved together. In an instant, all the experts gathered toward the Golden Hand bone. Those fellows finally made their move. Lin Xian quickly shuttled through the crowd, collecting treasures from time to time. At the same time, he glanced ahead, and a cold smile appeared on his face. After leaving the battle, he didn't immediately go after the Golden Hand bone. Instead, he went to several other places to snatch treasures. That was because he knew that the Golden Hand bone was extremely extraordinary. If he were to go there, he would most likely become the target of everyone's attacks. Therefore, he had to wait. He had to wait until everyone was fighting for the metal hand bone, and then he would take advantage of the chaos to snatch it. Moreover, there was another reason, which was the dark red divine dragon. This guy was extremely interested in the high-grade spirit stone and constantly urged Lin Xian to help him obtain it. Now, Lin Xian was shuttling through the crowd, preparing to snatch the high-grade spirit stones. That brat is over there. Quickly stop him and don't let him get close to the treasure. When the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War heard Lin Xian's voice, they were instantly at daggers drawn. However, they could not stop Lin Xian at all. Soon, Lin Xian executed the illusory demon steps. His movement was like a ghost, and he instantly shook everyone off. In the next instant, he arrived at an area. There were 2 high-grade spirit stones here. This was also the only area that did not have the golden hand bone, but there were high-grade spirit stones here. There were a few 6th heaven supremacies participating in the fight here. When they saw Lin Xian's figure, they were also on guard. However, although Lin Xian was powerful, they would not give up on the high-grade spirit stones so easily. After all, such treasures could not be found in the outside world. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian rushing down arrogantly, the few old men below roared angrily. Faint divine flames danced on the surface of this old man's body, exuding a powerful energy. In his hand, there was a huge snow-white saber. It looked very simple and unadorned. In the next instant, the snow-white saber exploded with shocking power. When the saber was slashed out, the entire void trembled, and the surrounding mountains and earth cracked rapidly. Clang, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword and quickly slashed forward, colliding with the huge white saber. Light shone in all directions, and divine power burst forth. The old man with the divine flames on his body kept retreating. Blood flowed from his arm, but his eyes were filled with shock. Although he had seen Lin Xian's ferocity before, he only knew how terrifying he was after exchanging blows with him. This sword was too terrifying. It was so powerful that he could not resist it at all. One had to know that he cultivated the purple demon divine elephant technique, which was known for its immense strength. Although he was only a 6th heaven supremacy, in terms of strength, he could even compete with a 7th heaven supremacy. Moreover, the huge white saber in his hand was also extraordinary. It was made from the tusks of the ancient mutant 2-headed elephant. The combination of the two allowed his strength to reach a terrifying level. However, at that moment, he was unable to defeat a young 5th-level exalted. This caused him to feel an enormous sense of defeat and deep fear. After pushing the old man back, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and used the dragon catcher hand to grab a superior grade spirit stone. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon did not stay idle. It also used a divine power and formed a dragon head to bite the other spirit stone. The two of them attacked at the same time. After succeeding, Lin Xian quickly left while the dark red divine dragon laughed like an old monster. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it swallowed the superior grade spirit stone in one gulp. Crunch, 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 that crystal clear, incomparably precious high-grade spirit stone was chewed on like a bean by the dark red divine dragon, making crunching sounds. The taste is not bad. The dark red divine dragon licked its lips and savored the taste. The surrounding people were stunned, especially those of the older generation. All of them widened their eyes and were so angry that their beards were trembling. That's a superior grade spirit stone. It's extremely precious. Even a king would not have many of them. How can you eat it like a bean? How can you eat it so casually? Shouldn't you take a bath and worship it devoutly for 49 days before it can be absorbed? The older generation figures were in a mess, and they felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through their minds. Ah, you despicable worm, give me back my superior grade spirit stone. The older generation figures finally could not take it anymore. They roared and charged towards the dark red divine dragon. The dark red dragon, however, burrowed into Lin Xian's sleeves with a whoosh and yelled, "Kid, run." Lin Xian was speechless. He did not expect the dark red divine dragon to eat the superior grade spirit stone so directly. However, it made sense when he thought about it. The dragon's cultivation level had already surpassed the supremacy realm, but it had fallen back. It shouldn't be a problem to eat a superior grade spirit stone. In the next moment, his body swayed and he quickly retreated, distancing himself from the older generation figures. Behind him, the old men were yelling angrily, but they could not catch up to Lin Xian at all. Kid, let's discuss something. Give me your superior grade spirit stone too. What the F***ck? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. To think that this guy was actually trying to get his hands on him. No way. Lin Xian rejected him decisively. Lad, you can't use this thing for now. Why don't you give it to me? It's very useful to me. Moreover, if my cultivation improves, it'll be of great help to you. How about I teach you a few more special inscription formations? You said it. Lin Xian smiled. He had long been interested in the arrays in Ruffian Long's hands. However, Ruffian Long had only taught him some ordinary arrays in the past few days. Ruffian Long had refused to teach him ancient arrays such as space teleportation. However, it seemed that Ruffian Long was willing to do anything for the sake of upper spirit stones. Are you serious? Lin Xian asked. Of course. The dark red divine dragon said as he patted his chest. After getting Ruffian Long's affirmation, Lin Xian handed over the upper spirit stones in his hand. When Ruffian Long saw it, he grabbed it and put it in his mouth. Then, he gobbled it up as if he was eating candy. Haha, this is so satisfying. Ruffian Long's face was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly. Let's go, let's take a few more. Seeing the dark red divine dragon so excited, Lin Xian was speechless. Do you think this is cabbage? You want to get a few more pieces? This kind of thing is one less piece after eating it. At this time, Zhao Shui also came to Lin Xian's side in a flash. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. This time, they had gained a lot. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many natural treasures. The gains from this trip were comparable to the gains of decades or even centuries of hard work in the outside world. It could be said that so far, the ones who had gained the most were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Damn lad, don't let me catch you. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War roared crazily when he saw that his subordinates hadn't gotten many good things. However, he did not pursue Lin Xian. Firstly, he had seen Lin Xian's strength. Unless he went all out in a battle of life and death, he would not be able to take him down easily. Moreover, he was now close to the golden hand bone. The things here were the best, far surpassing those in the periphery. As long as they could snatch more things from this place, they could make up for their losses. Damn it, that brat is too hateful. Once I'm free, I'll definitely not let him off. The pink woman's expression was also cold. I'm guessing that the reason why he's so powerful is because he has grasped some sort of secret technique that allows him to increase his battle prowess for a short period of time. Otherwise, with his cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, it would be impossible for him to contend against us. However, this kind of secret technique has a limit or a huge price to pay. It can't be used for long. As long as we deal with him patiently, I don't believe that this kid will be able to unleash the power of the venerable Car forever. When his combat power drops, I'll make him wish he was dead. The pink woman was emitting a murderous aura. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of Battle said in a deep voice, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find the things around the golden hand bone. No matter how strong that Murong Qingqing is, she won't be able to take everything for herself. Besides, the Shin clan is also trying to take a share of the loot. We're still the strongest if we team up. You want the treasures? Not so fast." Murong Qingqing harumphed coldly. She activated the imperial seal in her hand and summoned a stunning phoenix, which dove downward with a boundless sea of flames. The attack caused the ground to tremble. Many of the treasures were knocked flying in all directions. Damn it! The middle-aged man and the pink woman cursed upon seeing this. Initially, the treasures were supposed to be gathered together. They could easily claim the treasures by working together. However, the treasures were knocked flying, forcing them to split up and compete for the treasures on their own. As a result, the strength of their team was greatly weakened. How could he not be enraged when he realized that the little advantage that he had was now completely gone? Although the two of them were furious, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and overjoyed. Originally, they didn't have a chance before a 7th level venerable. However, the situation was different now. The treasures were actually knocked flying and scattered in all directions. This gave them a chance to snatch the treasures. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Therefore, these people didn't even think about it and all charged forward. For a time, the scene was extremely chaotic. However, although the treasures were good, they weren't so easy to obtain. For example, although the fragment of the Earth-rank treasure was broken, the aura of the Earth-rank treasure remained on it. The aura was extremely powerful. Ordinary venerables couldn't withstand it at all. The golden hand bone was even more terrifying. There was no flesh and blood, only a few bones remained. However, the aura emitted from it was extremely terrifying. It even carried a trace of a king's aura, causing the scalps of those 7th-level venerables to go numb. There was even a 6th-level venerable who rashly advanced. As a result, the golden hand bone resisted. Immediately, a powerful aura surged out and turned that 6th-level venerable into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped and felt their scalps go numb. They knew that this golden hand bone was definitely something left behind by a king. Moreover, it didn't look like an ordinary king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to exist for so long and still have such a terrifying aura. It's been dead for so long, but it still has such a strong attack power. It's probably a king who specializes in the metal element. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. Then, he said to the group behind him, "Be careful and don't get too close. This kind of person is extremely powerful and terrifying." What? Single element? Metal element? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, realization dawned on them. No wonder it was so powerful even after being dead for so long. Just its aura alone could crush a 6th-level venerable. It turned out that it was an ancient cultivator who specialized in the metal element. There were many elemental attributes in the world, but the metal element was undoubtedly the most powerful one. Moreover, ancient martial artists all specialized in a single element, unlike them now. Very few of them specialized in a single element now because they didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique. Even if they did, the level of those cultivation techniques wasn't high enough. Therefore, if they cultivated a single element, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to compete with other martial artists in terms of combat power. Therefore, most of the current martial artists cultivated multiple elements together. However, facing the golden hand bone now, no one dared to be careless. Specialized in the metal element? Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard these words. I don't have the metal element yet. If I can comprehend it, my attack power will increase again. At this moment, the treasures around the golden hand bone were sent flying. The surrounding cultivators were screaming crazily, and the scene was extremely chaotic. This also gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Zhao Shui was the first to make a move. With the void sky eye above her head, she snatched the treasures beside the golden hand bone in an extremely valiant manner. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. Damn it, she actually dares to come again. Seeing Zhao Shui, the middle-aged man and woman in pink from the God of War Palace were both enraged. They did not expect that she would actually dare to appear in front of them. Stop her. We definitely cannot let her succeed. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, also, pay attention to that brat. He must be nearby. The woman in pink also nodded with a ferocious smile. Don't worry, we won't be fooled again. Soon, one of them stopped Zhao Shui while the other looked around vigilantly. This was because in their opinion, Lin Xian definitely wanted to let Zhao Shui attract the attention of the enemy while the other person secretly snatched the treasures. However, this was useless against them. Indeed, in the next moment, a spirit fruit nearby flickered and vibrated, and it was about to disappear. Still want to steal? We have completely seen through you. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and stretched out his hand, quickly grabbing in front of him. The middle-aged man sneered. He stretched out a huge hand and enveloped the spirit fruit, cutting off the strange power of space stealing. You are still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. The middle-aged man looked as if he had seen through everything. When the surrounding 7th Heaven Venerables saw this scene, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, they attacked with all their might to snatch the spirit fruits and the fragments of the Earth-grade treasures. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden hand bone. Then, a huge black figure appeared and covered the golden hand bone. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It's that brat, hurry up and stop him. The woman in pink roared crazily. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He used Zhao Shui and the snow-white little monkey to distract everyone's attention while he arrived in front of the golden skeletal hand. It had to be said that the golden hand bone was too terrifying. Even in this state, the pressure it emitted was still very terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt a great pressure from it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was able to resist this pressure. Moreover, he activated the red lotus armor in an instant to resist the powerful force. In the next moment, he summoned the 10,000 beast cauldron and tried his best to cover the golden skeletal hand. Rumble, the 10,000 beast cauldron unleashed its might and sucked in the golden hand bone. What? The golden hand bone was taken away? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Especially those 7th level venerables, their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The reason why they didn't immediately make a move on the golden hand bone was because they knew that the golden hand bone was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to obtain it using ordinary methods. Therefore, they planned to first collect all the treasures around the golden hand bone before studying it. However, they didn't expect that the golden hand bone, which they thought to be difficult to obtain, would be easily taken away by someone else. Moreover, the person who did this was a 5th level venerable realm brat. They couldn't accept this at all. Quick, stop him. We can't let him escape. Everyone went crazy when they saw that Lin Xian was about to leave. They all abandoned the treasures around them and began to surround Lin Xian. Brat, how dare you snatch the golden hand bone? Die. Humph, you're too greedy. Leave the treasure behind. In an instant, other than Morong Qingqing, the other 7th level venerables all attacked Lin Xian, wanting to snatch the golden hand bone away. Lin Xian smiled strangely. In the next moment, he threw the 10,000 beast cauldron in his hand. Immediately, the 10,000 beast cauldron turned into a black bolt of lightning and disappeared into the sky. You're courting death. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. They didn't expect Lin Xian to throw away such a precious item. Brat, I'll kill you. All the 7th level venerables were furious because the golden hand bone was the most precious item in the ancient cave dwelling. Now that it had been lost, how could they not go crazy? However, the instigator of all this was this detestable brat in front of them. Therefore, in the next moment, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Die. In an instant, countless terrifying energy blasted towards Lin Xian, completely drowning the space. The energy was too terrifying. The combined attack of several 7th level venerables was definitely powerful. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to escape. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators all laughed savagely because they knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. On the other hand, the Morong family's expression changed. No matter what, Lin Xian had helped them, especially Morong Qingqing. Her expression changed, and she was about to attack. However, in the next moment, a voice sounded in her ear. Don't attack, that's just a clone. I'll leave first. Hearing this voice, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the voice came from Lin Xian. In the next moment, the energy in front of them exploded and drowned everything. At the same time, in another direction, a figure appeared. Like a sharp sword, he instantly appeared in the sky and retrieved the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then, with a long whistle, he flew out of the cave dwelling. Zhao Shui's figure flashed and she followed closely behind. What? That's Lin Xian? How is that possible? Oh no, that brat isn't dead. Oh no, we've been tricked. That wasn't his real body just now. It's very likely a clone. Damn brat, he's too cunning. Quickly chase after him, we must not let him take the golden hand bone away. In an instant, everyone panicked and was furious, and all kinds of roars were heard. Countless cultivators moved and chased forward. Especially the 7th level supremacies, their faces were terrifyingly dark. They did not expect that they would be fooled by a brat and lose their precious treasures in the end. Indeed, the one surrounded by the energy was not Lin Xian's real body, but a blood shadow clone. All of this was planned by Lin Xian. He deceived the 7th level supremacies step by step and completed the final snatch. It could be said that the blood shadow clone had played an extremely important role in this process. Zhao Shua's harvest was also huge. Just now, she had collected many upper-grade spirit stones and an earth-level treasure fragment. It could be said that she had collected a small portion of the treasures near the golden hand bone. She and Lin Xian had become the biggest beneficiaries of this battle. Therefore, now that the two had succeeded, they retreated and flew out of the cave. Damn it, they could not let him get away. Everyone was furious, especially the 7th level supremacies. They did not expect that they would be fooled by a brat in the end. This was intolerable. Not only that, but the surrounding warriors were also staring fervently at Lin Xian. They had no choice. The golden arm bone was too important. Its value was above all the other treasures. Not only that, but Zhao Shui was also with Lin Xian. She had also taken many treasures. If they could capture the two of them, it would be more valuable than other treasures. Therefore, many people were chasing after Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly in the face of so many people chasing after him. He did not attack, but increased his speed. He unleashed the illusory demon steps to the maximum. Not only that, the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped and released the power of wind and thunder. Moreover, the ice lotus martial soul appeared under his feet and released a strong power of ice that froze the surroundings. As he increased his speed, he decreased the speed of his enemies. This way, Lin Xian's speed reached an extreme and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. D***it, he disappeared. F***ck, so close, so close. Someone roared angrily because their attacks had all missed. Even the 7th level honorables had only hit an afterimage. They had no choice. Lin Xian was too fast. Even the 7th level honorables might not be able to catch up with him. Moreover, there was the influence of the power of ice. Although the Morong family members did not chase after him, they were also shocked. They had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to snatch the golden arm bone. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian had been able to escape calmly and avoid the attacks of so many warriors. This was beyond their expectations. This scene had indeed shocked countless warriors of the Morong family. In fact, many of the older generation of the Morong family members' eyes flickered as they thought quickly. This was because they realized that they knew too little about Lin Xian. Take the scene that had just happened as an example. Lin Xian's actions had completely exceeded their expectations. Looks like we have to inform the family to re-evaluate him. Yes, I think we have underestimated him in the past. Forget it, this is not something we can decide. We only need to report what we have seen to the family. A few elders glanced at Morong Qingqing and sighed. At this moment, Morong Qingqing also quickly gave the order to collect the remaining treasures with all their might. In an instant, the entire scene became even more chaotic. Those who had not caught Lin Xian returned to participate in the fight for the treasures. Some people did not give up and continued to chase after him. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly appeared in the cave abode and flew outside. This time, their harvest was simply too great. This was especially so for Lin Xian. Not only had he obtained many natural treasures, but he had also obtained the most important golden hand bone. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before his strength would increase greatly again. At the side, Zhao Shui was also very satisfied. She had obtained a lot of treasures, more than the sum of all the treasures she had obtained previously. However, the two of them also knew that although they were fast, they would become the target of everyone, just like now. But if they were given another chance to choose, they would not hesitate to do the same. That was because compared to the treasures in his hands, this pursuit was nothing. However, just as they were about to leave the cave, they ran into a little trouble. Because at the exit of the cave, there was a group of people waiting. This group of people was a joint team of warriors from the Divine Bird Palace and the Shin family. They received orders from the cave and were ready to intercept Lin Xian. "Boy, stay here. Hand over the treasures and I will spare your life." Cold shouts were heard as all of them drew their weapons and pointed them at Lin Xian. "Elder, it's them. They stole my earth crystal." Among them, a middle-aged warrior from the Divine Bird Palace gritted his teeth and said. He stared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. Seeing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were also stunned. They did not expect that there would be people waiting here. What was worse was that not only these people, but there were also countless warriors gathering in the distance. They thought that the major forces must have used a secret method to inform him of the other seated warriors to come and help. Humph, boy, you're dead. Hurry up and hand over the treasures, or you'll end up miserable. Countless voices sounded. At this time, a ferocious voice came from behind. Run? Let's see where you can run to. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares also caught up. What should we do now? Should we kill them all? Zhao Shui asked in a low voice, her eyes cold. Don't fight them head-on. I have a way to beat them back, Lin Xian said quickly. In the next moment, they were surrounded by countless forces at the entrance of the cave. Humph, boy, run. Why aren't you running? The group of warriors sneered. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Cut him into pieces and let him know the consequences of provoking our Divine Bird Palace. Cut him into pieces? That's too easy for him. We must pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Let him know that the Palace of Ares is not to be trifled with. How dare he offend the 8 great families? He's dead. Angry shouts came. These people looked at Lin Xian coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. They knew that Lin Xian was finished. Being surrounded by so many people, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to escape. After all, none of them were weaklings. Looking at their ferocious faces, Lin Xian sneered. It's too early for you to be happy. It's not that easy to take my life. Humph, you're about to die and yet you're still so stubborn. Who do you think you are to escape? What a joke. You think too highly of yourself. We have 4 7th heaven honorables here. How can you escape? Everyone sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian was struggling before his death. However, Lin Xian sneered. Today, I'll show you how I'm going to leave. He pulled Zhao Shui to his side and took out the 1,000-beast cauldron. 0, let's begin. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the 1,000-beast cauldron's weapon spirit. I can help you, but I want to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone. Zero's cold voice rang in Lin Xian's mind. Sure. Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. In the next moment, he took out the 1,000-beast cauldron. The 1,000-beast cauldron shone brightly. The rare beasts on it seemed to have come alive and let out deep roars. Then, the golden hand bone was released and floated above the 1,000-beast cauldron. Golden hand bone. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited and stared at the sky without blinking. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Leave the hand bone and I'll let you die in one piece. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the golden hand bone. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was scared and wanted to hand over the treasure to save his life. However, Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, he threw a punch at the golden hand bone in the air. What? No. Damn it, let's go. In an instant, all sorts of exclamations were heard. Most people did not understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. In fact, some people were even worried that the golden hand bone would be shattered. However, those 7th-level venerables, especially those who had personally witnessed the power of the golden hand bone, were all horrified. They fled into the distance like stray dogs. This was because they had personally witnessed the power of the golden hand bone. Even a 7th-level venerables could not take it head-on. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's fist landed on the golden hand bone. Immediately, the golden hand bone trembled. Then, rays of golden light shot out from the golden hand bone like sword qi and slashed in all directions. Moreover, a huge sword qi slashed towards Lin Xian. However, it was neutralized by the 1,000-beast cauldron. At this moment, the 1,000-beast cauldron released thousands of rays of black light to protect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, the others were not so lucky. A golden light struck the crowd. Instantly, a bloody mist spread out and countless people screamed. This was because none of the cultivators who were hit survived. In an instant, all sorts of screams were heard. Everyone's scalps went numb and they scattered. Now, they finally understood why those 7th-level venerables had fled in advance. It was because the golden hand bone was too terrifying. No one could block the golden light it emitted. In fact, a 7th-level venerables who had never entered the cave did not understand what was going on. Therefore, they left a little later. In the end, he was hit by a golden light. A terrifying crack appeared on his body, and his body was almost split in half. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned into a gust of wind and fled. He did not dare to come back. The people who were originally extremely arrogant and wanted to kill Lin Xian were now extremely miserable. They were screaming continuously. This scene was too terrifying. It was completely beyond their expectations. They never thought that Lin Xian would take up the golden hand bone as a weapon at this time. Wasn't he afraid of being killed by the energy of the golden hand bone? In their panic, a few supreme experts turned around and saw Lin Xian standing unscathed below the golden hand bone. They immediately spat out blood in anger. They simply could not understand how the other party was able to do this. Lin Xian did not delay when he saw the fleeing supremacies. He activated the 1,000-beast cauldron again and put away the golden hand bone. Then, he ran into the distance with Zhao Shui. A life-or-death chase had ended just like that. No one dared to believe it. Only after Lin Xian left did the venerable ones stop running. One by one, they landed on the ground with ugly expressions. Their king Lin Xian's fleeing figure couldn't help but tremble. Agreed, this was really too agreed. One had to know that there were 2 king clans involved this time. Other than that, there were also 6th-grade sects and aristocratic families of various sizes. When this group of people gathered together, they could wipe out an entire area. However, they couldn't catch a 5th heaven venerable brat. Every time they thought of this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, who are those 2 thieves? How could they be so strange? How could they not be affected by the golden hand bone? I don't know who that girl is. Her background is very mysterious. However, I know that young man. He is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? He is Lin Xian? Who is Lin Xian? In an instant, some people were shocked, some exclaimed, and some were puzzled. But soon, everyone had some understanding of Lin Xian's deeds. Then, their faces turned black. Now, they knew that he was just a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. However, such a person had made a fool out of everyone present. They could not tolerate such humiliation. Damn it, don't let me see this brat again. Otherwise, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The group of people gritted their teeth. At this moment, there were still many people rushing over from the cave. They were all here to kill Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian leave, they were shocked and couldn't believe it. The battle in the cave was almost over. Most of the treasures were obtained by the Murong clan. The rest were divided between the God of War Palace and the Shen clan. The remaining 6th-grade sects could only drink the soup. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up and set their sights on Lin Xian. Because the golden hand bone in Lin Xian's hand was the most precious. Moreover, the 2 of them had many other treasures as well. They even had more treasures than the Shen clan and the God of War Palace. This was unacceptable to the 2 king clans. The 2 of them were very strange. If they wanted to capture them, they needed to come up with a detailed plan. The group of people gathered together and started to discuss how to get the golden hand bone. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area and came to a forest. They carefully checked their surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, the 2 of them stopped. Then, they heaved a huge sigh of relief. Their tense nerves also relaxed at this moment. Too dangerous, too exciting. If it wasn't for the attack of the golden hand bone, they would have been in danger. With so many people besieging them, even if they were able to charge out, they should have been heavily injured and on the verge of death, and not as safe and sound as they were now. However, in the midst of this huge risk, they had also reaped great rewards. Let's not hurry on. Let's take a rest here and hide for a while. After discussing for a while, the 2 of them decided to stay here for a while. Then, Lin Xian used his long sword to open up 2 caves and let the dark red divine dragon set up a formation. After entering the caves, the 2 of them started to organize their gains. Zhao Shui snatched more than 10 high-grade spirit stones, an earth-tier artifact fragment, and some other treasures. She threw all the high-grade spirit stones to the void sky eye. At this moment, the void sky eye was even more solid than before. It was as if it had become a real eye and was shining with a strange light. At the same time, Zhao Shui had been constantly letting the virtual sky eye absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball. It could be said that her strength was increasing rapidly with every passing moment. Fortunately, she had a jade bodhi on her that could suppress the evil aura, so she was not affected by the evil aura in the Dragon Ball. On the other side, Lin Xian was also quickly organizing his storage ring. He didn't get as many high-grade spirit stones as Zhao Shui. Most of them were given to the dark red divine dragon. He only kept 2 or 3 for himself. However, he got an extremely precious golden hand bone. It was a right hand, and it contained a powerful energy, as well as a terrifying metal-type aura. If Lin Xian could absorb and comprehend the metal-type energy in it, his strength would definitely increase again. There was a white ring on the index finger of the golden hand bone. It was made of the same material as the bone, so it was impossible to find it without looking carefully. However, it was only after Lin Xian examined it that he was able to see the ring. Could it be a storage ring? Lin Xian was excited when he thought of this. If it was really a storage ring, he would be rich. The owner of this hand bone was at least at the king stage. In the next moment, he impatiently probed the ring with his soul power. However, his expression soon became a little strange. It was indeed a storage ring, and it was of a very high grade. The space inside was dozens of times larger than his current storage ring. However, he was disappointed to find that there was nothing in the interspatial storage ring. Forget it. It's not bad to have a high-grade storage ring. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put the white bone ring on his finger. Eh? There's something else? When he flipped the golden hand bone, he found that there was something else in the palm of the hand bone. Lin Xian, who was wearing the red lotus armor, spent a lot of effort to flip the golden hand bone over. He found that there was a round pendant in the palm of the hand bone. It was sucked into the hand bone, so no one noticed it. There's something good? This thing is mine. The dark red divine dragon suddenly had an idea when he saw the pendant. Alright, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian shrugged. But if you want it, you have to take it yourself. I'll take it myself. The dark red divine dragon said disdainfully. You're underestimating me. Then, the dark red divine dragon began to test it out. The little white monkey yawned. It was not interested in the golden hand bone at all. However, when Lin Xian gave it a few ancient spirit fruits, the little guy narrowed its big eyes and looked very happy. Then, the little guy hugged the ancient spirit fruits and began to eat them happily. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon kept screaming. At this moment, he was hit by the light from the golden hand bone and was sent flying. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian was startled. However, when he saw that there were no injuries on Ruffian Dragon's body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, don't worry. Although this thing is powerful, it can't hurt me. The dark red divine dragon bared his fangs and his eyes glowed. He waved his dragon claws and began to carve a very unique array pattern. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and quickly formed a very mysterious formation that enveloped the golden hand bone. In the next moment, the mysterious formation flickered and gradually separated the pendant from the golden hand bone. This speed was very slow, but it was indeed progressing slowly. In the end, the dark red dragon separated the jade pendant. When it held the jade pendant, it grinned from ear to ear. What's this thing for? Lin Xian asked curiously when he saw how excited the dark red dragon was. I don't know. The dark red divine dragon answered straightforwardly. Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard this. This fellow was so excited even though he didn't know. This fellow was really optimistic. Sigh, who cares what it is? Won't you know once you try it? After saying that, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and sent a trace of spiritual energy into the jade pendant. Soon, the pendant emitted a hazy light. Then, like a small whirlpool, it rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to become much denser. Absorbing spiritual energy. So it was a magic treasure that could assist in cultivation. Looking at the speed of absorption, it was even more powerful than the high-grade spirit gathering array in the Immortal Martial Academy. Great, this thing is just right for me. It can increase my recovery speed. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Its current state was very special. Because it had fallen in cultivation, it didn't have any bottlenecks. It only needed to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. And now, this jade pendant happened to help it. The dark red divine dragon happily wore the jade pendant around its neck. It was very satisfied. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. According to our agreement, I need to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone. Okay. Although Lin Xian felt the pinch, he still nodded his head. Then, the thousand-beast cauldron trembled and emitted a force that quickly absorbed the energy in the golden hand bone. When the thousand-beast cauldron finished absorbing, it emitted a black light all over. All kinds of rare beasts on the cauldron seemed to be coming to life. And the golden hand bone's light had indeed dimmed a little. Even the pressure was much weaker. It was no longer as overbearing. F*CK, it actually needs 30% of its power to help. This guy is really evil. Seeing the changes in the golden hand bone, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. If he were to absorb it, how much would his strength increase? However, thinking that this was the result of saving his life, Lin Xian felt relieved in his heart. Next, Lin Xian put all the things he had sorted into the white bone ring. He also moved all the things in the original storage ring into it. Then, he stared at the golden hand bone and began to cultivate. This golden hand bone shone with a golden light and emitted a pure metal-type energy wave. This wave was very sharp. It was like a sword that swept in all directions. Only Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, which had a strong defense, and could withstand the power of the golden hand bone for a long time. Otherwise, even a seventh heaven supremacy would not be able to withstand it as easily as he did. This metal elemental energy was somewhat similar to his great dragon sword spirit, so Lin Xian was able to comprehend it with ease. After some comprehension, he quickly grasped the metal-type energy. Moreover, this familiar energy was growing rapidly. Not only that, but his understanding of the great dragon sword soul's application had also deepened. Although his cultivation did not increase, Lin Xian knew that his combat power had indeed increased. Then, Lin Xian took out the water spirit pearl and comprehended the water-type element inside. The basic elements of the 5 elements were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lin Xian had already comprehended the fire, water, and metal elements. He was still lacking the earth and wood elements. Although he had not comprehended the last 2 elements, he had an innate foundation. For example, the longevity art that he cultivated had the characteristic of endless growth. It was very similar to the wood element. As for the earth element, it had a similar effect as Lin Xian's red lotus armor. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before he comprehended these 2 elements. According to the dark red divine dragon, comprehending the basic elements of the 5 elements would be extremely beneficial to him when he entered the king stage and constructed his own domain. After 2 days of cultivation, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Now, his combat power had increased again. Even if he encountered a 7th heaven supremacy, he could deal with it without using the bloodthirsty frenzy. That was because the remote sky secret realm was filled with danger, and there was also a terrifying heavenly netherbird watching. If he wanted to obtain more wealth, he had to have enough strength. After the dark red divine dragon ate a few superior grade spirit stones, his cultivation recovered quickly. In addition to the jade pendant he had just obtained, his cultivation had now reached the 5th heaven of the supremacy realm. Together with the mysterious formation, it should not be a problem to trap a 7th heaven supremacy. On the other side, Zhao Shui also opened her eyes. Her face was filled with joy, and the virtual sky eye behind her became more solid. Lin Xian sensed this aura, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that her strength had also increased. Among the 7th heaven supremacies, Zhao Shui was probably one of the stronger ones. At that moment, the dark red divine dragon frowned. Oh no, someone seems to have discovered the formation. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's warning, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's hearts skipped a beat. In the next moment, the formation around them suddenly trembled violently as if it would break apart at any moment. Boom, the formation did not last for long before it suddenly broke apart. A shocking saber ray cut the entire formation in half like a rainbow and quickly enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Boom, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui frowned and quickly dodged. However, the shocking sword ray quickly slashed down and cut the entire mountain in half. Humph, you two little thieves. You're quite good at hiding. But so what? Didn't I still find him? As they spoke, an elder had already arrived nearby. He was a seventh heaven supremacy. He held a jade green saber and had a terrifying aura. There were countless martial artists behind him, and they were all sixth heaven supremacies. Stop them. Set up the 7-star saber formation. The elder shouted coldly. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance. His figure flashed, and he and Zhao Shui quickly charged forward. Zhao Shui waved her palm, while Lin Xian threw out a sword qi. Then, the two of them left without looking back. Thief, where do you think you're going? The old man roared angrily and was about to give chase when he was blocked by the light palm and sword qi. He roared and swung his saber to meet the incoming attack. However, the result was that he was sent flying by the two forces and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Elder is injured? The martial artists who were in the middle of setting up the array formation were all stunned. They never imagined that in just a single exchange, their own elder would be injured. Elder, are you all right? A group of people surrounded him. The old man stood up and quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, the strength of these two little thieves has increased again. How is this possible? A few days ago, he had exchanged blows with Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure him so easily. When the nearby cultivators heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Originally, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were already very terrifying. Now that their strength had increased again, how terrifying would they be, they didn't dare to imagine. Besides the 7th-level venerated realm they had encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui encountered a few more groups of people. Now, they were certain that this was a premeditated encirclement aimed at them. Their goal was to capture them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui discussed. The two of them didn't go on a killing spree. Instead, they began to plan their escape route. After all, there were too many opponents. If they fell into a chaotic battle and were surrounded by several 7th-level venerated realm martial artists, the situation would be dangerous. Lin Xian didn't want to use the 1,000-beast cauldron again. After all, the price would be very high. Therefore, the two of them quickly escaped. Lin Xian had powerful soul power and could sense the enemy in advance. Zhao Shui's void sky eye was even more useful. In the sky, a huge eye appeared. It stood above the clouds and looked down, grasping the situation within 1,000 miles. The hidden cultivators in the surroundings were all seen by the void sky eye. Not a single one escaped. This made it easier for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to escape. With the void sky eye's guidance, the two of them quickly turned and shuttled through the forest, narrowly avoiding the groups of people. Damn it, how is this possible? Everyone failed to catch anything. They gathered together and were extremely angry. Could it be that the news was leaked? That shouldn't be. This is a plan we came up with at the last minute. It's very likely that Kid's soul power is too powerful and can foresee danger in advance. But no matter how strong his soul power is, it's impossible to avoid everyone. This is too strange. The expressions of the older generation people were very ugly. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of War said, "Let's wait and see. My senior brother has also come this time. He has already chased after them. I think he should be able to stop those two." Hearing this, everyone's hearts shook. The person that the middle-aged man called senior brother was definitely a 7th-level venerated realm martial artist. Moreover, looking at the middle-aged man's expression, his senior brother was probably even stronger. In front of them was a dense forest. Two figures shuttled through the forest like lightning. These two people were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They relied on the void sky eye to avoid all the surrounding cultivators. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from above them. Humph, little guys, I've been waiting for you for a long time. This voice was abnormally loud and clear. It was like a golden bell that shook the surrounding mountains and caused countless boulders to roll down. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were stunned. Grave expressions appeared on their faces. They didn't expect that someone could avoid the detection of the Void Sky Eye and find them. This was too surprising. There was no need to think about it. This person was definitely very powerful. Bang! A figure descended and stomped the ground, blocking Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's path. This person looked like a middle-aged man. He was tall and slender. His entire body was shrouded in a ball of light, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, his eyes were extremely sharp. They were like lightning. He held a long spear in his hand. At this moment, the long spear was slanted towards Lin Xian. His entire body exuded an extremely powerful aura. This mysterious man was the senior brother of the middle-aged supremacy from the God of War Palace. He was very powerful. Those who had just entered the 7th level supremacy realm could not compare to him. You dare to kill us all by yourself? Zhao Shui looked at the newcomer and said coldly. I know that the two of you have extraordinary skills and have injured many 7th level supremacies. However, don't compare me to those trash. As long as I attack, you won't be able to escape. The mysterious man is very confident. Humph, shameless boasting. Zhao Shui snorted coldly. She waved her jade-like hand, and a surging palm shadow quickly surged out. You will soon know what it means to have someone stronger than you. Even among 7th level supremacies, there were differences in strength. As the mysterious man spoke, the long spear quickly streaked through the void. A terrifying aura surged out, forming a powerful killing intent that smashed forward. In the next moment, the long spear collided with Zhao Shui's palm of light. Bang! The collision sounded like a demonic sound, and the surrounding mountains were all shaken. How is this possible? Zhao Shui stopped in her tracks with an expression of shock on her face. She hadn't expected that this person would actually be so powerful to be able to force her back. At the side, Lin Xian frowned as well. He was well aware of Zhao Shui's strength. Ordinary 7th heaven exalts were no match for her at all. Yet at this moment, this mysterious man had actually forced Zhao Shui back with a single strike of his spear. Needless to say, this was truly too shocking. No wonder this fellow dared to rush over here. It turned out that he was an extraordinary expert. Their expressions were unsightly. I've said it before. Even 7th heaven exalts have differences in strength. You're still not enough. The mysterious man was extremely domineering. After his spear succeeded, he didn't stop and attacked again. In an instant, the mysterious man arrived beside Zhao Shui. That spear was crystalline and translucent, and it emitted a dazzling light as it pierced towards Zhao Shui. Void Sky Eye. Zhao Shui shouted coldly, and an icy cold eye quickly appeared above her and looked down. Instantly, a ray of light shot out from that eye, and it fiercely collided with the spear. The collision caused countless rays of light to erupt. In an instant, the entire space rumbled, and the sky seemed to be collapsing as it couldn't endure the collision. The mysterious man grunted coldly and stood with his spear in hand. On the other hand, Zhao Shui's body trembled, and her expression changed drastically. Needless to say, this mysterious man was truly too strong. Even if she used her Void Sky Eye to resist him, she still couldn't gain the upper hand. It could be said that this was the most terrifying 7th heaven exalt she'd encountered so far. The mysterious man was surprised as well. In his opinion, this spear should be able to penetrate Zhao Shui. However, he hadn't expected that it would actually be neutralized by a strange eye. What a strange eye technique. Looks like you probably obtained some sort of lost ancient inheritance. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, in the face of absolute power, everything you have is nothing. The mysterious man was extremely confident. His strength was terrifying. He'd stayed at the 7th heaven exalted realm for 100 years, and it could be said that he was extraordinarily strong. Ordinary 7th heaven exalts couldn't even block a single strike of his spear. It could be said that this was an extremely terrifying person. At this moment, it was already very impressive that Zhao Shui could block his attack. Let's attack together. On the other side, Lin Xian also drew the Lone Star sword from his back, his expression extremely solemn. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful figure here. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't show his true abilities this time. The mysterious man sneered in disdain when he saw Lin Xian draw his sword. A brat at the 5th heavenly layer dares to draw his sword in front of me? Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. Today, I will let you know that the dignity of a 7th level venerable is not to be sullied. With that, he swept his spear horizontally, thrusting it towards Lin Xian. Boom, the long spear was like a heavenly blade, incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it arrived above Lin Xian's head. This mysterious expert was extremely powerful, as if he wanted to use the terrifying long spear to blast Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He wasn't a tough guy. Instead, he tapped his foot, and his body was like a flickering shadow, instantly transforming into countless figures, while his true body retreated 300 meters away. In the next moment, the long spear swept horizontally, annihilating all the illusions. The entire ground collapsed by hundreds of meters, and a huge crater appeared. One could imagine how terrifying the spear was. However, the mysterious man's expression was still cold. A 5th level venerable was actually able to dodge my attack. I presume your movement technique should be an Earth rank martial technique, right? Hearing the mysterious man's words, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would see through his movement technique so easily. At this moment, the mysterious man spoke once more. So that's how it is. One has grasped a lost ancient martial technique, and the other has an Earth rank martial technique. No wonder the two of you are able to defeat many 7th level venerables at such a young age. However, all of this is futile before me. Hand over the items obediently, and perhaps I can leave the two of you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, the consequences of offending me will be very tragic. If you want the items, defeat us first. Lin Xian said coldly. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me. The mysterious man's voice was also cold. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The spirit energy on his body was like a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. All the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles were prostrated by this aura. So powerful. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian and Zhao Shue's expressions turned solemn. At this moment, the cultivators in the distance also sensed this aura, and their expressions turned solemn. On the other hand, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares was overjoyed. It was senior brother. He should have found the two thieves. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed over. Let's go and take a look. The others followed closely behind. The group of people rushed forward in a grandiose manner. Not only them, but all the cultivators within 1,000 miles also sensed this fluctuation. Even cultivators further away rushed over. In an instant, countless cultivators gathered in this direction. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, not long after, countless people arrived nearby. They looked at the scene in front of them and were deeply shocked. However, they did not dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. It's that brat. The two of them are indeed here. The people from the Palace of Ares were also overjoyed when they arrived. Who is that man? What a terrifying aura. The other cultivators looked at the mysterious man in shock and fear. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not pay attention to the people around them. At this moment, they were fully focused on the mysterious man in front of them. When the mysterious man heard Lin Xian's words, he snorted coldly. Stubborn. Since that's the case, I will personally send you on your way. After saying that, he pulled out his spear and quickly stabbed forward. The mysterious man crossed the distance of almost 1,000 feet in an instant. The terrifying spear was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. He did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. It was completely beyond his imagination. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the blood shadow doppelganger and quickly condensed a doppelganger to block in front of him. Meanwhile, his real body merged into the void and quickly escaped. Poof, in the next instant, the spear pierced through the doppelganger and lifted it into the air. Blood splattered everywhere. It was incomparably tragic. What? He's killed. Looking at this scene, everyone held their breaths, their faces dumbfounded. Especially those older powerhouses, their scalps went numb. They even wondered if they could block this stunning spear if they were in his place. After thinking for a long time, they sighed. They realized that even they were not 100% confident that they could dodge this spear. Because this spear was simply too stunning. What? That brat was actually killed? After being stunned for a moment, someone screamed. Many people looked at the mysterious man in horror. Too terrifying. He killed a peerless young prodigy with one spear. How powerful did he have to be able to do this? In front of them, Lin Xian's figure was pierced through by the spear and lifted into the air. Blood dripped down his body, and every drop seemed to touch the hearts of those who saw it, causing them to tremble. Is it true? Is Lin Xian really killed? This is unbelievable. It's only been one move. I can't believe it. One had to know that Lin Xian was no longer a nobody. He was an extremely powerful existence, and many people had even seen him injure a 7th-level supremacy. He was definitely a powerful young expert, and even those seniors might not be able to catch up to him. However, such a powerful young man was actually killed by a single spear strike. This was truly unbelievable. However, not everyone believed this scene. Many of them remained silent because they noticed that Lin Xian's companion, Zhao Shui, had a cold expression and did not seem to be panicking. Don't be careless. That kid is very strange. He might escape again. Many 7th-level supremacies were secretly on guard. The mysterious man seemed to have discovered something suspicious and immediately snorted coldly. In the next moment, his spear vibrated and shattered the figure that was sent flying. With a crack, the figure was torn into pieces and blood sprayed into the sky. What? His body is torn apart? Is Lin Xian really going to die? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. However, at this moment, the mysterious man spoke again. Don't hide. I know this is just a clone of yours. What? A clone? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked ahead in disbelief. Even the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. They noticed that Lin Xian's figure had appeared again in the space ahead, but his face was a little pale. He's not dead? That's a clone. This guy is too strange. A 5th-level supremacy can actually condense such a lifelike clone. It's really unbelievable. It was not that supremacies could not condense clones, but the clones condensed by ordinary supremacies were very fake and could be seen through at a glance. For someone like Lin Xian, who could pass off a fake as the real thing, only a peerless supremacy or a special secret technique could do so. Obviously, Lin Xian was the second type. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not expect his secret technique to be seen through by the other party again. Kid, I have to admit that you have a lot of good stuff on you. First, you have an Earth-rank martial art, and now you have a clone technique that can pass off as the real thing. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The mysterious man said coldly. But don't worry. After you die, everything of yours will be mine. Lin Xian did not answer. Instead, he looked ahead and quickly sent a voice transmission to Zhao Shui. Let's attack together. Zhao Shui nodded slightly. Then, she formed hand seals and controlled the Void Eye to attack. Lin Xian, the Lone Star Sword, and the Dragon Sword soul in his body, releasing a loud dragon's roar. Hearing this voice, everyone's hearts trembled as an indescribable fear rose in their hearts. The expressions of the older generation changed. The young man in front of them was too strange. Not only did he have that mysterious clone, but there was also a dragon's roar coming from his body. It was really shocking. The sword to Lin Xian's Lin Shui Lone to the sword. A huge sword of light was formed in the heavenly palace. It was like a mountain, and it pressed down. On the other side, the eyes of the void also shot out a gray ray of light. It was like a death ray that streaked across the sky. The Lin to Lin. Boom, the mysterious man held a long spear in his hand and swept it out. A crescent-shaped wave of chi rushed forward and blasted forward. The energy field was terrifying. It was beyond everyone's imagination. In the next moment, the three collided with each other, releasing an earth-shattering sound. Endless energy exploded. The surrounding forest was instantly turned into ruins. Even the void was distorted as if it could not withstand the energy. Lightning struck down from the sky, falling in all directions. Everyone's hearts and bodies trembled. They quickly retreated in fear. This was simply too frightening. Just a single strike had produced such a frightening amount of energy. Even this part of the world was about to explode. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the mysterious man. Now, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were able to fight against the mysterious man. This was completely beyond their expectations. Rumble, after one attack, Lin Xian attacked again. He swung the Lone Star sword and slashed forward violently. The blood-colored sword chi surged like a blood-colored river. In an instant, the sky was covered by an endless sea of blood. A terrifying murderous aura spread in all directions. The sword slashed forward like a river of death. On the other side, Xu Shui also pushed forward with all his might. At that moment, Xu Shui's eyes were like the eyes of an ancient evil god. It was terrifying and exuded an unparalleled power. The two of them fought against the mysterious man. The battle was extremely intense. The violent energy spread in all directions, alarming all the martial artists in the surroundings. Clang! Clang, clang! Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Every attack was like 10,000 bolts of lightning. It was unbearable. Sword chi soared into the sky in front of him. It was like a scene of destruction. Everyone was shocked. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. They realized that if they went up against such a terrifying scene, they would probably be killed instantly. This was an extremely intense battle. The battle strength of both sides was monstrous. It was as if they were going to shatter the entire space. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a true powerhouse. Although the mysterious man in front of him was also a 7th level supremacy, his battle strength was much stronger than those 7th level supremacies from before. He was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse. At least among the 7th level supremacies, he was an extremely powerful existence. One had to know that he was already able to fight against a 7th level supremacy. Even so, he was still beaten up by the mysterious man. His blood was churning and his arm was numb. This was something that had never happened before. Lin Xian was shocked. The mysterious man opposite him was even more shocked. He had never imagined that a mere 5th heavenly layer exalted realm brat would actually be able to fight against him for so long without showing any signs of being defeated. This was simply too shocking. It was completely beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that they were just 2 ants that he could easily kill. However, it seemed that it was not that simple. "Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations," the mysterious man said in a deep voice. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was enveloped by a strong light. He was like a god of war that one could only look up to. "However, if this is all you've got, you can die in peace." The mysterious man waved the spear in his hand. He kept colliding with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. He was surprised by the strength of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, his gaze was still calm. It was as if everything was under his control. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. He had a bad premonition. As expected, in the next moment, the spear in the mysterious man's hand whipped forward like a mountain. Clang! Lin Xian raised his sword to block. Immediately, a deafening sound was heard. End of chapter 1139. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.